Hello, everyone.
Why
Welcome
do
back
the
to my
same
channel.
glasses cost so much less
This
on
is
glassesusa.com than at the store?
obviously
The thing is,
gonna
when
be
you
a
buy at the store,
throwaway.
I guess I ain't got no reason to make you round. I found a superwoman that
I haven't done my brows yet.
a single bound. Mommy, I'm trying to blame
Chill,
you down.
chill.
Without shades on, can't say it when I bring you round. She put
So let's start.
to work a tongue and make me faster than a speeding bullet. Her love stronger than a locomotive, but only for the FABO-LO-US. Sing to me, ma.
Hi, Monster. Hi, go, cuz. How are you? Portal. Yes. 3 strikes are out. Hello, number 3. Obviously, this will throw away. I'm trying to do my brows.
They can do it like this. I've been sent to save your day, and things won't be the same.
You can't wait for tomorrow? What's tomorrow? Sunday? What happens tomorrow? We'll try to do some brow situation because Love Muffy, what's up? What's up, J-Dog? Hey, Black Ant. Black Ant? Okay, that's a cool name. If anybody wants to come up, I will put the link here. Only if I know your ass. So don't get crazy. This is a private podcast. So we're doing a Build-A-Brow instead of a Build-A-Bear. Hey, what's up, Stephen Rose? Hey. Gotta take you home with me tonight. Oh. I don't know what's going on this side over here. You're fucking beautiful. I love you.
In the 6 drop, and it don't stop. See money looking all right, yeah. What up?
What's up, Venom? Fool, we dancing or what?
Digs you like that, Pete baby boy style. Hoping we match. You said me crown royale with a note attached. You said you look like
always did, homie. Always did.
Plus you wear shoes well, the suit flows nice. I don't like the notes too well. Let's be more precise. Meet me by the VIP. Let's powwow.
Yeah.
Whisper in my ear like blue. Let's bounce now. About to say peace to my mans for you. When it's all said and done, I got plans for you.
I should put lipstick on, sorry. Gotta get you home with me tonight. Your birthday's tomorrow, Gokas. Happy early birthday to Gokas. Everybody better say happy birthday. Gotta get you home with me tonight. Come on. One brown trend. Brown. Oh, tonight. Get us out of here. Look at, I'm gonna switch it up and go over this side.
And it smiles like the shine on his necklace. Mine telling me no, body telling me exit. Press said yes.
Yes. Okay, let's see. Hi, Gokas.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm doing good.
I'm gonna put this music down because I have really bad hearing. So it's your birthday tomorrow?
Yes.
How old are you gonna be?
27.
Really? Oh, I wish I was 27.
I feel so old.
You're not old. 27 is young. Oh, to be 27 again. God. You're
not 27 anymore?
30. I don't know, Portal. My new friend, right, Gokas? You're new, right?
Yeah.
It sounds like G-Bone. Are you G-Bone? It's okay if you are. Just say if you are. No, G-Bone's not 27. Where are you from?
USA, South Carolina.
Oh, South Carolina? Oh, okay.
Yes, from USA.
And next,
Portal says to show yourself.
Are we in some kind of prank show or something?
Okay, hold on.
There's never been a better time to switch.
Wait, like I better be prepared.
For
Let me get my removal finger here just in case. Because can show yourself can mean a lot of things. He said USA. Yes, he did. Okay, while you doing that, I'm going to put some lipstick on. I'm not even going to finish my brows. I'm all over the place, obviously. Portal made me do it. Thank you for sharing me out, Portal. Oh, shit. Oh, hey.
Hey.
What's up? 27?
Yes.
Aw, how cool. What sign are you?
What? Which side?
Yeah, like your zodiac sign. Your zodiac sign, you know what that is?
No.
Like, are you a Capricorn? Are you a Pisces? Are you a Leo?
Cancer. The Cancer.
Oh, okay. Hey, Fuzzy, what's up? Hi, Ariel. Anybody else want to come up? I'll drop the link. Well, thanks for coming up. How did you run into my channel?
I think one of your friends.
Oh, shared me out?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Portal, get up here. Have you been on a panel before?
What?
Have you been on a panel before? Like up here?
Yeah. A couple times.
Are you nervous?
Not much.
Huh?
No.
Portal said no. All right. Well, I'm just gonna do makeup, you know. Everybody say happy early birthday to Goat. Is it Gus? What's your real name? I mean, you don't tell me your government name, obviously. I know you're in the USA and all.
You just call me Goku.
Goku?
Yes.
Okay. Shout out to NY Beast is here. Priscilla Nell is here. Portal, Ariel, Fuzzy. Shout out to the 13 million viewers. I usually come on here with my brows, but today's not that day. Does anybody else want to come up? Tell us, do you have content? Like, you know, tell us about
Yes.
you. What do you do?
Content.
What do you do?
I play video games on my channel, and I'm about to have a birthday stream on my tomorrow.
Oh, really?
I have to schedule.
So, okay, a gamer. Let's see. So who shared me out? Was it Kayla? Hi, Lacey. Who was it? Was it Kayla or who?
Kayla, I believe.
Oh, okay. Shout out to Kayla Madeline, you guys. If you guys don't have Goku. Hey, what's up, Is Farrah here? Shit, did I miss that? Hi, Lupa. Sorry, I'm just saying hi to. Oh, yeah, there she is, my beautiful Farrah cast. And here you go. If anybody else wants to come up, we're just, you know, obviously rando here. Oh, I totally jacked up my brow on this side. You see that?
I would put my link in, but I'm not a mod.
Oh, okay. I'll put your link for you. Or can somebody put Goku's link so he can get do you have like a goal, like you're trying to get to like a certain number?
I reached it 500 a couple of days ago.
Oh, really? Oh, congratulations.
Now my goal is 1,000.
Your goal is 1,000? Okay. Well,
Yeah.
you know, we're gonna help you. We'll help you get there. So whatchamacallit? I don't know what else to say other than I'm drawing this brow. Why do you feel old at 27?
I don't know. I feel I don't know.
You don't know? I'm just taking risks today, letting everyone know her out. Just kidding. Usually we
I
don't
know
let
his name's not
people here
Goku, but
that we don't
I
know,
you
but
just call me Goku.
Goku? You tried to
Yes.
Portal. How's everyone's Saturday going? I hope everyone's having a good one. It's fucking hot in California over here. It's like a heat wave situation. It's California hot, right? A lot of people like Arizona, they were like, oh, it's cold where you're at, but like it's California hot, right, Lacey? How hot is it where you are? Fuzzy, how hot is it? Are you working, Fuzzy?
Bye, Lucy. You look gorgeous today.
Okay. I'll see you later.
You look gorgeous today, Lucy.
Huh?
You look gorgeous today.
Aw, you're so sweet. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I haven't even finished yet. I just started.
I love your hair.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Who's that girl? 105 in the IE. It's hot. Oh, no. Lacey, look, I'm about to come over with my bathing suit. I'm about to take a dip. Nickname? What do you say nickname, Jico? I'm not comfortable calling you Goku. Oh my god, NYBs. NYBs? You crazy. Portal's rubbing off on you, NYBs. What is Goku? Is that like anime or something?
Yeah, I named myself Goku, Super Saiyan God, because I love the show Dragon Ball Z.
You know some guy named G-Blown? Don't lie. Are you a spy?
No.
Oh, okay. Just checking. Look at me, just so trustworthy this Saturday. Anybody else want to come up? If not, we'll see. Thank you, Lacey, for sharing me. So just me like you do 540, like, oh god. Said, no, you didn't. Portal. Do you know the Portal?
The game?
Goku, you know the Portal? You should actually be friends with everyone that's in here. We're a big happy family. Dysfunctional, but a big happy family, right? Look, I gotta make sure these dogs are looking hella sketchy. Oh, here we go. Hey, there he goes.
No. Matter of fact, you should not be friends with the Portal. You should not be friends with the Portal.
That's bullshit.
The Portal's
Yes,
not
you
a good,
should.
he's not a good guy, man. The Portal's not a good guy at all.
Portal's a great guy. Portal's underestimated. What, I can't get no face today, Portal? I can't get no face?
You want some FaceTime, baby? Goku Rasayan
Wait, Goku, Gokus. Wait,
Say Asian God.
no Asian. There's no S. We're trying to make up your name. Goku. Say your
Asian
name how
God.
you say it.
Oh,
Goku.
that's Iron God.
Goku Sir Saiyan God.
Say it again.
Goku Sir Saiyan God.
Man, you Man.
Goku Super Saiyan God.
Hey man, where'd you find that one? Where'd you come up with that one? Where'd you find that one?
Which way did he go? Which way?
Hey, how did you come up with that name, bro? Hey, do you understand the word that
When's Dragon Ball Z?
How did you come up with that name?
So let me tell you something. Go
Hold on, it's hard for me.
Asian God, whatever.
Hold on. It's hard for me to talk to. Hey man, get that whisker off your mustache. Hey, you got a whisker or something. Hey man, you got a goddamn whisker, man.
Stop.
Like a catfish whisker.
Hey, go cuss or yeah,
Stop calling that nigga Goku.
Goku. Sorry,
Stop calling him Goku.
Goku. I have a question for you.
Call him Whiskers.
Listen.
Call him Whiskers, man.
Hey, if you want to be a mod, you have to sing. You have to sing a song all like up here while you're on live.
Hey, your new nickname is Whiskers, bro.
Okay.
You could be Goku, but I'm gonna call you Whiskers for short.
We're gonna call you Whiskas. All right, I like Whiskas. You like Whiskas? Goku? Come on, say yes.
What
All
you
you have to
laughing
do
Yes.
is say
at?
yes.
What are you laughing?
Huh?
Lupe leaving? Much love to you, Lupe.
No, Lupe. Oh shit, NYB's rolling in. Hey, NYB's.
Rolling on the river.
Yeah, what's good?
Yo, NYB's was. Oh, you ain't want to come up on my goddamn panel last night though, huh?
Who?
NYB.
Nobody was on your panel, huh?
Yeah,
I
I tried to
wanted to
print
go
on. They tried
up.
to print on me.
We was answering you in the live chat. That's good enough, man.
Y'all tried to print on me last night.
I wanted to go up, Portal.
I know you would have came up, B, but you know.
You wasn't even in the building. You was working in the bushes.
I was at Leopard Cutie's house. Remember my cousin Leopard Cutie? My cousin Leopard Cutie. Remember my cousin?
Why she don't come on? Why she don't come on YouTube no more?
I don't know. You know, YouTube ain't for everybody, unfortunately.
Ever since that fight with Rice, her YouTube career got ended, huh?
She's not
Hey,
really.
Lucy.
She's not really into like social media.
Tell her to come to the portal. I'll make her feel at home.
Yo, that's how it was last night. Kid was live stream. That dude KFS vlogging. He did not want to shut up. It was amazing how he kept talking.
Who?
Some dude named KFS vlogging, and Jalissa was calling him a motor in the live stream.
Hey,
Calling him a motor man.
Y'all remember that nigga? Y'all remember that nigga Joe that came to my live?
Yeah, the dude that started the
nigga that got into the fight with Rome.
Yeah, that dude.
No, no, I wasn't there.
Yo, that nigga got 18,000 subscribers, B.
Damn, he a big channel like that.
Are you for real?
Y'all motherfuckers that ran Joe off my channel, and he got damn almost 20,000 subscribers.
Damn.
I do have content on it.
Fuck.
Yeah, he's a big channel.
That's a big channel for real.
Holy shit.
Yeah, Joe got like
you just never know.
Yeah, he on the low big time.
So Whiskas,
what's good, ready?
Whiskas, if you're gonna be initiated into the D squad, you're gonna have to sing a song. So you better know. You better like a song.
Speaking of singing, where that's 4, 5, 40 minutes.
He gonna sing.
Is MIA.
That nigga got laryngitis.
No, he doesn't.
Before surgery.
The only person letting dice is you.
Huh?
Fired. Shots fired. Shots
what are you
saying? Shots fired. You talking to me?
What song are you gonna sing? He wasn't talking to me because I didn't hear him.
You talking to me? Hey, buddy, you talking to me? You talking to me, man?
You talking to me, man?
Hey, yo, what you doing, B? I heard you, Whiskers. Don't think I didn't hear. I heard.
Lucia.
What?
Lucy. Can I call you Lucy?
Yeah, you can call me.
No, you cannot call her Lucy. You have to call her Lucia.
Nah, man. I don't feel
Lucia.
comfortable calling her Lucy.
You can call me
Cause she Latina. I'm not calling her Lucy.
Nah, you
I'm
cannot
calling her
call her.
Lucia.
Call me Loosh. You can call me Lou.
Call her.
Hell no.
Lulu,
I sound
you
like a
got
foreigner.
so pretty
I
eyes.
sound like a foreigner.
I'm gonna call
Hey,
you.
Luch.
Oh, stop! He's singing, bro. He's singing.
Can I call you Cooch?
You can call me. You can call me Juicy.
What up, John Brooks? What's good, man?
Lulu, you have such beautiful eyes. And you have some gorgeous lips.
Oh, this nigga freaky, huh?
And I would
And you
take you out to
Hey, yo, I'm
dinner.
not gonna lie, bro. You kind of like Seth Rogen.
I'm not gonna lie. I like Seth Rogen. I'm not gonna lie.
Seth Rogen is funny, but he got that exaggerated laugh. Like, cause he always high.
Good.
He had it. You seen he had to pause because
The Ranger wins.
Yeah, he got that pause laugh.
he was about to get that van. And he said, "I like your lips." He had to pause himself because he's about to say some bullshit. I'm watching you.
Luigi.
What were you gonna say?
He's gonna say some nasty shit.
And
He a
and
nasty.
you look like James Corden.
Some nasty shit trying to ask me shit.
To do that host the Late Show. You like James Corden too.
It is fun, Farrah.
Hey, yo, Whiskers, what part of South Carolina you from?
But can I guess? Are you in Charleston?
No.
Oh, fuck.
Nah, he probably more like in like what do you call it? You probably near Columbia or Clinton or somewhere like that.
Hey, John Brooks.
Where you buy? You buy Greenville? What you buy?
Pulse.
Johnson, South Carolina. Where you from, boy?
He said the USA, motherfucker. He said
What
USA.
part of South Carolina you? What part of South Carolina you close to? Whiskers.
Hey, talking
You pressing, you keep pressing him, man. He don't want to say.
Hey yo,
Just let him live, man.
Hey yo, Fuzzy, why you dropping Whiskers link in the chat?
Because he's saying he said he was gonna sing. You didn't even let him finish his song. Please continue.
He did finish. That's why I started talking.
And
Oh shit! What? What was that?
baby, you rock my world.
Okay, go ahead.
You rock my world because you're so beautiful. And I will take you on a picnic too.
Nigga, to where?
To New York.
Hold on. I gotta change my picture real quick.
To New York.
I'm listening.
Nigga, to where?
Oh, I deleted it by mistake.
Yo, Ready Red, what's good with you, Ready Red?
Ready Red, what's good? He's laughing at the whiskers. What's up, Goku? You can. Hey, what's up, Savvy? Come up here.
What's good with you, Savvy?
Savvy Loco, what's good? I feel like I haven't seen you in a long time. You have a man stop this man.
Let me tell you something.
His heart. What
That
do you
like that could be put into a comedy
What
skit.
does that have to do with me sang a song?
Hey, yo. It's your birthday tomorrow, right, Whiskers? I'm gonna buy you one of them. I'm gonna buy you a Manscaped tomorrow for your birthday, B.
I can get you a code for that. Snoopy Eats got it, right?
I'm gonna buy you.
Having them ads all over YouTube.
I'm gonna buy you a Manscaped for your birthday, B.
Those ads be all over YouTube.
I have a Nintendo Switch though.
What?
You what?
Got a Nintendo Switch.
You got a Nintendo Switch?
Yes.
Dundee, what up, Playboy? Says Ready Red. Oh, you're BG. Okay, no problem.
What's good?
I
with
would,
you, Dad?
but pretty sober. Who cares? I'm sober too.
Damn, I almost forgot my name. I was about to say, what's good with you, Dundee? What's good with you, Ready? Oh shit.
Dundee.
What's good, Dundee? You're doing,
What
mate?
is good?
Chilling, Dundee.
What is beautiful?
Oh my. Keep going, Goku.
Yeah.
Nah, please don't keep going.
Crocodile Dundee.
Please
Keep
don't.
it going. Keep it going. Go show his birthday.
Hey yo, go, hey yo, Whiskers. You never said what part of South Carolina you close to?
True.
Oh shit. Hey, NYBs, I put that full court press on them.
He said cold press. He said cold. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. Why do I hear myself? Who's echoing?
Hey yo, Whiskers, you just gonna sit there? Or you gonna say something, B? What part? What part of SC you from, B?
Lexington.
Oh, Lexington, South Carolina. All right, what's that by? What's Lexington
What's
by?
happening, Pimp? What up, Big Head?
Big
That's
head.
by, like,
What
Is that
up?
is that by like Lawrence,
There
South
you go. There you go. Yo, dog, I'm hanging out my cleats on YouTube. Today's my last day on YouTube, dog.
Lexington is by Clinton, ain't it? Ain't Lexington by Clinton?
I'm done with this
South
shit,
Carolina?
man.
Hey yo, Whiskers, ain't Lexington by Clinton?
Is you is or is you
Yo,
not?
that nigga, man.
Let me
Hey,
tell you nothing, man.
this
Let me tell you
conversation.
something.
Hey yo, New York beef.
Google your best friend, man. Just
Yo, New
Google
York.
this shit, man. It's your best friend, okay?
Nah, Clinton's by Lexington's by Clinton. But listen, New York, who's about to hang up their YouTube cleats?
Nah, Big Heck just be, joking. Cause he be taking breaks from YouTube, but he always say like it's my last on YouTube.
Oh yeah, what's up with you, Big Heck?
Big hectic. I don't call him heck. I call him la voz. En español.
Like what?
La voz.
Lavor.
Yeah, la voz.
Huevos. What?
Not huevo. What the fuck? I said la
And
voz.
Gordita calls him. And
Lavor.
Gordita calls him hectic.
Stop
Huevos.
it.
Huevos.
No huevo. I said la voz.
Bonjour.
La voz. La voz.
Dale huevo. Está loca. Remember that one?
Feliz
No,
cumpleaños.
Huevos
I
ceviches.
know this one.
Feliz cumpleaños.
Feliz cumpleaños a ti.
Oh shit, Whiskers can speak Spanish?
¿Tú hablas español?
No, I
No
spy.
doubt, Big Heck. We go back like 4 flats on a Cadillac.
What'd
Hey,
you
yo,
say?
Whiskers, it's hard to have a conversation with you because you keep pausing for like 5 minutes and then I don't know what type of.
Moto. Hi, Moto.
I'm
What
German,
up,
so I
Moto?
swish.
Why do you call him Moto? Like he
Moto.
Japanese or something.
Moto.
Hi, Moto. How you
Hey,
doing,
Moto.
Where y'all see
Moto.
Moto?
Hi, Moto.
Konnichiwa, Moto.
Hi, Moto.
Hey, where y'all see Moto?
He's up
What's
to
up?
homie.
Oh shit, he's on the screen. Oh damn, I'm
What's
looking in the
good,
chat.
Moto? Yo, why
What's
you doing the
good?
same
What's
thing
good,
like you
player?
Japanese or something?
Hey yo, Moto, what's up with you, bro?
What's good? What's good, homie?
Was goody.
I'm looking in the chat. They like Moto. I'm like, where the hell y'all see Moto at?
Nah, he just came
What's
straight
good?
in the
What's
stream
good,
now.
man?
Yeah. Hey, shit, what's good with you, Moto?
Shit, just got off work.
Guess who's back?
Oh, I know who back. I know who back. You back. I know who back.
Back.
Shady's back.
I know who back. I was waiting for you last night to go live. I said, where Porter at, man? They said he had to get some things right. I said, all right. I said, I hope he good though. And then you went live. You happened to go live, so
Yeah, we did a Freaky Friday last night, man.
I was in there, man. Give us stories and crap.
Oh, you about to go live, Heck? Let us know that we could raid you.
Is he?
How we gonna rate him? Lucia D ain't even been live 30 minutes yet. What the hell wrong with you, New York?
Stop.
You know she be having them quick lives too,
I've
man.
been waiting on
Yeah,
her
them 30
to go
minutes.
live. I've been waiting on her to go
In
live.
her car live.
This live, New York, this live was
I'm
pre-planned.
going to Mom's.
This live,
I'm
Didn't
going
she
to
say something?
Walmart. I'm going to
this live,
Starbucks.
Singing
Like 30 minutes.
from Mod.
hey yo, this live was pre-planned well before any of y'all talked about it. This. We ain't been live but 30 minutes. I've been waiting for her to go live. You see it, D? You about to end your live?
No, I ain't even done with my makeup yet. What the fuck?
Oh, that's what I
Hey,
thought.
Lucy.
My leg. No, just kidding.
Lucia. Lucia.
I don't know why you're doing all that damn makeup because when I come over, you just gonna.
Didn't you say you're gonna give me mod if I sing?
That's right.
Ain't nobody making you no damn mod, man.
That's right. I am.
We don't even know you.
But I need to know your name.
We don't even know you, Whiskers.
Whiskers is gonna be your name.
Yo, that was funny, man. Lucia,
A real name?
yo, Jalissa said that she was on Destroyer Live.
A real name
and
is
he
Derek.
timed out.
On whose?
Destroyer. Jalissa was on there. She said that he timed her out and took her mod away.
No
way. Yeah.
My real name is Derek.
Derek?
Yes.
She need to repay him the favor.
Derek, I'll make you
a come up on the panel.
No, don't make him no mind. He lying. That's some bitch lying. Prove it. Let me see.
He looked like a Derek. Hey, look at him. He looked like a Derek. How you gonna say he ain't no Derek? Hi, Steph.
Nigga, Derek is a black name. This fool ain't black.
Derek is not
like a Derek.
Black name. Shut the hell up.
What I gotta do with that? What the fuck?
He said
Derek is a black name.
That ain't no damn black name, man. You know we got
everybody I know named Derek is black. B. I don't know no white Derek.
I know half white, half Mexican Derek.
Are you kidding me, bro?
I don't know no white Derek. Every Derek I know is black.
Well, go to South Carolina and you find us a Derek.
Don't forget Derek is spelled
That's where all
different
black
ways.
Derek's at.
Don't
in
forget.
South Carolina.
Don't forget Derek is spelled different ways though. You got D-E-R-E-K. You got D-E-R-R-I-C.
You got black Derek.
You got
black Derek.
D-E-R-I-C.
You got black Derek. You got gay Derek, but you ain't got no damn black Derek.
You got Mexican Derek. Derek.
He said gay
I
Derek.
know it's gay. A lot of gay people named Derek.
So where the fuck you at, in the village?
Nah, they be all over the streets though. Gay people everywhere, B. You just got to keep your eyes open.
It's okay, Fuzzy. Hey, just
I'm really talking about gay people in general. I'm talking about gay Dereks.
Yeah, they gay Derek mainly in North and South Carolinas. They in the Carolinas.
He would say that shit. Yeah.
They mainly in the South, B.
Damn,
South Dereks.
That nigga name ain't no Derek. I guarantee it. Let me see some credentials.
Let me see your ID.
You can't go from
what happened last night? What's this thing with
Hey, Fuzzy, come up here. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, what happened last night?
You can't
I saw that.
You can't go from Goku to Derek, B. Nah, we don't want no drama, man. Let's not bring no drama, man. Let's leave yesterday and yesterday. Why y'all want to bring that up? Damn.
No. Listen, man. I just want to know what happened.
Because
why? It didn't happen to you.
What the fuck? Hey, look, Fuzzy.
No, because he's a cool dude.
Fuzzy, don't tell him
he's a cool dude. I want to know.
Don't tell New York.
How would he say something disrespectful to somebody's wife?
Tell me because
don't tell New York.
Fuzzy had my back. I gotta have Fuzzy's back. When G-Blown and fucking Firestar were stupid on me, Fuzzy had my back. So I'm gonna have Lacey and Fuzzy.
Nah, Fuzzy, don't tell them nosy ass is nothing. Tell me later on though. I want to know.
Nosy ass.
Look at this fool, man.
Stupid.
You want order tea for yourself, you selfish bastard.
New York Beast, you were in there. What happened? Tell us.
No, I wasn't in there. I just saw that he went live. It was late.
Oh yeah,
I was already like.
So who
I was already like about to
you talking about the life of JT?
Yes, he fucking spilled some shit. But I want to know
exactly what happened.
Maybe he was drunk, man. You know, he had the casinos and shit.
Hey, Stefan.
That don't excuse shit. There better be an apology video.
Hey man, when you drunk, that do excuse a lot. I did some bullshit when I was drunk. I did some bullshit last night. I was drunk as hell.
Nah.
Yeah, me and Ludo ain't together no more.
What the hell?
Damn, Fuzzy, that's a late ass breakfast, bro. He's after breakfast. That's a late ass breakfast. That's
Fuzzy,
brunch,
get up
homie.
here.
Yo,
That's
Moto,
brunch.
Moto, where you at, Bree?
Oh shit, he disappeared.
Hey, yo.
Yeah,
He
phone
was
call.
drunk. Yeah, I figured he
Phone
was
call.
drunk. I figured he was drunk, Fuzzy, because he pretty cool dude, JT.
He is like nice guy. I don't know what the fuck
Yeah,
happened. He got a
You
phone
know,
call.
but
sometimes you
some
get
people don't
drunk
know how
and
to control their alcohol, man.
I'm
They don't know how
nah,
to
you can
control their
control it, but sometimes
behavior.
you get drunk and
When
shit
they
seeps out.
inebriated.
You know, sometimes everybody that had to get drunk and you wake up and be like, oh shit, what happened last
I'm
night?
telling you, man, I've been around that shit. I got cousins. They don't know how to fucking act when they drink
Yeah, but
alcohol.
it ain't always that
So
you don't know how to
I
act,
stay
but
around. I stay
sometimes
away from.
you could be a person that can control your alcohol and get drunk and then say some bullshit. Just, it happens because you
And
impatient.
people truth come out when they drunk too. They say a lot of
Hey,
crazy
this
shit
Sia?
about people. How they really feel about people.
Yeah, when I'm drunk, the truth gonna come out because I'm trying to get some pussy. Like, oh, that nigga trying to get some pussy. The truth is, I'm trying to hit that. Yeah, he probably was drunk. I figure he probably was drunk because it ain't about not able to handle your alcohol, man. Just sometimes when you get drunk, it's kind of like sometimes when you smoke weed and shit. What the fuck just happened? Hey yo, Whiskers, what you do to Lucia DB? Whiskers, what did you do to Lucia?
I guess you haven't noticed
What
the
you talking
dude been
about?
ignoring you like half the time.
Nah, he just answered real late. Hey yo, Whiskers, you're gonna have to cut that echo off, or I'm gonna have to dismiss you. I'm gonna kick you off the panel, B.
That shit's funny when the hosts be getting kicked out their own stream yard.
Told you. Bang bang.
What happened, Lucia?
That vibrator must have went off. She fucked around.
Shit.
She fucked around and hit the wrong button. That vibrator went off. She fell out her seat. Yeah, JT pretty cool. He probably was drinking, man. A lot of times, man, when motherfuckers drunk, I give them a pass. Depending on if it ain't nothing too severe, I usually give a drunk motherfucker a pass the next day. 'Cause, I've been there, man.
Look, can I ask you a question?
Yo,
How you feel about this shit that T.I. been on lately?
what's that?
Challenging 50 Cent to a fucking versus battle?
Like you want to fight?
No, versus battle, like catalog.
Like rappers?
His catalog verse. He think he got a better catalog than 50 Cent.
Hey man, he might do as far as like 50 Cent got them.
No, man.
50 Cent
As
got
far
two,
as the
50
fucking
Cent got
the
two
really hard hitting songs
50
that
Cent got
are
50
hits,
Cent got about 2 albums, and that's it. Everything else is pretty much
please don't be
garbage.
on that, man. People
Huh?
be sleeping on 50 Cent's fucking catalog, man.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, don't sleep on T.I. catalog, nigga. It'll be a good.
I'm not sleeping on his
It'll be
catalog. I don't
good.
think he has.
It'll be
Listen,
good.
man, he could be a better rapper. It's not about who a better rapper.
No.
It's about who better 20 for 20 hits. His 20, I'm putting up his 20 versus T.I. 20.
That ain't how they do.
And
That
then
ain't how they do. That ain't how they. That's
he
not how
got
they
the
do
nerve to call
catalog.
out Jay-Z. Once 50 start ducking him and like just like ignoring him, like you're not in my league.
Yeah,
He
but that's not what
challenges
he's doing.
Jay-Z.
But that's not.
He's
But New York,
nowhere near Jay-Z, man.
New
T.I.
York,
cannot challenge somebody like Jay-Z.
New York. When they do catalog for catalog, that's not how it works though.
No, but I'm saying though,
They don't do
why
20.
would he go next and challenge Jay-Z? He nowhere near that. The only reason why he got the King of the South name because they gave him that name.
Yeah,
Nobody really think he's the King of the South like that.
They gave him that name for good reason.
Man, you could think of other Southern rappers that are potentially better than T.I.
Yeah. I'm not
Like
saying. I'm not
Scarface,
gonna say that I can think of other Southern rappers that's better
like
than
a Scarface,
I can't say.
maybe.
I can't say I
Andre
can think of.
3000.
I'm not gonna say other Southern rappers that better than him, but I'm gonna say other Southern rappers that's in the same league. T.I.'s in the upper echelon of Southern rappers, so
I
he's
never said he wasn't. I just don't think he's the best. The King of the South.
This
I
ain't
got
about
plenty of
that.
other rappers like.
When you say King of the South, that don't mean you the best of the South. That ain't what that mean to me. For his era, for his time era when
Well,
he came out.
the way he talk.
Yeah,
The way he talked,
but when T.I.
it's like
came,
he be forgetting about the other motherfuckers.
listen, man. For when T.I. came out in his era, he was the king of the South. For his era, for his time frame, for that first 5 years T.I. dropped, he was like the king of the South. Same thing when Wayne dropped. In his era, when Wayne dropped, he was the king.
See, when you say Lil Wayne, that is different. I'd rather give Lil Wayne that title over T.I.
Yeah, but Lil Wayne just got too much material, so you can't even compare the two. Lil Wayne hold the Guinness Book of World Records for material, man. He got
That motherfucker's a beast on the mixtapes, man.
he might got like
He can
44.
just beat somebody off mixtapes.
He might got 44 albums, man. I think he got over 20 albums.
He can just beat somebody off his mixtape game.
Lil Wayne got like 32 albums or some crazy shit. That's not even counting mixtapes. That's just real albums, like, LPs. So, I'm just saying though, for T.I.'s era when he came out, he was the king. You know what I mean? For them five. Same thing.
I just think based on
when Jeezy first dropped,
I just think based on
Jeezy, I was down for when Jeezy
career,
first dropped.
he should go against Jeezy or Rick Ross. That's a better matchup for him.
Nah, Rick Ross ain't. Nah, hell no.
No, I'm saying that's a better matchup for him to win.
Nah.
Go against Rick Ross or Jeezy.
I'm saying when Jeezy dropped, Jeezy was the king of the South too, bro. In his era, when Jeezy first dropped, he was the king of the South. Wasn't nobody fucking with Jeezy.
Oh shit! I think I removed that guy. Sorry about that.
At the end of the day, yeah. So everybody have their time frame. So, and if you put it in perspective, T.I.
Everybody got their run. Yeah.
When he was using that title, King of the South, he was pretty much the king of the goddamn South.
Fair years.
And I respect T.I. because of his longevity. Anybody who could be in the game 10 plus years, you got to have respect for him.
Who, T.I.?
Hey.
Anybody who could be in the game for over a decade and still be relevant, 10 plus years, you got to have respect for him. You got to give him his respect. He's been in the game, almost 15, 20 years now?
And that's why people give credit to 50 Cent. They got to understand 50 Cent is more than music.
Yeah, but 50 Cent
is a businessman.
I'm just talking about on the music too, man. 50 Cent started making a lot of trash music, man. Straight trash. That's all I'm saying. You could go through T.I. whole shit and ain't going to be too much trash in there. Like,
Damn,
at one point,
like trash?
Yeah, 50 Cent made a lot of trash ass songs.
I wouldn't say trash.
Yeah,
he declined. He declined once he went into like independent. He declined. But I want to say it's trash.
Man, a lot of his music was garbage, B. Yeah, it was garbage, man.
Well,
I fuck with 50 hard. 50 my peoples. He one of them, he one of my favorite rappers all time. But yeah, he made a lot of garbage, and that's what set him back. Right. So,
I wouldn't call it garbage. I just say he declined.
I'm gonna just say shit that I don't listen to.
Garbage to me is motherfuckers like Lil Pump and Lil Yachty. That's garbage.
Man, that's not because it's garbage. That's just because you don't like that genre of music. That's a whole different genre. That's not even gangster rap.
That motherfucker don't make no sense. This shit is whack. That's what I'm saying.
That's a whole different millennial type music. That's different, man. 50 Cent, what I'm saying.
That's a different category, right?
Yeah, that's a different category. That Lil Pump type shit. You talking about that's like 6ix9ine type shit. You put them all in the same category. I'm talking about for 50 Cent though, for the category he's in gangster rap, hip hop. And we're gonna compare him to the greats like Tupac and Biggie type shit. Yeah, he made a lot of garbage ass music, dude.
Look, Tupac and Biggie are a whole different type of vibe. That's
I'm comparing him to Tupac and Biggie as far as he's a gangster rapper. As far as like gangster rap go, like his type of that genre, the gangster rap genre that I grew up on. Right, he came out, even though he came out in the 2000s, he still had that 90s type flow. Right, so he just continued the mantra for Tupac and Biggie, but then he just started making straight garbage. I mean, my opinion. That's just my humble opinion.
I will say this. Bank is the best one out of G-Unit. The problem with Bank,
I like that you snuck that in there.
The problem with Lloyd Banks is he relied on 50 Cent to carry his career. And that's what 50 disappointed him. Like, you're supposed to take over this shit and become your own man, be independent.
Yeah, but nobody can take over it because 50 is the tyrant. He's garbage. 50 didn't
but he left. He told Lloyd Banks
no, man.
He told him to go do your own thing.
Hey, he don't let people do that. Man. Yeah, he not gonna let them do their own thing because if they would have started getting big and doing the same thing he did the game, same thing he gonna do the Young Buck. He gonna embarrass motherfuckers and he gonna tear them down.
Well,
Because
Young Buck is different because
you don't
he
want
didn't start
nobody.
doing
You
it.
don't want nobody to be bigger than him and his crew, and that's just understandable, right? If you got a crew, you don't want nobody to outshine you. You the boss. So how the fuck you gonna be the boss? You gonna have the capos outshine you, right? So no, he played the position. He say that shit, but he kept them in certain positions because that's where he want they at underneath him, right? Who the hell you think gonna have do anything and then want somebody to surpass them? Like he don't want Lloyd Banks to surpass him, right? So in my opinion, he did what 50 do, and he got 50 is good. You know, he started that 50 rule. What is it called? The 50 laws of power.
Hey,
Yeah.
Portal.
You
If
know what I
I was
mean?
you,
So he's smart and he's very strategic. He's not gonna let nobody surpass him, especially if he's the boss of the damn crew. You know, that's kind of like saying John Gotti gonna let a capo come up and be better than him or outshine him. It's not happening. And 50 run his crew like the mob.
Fuzzy, come up here.
Yeah, 50 run his shit like the mob.
Fuzzy, ven aquí.
No matter what he did, I tell you what, Tony Ayo loyal as hell.
Yeah, but
I'll
see,
make everyone feel the
Tony
fuck up.
Yayo, he know how to play his position. Tony Yayo wasn't trying to get that shine to like outshine 50, right? So that's where 50 was like, okay, y'all motherfuckers talking that shit. Well, I'm gonna step back, then do it without me. Then. But you know damn well can't nobody do it without you. You the damn boss, right? You cut the check, nigga. You
Hey
cut.
guys,
Yo,
I'm gonna bring Fuzzy up here, but we're gonna let him talk. You know what I mean?
Okay, my
Oh
bad, Lucia D. Yeah,
no, you're good. No, you're good. Oh shit, Goku, bye, Felicia. Hey, what's up,
What?
Fuzzy?
Nothing much.
What's good with you,
Hey,
bro?
wait, hold
I
on.
haven't done my makeup yet.
I used to have that fucking headboard.
Did you?
I think so. Yeah. It looks familiar.
Is that the one your head went through?
Wow.
That's the one I'm.
I remember that one.
You're in the show. Everyone's here.
Okay.
What's good?
Tell us what happened. I was not there, but
Okay.
we want to know what happened. Everyone better not interrupt or you're getting taken off.
It was some bullshit. So I don't care if he's mad at me. That's I was fucking around with them on the live stream. So, but he started taking out Lacey for no reason, and that's what kind of pissed me off. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with his live stream.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say no names, but there's a lady on there that's a really good friend of his that he talks to every day, literally talks to every day. IGs her and always has her drop links and run errands for him or whatever. And he was telling her, like, oh, you're a mod, but you haven't become a channel member yet. Why are you being such a cheap ass? He kept on telling her, why are you being so cheap? You don't want to be a channel member? And then, after a while, I was like, leave her alone or whatever. We're just playing around. And then in the middle of that, he takes her mod away. And I was like, she kind of got hurt. She was like, oh, okay. Like, all right, I'm gonna leave. And I just like threw it out there. I'm like, hey, why'd you take her blue away? And he's all because she's not a channel member. Mods are only for channel members. She's a cheap ass and she doesn't want to become a channel member, so she can't be a mod. And then like she was like, she put in the comment like, okay, bye everybody, I'm gonna go to sleep. She was kind of hurt.
Yeah.
And then I kind of overstepped my boundaries. I was just like, damn, that's kind of fucked up. So I put on there, I said, damn, JT, that's kind of fucked up, brother. I said, I thought you were better than that. And then he started flipping out. And then he just started deleting all of Lacey's comments. He's like, what is she doing in my chat? And he kept on deleting Lacey. And I'm like, dude, what are you deleting Lacey for when I'm the one that said the comment?
Yeah.
So he started deleting Lacey. He's like, what's this lady doing in here? What the fuck is she talking about? Why is she in my fucking chat? And he kept on deleting her. But he wouldn't delete me. And I was just like, okay, that's fucked up. So I like called him out on it. I'm like, hey, why you deleting fucking Lacey? She didn't even say anything. Yeah. And then he's just like, don't tell me how to run my fucking channel and blah 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 blah. It's like, only people that are channel members can be mods. You got to join my membership. He's like, if you've been watching my live stream for 6 months and I made you a mod and you still haven't joined my channel member, then he's like, then what the fuck are you doing here? And I was just like, okay, that's kind of fucked up. Why do we have to join your channel? We come here and we support you. We watch your videos, we watch your ads. I fucking play you on in the background. at my house. You know, we support you.
Yeah.
And then he was just talking shit, and then he had asked the question, like it was the chat was quiet for a while, and then he asked the question. He said, "Let me ask you guys something. If you had a channel member on here that's been a member of your channel for over 6 months and has been a mod for over 6 months and always super chats you and is always here to support you, but doesn't become a channel member, like should they deserve to be a mod? Am I wrong? And then Lacey put a comment in there just saying, well, we're here to support you, blah, blah, blah. And then he was like talking shit to her, and he's like, like I basically told her to shut up and deleted her comment. And then she was like, okay, if that's how it's gonna be, then we're not cool no more, JT. And he was like, you know what, go fuck yourself. He's all, fuck you, go fuck yourself, get the fuck out of here. And I fucking put in the chat like, hey, watch how you talk to my wife. And
yeah.
He was like, what? He's like, what? Don't fucking tell me what to do. He's like, I'll fucking fight you right now. Where do you want to fight? I'll meet up with you anywhere. Blah, blah.
Oh,
He started going on and on. I put like laugh out loud. I'm like, are you fucking serious? Are you serious? I said, hey, bro, you're drunk. You need to watch this later. You need to watch this later. You're drunk. I'm not fucking drunk. I'm not fucking. And then, then you got these kiss ass people in his chat having his back, and all they're telling him to do is drink more. Take another shot, bro. Take another shot. And I'm like, dude, like I'm here. Like somebody in his chat, I'm not gonna name names. Somebody in his chat started getting all crazy on me and telling me that I'm gonna get my ass fucking kicked and fucking I had a bit of shut my fucking mouth. And
threats.
And she just kept on going on and going on. And I said, look, nobody's even talking to you. And she's like, if you're not here to support JT, then you need to get the fuck out of here. I said, you know what? I am here to support JT. He's really fucking drunk, and I'm here to keeping an eye on him because he can't even talk. You know, like if I wasn't a friend, I would have been like, fuck this guy, and I would have left. But I stayed there, even though he was talking shit to me. I stayed there, and I kept on saying, hey, bro, you're fucking drunk. You need to watch this fucking later. And somebody else in the chat kept on telling him, hey, you need to message me on IG right now, because they seen he was acting faded too. Everybody was going in there, and it was like, you can see that he was fucking faded. You know, a couple other people went in there and was like, are you drunk? Are you stoned? Like, what's wrong with you? He's like, no, I'm fucking sober. And he just kept on drinking and drinking. And I was just like, dude, like, you need to fucking calm down. And he was like, fuck you, bro. And then he started going on and he fucking stopped the music. And he said, I want to tell everybody that Lacey and fucking Fuzzy never fucking supported any channel. They don't support nobody. They don't give nobody no fucking money. They don't support anybody. They're just here for themselves. Fuck them and blah blah blah. And I'm like, what the
for
fuck?
Themselves? Like, you're fucking, come on.
I was just like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, we don't fucking support you. So I went back in the chat and I told her, like, we don't support you. Like, you fucking, like, I'm here all the fucking time on your fucking lives. I always come to your fucking lives. Even if I can't be in there, I'll fucking run you in the fucking background.
Yeah.
Like, I'm always on your fucking channel. Like, I had mad love for JT because he was the first person to show me love. Aside from you, Lucia, like, he was like one of the very first people to like show me love. He was actually the first person I've actually went into a live when I first started. It was him, and then I went into your live. So I had mad love for both of you guys because you guys had like mad love for me in the beginning. Yeah. But then all of a sudden he starts talking shit to me. I said, look, bro, earlier in the live you were just talking about me and Lacey coming to stay a night at your house, that I was your bro, and that fucking I'm a dope ass DJ and shit. And now all of a sudden you're saying I'm a whack DJ. You fucking want to fight me, and that I don't support you. Like, make up your fucking mind, dude. Like, you know, what is it? Were you lying then? Or are you lying now? Like, which, you know, you can't have it both ways. And he was just like, fuck you. And then like, I was just like in the background watching him, you know, just chilling, watching him. And then he kept on going on about us. Like, fucking 1 minute he would be like, fuck them. The next minute he would be like, I love Lacey. I love Fuzzy Slippers. But, you know, I'll whip Fuzzy's ass if he wants to. And then he would go back and say, I love them. They're like my brother and sister. And then he'd go back and be like, but I'll fuck Fuzzy up. And I'm just like, dude, what the fuck is your problem?
Oh, yeah, he's drunk as hell.
Yeah, that just sounds like a rage, like a drunk rage for real.
Yeah, I agree with that. But you don't fucking disrespect my wife.
If he apologized to you and your wife today, I would say forgive him. But like, if he don't apologize, then you know you have to move on. But you probably should give him a chance to apologize. See if he apologizes.
If he was under the influence, if he wants to apologize, I would say, you know, make amends. It's up to you, of course, you and Lacey. But if he's not, he's just like whatever, acts like it didn't happen, then that's
the thing is the thing that bothers me is how you gonna come at my wife when she didn't even say anything. She didn't say shit. she was just in the chat. She said hi to somebody, and then he was just like, "What the fuck is she doing here?" And just started. He took her fucking wrench away right away. The minute I made a comment, he took her wrench away, and I'm just like, "Okay, what was
bro,
that?"
details in the building.
Hey, the best thing about that is though, at least you know now, right? So at least you're aware of that type of shit.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, it's like, dude, like seriously, like we came in here to support you, you know, and freaking you're gonna like act like that. And what just bothers me is that he fucking came at my wife. Like I said a comment, you don't like what I had to say, delete my ass, block me, type me out, whatever you want to do, or fucking confront me, say fuck you or whatever. I don't care less. But the first thing he did is fucking take Lacey's wrench away and then fucking delete her message. She didn't even say anything. I'm like, what the hell? And he burned a lot of bridges last night because he was like filming other people's lives. He's like, check this person out. And he would go on their live and then he would talk shit about them like on his live, watching somebody else's live.
No way. That's when you know you're learning how to content and shit, right?
Wow.
I was like, damn, that's fucked up, dude. Like, we were watching him, like, what the fuck is he doing? And then people were coming into his live saying, hey, were you just in so-and-so's live? I think there's a troll using your name because there was somebody in there, like, talking shit. And I'm like, dude, he's talking shit, filming himself, watching somebody else's live. And he was like, look at how many subscribers they have. What the F? They're freaking, I'm better than them. Like, why do they have that many subscribers? I'm like, dude, you're just fucking hating right now and just talking shit. You're burning bridges. And then apparently he went into somebody else's channel and was watching their channel, and they came into his live to support. And I guess when they came in, he was watching their channel talking shit, and they're like, hey, why are you talking shit about our channel? Like, what the hell?
Hey, yo. Hey, hold on, my bad, man. I want to say this. Hey, your boy Ready Red said that's that powder.
I saw that. I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, shit.
Same here.
He's talking about JT. He's like, that's that powder shit. Or what did he say?
Cocaína.
Oh, probably. I don't know.
Hey,
he's
was he still at the casino?
Can we all just get along?
Right?
I agree with what Savvy said in the live chat. If you're gonna be drunk, don't shrink.
Right.
Out of all the damn people that say some shit like that, Savvy one, you is not the one to be giving that advice.
I can't read the chat, but anyways, yeah. Everything.
Was he still at Vegas, Fuzzy?
No, he was at his house. He was at his crib.
Turned up.
And the problem is that you got these people that are so-called friends and so-called, supporters, and they see he's fucking faded, and they just keep on telling him, take another shot. They just want to see the show. They just want to see him get fucked up.
They want to see that sloppy ass.
Yeah,
drunk.
Exactly. And I'm like, how are they? And then he's agreeing with them.
People like that
drama. I'm telling you to quit drinking.
I'm trying to see an entanglement.
They want to see
people get fucked
They don't
up.
care about his health either.
Red table talk.
And I feel bad. I was like, dude, like this person is like, supposedly their significant other is like a huge YouTuber, and I was like, man, you're fake. And she's like, I'm not fake. My husband's so and so. I'm like, I don't give a fuck who your husband is. You're fucking fake. Like 1 minute, because 1 minute she was like saying, oh yeah, drop the link to that person. They seem so cool. And the next minute, JT's talking shit about that person. And they're like, yeah, F that person. I'm like, dude, come on.
Yeah.
Seriously, two-faced, backstabbing people. And that's not what we're about. That's not what me and Lacey are about. We're going to support you. We're going to support you to the end. We're going to ride or die with you. The minute you turn your back on us like that, then, it's your loss, not ours.
Yeah.
And you got these people in the chat just going on along with whatever.
Backing him up.
Yeah, backing you up no matter what, even if you're doing the wrong, I'm not going to fucking let you do wrong. You know what I mean? If I'm your friend, I'm going to tell you, hey, man, you're fucking up. He's going to fuck up his channel like that. He's worked so hard to get his channel to a certain spot. He's moving to Vegas. He wants to do all this stuff. And he's just going to burn bridges, One of these days, he's going to burn the wrong bridge. And he's going to lose a fucking shitload of supporters. I was trying to help him out. Like, hey, bro, you're drunk. Kick back,
Yeah.
And these other people are like, take another shot. Take another shot.
So,
take another shut. Time for a shot. It's like,
he's like they didn't care about his health.
Yeah, exactly.
As well, because the alcohol destroys your livers and stuff.
Yeah, you're right. I drink a lot though.
Hey, you know what though? I
guess what do you do for fun? What do you do for fun? You smoke?
He does video games. Goku's a video game player. I checked his channel out. He plays like
No, I don't smoke.
Mario, Metroid.
My dad used to smoke. My dad used to smoke, but he's dead now. He died of a cancer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, we talking about, do you smoke weed? Do you smoke
I meant
weed,
weed,
bro?
not cigarettes. Yeah. You don't smoke weed,
We
either?
meant, like weed, we meant like weed or crack or some shit.
You're stupid. What the fuck?
No, I don't do that.
Weed, crack.
Leave Goku alone. He seems like a good guy.
He's a good kid. Hey, yo, Fuzzy, so what you saying is JT was singing that Old Town Road last night. You can't tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing.
He was tripping, man. And he kept on wanting to fight me. Kept on saying, I fought UFC. I'll kick your ass. You don't have a chance. I've never lost a fight. Then he was like, I lost a couple of fights, but I still fight. Then he was just like, I might get my ass beat, but I'm still gonna fight. Then he was like, I don't lose fights. I'm like, dude, what you're fucking talking about, dude? You're like rambling. I was like, dude. And I kept on telling him, like, hey, chill, dude. Then finally I told him, like, okay, you want to fucking fight, dude? I'll fucking meet you. I'll fucking, I'll meet you if you want to fucking fight. You're that fucking serious. I'll do it, bro. I'll do it. Meet me in Vegas. Come down to Vegas.
Y'all live in the same area?
Nah, that fool lives like in like Wyoming. But he's moving to Vegas, so Vegas ain't that far from us. So he kept on saying that he's gonna come to Vegas and he wants me to meet him in Vegas so we can fight.
Wyoming?
Yeah, he lives in like Wyoming or something.
Like Montana, Wyoming. He's like somewhere up there.
Yo, that's like the least talked about state in the motherfucking country.
Yeah, he lives in
Nobody
Wyoming
even
now.
talks
He's
about
moving to
Wyoming.
Vegas like next
I didn't even know they had gangsters in Wyoming. They got gangsters.
That's what I told him. I'm like,
What the hell is in Wyoming?
They ride horses and shuffle snow.
I didn't know they had thugs in
I
Wyoming.
thought Mormons were the gangsters.
I believe I read that years ago.
Mormons do the most.
I read that years ago. They said there was more cows.
Wives and messing with the kids and everything. The Mormons is straight gangster.
They are gangster.
There's more cows than people in Wyoming.
Anybody?
I read that shit years ago.
Anybody who don't use the internet is gangster as hell. Anybody who making it right now without the use of a computer or the internet is gangster.
What up, Rice?
No, I think that's called
What's the chilling major?
Amish.
Chilling major, like I was on the West Coast.
Oh yeah, that's the Amish. My bad.
But you know what? I wouldn't have went live yesterday if it wasn't for him because I was gonna go to sleep. I was about to go to sleep and that will piss me off. So I'm like, I'm gonna go live and fucking.
Yeah, you're right. Let me play this music so I could calm the fuck down because I'm.
Yeah, calm the fuck down. I'll slide that message out there real fast on my screen, like fuck this guy. I had to be petty. I had to be petty for a second.
Well, I'm glad I caught the end. I'm glad I caught some of your. I was kind of the end when I got home, I think.
Yo, JT, get out the bushes and come in, boy. I know you listening. Get your ass in here, JT. We need to talk.
Maybe.
Get your ass. Sit your ass right here
out the bush.
Table with us. No, just kidding.
Get out the bushes, JT. I know.
Stephanie, I ain't talking about no damn cowboys. I said there's more cows than people in Wyoming. I'm talking about cowboys.
I've been iffy about him for the last like couple months actually, but I still give him the benefit of the doubt because that's how I am. But I mean, I've heard him say some negative comments. He would talk about like how he doesn't hate and like his shirt says embrace the hate because he has a lot of haters that hate him. But then on his channel, I would hear him talk about other people like I went to somebody's channel and why do they have this many people subscribers when they don't even do nothing? They don't even talk to the chat. I talk to the chat all the time and I'm just like, dude, like, why are you even fucking worried about that? And I was like, whatever.
Yeah, just worry about your own fucking channel, your own fucking content.
Why are people so contradicting, man?
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, I didn't understand. I'm just like, and I was like, okay. And every time he would get negative like that, I would just leave. I'd be like, all right, I'll be in the background, and I would just leave because I'm like, I'm not there to hear that shit. I'm here to support you, but when you start talking about other people, I don't want to fall into that category where like, oh yeah, he's always with JT that talks crap. You know what I mean? I don't want. That's not who I am. I'm not here to talk shit about people. I'm here to fucking. I came to YouTube because I found a lot of positive things in YouTube, and that's what I need in my life, positivity. So that's why I keep coming back. Lately, there's been a lot of negativity, but
hell yeah,
I don't know what.
It got hot.
Coronavirus.
Fuzz. It got hot and people can't go nowhere, and they agitated, and they can't make no
You know,
money.
people act when it's hot.
It's really finna go down. Tell you the truth.
Seriously.
Okay,
Especially
Lucina, I'm gonna be going.
or D.
Bye, Goku.
It's gonna go down. Just kidding.
Hell, the summer's almost
Hey,
over.
Goku,
Bye,
I subscribe
Lucina.
to you. Wait, where's it? I subscribe to you.
Who got kids in here?
I
Everybody.
got kids.
Not me. I have a dog.
Me?
You got kids in
A
here?
whole bunch of kids. I even got some grown folks.
Bye,
that I
Lucina.
have. Yeah.
Bye. Thanks for being up here. Everybody,
Goku,
shout out to
you got
Whiskey.
kids, bro? Oh shit.
All right, birthday boy.
Nice to meet you, man. I wanted to say something, but I ain't want to get in. I wanted Fuzz to finish. Talk. I didn't want to interrupt.
His name is Whiskers.
I just wanted
Nah,
to.
man, that's Seth Rogen's son's brother. That's Seth Rogen's twin brother.
Nah, that's Whiskers.
Oh,
Hey,
Goku.
You know,
Nice
Seth
to meet
Rogen
you, man.
and
Nice
James Corden.
But I got
I
me
am
paranoid.
thinking,
I'm not even worried about all this other shit. I'm paranoid about the school opening shit. I just don't know about setting
Yeah, yo, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
How
man.
the hell are they
They
gonna
gotta
Yeah,
wear
they
a mask.
can't control lights. How they gonna control corona?
They better let them wear masks in school.
Well,
no.
over here in California, it's voluntary if your kid wants to go to school or not, so they can stay home or they can go to
I
school.
don't know
But
about sending my baby back to no damn school, man.
they're gonna have
Unless they have the fucking procedures, man, the safety procedures.
I don't
Man,
think
these
they
So
public
that
schools
keep their ass
keep
home.
kids at home. Make these parents teach their kids. Then we gonna find out how dumb some of these
Well,
motherfuckers.
you can't really make these parents teach their kids because people got to work and support their family. So
It's hard to do that,
kids
yeah.
at the damn house and you can't work and shit. And then you go, if you do go to work and leave the kids at home by the time, that's a whole other problem.
Right.
Shit, you better raise your kids old school. Keep their ass in the house and tell them you better not open the door for no damn body. Don't have the phone.
You know, when I think about when I was younger and I didn't have really no supervision and shit and no guidance. I got in a whole lot of trouble in them streets, boy.
You did?
Hell
I
yeah,
was terrified of my mama. She said don't open the door for no damn body. I mean, my grandma came over. She said, "Baby, I done took the bus. Come over here and open the door." My mama said, "Don't open the door for nobody." I mean, nobody.
Yeah, but depending on how old your kids is, you might wind up now. You got to deal with DSS, you got to deal with the court system, you got to deal with social workers and shit because you got your kids at home. You got the damn old shit.
My daddy even came to the house. He said, "Boy, let me in this house." I say, "My mama said don't open the door for no damn body." He said, "I'm your daddy." I said, "Well, you ain't got a key."
Yeah, I got in a lot of trouble when I was younger, man. But just being a young kid living in New York, so it just depends, I guess, where you live at and where you're from. Like,
it's kind of different though. The kids nowadays are different.
Badass kid.
I feel y'all because y'all are in the city and I grew up like that with my mom. But when we moved here to Temple and everybody related, I don't have a reason. We don't have a reason in my town
to lock your door
to have any kids staying by themselves.
Yeah.
Because we all related. So the ones that ain't doing shit, they probably got the kids.
I got into the most trouble with when I moved to South Carolina, right? When I moved from New York to down south, I got in a heap of trouble.
Yeah, but Porter, you was gonna do that because in New York is a lot more lenient. Down south.
Yeah, that city life.
Yeah, man, you can't. It's hard to adjust to that.
The shit you do, like throwing rocks at the RTD, you can't do that shit in the South. You can do that shit.
Though, like I say though, it's hard to think that all parents can homeschool their kids because people got to work, man. So like people got to work, right? People got to pay their bills. People got to eat. People got to support their family. So if you got two parents in the house that got to work, who the fuck is supposed to be teaching the kid for 8 hours a day?
Well, if I was a teacher, what I would do is I would open my home to 4-5 kids and see if I can't charge the parents for daycare and to teach their kids and have a homeschool thing ready.
I think the government should provide.
Now you gotta start thinking around the situation.
I think the government,
because if I was a teacher, the school can't even control lights. If I was a teacher, I'd be like, fuck it, I don't even want this job. Y'all can't even control lights. We got COVID now. No. I'll get my own family and I'll teach them myself.
All I know is they better raise the teacher's salary. Teachers don't get paid shit. They don't make double it. They better double that salary.
Yeah, that homeschooling shit is just like they say, man. I was looking at the studies, man. Child abuse is up, child rape, all type of shit. Like, because a lot of times kids go to school. This is when all these things get reported. Kids that's being sexually abused. A lot of times that shit come from the teachers in the school. So you got all type of different mechanisms working when you're dealing with all these kids in America gonna be staying at home. Again, a lot of these kids get their school lunch, don't even get food and meals at home, right? The only meal some of these kids get is at school.
Already.
You got a lot of shit going on, and a lot of people that it's just so many different factors, man. It's not a simple fix. I can tell you that shit.
A lot of it depends on where you at. Like I said, I'm just blessed to be around my whole family. So my daughter's never alone. I got a 26-year-old daughter, and she does coding, and she's got a contract. She has her own business at home. So therefore, my daughter, 9 years old, the last one, she go to her sister's house. She can stay the night. There's no big deal. You know what I mean? So it just depends on what kind of situation. Like Portal said, there's so many different avenues you could take with that. But the deal is, do you really want to send your child to school with that? Are you dying? Do you want them to die to learn? Because I'm just talking from Texas standpoint, because they about to send the military out here. These motherfuckers stupid. They're not staying at home.
I'm not I don't know.
It's bad both ways, right? It's bad not to say like social development, all the skills you need when you can't just lock kids in the goddamn house because
no, you can't. They got to get some kind of outdoors.
New kids turn into damn teenagers and they ain't getting no social skills. These motherfuckers turn into little monsters, right?
But that's what I was saying. If you was a teacher, maybe you can have open your living room up.
I don't think you should charge people. I think the government should supply that.
No, yeah, but I think they should be charged because your light bill need being paid. You're gonna have to feed.
I don't think the person or the parent should pay that. That's like because you go to public school. First of all, if your kid going to public school, it's because you can't afford to send
them. Yeah, but that's just a luxury in America. Kids in Africa,
they
don't have that. There's not very many kids in the world that don't have to pay for their education. We just happen to be lucky in America.
That's not a luxury, bro. Because listen, private school is a hell of a lot of money. I went to private school for 2 years with my pops sent me.
Yeah, but what he's saying is in the world. Throughout the world, everybody has to pay for their education.
Everybody has to pay for their education.
Hong Kong, education is free. Even in China, education is free all the way through college. In India, certain places in India, education is free all the way through college.
But those are education-based places that don't have.
I'm just saying. Also, in Europe,
that's why I say it depends on a lot of places in the world. Yeah, but a lot of places in the world, there's no such thing as a public school.
Yes,
that's a luxury.
No, it's not luxury rights. In most places, New York, America is one of the only few places in the developing world where education is not free and healthcare is not free. And a lot of these places, even college is free. So it's not that's not true. America is one of the only places in the world
where college is free. I went to college for free. All you gotta do is apply for a grant.
I'm not talking about having to apply for a grant or having to apply for.
I'll be back, you guys. I gotta call my work.
All right. I'm not talking about applying for. I'm just talking about.
I'll be back in a minute.
I'm just saying how I went to college. Okay. I went to college for 4 years on a grant.
Yeah, everybody don't qualify for a grant, and everybody. And
if you broke, you do.
Say what?
If you broke, you do.
It depends on your yearly income and what you're making.
That's what I'm saying. If you broke.
But if you can't afford a grant, don't necessarily mean you can also afford college, right? It's not like some people don't apply for welfare because if you make a certain amount, you don't get no help from the state. But just because you make over that threshold, don't mean that you can afford you having a living salary.
Well, at that point, Porter, you got to make a decision. Do you want something? Sometimes you got to downsize.
The decision should be college should be free, like most other parts of the developing world. College should be free.
Yeah.
Well, college is a money-making institution, bro. That's everything in America is a money-making institution.
I'm talking about public colleges that taxpayer dollars pay for. I'm not talking about Yale and Harvard. Those are private universities. If you go to one of those colleges, you should pay. But if you go into a local college that's in your neighborhood or your town, that's a publicly funded college, and that should be free because it's already coming out your tax dollars, bro.
Not in Temple.
Huh?
Not in my town. We got a local community college. I don't know if they receive.
If you have a community college that's being federally funded by federal dollars, it's not no private. It's not no private institution like a Yale University where you have students that are going to pay.
I'll put it to you like this: 96% of the students at that college get grants, and they only have a 2% graduation rate.
My point is, back when my grandmother was she's 85 now, right? Back when she was younger, college used to be free in America. If you had a community college, you just go, just like you go to high school for free, just like you go to middle school for free. The same way your kids go to elementary school. Why the fuck do we go to elementary school, middle school, and high school for free, and then for some reason when you go to college you have to pay? So
because
that's what I'm
it's supposed
saying.
to be higher learning and an investment.
It's not supposed to be higher learning and investment. Community college is already paid for by the taxpayer. If you want to go to a privileged institution like a Yale, a Harvard, or one of these type of institutions, a Medgar Evers type college, yeah, you pay for that. But if you're just going to a local community college or a trade school type shit, you shouldn't have to pay for that. It's just like going to a public college. It's just like going to a public high school. What's the difference? Right? If you want to go to a private college and you want to get a one of them higher learning educations, then yeah, you should pay. I'm all for that. But if you go to a public college, like a public high school or public any other school, it should be free.
Yeah, but I don't want to do nothing public if I got to go and wear a mask like that because it's not safe. Anywhere I got to go and wear a mask, it's not safe.
I'm not saying that it should be. Well, you have to go to work and you're gonna have to wear a mask.
Yep, but I have to because I have to provide.
But
and in my job, we don't have to wear a mask.
We don't
have to wear a mask because of what the job entitles.
But if you go into college,
they took that off. They took that off the table. So corporate took that off the table.
But if you go into college, you don't look at that as providing. You go into college so you can land that job that you need, or at least a high pay.
If you think you're gonna land the job you need because you're going to college, you're sadly mistaken.
Yeah,
most of my friends have college degrees and they're not doing nothing.
It depends on.
The most successful person in my life, he runs a bar, and you know what he went to college for?
What's that?
Japanese.
But it depends on what you're going to college for. But if you're going to college for a trade like carpentry or tech or electrician or a plumber, right? You go to college for these. These are called trade schools. You go to college to learn how to be a plumber, electrician, a carpenter, all the things we need in our society, which our society cannot run without, right? So you go to college for these type of jobs. You go on to get trained so you can make the most once you start working, right?
Exactly.
So let me finish. Let me finish.
So now you got to think of the back end. You got to think of the back end. I'm going to teach you something for free. You're going to go make all this money.
Exactly.
And I'm not going to get none of it.
You're not teaching us for free because just like a public high school, right? You could make money when you come out of high school with just a high school diploma. You go get a job and you might land a job making $20-something an hour with just a high school diploma. Don't mean you should have to go back and pay the goddamn high school because you're making money. It's a public college, meaning it's already paid for, just like public high school, public elementary school.
I don't know how old your children. I don't know how old your children is, but we buy school supplies every year, and we don't get none back.
But you do not pay to send your kids to public high school or public middle school because your tax dollars, if you work, already paid for that, bro. Same thing with public colleges. I'm telling you. Just look it up if you don't believe me. You can Google it. Right?
No, I believe you.
Yeah, your tax dollars.
I'm just saying. We get in real bad when we go thinking everything is free.
I don't think everything's free. But if I'm going to be charged twice, if I'm already paying my tax dollars are paying for public colleges, and then when I go to public college, I have to either get a grant, I have to get a student loan, and then I have to pay that loan back and be taxed twice.
Okay, how much taxes are you paying? Because if you're just making $50,000, $100,000 a year versus a millionaire, or not even a millionaire no more, because the way the laws are now, they don't even pay taxes.
It don't matter. As a collective whole, it's the same thing as saying that, well, I should not drive certain roads because tax dollars pay for it. And if you don't pay as much as taxes or your job is not paying you as much, then you can't ride on this road.
Go to LA and try to go to Beverly Hills and ride around and see what happens when you ain't from around there.
Private community in Beverly Hills. That's a gated private community. You can't just ride around. I'm talking about
bingo. Who you think paid for that?
I'm talking about.
You think that's public? You think public people pay for that?
I'm talking about public streets, man.
They're public streets. Yeah. No, when you drive around Beverly Hills, it ain't like you think it's gated communities everywhere. No. You can go and. Why do you think? Remember when OJ went to jail?
I'm not saying it's.
How many people rode up and down that street looking at OJ house?
Yo, bro, this same thing. If somebody come in your damn yard on your street and ain't doing something they supposed to be doing, man, it's called. That's a residential neighborhood. I'm not talking about all that. I'm talking about publicly funded things are paid for by tax dollars. It don't matter how much you paying it. Hey, you might lose your job and might not be able to pay taxes for 2 years. Then you might get a job off and on, right? But as long as you a part of the community, a part of American society, we all pay our taxes at some point. Then we are all privileged to these benefits, right? The same way if you open up a business, you don't open up a business because you say, well, my business, I opened this up, I did it, I made it. No, you got to use these. People have to drive on the roads to make it to your business. People have to use bridges. People have to use public transportation, whatever it is that's going to help you thrive. We all in this shit together is all I'm saying. And right now, unlike other countries, they taxing us twice. You paying for prisons, you paying for colleges, you paying for all these different things, and then when you go to them after you send your kids to them, you have to pay again. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I get what your confirmation, but I'm gonna tell you now, nothing is free.
Yeah, but it's not free because you right.
Know, our taxes and taxes is that's a real crucial thing because everybody doesn't pay the same flat tax. So somebody's gonna feel messed up. If you're working at McDonald's and I'm working in corporate, you can't tell me that you can't sit up here and justify the reason why me and your child sitting in the same class, my child and your child sitting in the same class.
Right.
I pay way more taxes.
That don't make no sense. That's illogical because everybody know the richer you are, the less you pay in taxes. Right. It was already noted that Bill Gates pays less in taxes than his secretary.
So what do we do? So how do you fix that? How do you fix that?
Because I'm not worried about what's in the next man's pocket or what they paying. My point.
But how do you fix that?
The point.
How do you fix that?
You don't have to fix. That's called corruption.
How do you fix it?
Fix corruption.
How do you fix it? I got a simple fix. You find out what they're doing and you copycat it.
No, you don't copycat it because it's cheating. It's cheating the hostess. My point is this:
how is it cheating if it's the law?
I'm gonna tell you how it's cheating. I'm gonna tell you how it's cheating.
I mean, I do it, and I ain't got no money. And I get my tax. Every time I go, I put up a business. Every time I put up a business, I understand business.
I'm just saying, if you had Jeff Bezos' money, right?
I get that back at the beginning of the year.
If you had Bill Gates' money and you was worth $60 billion, right? Let's just say you had Bill Gates' money, you was worth $60 billion. And then you can pay less in corporate taxes. You can pay less in taxes than your secretary or the people that's working under you that's only making maybe $120,000 a year. Right?
Exactly. So you know what they need to do? They need to get a part-time business. They need to get a part-time business and claim every expense like I do.
Let me finish.
And then when they claim every expense at the beginning of the year, they'll get all that back. See, I do taxes. I'm a tax man. So I know this. That's what I'm telling you.
So what I'm telling you,
I was trying to implement. This is what I'm trying to implement to my community that don't understand that part.
My point is this. My point is what you saying is you said, well, if I make this much money and I'm paying this much in taxes, why should I have to contribute toward whatever when this other person may be working at McDonald's and paying less in taxes? Also, I'm saying is a lot of times people that make billions of dollars pay less in taxes than you.
Exactly. Okay. Amazon paid. Look, listen. Amazon paid zero in taxes last year.
That takes that point you made off the table. Why should somebody contribute that's paying less in taxes or got a smaller job than somebody who's got a larger job? When we just said that don't necessarily mean you paying less or more in taxes. My point is we all pay in taxes and we all contribute to certain things in society because it's a benefit to me and you for people to be educated, right? It's a benefit in my community. The reason I will pay and chip in because it's a benefit in my community for people around me to be educated, not to be criminals or dumb as hell or can't move up in society, right? It benefits everybody. Right, it's a benefit for a child to be able to go to school and get an education than for that child to wind up being a gang member or a gangbanger and have no future. Right, it's a benefit for our children to have a future. That's why we all chip in and we all contribute toward that. And the ones who don't want to do it, it's a problem. That means you're just sucking and you're taking away from society of what we're giving and building, but you don't want to put anything back in. So all I'm saying is we all contribute so we can make a better life for everybody, because if you have common sense, you would say, yeah, it's much better to have people that's educated around me than dumbasses. You were already talking about in Texas, they got to bring in the military because there's a lot of dumbasses. Well, this is why you would want people to be educated. So that's all I'm saying is actually, contributing to education and doing it as a collective whole, which other countries already do. Most countries have.
This is my thing, Portal. A lot of people, especially people that don't understand the law, that's why they don't take advantage of it. It's all there. It's all there.
But who are you taking advantage of? What do you think?
You got to take advantage of the law.
But who are you taking advantage of? When you take advantage of the law, that's why America, even though we're not a third world country, we got almost the highest population of starving kids in the goddamn country. Who are you taking advantage? You're taking advantage of little black babies.
I'm not taking advantage of no little black babies. Taking advantage of brown
every time you cheat on your taxes, every time
somebody I'm not cheating on my taxes. I'm going
anytime somebody can cheat on their taxes, anytime somebody can cut corners, it's taken away from somebody.
How is it cutting corners when it's the law?
Because the law is corrupt, right? The law is corrupt. Anytime you have a billionaire like Jeff Bezos, who you said is worth 150 billion, I think I last checked, for Amazon, he could pay less in taxes than me or you. And we got thousands and thousands of children, hundreds of thousands of people starving and poor in America. That is a big goddamn problem.
Well, hundreds of thousands of people have to figure it out.
They can't. You can't.
And I'm gonna tell you now. When I go to, let me tell you something, because I live in, I go to the hood frequently. When I go to the hood and your kids can't eat, but you in the club clean as a motherfucker, I don't want to hear it.
Okay, but then your kids
can't eat, I don't want to hear it.
Okay,
when you got rims and you smoking weed, I don't want to hear it.
Okay, what about the kid? What about the kids that's not going to the club and that's hungry and starving and their parents is living in tents all in throughout LA? They living on the street on the bridges. What about when you go to New York and you see people freezing to death in the goddamn street? You walk past
them. People don't got no habits. They just good people.
A lot of people don't. I'm gonna tell you for a fact. I know that a lot of people don't have habits. Think about how many people lost their homes in that damn collapse of 2008 when the Barack Obama came in. Millions of people lost their homes and wound up homeless, whether you believe it or not.
Why? Because they couldn't read?
No, because they
signed a fucked up contract. Sometimes you got to take responsibility. Hey man, my brother lost his house to that bubble, and the first thing I told him, in Temecula, California, the first thing I told him is, you signed a messed up.
That's not true. That's not true. My father owned millions of dollars of property back then and lost a whole bunch of shit and didn't have nothing to do with signing. Right before the collapse hit, we were all fine, and then after the collapse hit, he lost a lot of property in a lot of different places.
Why was Fannie Mae them in court? Because they knew that those contracts were wrong. Let me tell you some of the basis of a bank. A lot of people don't know. When they give you a loan, they're expecting you not to make it. That's the game. They're not making it affordable for you. It's a game. They really don't want to sell you, just like when you buy a car. They don't want to sell you that car. They really want to long-term rent you that car. And as soon as you can't make a payment, they're going to come get that car. They're going to get the insurance money off that car from your gap insurance. And then they're going to take your car and resell it. So they done made 3 times the money off that car.
You telling me that people that wind up in bad situations, not people that's going to the club in this old stereotype you talking about, man. I know about that. That's just regular hood shit. I'm just talking about people that, like right now during this pandemic, millions of people are unemployment, right? Think over 20 million people's on unemployment that just plain out lost their jobs through no fault of their goddamn own, right? Just because.
And they getting $600 a week.
Everybody's not getting $600 a week, and everybody didn't get a stimulus check. There's still 2-3 million people that didn't even get their damn stimulus check yet, right?
They supposed to vote on the next stimulus check at the middle of this month.
Yeah, it's supposed to be coming soon, but we've only had one, right? We've only had one check for everybody who got the $1,500, $1,200, right? While big corporations got trillions of dollars.
Right? Exactly.
But what I'm saying is this: at the end of the day, you got a lot of people now who've lost their homes, their livelihood through no fault of their own. They're not getting no $600 in no damn. Everybody's not getting unemployment. Everybody's not qualified for unemployment, right? Maybe because of people didn't hold jobs long enough, or whatever else situation it can be why people are not qualified. Because a lot of people get denied. So all those people that lost their livelihood through no fault of their own, they may be homeless now. Their children may be at food banks. They have no food to eat. You saying as a collective society, it ain't nobody respond. We should just let them get ahead and fall by the wayside.
I didn't say any of that. What I said was sometimes you have to take some self-accountability
for
your position. Hey man, if you've been living 20, 30 years, see, one thing about my grandpa, you know what he told me? Because I've been working since I was 17.
What's that?
You know what he told me? What? He said, the first thing you do when you get your check is you pay yourself. You don't get a job.
You still talking about a check. You still talking about a check where somebody who lived check to check, you still in a bad situation if you worrying about next time you get your check next Friday. Every week you work. That's the problem because we live check to check. So
exactly.
If those checks
choose to live check to check, sometimes you gotta make a sacrifice. Hey man, I lived in my car.
I don't choose to live check to check, and I've lived in my car too. I don't choose to live check to check. What the hell? I don't choose not to have health insurance.
I could have did one thing. I could have went and got me an apartment and lived check to check, or I could have had all my money and lived in my car.
Let me go.
What did I do? I said, you know what? I'm gonna keep all my money and live in my car, and then when I get 6 months rent, I'm gonna pay the whole 6 months.
That's more power to
the whole 6 months.
First of all, that's more power to you. I lived in my car also, but everybody don't have that. Everybody don't have that luxury. Everybody don't have a goddamn car to live in. And maybe when you lived in your car, you was by yourself and you was able to do that. Maybe
I was by myself in California.
Everybody don't have the luxury to do no shit like that, right? Everybody can't go live in a car because some people don't even have a car to live in. Some people got kids, right? You can't go live in no damn.
I got 7 kids. I pay close to $900 in child support a month.
I know, but I'm saying some people got kids that they actually live with every single day and have to be with them. They have no other option.
I live with my child every single day. I have to be with her every single day. She's in there right now.
Your 7 kids live with you in your car?
No.
Exactly.
Because I was responsible. I wouldn't allow my kids to live in my car.
Exactly.
I would call one of my relatives and say, "Can you keep my kids until I do better?"
Everybody doesn't have that luxury. Everybody don't have a relative they could call because they got kids. Everybody don't have a car.
I just happen to have that privilege.
Yeah, it's not even a privilege. It's just the way the cookie crumbled for you, and you were able to do it. And I'm not saying you don't have to do what you have to do, but if we're gonna start talking about that, everybody and it's millions of people that's doing bad right now, shit, just pull themselves out about their bootstraps. That's your kind of argument you're making right now. Nobody even have no goddamn boots on their feet, first of all, to pull nothing up by. Right. So if you coming in and think about all the youth, right? So you did this as a man. What about if you 13 and you 14 or you 12? You depending on school lunches. You got a bad situation at home. You're not on drugs because we talking about our children, right? Our teenagers who through no fault of their own because they got fucked up parents are in a bad situation. What are they supposed to go do? Right? Who's supposed to take care of them?
Let me tell you something. Those are some of the strongest people you'll ever meet.
Yeah, and a lot of them dead. And a lot of them die that you don't get to meet. A lot of them die, or a lot of them die that you don't get to meet. Way more die than live. Way more don't make it than do make it, right? Way more don't make it. Maybe you could say 2%, 3% may make it, and they strong as hell because they made it. But the other 97% didn't make it.
Well, let's look at the millionaires. Let's think about it like this: the millionaires. How many millionaires do you think really attended college and didn't make those sacrifices? You talking about Bill Gates. Let's talk about Bill Gates. Let's go back to his childhood. He was fortunate to have a mama that had a garage for him to start a business out of. Right?
He also went
he worked his ass off.
Bill Gates also went to college.
So what you're telling me, his idea,
but Bill Gates,
his idea,
college.
His idea, huh?
Bill Gates went to college.
Bill Gates dropped out of college.
I know, but he went. But he
dropped out. He dropped out because that was his choice about college. Let me tell you the truth about college. If you want to be a millionaire, the last place you want to go is college. You want to talk to a millionaire because a millionaire is the only one that's going to tell you how to get to
everybody
a millionaire.
Can be a millionaire.
It ain't a teacher in that college can tell you how to get to a millionaire.
Right, more people can't be millionaires. There's gonna be select few because millionaires need people to work for them, and people that work for millionaires usually need to have a college education, or it's better if you do. Right. So if you want to be a millionaire, you want to own your own business. That's good, but you're gonna need somebody to goddamn work for you, and you're gonna want somebody hopefully educated that's gonna be in your corporation or whatever business you got. So yes, even though there's gonna be millionaires out there, if everybody was gonna be a millionaire, who the fuck it would by default all the millionaires would fail because there would be nobody to work for them. So a millionaire needs workers. You even if you build a company, you're not building it by yourself or it's your own, right? The people that work for you are actually gonna help you to ride. You're gonna be as good as your workers. You're gonna be as good as the people you employ. Everybody knows that. I own businesses myself also. I know that my business is not predicated on my success or because of what I do. I'm educated enough to understand my business is going to succeed or fail. A large part of it is going to do about the people that I employ and the people that are helping me build. So for every millionaire you have, you also need workers. So if everybody was millionaires, there would be no millionaires because then we would have nobody to work for us.
Well, that's what it's coming to.
That's not going to come to that because obviously that can't possibly happen, right? Because obviously if you got a business, you need somebody to run it.
Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying, and that's where I have my grown children.
Yeah, so obviously people need to go to school. We have to have these structures in place. That's gonna
not necessarily. Let me tell you something.
Let me finish. Let me just ask you, do you know about the Homestead Act?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what the Homestead Act was?
Yeah.
Okay, the Homestead Act was where they gave away portioned out land after slavery, and they explicitly kept black people out of it. Black people couldn't get any of it. Right, so a lot of these white families, and when you talking about people like Bill Gates, their families are privileged enough to have something to pass down. Right, it's called generational wealth, meaning like my parents and my grandmama and them, they didn't have no house to pass down.
Hey, I want you to go back and look on my channel, look at my video. I'll show you generational wealth. I just pulled up on one of my lots.
When I say generational wealth,
I just pulled up on one of my lots.
What I'm saying though,
one of my lots. I'm getting from the family.
What I'm saying is throughout
generational wealth. I'm not white.
Okay, I'm not talking about no generational wealth. You're one person. As the large of a black community, we are all one population. If we're going to talk about a black community, so we got Jay-Z's rich and he's a billionaire now.
Exactly, but we still One thing that black people got to stop doing is blaming white folks for selling out.
I'm not saying we blame. Let me finish. You cut me off. Let me finish. It's not blaming. It's not blaming. When it comes to black, when it comes to black folks
in the community, I want you to go back and look at my channel. Listen to my 95-year-old grandma talk.
Hey, listen, man.
We had restaurants. We had grocery stores. We had everything, the same thing that we went and wanted to be a part of. We had that in our neighborhood, but we decided ours wasn't good enough.
No. That's not true. All throughout history, we had plenty like Black Wall Street had black communities, black businesses, black owned everything, and they came and burnt that shit down. They came and burnt because they was afraid. They say the black worker is gonna take our jobs. They becoming too successful. So all throughout here, I did a live on this shit. I did also a show on this. They came and burnt.
Yeah, but I got you did a live on it. I got a 95-year-old grandma telling you exactly what.
I got an 85-year-old grandmama telling me too.
Yeah, but well, I want you to interview her like you did mine, so we can compare.
Interview about what?
About the history.
Okay, I'm telling you, this is before your grandmama and my grandma was born. The Homestead Act came in the 1800s. When it come to black folk getting something, we call it a handout, or damn, you want somebody to give you something.
Okay. Now let me I'm gonna let go on my grandma's channel. She'll tell you her grandpa moved here from Texas with plenty of money from South Carolina. Why? Let me ask you this: at the height of slavery, why would a black man move into Texas from South Carolina?
Well, tell me why.
And he was a free man. Why?
Tell me why.
Because the land was cheap.
Okay, so let me tell you this: when it comes to black folks,
all black folks wasn't slaves. When it comes I can't attest to the slave back because my family wasn't part of that.
Hey man,
we gotta understand. Come on, let's go back. Let's even go back to when America was formed in 1776. Let's tell the truth. 6% of the people in America were slave owners. 6%. 4% were black. See, you got a misconception. All white folks it was more black slave owners than it was white back then.
Hey man, I don't know what part of American history you know if you read.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Until then, and I'm giving you proper information. You can go look this up. This was true. Think about the whole Republican Party.
I'm very familiar with
the Republican Party.
I'm very familiar. Okay,
how many presidents were there before George Washington?
Bro, who cares about all that shit back then?
You talking about now? Brought up before all that.
I don't care about no Republicans. Okay, so let me put it like this. I'm not going to sit up here and be the Republican Party.
Watch a winner.
The Republican Party wasn't the ones that informs indicate how you say it. The Republican Party didn't do slavery. It was the Democratic Party. I don't give it. Okay, but now the Republican Party is super racist. The Democratic Party
have always been super racist.
Yeah. I'm just saying the Republican Party is overtly racist, right? And right now,
where's the Democratic Party? They got their antics from Martha Sanger. Do you know who Martha Sanger is? Let's talk about Planned Parenthood. Let's talk about welfare.
I'm not saying the Democratic Party is not racist, but I'm going back to your justification of who started slavery or what party was part of slavery.
Slavery was not started by a party. Slavery it's in the Bible.
I'm not saying that slavery was started by a party, but I'm not talking about the Bible days and biblical days. I'm talking about days in America. And for you to sit here and think that more black people in America, I'm not talking about in Africa.
All you got to do is look it up. Hold on, I'm finna pull it up for you.
Yeah, pull it up. If you think more black people,
I'm gonna pull it up for you.
You saying black?
I'm gonna pull it up for you.
So basically, what you're saying is black people are responsible for slavery.
No, black people was responsible for black people, and they didn't want to be. And guess what we did? Guess what we did? Just like in Africa, we've been selling each other out ever since.
If more black people,
and we blame everybody else for our community. It's our community.
If more black people own slaves than white people, then you would have to
say exactly.
Then black people are responsible for slavery.
No, they not.
Well, how?
Ain't nobody responsible for slavery. Slavery been around since the Exodus.
I'm talking about in America. I'm talking about in America. I'm not talking about since Jesus and over in Jerusalem.
What do you think the Europeans was running over here for when they was coming over here? Because they found out what was happening in Europe? What was happening in Europe that make people get on boats and die to come over here?
We're gonna get over to answer my question first. Are you saying that black people are responsible for slavery in America?
I didn't say black folks were responsible for slavery. I said 6% of the nation was slaves and 4% of the slave owners were black.
Rice, you're wrong, bro.
Okay. We gonna see.
You're wrong, bro.
Okay.
You're wrong.
Okay.
Like I say, man, when it comes to black folk getting something, it's always a handout, and we feel like somebody's supposed to give us something. I'm not saying nobody's supposed to give nobody nothing, but again, they had the Homestead Act. What the Homestead Act was where they gave away land, millions of acres of land, and they explicitly said black people cannot get any of that land, and they gave it all to white folks. Okay, then you got the GI Bill. The GI Bill is when soldiers came back from the war, they were able to buy homes, right, for low interest rates and mortgages. And black soldiers were explicitly kept out of the GI Bill. That's another major piece of legislation.
At the peak of slavery in 1860, only 1% of American-owned slaves. What your history books don't tell you is that 3,000 blacks owned a total of 20,000 slaves that same year. You still want to tell me I'm lying?
I didn't say you lying. I didn't say you lying. I'm saying
that. Say public information. You said prove it, not just
I'm not saying that you lying. I'm just saying that that's not true.
It's not true. It's right here documented. I just told you that.
Okay, now I'm gonna read you something. Just because you see it on Google don't mean it's true.
That ain't got nothing to do with Google.
Just because you where's the document of that? What's
it's
the
right.
source?
It's documented right. It's been.
What's the source?
This is the thing. Like I said, when you know who you are and your family has a family tree.
What's the source?
You know who you are. See, that's what I'm telling you. I come from a different kind. I try to have
right. Hold on.
My family were black slave owners, and they didn't groom their slaves. They didn't groom their slaves the way you don't beat your slave. They taught their slaves how to read. They taught their slaves how to maintain because what they were trying to do was get their slaves off of their plantation.
Your family, right? All I'm saying is, if your family was black slave owners, who owned their ass? Because somebody owned them.
They were black slave owners.
If your family was black slave owners in America, somebody owned them.
No, ain't nobody owned them.
Yeah, if your family was black, listen, man. What source did you pull that up from? That's all I'm trying to figure out. What source?
All you got to do is Google. Go. I'll tell you something. Google this.
So you saying you said it wasn't.
How many slave owners were there at the height of slavery?
But what's the source?
My source right now, this ain't Snopes, but it's a whole bunch of.
What is the source?
Down the line.
Like what source?
Slavery.
I know, but it's important. It's important.
It's important. Wait a minute. Most slaves in America were white. It's slavery by the numbers. Slavery in the United States. List of slave owners. But there's a whole bunch of.
You said most slaves. You said most slaves. Hold on. You said most slaves.
Slavery facts history.
You're talking too much. I can't have a conversation with you if you're going to keep over talking me. You said most slaves in America were white.
That's what it says on here.
Hey, most slaves in America.
Didn't say that.
Hold on. Okay, but that's how you see how that can be probably not true.
I can see that could probably not be true.
Yeah. Can you see what it depends on? Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish.
Slave owners have the same
you keep over talking me, bro. I'm gonna shut up and let you talk so I can have some time to talk.
Okay. Most slave owners, and this is like I say, my grandma explained this to me.
I got you.
My grandma explained this to me. Her great-grandfather was not a kind of slave owner. He called it slavery because he had to fit in. That was the word he used. But she thought of him more as a groomer because most of the people that he slaved, they end up owning their own land. Yeah. So what he was doing was teaching them the game.
Okay.
Do you get where I'm coming from?
I got you. You told me.
They used the word slavery in order, because if they had said back then, well, I'm just going to groom them. Yeah. I'm just going to groom them. Don't you think that somebody would step in and say, no, we're not going to let you do that? So he had to be specific about what he was doing. Now, once I get him to my house, I can do as I please.
I don't know what all this got to do with what we talking about. If your family was grooming slaves or this and that, that's cool. Let me just respond to Fuzzy real quick. Yeah, Fuzzy, I get my information and facts over Google also. But
but I'm wrong for getting mine from Google.
Let me finish. You only taking one part of a sound clip, bro. I'm just talking, so you have to listen. I get my facts and information off of Google also, but the source is important. Depends on what source it comes from. So when you Google something, you go look at it, just like he read what he read.
But your sources, so you mean to tell me you know your sources personally?
When I research my sources, I go through accredited sources, right? Accredited sources.
Okay, who gave him that credit?
Say what?
Who gave him that credit?
I guess you would say like historical.
Yeah, there go my point.
People who study history, right? People who study history and agree that this is accurate or more likely to be accurate. Then my point is, so you got accredited source. You do agree with that, right? You can go on Google and find some accredited sources where you can say,
Yeah,
hey, this is critical.
I don't
Let me
really
finish.
believe
Let me
a lot of
finish.
stuff.
Let me. You
I
still
believe
every time I go to
believe
talk.
it,
Every
but
time I go to
but
talk.
when you're told this to a
Every
family,
time I go to talk, you cut me off, bro. Every time I go to talk, you cut me off.
okay, go ahead and talk.
I'm just responding to first of all, this is for you, Fuzzy. Yes, I get mine off of Google also, but that's why I asked them what source. So I'm not saying you can't Google shit because it is smart to Google, right? We get our facts. So we use the internet, we use a computer, kind of like we used the library back in the day. But it is also important of where those facts and where that is coming from, because everything that's on Google is not credible, and everything that's on Google is not true. So it's important to of where the information is coming from. So when you hear somebody say something like most black people own slaves in America, and there were more white slaves than black slaves, in that same article, whatever you read that from, it also said there were more white slaves than black slaves. I would have to scratch my head and say, now is that accurate, and what source is that?
But I asked you a question.
But common sense would tell me that I know that there were not more white slaves in America than black slaves. This whole conversation that we're going through right now with everything that's happening would be totally different.
Not exactly.
We wouldn't call it white supremacy. We would call it black supremacy.
Yeah, but you got to understand the psyche of being white and black. Nobody's really white and black. How come America's the only place where people are white and black? Did you hear the conversation I had with Raph?
It ain't the only place that people are white and black. People also in Africa are white and black. If you listen to Trevor Noah, who tells his story of growing up in Africa, where they make all the light kids go to one school. If you're light skinned or you're lighter, you go to one school. And the black kids were suffered to go to a different school and couldn't mingle with the light skinned kids in Africa. Because if you seen with lighter complexion skin, then you were thought of to be superior. So the teachers and people
exactly.
He said
so
also
let me ask you something.
let me finish.
Let me ask you something.
Let me finish.
I'm gonna let you finish, but after that, I'm gonna ask you something.
Also in Africa, he said he grew up with his mother. He said his mother was dark skinned and he was kind of light skinned. So he had to, in certain parts of town when he walked, they would have to walk on separate sides of the street, because if a black lady was known to have a light skinned child or a white baby, she could get in trouble. So she had to kind of disown her son. So this goes on in all parts of the world, not just in America.
Okay, now understand the psyche of being black and white. This is why I don't really allow people to call me black. Now understand this. When you what happens if a black cat passes your crosses your path?
Because it's bad luck.
Okay. Why do you wear black during funerals?
Why do I wear what?
Why do we wear black at funerals? Because something bad happened, right?
Yeah, so what's that got to do with anything?
Okay, wait a minute. The psyche. This is the psyche of black and white.
That's your psyche.
Wait a minute. I'm not done asking questions.
I'm proud of black.
Well, okay. Why do women want to wear white at their funeral? What does it show to be? That they're what? Pure.
Right? What do clothes and white color got to do with human beings?
Hold on, wait a minute. Because ain't nobody white and black. That's what I'm saying. You give people too much credit. What you do when you call somebody white is you're saying they're pure. When you call somebody black, you're saying they're dirty. Or they're bad luck.
Right.
By your own analogy, by the way you answer those questions.
Let me respond to that. I don't call people white and black because they're pure or they're bad luck. I call people white and black because the same reason I call Mexicans Mexicans and Puerto Ricans Puerto Ricans is because in America, that's the terminology we use to differentiate races. I don't call people white and black.
That's the terminology you use until you know better.
What you talking about? So what is a Puerto Rican?
It's a person from Puerto Rico, but how many black Puerto Ricans you know? How many people in Puerto Rico? I can get a lady on the phone right now, and she'll tell you they don't have blacks and they don't do that.
So what about
they have Puerto Rican? She said, "What's disgraceful about America?" She said, "Everything is separate."
Puerto Rican.
She said, "Puerto Rican, you just a Puerto Rican. You can be a dark-skinned Puerto Rican. You can be a bright-skinned Puerto Rican, but you're just a Puerto Rican." That's the same exact thing Ralph said.
Your information again is wrong. Puerto Ricans in Puerto Rico, when my grandmother was growing up, because she came over on a boat, they said light-skinned Puerto Ricans were treated much better than dark-skinned Puerto Ricans. This is everywhere around the world is like that. Even in Puerto Rico, back in the day when my great grandmother came over here to New York, right? She came.
So you telling me Rab don't know where he lived?
I don't know if Rab. I'm just saying, back in the day when they were growing up, light-skinned Puerto Ricans with lighter skin, were treated differently than Puerto Ricans with darker skin. This is just
exactly. But where did that come from? That's a systemic thing, right?
No, that's just a part of human. This is just.
Hold on, let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. If you black, I want you to ask me one question. Who told you you was black?
I'm black because this is what we go by with society. These are the labels.
Okay, who told you that? You just answered my question.
It's the same, yeah, exactly. It's the same reason why would you call me Pajaro, or it's the same reason why would you call me Portal, because we got the human, we got English language, and within the English,
I call you the Portal because that's respect, and that's what you told me to call you. But you ain't never told me to call you black.
But also, if I tell you
somebody else told me to call you black.
Also, if I tell you to call me by my government name, I didn't tell you to call. I didn't give myself that name, but of course, that's my name.
Exactly. Yeah, but that's your name. And that was a name given to you by who? Not society. Who gave you who loved you enough to call you by to name you your government name?
My government.
I know where my name comes from. I'm the only grandchild that my grandma named. I'm named after my great grandpa.
My government name can be traced back to slavery, right? Because most black people in America, their names come from slavery. Right, our names in Africa weren't the names we have, these Americanized names we have now. So my name can be traced back to the.
But we don't know that. It was people over here before they came.
I do. Yeah, it was Indians. They also.
How can you be Indian when you ain't in India?
They also. Well, you don't have to
answer that question. And I want you to go in the textbook today and see what they call them. They don't call them Indians.
What we call Native Americans in America.
Thank you.
So you know what I'm talking about. I mean, I'm not going to get into the semantics with language with you about this. Is the language
you have to whenever you do that.
Hey, bro, I don't have to. We know what a white person is because we say white.
No, I don't. I know what a white person is. A white person is anybody that can call the stock market and corrupt things and change money when they get ready.
When I say
real white people,
when I say
these white people that you call them white people, they couldn't help it if they wanted to.
If I say somebody's white, right? If I say Stephanie Blooms is a white lady, you understand that I'm talking about her race. This is terminology.
Yeah, but that's my point. Where are we racing to? See, when you say race, that's what we have to get rid of is race.
If I said Stephanie,
the only way we gonna come together in America is if we get rid of race.
Hey man,
what are we racing for? What are we racing for?
My thing is not very intelligent to sit here and go back and we use these words in the English language because that's the words we use to understand. Dialect.
Exactly, and look at where we are now. And look at where we are now. So you don't think we should change up our dialect?
We're not where we are now because of the English language. This is just
a lot of it. We are.
This is not. We're not where we are because we're where we are now because of people's hearts, because of the heart of men, because of corruption, because of all type of deceit and all type of other shit. It has nothing to do with words. You cannot speak a word and be as evil as fuck. You could be somebody who's a mute and can't hear or talk and still be evil as hell. It's your heart, right? We're where we are now because of the hearts of men. So also I'm trying to say now that's just a whole nother topic.
But the hearts of men are the ones who run society, right?
That's a whole.
And those are the ones who told you were black, right?
Let me get back to this. When I say what source you're using is because obviously that same source you just used to say that more black people own black slaves than white people, and then you say the same source within that reading said that it was more white slaves than black slaves. Anybody who has any common sense that's listening to this right now will ever come across this will understand that.
Portal, me and you don't know. We just have to have separate beliefs because we weren't there.
I know that it wasn't no white slaves in America back where at the time I'm talking about when black people were
okay. But all you got to do is go. How come there's 50,000 people and a lot of websites that say different?
Hey, listen, man, I'm gonna tell you, there's millions of people. I was watching Fox News last night or the other night, right? And I seen some shit on Fox News that said it's still not proven that we need to wear masks, right? This is still debatable, and it's not proof. And then some people might even say masks will kill you, and masks is bad for you. And millions of people watch Fox News, and millions of people are saying that right now. Don't goddamn make it true.
Nah, but I'm gonna tell you something. I believe in wearing a mask if you got to go somewhere. But if I gotta wear a mask, I'm not gonna go.
What I'm saying is we hear things all the time that millions of people in this country subscribe to. Millions of people, not just thousands or 50,000. Millions of people believe certain things in this country. Like some people still in this country today believe like you that slavery didn't really exist. It was indentured servitude and black people were never really slaves. And then some people will also tell you that black people
No, there was black slaves. They got pictures of folks hanging. They got the buck breaking. They got all kinds of stuff that they.
Some people will also say that black people was better off when they were slaves because the slave masters was nicer.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Yeah, so you got millions of people.
Okay, Portal. Did you hear what Martin Luther King last speech when he said, "I'm afraid I led my people into a burning building"? Why would he say that?
Man, Martin Luther King basically everybody got Martin Luther King.
Why would he say that, Portal?
Martin Luther King also said, right, being complacent, right? He was talking about like the progressives and the liberals that we talk about now, the Democrats in society, the establishment who justify. My point is this. I'm gonna say like this. I can't speak for what Martin, because I don't agree with everything Martin Luther King said, but I do agree with a large portion of it. And I can't speak for and attest for why Martin Luther King said the things he said. I can speak and attest for what's in my heart, right? So Martin Luther King, I can't really speak for him. He would have to probably be here to, even if I gave you an answer, don't necessarily mean it's the right answer. That's just gonna be my opinion and my thoughts on the matter, right? So that's something probably you would have to ask Martin Luther King, but you can ask me for what I speak for. Why I say
but hold on, didn't you say that if black people get so bad they'll burn it down? And you brought up a lot of good things that happened, and you were right, that did happen. But even at that, why would Martin Luther King say, "I'm afraid I have led my people into a burning building"? You don't have to analyze it. It's right there. It's right here in person for you. Because of what I just tell you at the beginning. We had our own establishments everywhere in every country in city in America. We had a black community before the Mexican community had a Mexican community. Before the Chinese community, how many towns, major cities can you go in and there ain't a little China? Talk to me, man. Talk to me. We had our own. We sold it. Just like we got sold out of Africa. They didn't come take us. If you from Africa, you weren't taken. You were sold by your own kind.
Hey man,
let's be honest.
What the hell that got to do with anything?
But because I that's what I said.
It's not important to me of why the hell we got here and who bought who sold who. The important thing to me is that the shit happened, which put African Americans, black folk, whatever you want to call them. You could call us blue, you could call me whatever the hell you want, but it put us at a disadvantage in this country, right?
So we also have to take some self accountability. We have a lot of athletes
all the way up to the 1960s. Yeah, close to the 1960s, black people weren't even legally allowed to read. Close to the 1960s, right? It was close in certain places, close to the 1960s. So when you think about slavery, the one thing they deprived us from that really holds black folk back is the fact that we could not get educated.
Didn't I tell you that a lot of this stuff that you saying is true and false?
So what I'm saying is, if you got a group of people, so all I'm saying is just exchange it. We can reverse it, right? Let's put Mexicans in the same place. Let's put black people.
They were.
Let me finish.
They were. Do you remember in the 60s when they put all the Mexicans on the bus
taking everything I say and
drove them back to Mexico?
Let me.
Do you remember that?
I'm trying to make. I don't know what you're talking about right now because I'm trying to.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
I'm just saying.
Do you remember when they enslaved when they put the Mexicans out? Do you remember that?
Hey, Bryce, man, I gave you respect and let you talk. Every time I talk, you try to take me on this journey, bro. Let me make my point. Let's put white people in the place of black people, or let's put any other race. Say black people enslave white people, Mexicans enslave white people, whatever the case is. If you take a group of people, right, keep them from getting educated, not allowing them to read, not allowing them to learn to write, right? And then let's say, okay, we're gonna say after 400 years or so, okay, now we're gonna give you your freedom. Now here, good luck. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You got to go out there and do what you got to do. Okay, so when you would expect for whichever, say if it was black people that enslaved white people, you would expect black people to be way further along than the goddamn white people they enslaved when they didn't allow them to be educated, read or write, or give them any land or have any resources and just let them free. Right. So again, if you do that with even an animal, let's say you entrap an animal and you enslave a dog for its whole life, and then you let that dog go. There's a reason why they don't send animals back to the wild after you put them in captivity, because they won't survive. Right. So if you're gonna let a whole nation of people go, but not give them any supplies, you're not gonna give them any type of damn mechanisms to better themselves. And then after the years, they pull themselves up, because everything we've made as black folk right now, we've made through our own making. Again, no handouts, nothing has been given to us. We're still trying to get reparations and all that shit now. So
we got our reparations.
Everything that's been made right now by black folk, as far as we came in this country, has been made through sweat, blood, and tears of our own making, right? Just as pure sheer will and determination. Again, if you hold animals in captivity, it's a reason you cannot just unloose the animal back into the goddamn wild, because most of the time that experiment will fail and that animal will not survive. So it's the same thing with humans, right? So that's basically what happened with us, right? They enslaved us for all those years, and then they let us free and say, okay, now you're free, go make the best of it. But again, with no tools. So my point is, you would expect for us to be way down on the totem pole, which we are, right? Which we are. They say white wealth compared to black wealth is like 2 or 3 to 1. It's a reason for that. When it comes to the education, there's a big ass gap between education between white families and white folk and the rest of us.
So it's our fault.
And it's not even that. It's just our fault. You keep acting like slavery is over. In the
slavery will never be over. Slavery will never be over.
Constitution, it also says that no longer will a free man be allowed to be a slave. A free man. Who they incarcerate most of for every petty little crime? Any little thing your black ass do, you can wind up losing your life to. And if you haven't done so, I had somebody ask me, he said, well, you've been to jail before? They're from another country. I said, I'm in America and I'm black. Of course I've been to goddamn jail, right? The anomaly is the person that hasn't been incarcerated. So then you still have all these dynamics that you have to deal with once you go to jail, if you have a record, all this other type shit. And they're gonna do their best to make sure you get your black ass get a record. Right? If it ain't a law in the books that they could persecute you for, then they're gonna create one. So all this shit is still type of shit we have to deal with systemically. And you say that that's neither here nor there. That doesn't matter. We should just make the best of it, and we need to do for ourselves.
No, I said we sold ourselves out. Porter, we got a lot.
We didn't do shit.
Black people that make a lot of money, and they don't build anything in the hood. They don't build anything in their community. Let me tell you. Hold on now. Let's look at the Mexican community. They came down here, and their community looked just like ours. It was in shambles. But what did they do? They worked together. They stuck together, and all the money they had, they brought home. I don't know too many Mexican people that got all their money and went to a white community and said, you know what, I want to live here.
Mexicans are in poverty everywhere I've been at, man. Everywhere I've been at and been to Mexican communities, they live just like us. They also poor. What are you talking about? It's not like Mexican communities are like Beverly Hills and no shit.
The Mexican community, hey, I sat and watched my Mexican community in my town.
Okay, that's your town.
And they were in shambles when we were kids. And now you go there now, they got taquerias, they all got Benzes, they all got big trucks, and they stuck together. Meanwhile, my community's still struggling, and they asking, how come nobody won't give us nothing?
Okay, I can bring you to a town where Mexicans live right in the hood, right down from the black folk, and they take the apartments and knock out the walls and turn them into one apartment. And they all live there, and they live in the hood. So what does that got to do with anything? You using
point. Now you just made my point. The sacrifice.
It ain't
we not willing to sacrifice. We still got our hands out begging people to help us that don't give a damn about it.
Nobody's begging nobody to help us. And another thing why you can't compare the black community to the Mexican community, because the Mexican community wasn't enslaved in this country. What the hell?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the Mexican community wasn't enslaved in this country.
If you don't think the Mexicans were treated bad, really bad,
I said they were enslaved.
The
Mexican community was not enslaved. They were not enslaved in America. They were not slaves. I didn't say treated bad. I'd rather be treated bad than be a goddamn slave any day.
Slavery where do you think they worked when they first got here?
Slavery is not.
What do you call paying a man less of a wage because he ain't got an ID?
What do you call not allowing a man to be able to read and write? How can you compare the two? How do you compare the two? What do you call watching your wife or watching your daughter be raped and hung, drugged from the back of a horse till their limbs fall off?
A law.
What?
A law.
A law.
That's because it was law back then in the South. That wasn't even law where you was at in New York.
So what if it was okay? It's a lot of laws, right? Of course it was laws.
Let me ask you this: in New York, when you live in the projects in New York, is it just all black?
Majority.
But is it all black?
No, but the majority.
I seen the Chinese rap around in New York. He live in the projects.
But the majority of the projects is all black. The majority, the one I grew up in, majority all black. And most Chinese people live in Chinatown.
Yeah. But in New York, I see a great mesh of people all over the place getting along. It's not like that in the South.
I do too, but what does that have to do with anything?
Because that's the barrier.
What
if you don't like it somewhere, leave. Why do you think Harriet Tubman had?
When you keep
because there was a place.
I'm gonna just go to this. What you're talking about is 1,000 Chinese people that's in the projects in New York. Because I seen 1,000 Chinese people in there, but we're talking about millions of black folk. So when you look at these anecdotes, you say, "Well, I seen 2,000 Mexicans."
Yeah, but see, that's my point.
Okay,
what are we doing to help ourselves? We keep saying, gimme.
The scale.
Sometimes you gotta take some shit.
The scale is different when you're trying to compare the two. It's two different scales, right? The scale is totally different on what when you saying, "Well, I think
this is my anomaly." I'm gonna let you go on finish because I'm gonna give you just my whole anomaly over the whole issue.
So my whole anomaly over the whole your anomaly. What you mean anomaly?
Oh, let me put it my conclusion to to the whole scheme.
All right, so I will give my conclusion.
There are a lot of people that get attention by being victims, especially when the narrative is that you are a victim. This is crucial nowadays because black people seem to feel like, and they might be targeted. That might be true.
But you keep saying Mike. When you talk like white, you talk like a white man. When you say Mike,
I don't talk like a white man. I talk like a free man. That's what I'm saying. There's a difference. Like Kanye said, you're talking to a free man. You're talking to. Have you ever seen the movie Django Unchained?
Was George Floyd a free man, and was George Floyd a victim or not? Might be. What you saying? Might be. Was George Floyd a free man? I think he was a free man. And was he a victim?
George Floyd was a free man, but let's talk about that case. I'm glad you brought that up. I was waiting for you to bring that up. Did you know they used to work together and they didn't like each other then?
Yeah, but do you consider? Yeah, I know all that. They worked at the club together. Yeah.
Okay.
He said Chauvin was a pig and a fucked up person, and they used to get into it because of how he treat the customers. I know that story. I'm not worried about all that.
So you don't think that was personal?
Also, I'm asking you is, do you
think he did that just because he was black?
You always like to see. This is what you call red herrings. You throwing red herrings out there because every time you bring up something, and I try to make I want to discuss it. You always try to change the subject. I'm saying
change the subject. You brought it up.
About victim. I said, do you think? You said George Floyd is a free man. We both agree on that. Do you think he was a victim or not?
Yeah.
Try to play the victim. So I don't.
Yeah. I think he was.
Do you think Breonna Taylor was a free woman? Do you think she was a victim or not?
No. I think she was a victim.
Okay. Do you think Trayvon Martin was a free teenager young man, or do you think he was a victim or not?
Hey.
All I'm saying is
I don't know if he was a victim or not. All I know is that the only time we hear about, let me tell you something, man. You just said it yourself. They've been killing niggas and doing niggas like this for 400 years.
Let me finish.
So what makes you think that the police ain't gonna do it now?
But that's because you know what makes me know. I don't think that like you just said, because people who give a damn and people who understand what the fuck's going on and people who are aware and awoken and have their eyes open are trying to do something about it. This is what the movement is about. This is what you have movements for, right? So either you're a part of the solution or you're a part of the problem.
Exactly. But as long as you're gonna be a victim, you're part of the problem.
Something like, if you're gonna say shit like there were more white people with slaves in America than black.
I didn't say that. I said that there were more black slave owners than white slave owners. I didn't specify who the slaves were.
After you said that, you also said there are more white slaves.
No, I read what it said on there. Then you asked me, did I agree with it? And I said no.
So if you don't agree with that and it's in the same goddamn paragraph or the same article, how can you agree with the rest of it?
Because my grandfather already told me. I just explained to you why in the world at the height of slavery would my great-great-grandfather and his family move to Texas?
Let me ask you this. If there were more black slaves than white slave owners in America, when we had the Civil War and the South didn't want black people to fight with them, if there were black slave owners in America, why weren't they fighting in the Civil War on the Confederate side? Where were all the black slave owners that were in America on the Confederate side during the Civil War? Where are the statues? Where's the General Blackened? If it was black people that were slave owners during the Civil War, before there was the free slavery, but we had many more black slave owners than whites. Why the fuck wasn't any of the black folk that was?
That was 1776. When was the Civil War?
In the 1800s.
Okay, now we talk.
To end slavery. So somehow, before the Civil War, before the 1800s, the slavery that happened.
End slavery where?
Hold on. To end slavery, what you mean?
Where?
In the United States of America.
So there were slaves in New York. There were no free black men in New York.
There were slaves everywhere.
Oh, hey. Now I want you to answer the question because I just said
Yeah.
Back then, the Republican Party was made more of what kind of people?
What are you talking about?
Back then, we're talking about 1800 during the Civil War.
What do it
who had more political standhold?
Yeah, Abraham Lincoln was a Republican. So what's the point?
Okay, let's talk.
I don't judgment on what they used to be. I judgment on what they are now. I know what the Republican Party was, and I know what it is now. So just because
I know what both parties is now, so I don't believe in either one of them. I have to believe in them.
The Republican Party helped free slaves back in the day, and now they seem like they want to enslave us again. I can understand the distinction.
Hold on, wait a minute. Why do you think the South wanted to keep slaves?
There was a whole host of reasons.
No, I can tell you why. I know that.
One of the reasons was economically because they were making boatloads and tons of money off of black labor. So
yeah, but what else happened? Why they really were intent on keeping slaves?
Mostly it was economically, I believe, why they wanted to keep
slaves.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna tell you.
Reason, because they like black pussy. Because they like black pussy. They was fucking and raping our women, and they wanted to continue to do that also. It's a whole
they found gold in California. And they wanted to mine it and not pay anything for the mining.
At the end of the day, you can justify a whole bunch of horrible shit. I'm not interested in the justifications of why.
That's not a justification. That's a fact.
I'm not even worried about why it is. I don't give a damn why a rapist rapes a little girl or why a pedophile fucks a little boy. I'm not interested in why. That's either here nor there. Once it's done, it's done. And when you do some shit that you ain't supposed to do, then you should accept responsibility for it, and you should make it right.
Man, I've been saying that the whole time.
All we saying is no.
It's funny how you just said that. I've been saying that the whole time.
Okay,
sometimes we gotta take self accountability.
You keep leaving out the part that then they should make it. The person should make it right. Right? No justice. We talking about justice. That's what this whole movement is about. Is justice. So all we're talking about is justice, not justice because people that are here now, or white people, were slave owners, are to justify it, but justice according to the fact that you know what this whole group of people been through. And just because we have a few black millionaires, and maybe because we may have a few black billionaires, or maybe because your grandmama and your grandfather seem to be successful, or we got a couple successful black families, the majority, right, the mass majority of the black community is struggling and hurting right now, and it is a direct correlation and cause.
But is it really wrong to hire your own kind when you own the building?
Do you believe in cause and effect?
Yep, but is it really your fault? Is it really your fault? Is it really the white man's fault if he buys a business and he hires all white people because he's comfortable around white people?
You know why it's his fault? You know why it's his fault? Because most white people got what they got through generational wealth unfairly to start with. They were given free acres. They were given massive amounts of land, explicitly given to them, handout to them. So yes, if you get massive amounts of land and own 90% of the goddamn country, then decide to free the 13% of black folk that's in the country, finally you're going to free them, but you own every fucking thing. Yes, it would be your fault if you hire nothing but goddamn white folk and don't give black people opportunities, because that's what black people are asking for. I'm not asking for equal outcome. I'm not saying give my kids that. I'm saying give us equal opportunity. I want my son to have, my daughter and my son to have the same goddamn opportunity. I'm
glad you.
Yeah, so my point is, of course, I'm answering your question to just put it blankly. Yes, they should have to. Yes, it will be a problem if you hire only white people when you've been given every goddamn thing. You see where the problem occurs? As it would be a problem if it was black. If the roles were reversed, I say the same thing. If black people were given 80% of the fucking country and all the land and all the resources, and then we decide to say, okay, well, we're going to let these white people free, but we're not going to give them anything. We're only going to hire our own kind. You own every fucking thing. Then what is the other population supposed to do? Die y'all? Well, that would be called genocide.
Yeah,
that would be on anybody who would have that logic. That's not only ignorant for a white person or a black person to say that. Yeah, you would have to. That's why we have affirmative action, because we trying to get this shit.
When did affirmative action come in?
We're not even. I don't even think.
Before or after the civil rights movement?
I don't even think we could get to equality, right? So I'm not even asking for that, because I think we're.
No, I'm not gonna ask you. I'm not gonna ask you to be equal when I can make my when I know who I am.
Man, you can know who you is, right? But at the end of the day, that dollar bill that you go out there and you hustle for, you scrap up and you work for, your family get, who face on that shit, B?
The person who got the mint.
Who faces on that?
The person who got the mint.
Which white man face is on which dollar?
The person who owned the mint, the person who owned the printing press. I'm gonna put, hey, just like back then when they had money way back in Rome.
My point is, no matter what the fuck you think you did on your own, and you still need that white dollar, right? You still live by the white dollar, regardless of what you say or what you think. Whatever business your family got, whatever land your family may have, you still need that white dollar. Let that white man take that white dollar away from you and see how successful or how worthy your business will be. It would be shit. So my point is we are integrated, right? We have to be integrated because we have to share this land together.
I just saw Bitcoin pull money out of the sky.
It don't matter what you say. Okay, I'm not talking about Bitcoin and I'm not talking about money out of the sky, man.
Okay, come on now. Bitcoin said, you know what? I'm tired of this bullshit. I'm tired of going to work. I'm gonna make a way for myself.
You don't pay your bills and you don't pay for your kids and you don't pay your child support through no damn Bitcoin, do you?
I can. If I can get up there like that, I can.
I ain't asking you what you can do or no imaginary shit or what you might do.
No, ain't no imaginary. That's why I was glad you said that. Because I was just gonna tell you, you buy your privilege.
The currency in this country.
My kids don't have to go ask for no job. I got a food truck out there. They want to go to work there. It is.
Currency in America, we all can. If we can't agree that the currency in America is the American dollar, I don't know what the fuck we talking about.
No, we agree that it's American dollar, but like I say, I understand that the currency is not even. It's not even relevant or valid about nothing, and it tells you it's a debt owed.
The currency is relevant and even because this is what you're going to label your success on or how successful you are or not. The point is you're going to label it through your wealth. And the wealth that you're going to accumulate and use is through the currency that we use in this country. And of course, the currency is owned, just like you said, is owned by them. So if we have to live here and be a part of this country, and they're going to own all the wealth and currency, do you see why they kind of have to help us out? If you own all the wealth and currency, and then you say, well, I'm not going to help nobody but my own kind, even though it's millions of you other motherfuckers here, can you see where the problem is at? Then what are other people supposed to do? Then
matter of fact, hey, Portal, read the chat. The whole chat sees it, bro. That's the problem.
What's the problem?
Read the chat. Read the chat. That's what I'm telling you, man. This is what I'm trying to get. This is the point I'm trying to get at with you, Portal.
Yeah.
We as a society, even as men, we have to decide, and this is just my conclusion. We have to decide: are we gonna allow people to keep telling us that we can't do something and just go ahead and just do it?
But you can't just do it because they're gonna murder you.
How do you know? Well, okay, I tried. Even if
they murdered Brother Malcolm, they murdered Brother Martin.
And guess who set them up?
Guess who set them up? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Al Sharpton.
It's not
an FBI agent.
It's not important who wanted them dead.
Regardless of who wanted them dead, who got them there? Who got them there?
Who set them up? But it's regardless of who wanted them dead, but not regardless of who set them up.
Who got them there? They wanted. Hey, Corey, you can want me dead. You can want me dead, but if you can't get to me, you wanting don't mean nothing.
Hey man, who wanted them dead, B? Why? And then you have to ask yourself why. It's not even who. The reason I ask you who wanted them dead, because then the crazy question is why did they want them dead? Because he was uplifting his people out of a situation, and they made sure to put a stamp. They stomped that fire out. So every time we do rise up, so I'm agreeing with you, we do pull ourselves and try to progress ourselves, and we have progressed as a community, as Black folk over the years. But every time we do, we have major setbacks because they come and stomp their foot on our necks. This is what the protest is about. Every time we do try to move forward, every time we do better ourselves, you got Black Wall Street, again, Black-owned businesses, Black-owned banks, Black-owned supermarkets. They came and burnt the whole shit down. There's a mass grave somewhere out there in Georgia right now, toward Atlanta, with hundreds of grave sites. Right? Yeah, so every time we have a little progress and we do something, these motherfuckers come and put their foot on our neck.
Guess what we gotta do, Portal? Guess what we gotta do, Portal?
First of all, we gotta
keep coming right back.
We gotta acknowledge what's happening and know that we need to be strategic in what we do.
We gotta come right back. I get that, Portal. You're right.
My point
and that's the same thing that Black Solar just said. He said the same thing. Build and defend. See, last time we built, but we didn't defend.
Yeah, we do defend. What are you talking? You think people not defending? I just told you they murdered and slaughtered thousands of black folks.
Yeah, but they didn't defend.
They
And
weren't trying to defend. That's the
one
reason.
thing
That's the reason they got slaughtered and murdered, man. They was trying to defend this shit and they burned it.
Yeah. But now it's a whole nother ball game because
you know what they did?
Mass,
you know what they
because
did?
we got this, we got YouTube.
They did what Trump did. They did what Trump trying to do now. They brung in the goddamn Air Force on them, right? That's what they do. They bring in the goddamn National Guard.
All right.
Okay, so defend what? What are you gonna defend when you got the goddamn army coming at you? The U.S. Army that's supposed to protect you just like the police, right? The U.S. Army is supposed to serve and protect the citizens. That's
exactly.
Our army. So when they treat you like you are a foreign hostile target, what the fuck are you supposed to do? Defend what?
I don't know because I've never been treated like a foreign hostile target. I refuse to be a target. See, you can't act like a target and get mad when you get hit.
No, you can't act like a target and get mad when you get hit. But I know too many people who done got hit and didn't act like targets. Right? They thought they had rights. They speak up and was talking for themselves and they get their ass beat the fuck up. I done seen the police beat the fuck out some people just for standing up for themselves.
Yeah, but okay, everybody on the West Coast. Have you ever seen the police just ride into the hood and niggas go draw down on them? Why do you think they don't have the first 48 in LA? Because if you bring some cameras in the hood, get what? Them cameras belong to us.
Man, the first 48 is fake anyway. They only show you cases that police solve when 90% of the cases police don't even goddamn solve in this country. So
but it's also about standing up too.
Yeah, but
at some point we're gonna have to lay our lives down for what we believe in.
But that's what we're trying to do now. But if we can't even come up on an agreement that white people own black slaves, and we got to start.
No, we don't have to, because that's 400 years ago. We don't have to agree. We can disagree on that. We can disagree on, but what we can agree on, what we can agree on is how to move forward.
So let me ask you this: 400 years ago, first of all, it wasn't 400 years ago. My grandmother, like you say, talk to your grandmama, right? Back in
my grandma didn't go through slavery. Didn't I just tell you? I'm talking
about the remnants of slavery, like motherfucking just in the 60s, we got our civil rights be where we was able to vote and we was able to drink out the same water fountains and go to the same school. Segregation, right? That shit was not even 50 years ago. My grandmother was alive during segregation, where she couldn't go to certain schools and she couldn't go to certain movie theaters and she couldn't, she couldn't vote. This shit was a few years ago. But this was in a living part of member of my family's time frame. This is
mine too. And mind you, me. Where was your grandma at?
My grandmother's in Birmingham, Alabama. B.
Okay, mine in Temple, Texas.
Yeah, my grandma
been here since 1938.
Yeah, my family from Birmingham, Alabama, been there generations.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
My great grandmama and them were slaves. Yeah, they're still there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So they own some of the land there. They own some of the land because they still don't take my mind away and say, "Oh, my people own the land."
I got you, Porto. Can I read this comment real fast? It ain't white folks, it's the rich, because they treat us all like a number, not a citizen. No, West Coast ghettos, cops and firemen, ambulance won't go in Oak Park, California, because they stand up for themselves.
That don't mean shit. Okay, and then if cops and ambulances, I don't want it to be where cops and ambulances don't want to come.
Bingo.
I don't want it to be like that. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for. That's part of the damn problem too, right? That's part of the problem. We pay our taxes. We supposed to be citizens just like everybody else, but we get treated different, right? The ambulances and the fire departments and the police ain't gonna come to our goddamn neighborhoods when we live. Yeah, that's part of the problem.
So what do we do? Can we do like Kanye did? Can we do like Kanye did? You know, he got a fire department on his property.
Man, I would never want to do anything like Kanye did. Kanye said slavery was a choice. Right?
Yeah, he's an asshole.
Okay, so I wouldn't even mention that dude. Nah,
he's an asshole.
We can't do what Kanye did.
I do like the fact that on his property, he has security. He has a police force, main baby. He has his own fire department. I mean,
what good is that doing my daughter and my son? See, my point is this: the reality that my children are going to live is more likely going to be the reality of the George Floyd, the Breonna Taylors, the Trayvon Martins. Right? I'm not Kanye West. So my kids
just like
Trayvon Martin one day.
I don't like the narrative, my brother.
My kids are also
don't like it. Portal. I love you to death.
No narrative
in general as a man. But I don't like the fact that you feel like, and that's what hurts my heart. That's what hurts my heart, Portal. I don't like the fact that you feel like you're a target. Come up out of that, bro.
I don't feel like I'm a. First of all, I know I'm a target. Nigga, I've been locked up.
There you go.
I've been locked up for fraudulent reasons before, so I know I've been targeted. I've been targeted in my life. This happened to me personally.
Well, me too.
In Virginia, this happened to me. This happened to me personally, right? I've been targeted by the police and locked the fuck up. Lost my job, lost my home, and all that type shit.
I get that.
Yeah, so I'm not saying
what I'm saying, Portal, is you are a strong man. You are a strong man, and they fear you.
I'm a victim. I don't feel like I'm a victim, but what I am saying is, being that I don't feel like I'm a victim, I'm going to acknowledge the fact that there are plenty victims out there, justifiably, right? From my community that look like me. Plenty victims out there through no fault of their own are in the circumstances that this country has built for them to be in. And I'm not just talking about grown folk who's on drugs or grown women who's shaking their asses at clubs. I'm talking about millions of teens. Millions of young folk that are targets. They don't even know they goddamn targets because some people don't want to teach them they targets. So yeah, I'm gonna teach my daughter. Of course, I teach my daughter she's a goddamn.
I don't teach my daughter she's no target.
I teach my daughter how not to become a target, and I teach her how she should react and behave if she winds up being targeted, because I know that is a possibility. I'm not stupid. I'm not ignorant, right? I know that is a possibility, so I don't teach her how to be a victim. And I would never teach my kids to play a victim, but I do know that there's a good possibility that some point in her life, being at where she lives at and where we come from, there's a chance my daughter can be targeted.
We say we victims, but let me ask you this:
I didn't say I am.
Do cops kill more people in the hood than gang members?
I didn't say I am a victim. I didn't say I am a victim.
No, I get that. I asked this is the question: do cops kill more people than gang members?
Gang members kill more people than cops because
let's talk then. Let's talk.
Okay, because gang members are fucking criminals, and that's what criminals are supposed to do. It's not I'm not protesting the gang members. I had this argument with, I think Mike Epps said this dumb shit too. There's a couple people said this dumb shit. Nobody's protesting the gang members because it's dumb.
You're not gonna protest your own people. You're gonna protest a sworn enemy that you know hates you. Are you out of your mind?
Protesting gang members and criminals doing criminal activity. It's just like I'm not gonna protest somebody, a robber robbing the fucking house, right? There's a criminal that comes.
No. You gonna let the drug dealer live right next to you and say,
we're not gonna let,
as long as he leave you alone.
We're not gonna let the drug dealer. We're not gonna let the drug dealers do shit. What I'm saying is, I'm not going to sit here and be mad at what criminals do, because in every part, black people kill black people.
You don't think cops are criminals?
Black people kill black people because that's what black people do. Because we live the same reason majority of white people who die by white people.
Bingo, because you kill where you live.
Exactly. So I'm not gonna sit here and say we're gonna listen. Criminals and gang members, they doing what they supposed to do. We gotta address that shit.
You just said that the government. You just said that the government was corrupt. Now you're saying cops or the government aren't criminals. Does that make any sense?
We cannot address the gang members killing people and black people killing folk in our community until we address the fact that the fucking cops are killing us, right? Because the people who are supposed to be stopping that shit. The people who are supposed to be stopping the violence and stopping the crime are doing just as much criminal activity in our part of the Portal. So how can you
fundamental rule, Portal number 1? Right. You can't stop a man from doing what he gonna do when his mind
made up. It's not stopping the man. I'm talking about, man, if you have the police coming in and killing black folk, I don't have time to worry about the black folk killing black folk, because outside I do say is we have criminals and we have to deal with that.
Said more black people kill black people than police kill black people. So why don't you stop the more majority?
Black people that kill black. Listen, man, we got a system in place for black people that kill black people. We send their ass to jail, and they go to jail for a very long time. That's why they say we got 2 birds with 1 stone. A black man kill another black man, 1 dead, 1 in prison. The problem is when the white folk come and kill us, nothing happens. We're not protesting that white people killing black folk. We protesting the fact, let me finish. We protesting the fact that white people that come into the hood and that kills black people, no justice happens, right? They don't go to jail. Shit happens. They get away with it scot-free. I'm not protesting black people killing black people. When black people kill black people, they usually go to jail.
Okay, well, I'm gonna tell you why that happens, Portal. Because when the judge is looking at you, when the judge is looking at you when it comes down to sentencing,
man, if black people came to the hood and was killing black people and was getting away scot-free and not going to jail, I would feel the same fucking.
Hold on, wait a minute, Portal. I want you to go back and look at the Amber Geiger case in Texas.
Man, we're gonna go one. We gotta hit one problem at a time. We're gonna go.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, Amber Geiger in Texas. That whole court, even the judge was black. Even the judge was black. Amber Geiger walked into that man's house, shot him while he was eating ice cream. She got 10 years from a black judge, and all of they brushed her hair, they hugged her, they cried with her, and you're gonna sit here and say that they don't, and it was a black judge. Why didn't they give her first-degree murder?
Listen, man, that's one case. I would have to look in the specifics of the case, and then secondly, that's one case that's still in a system, right? The judge is not the problem. Most of the time, the judges are not the problem. The system is the problem. It don't matter if it's a black judge or a white judge in there. We're not fighting against the actual person. This is another problem people misconcept, or me. I'm not doing this anyway. I'm not fighting against the actual one person, or this white man, or that white man, or this judge or that judge. I'm fighting against a system of oppression. Right? It don't matter if it's a black judge or a white judge put in that place. It's still a part of this system that's fucked up. Right?
The system is always going to be fucked up, Pearl, because
if that's something you're willing to accept, there are millions of people that's standing up right now and saying we're not willing to accept that.
You have to accept that nobody's perfect. That's just
you have to be accepted that nobody's perfect. But I'm just saying, nobody's perfect, but treat my black children just like you treat them unperfect white children.
They don't have to. That's the problem.
Well, if they don't,
nobody's perfect.
Then this is why we have protests, and this is why we have to stand up and do the things we do.
I think we have protests because if you want to, when you read the law, the book like that Zhao Zhu wrote, the Art of War. What's the best way to take over a house?
You tell me.
I can make you and your wife fight. Y'all gonna fight. That house is gonna be destroyed. Y'all gonna leave, and guess what I do? Guess what I do? The house is still intact. Guess what I do? I walk right in.
So you talking about the Jim Crow laws?
No, not Jim Crow.
Put white against white.
Art of War by Zhao Zhu.
I know, but you know what I'm saying put the husband against the wife, the father against the son, that type of shit.
Yeah, well, Jim Crow. Jim Crow basically said, okay, we're gonna free you, but it's illegal for you not to be somewhere or do something. So when you free a bunch of people,
hey man,
and then you make a law against them for being homeless, oh my God.
Hey bro, yeah. I just want to get back. I think you have a big misunderstanding, and you might need to do a little bit more research. The protests, in my opinion, and this is just my facts of life, we are not protesting white folk or black people kill more black people. What about the gangs? Why nobody protesting the black man killed the black man? Nobody giving that. We ain't protesting about the white people.
No, because you don't care. You don't mind a nigga killing them nigga. You don't care about a nigga killing a nigga. You don't care about your neighbor killing your neighbor.
It ain't that I don't care.
And the thing about the police, and basis of law.
Every time I get a little edge of a sentence off, you cut me off.
Go ahead.
It ain't that I don't care about that, but we have to deal with one problem at a time. Right, we're gonna have to deal with this shit individually as it comes. Obviously, we can't fix the whole fucking world in one swipe. So, what's more of a problem? What we are protesting again, when black people kill black people, it ain't that we don't care, but justice is served. If a black man or a black gang member kills somebody, when they go in front of a judge or they go in a courtroom, then they are indicted and they are sentenced to prison. Most of the time for life.
Shit.
Problem is when a motherfucking cop comes into the neighborhood, police officers specifically, and kill black folk, nothing fucking happens. So we're not protesting the fact, we are not protesting the fact that the police officers are killing us. We're protesting the fact that they're killing us and nothing's happening. Therefore, you hear the phrase that say no justice, no peace. It ain't the fact that you're killing us, it's the fact that you're killing us in cold blood and getting the fuck away with it.
Yeah, but
he protest the black folk because the black folk, we know if you kill somebody, you go to jail.
Yep, but they're not part of the system.
They're not part of what system?
The system. They don't work for the system. See, they work for the system, so the system gonna look out for them because they don't want to discredit themselves. They don't want to discredit themselves.
The point is, I don't care what the fuck they work for. As I know, I got a black baby. I got 2 black babies, and my point is, for their future,
I got babies by all nationalities.
And I hope that none of your babies have to come across any of these type of police.
No, they don't.
I hope they never will have to come across because they're doing it to college students and shit too.
They don't give a fuck. A lot of times they don't even know who they doing it to.
Bingo.
Sometimes they get in trouble. Like they didn't know George Floyd homeboy was Steve Smith from the NBA. They just thought it was gonna be another nigga under the rug.
Yeah,
they didn't know his connection.
That had nothing to do with a race. They knew each other. That nigga didn't like that white boy.
He did not know. What I'm saying, if you think that man knew it was gonna be all this damn backlash? No, the man seen plenty of black people die on camera in this country, and nothing fucking happens. So they feel like they feel invincible, right? If you go for years and years and see plenty of black folk dying left and goddamn right by the police and nothing happens, and you become a police officer, you're gonna assume, but hell,
hey, when you go plenty years, you see a nigga kill a nigga and nothing happens, it's the same thing.
If you go plenty years and what?
And you see a black man kill another black man and nothing happens, it's the same thing.
Yeah, but that's not if nothing happens and if you go to court for justice, something always happens. That black person usually gets life in fucking prison. The prisons are filled with black men. Something does happen.
Yeah, because of the Civil War that was started back in the early 80s.
What are you talking about? I'm just going, you still jumping the Civil War shit. I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about
I said the 1980s.
You said if a black man kill a black man.
Let me tell you something. Who forced black people to start selling crack?
You said if a black man kills a black man, nothing happens.
No, I don't.
What planet are you living for that you know a black person could do anything and nothing's gonna happen?
My partner Danny Thompson was killed by my other partner because they were trying to jack him, and the police out here just didn't give a fuck. They didn't even go after him.
Okay, but if they didn't have enough evidence or whatever the case
because to them, it was just another black man.
If you let a black man kill a black man on camera, you let a black man kill another black man on camera and see what the fuck happens.
Are you like this? I got like a peanut head.
Anyway, Rice, man, we're gonna both disagree. I'm not saying I'm nothing about victims.
Yeah, I get you.
But there are plenty of victims. You know what I mean? There are plenty of people. We're talking about victims like they can't work, like children. For instance, children are always gonna be victims, right? They can't fend for themselves. So they got people like me and you who's supposed to stand up for them. So this is mainly, in my opinion, this is about the children. I just want my children to grow up in a better society, hopefully, than I did.
Me too. We can agree to that, baby. And that's just being a man.
If that's the case, change got to happen.
You're right. And we got to take some accountability. We got to start taking some shit. We can't keep asking them.
Real shit. What the protests are about.
I'll take a poll.
We got to take some shit.
Real shit. It's real talk. You got to take responsibility.
We can't keep asking people that don't give a damn about us to give us something.
That's what the protests are about. That's what the protests are about.
Protests to me, and this is just my opinion, the protests to me are to victimize and make a certain person scared to come outside and get pulled over by the police.
So let me ask you this.
Feel sorry because
I'm protesting. If you believe that right, then you got to ask yourself, why the fuck didn't the protest happen first? Right? Why didn't the protest happen first? After all the killings, right? We protest after every.
Because it's election season, and they want that man out of office.
Where, dude?
Technically, man, black people been protesting since the '60s, bro. What the fuck? We doing the same thing we were doing since the '60s.
I'm from the mute. Go ahead, Black Soul.
That's what I'm saying. We've been doing this since the '60s. What I'm trying to tell him. So we've been protesting this same thing for years. So the only way we have to take back power and to put power in our hands non-violently is to do it through protest and try to enact change. And this protest is a lot different from what was going on in the '60s because I've never seen any white folk team up with black folk.
Yeah, that's how you know that it's co-opted then.
It's a whole bunch of motherfuckers saying enough.
That should make you raise an eyebrow. That stuff is not.
It makes me satisfied because that's what we needed in the '60s. If we would have had,
I was out here in La Mesa and I was marching and protesting. I seen the old white people, I seen old black people, I seen.
That's good. That makes me say.
But hold on, bro. Real quick question though. Tell me, since all this protesting and rioting and craziness has happened, tell me what laws or what has been presented to Congress or your state or local representatives besides I've seen the LGBT get something, I've seen DACA get something, I've seen everybody else get something.
I can tell you one big law. I can tell you one
big law.
Black people in the state you asked me a question in the state where they killed Breonna Taylor when they ran in her house with a no-knock warrant. They no longer can do no-knock warrants in that state. Legislation has passed that it can no longer just. So you will have time if you are a drug dealer, you can flush your shit, get rid of it because they can no longer just bust in your goddamn house in the middle of the night. That's a piece of legislation that was changed. And other state in the state of where they killed George Floyd at, in other states like New York, they canceled out chokeholds. Chokeholds are now illegal. That's a change that happened. That's a change that happened.
So you got the police brutality issue, but what we were talking about? Niggas, people still gonna get murdered in the streets.
That's cool, but that's cool. People could get murdered in the street. We could deal with that, right? We can only deal with one thing at a time. But what we can't deal with is the people that's supposed to be protecting us killing us. That's got to be first and foremost. Okay, first we got to handle that, because if we don't handle that, that means we can never do anything about the other thing. Because the people that are supposed to be protecting us, the people that are supposed to be basically keeping track of the laws, are corrupt and they're killing us.
Yeah, they swear on the oath.
That's the foundation we got to hit first.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. I'm just saying, at what point, like the man said before, do we take responsibility and say, hey, we don't necessarily need for the police to be all up in the neighborhoods, bro, because we taking care of our own shit.
That's why we talking about defunding the police department. Not saying we
No. See, the problem is, it's about holding them accountable. It ain't even really about defunding their ass.
No, but we're gonna
talk about
we should defund the police, because we don't need the police in the neighborhood. Everybody know police don't solve crimes. Police always show up after the fact. After the crime.
But I don't think the police always know who they killing. Like you just said that. They might think you a gang member because, I see a lot of these kids now, they dress up like gang members, act like gang members, and when the police run up on them, they don't want to be a gang member no more.
They ain't no gang member.
Oh, they bitch up.
But that's cool. But they call criminals, man. Every society has criminals in it. We also have white criminals. We have Mexican criminals. We have Chinese criminals. We have all type of gang. We got Mexican gang members. That shit doesn't neither here nor there. We're always gonna have criminals. People are gonna steal. People are gonna rape. People are gonna kill. That's in every society around the world. Has always been. But the problem is, if you start having the fucking people that's supposed to protect and serve you, like the police or the law, start to do the same shit the criminals do, then there's a problem. Right? The police should not act like the criminals, B. That's all I'm saying.
I get that. But you said that the system was corrupt and the police work for the system. So why aren't they immediately criminals?
If a gang member killed George Floyd and we seen that shit happen, we'll be like, that's fucked up. But it wouldn't have been such an outrage, because it's like, okay, we expect criminals to do criminal shit. That was a criminal. He killed that man. The fact is that it was a fucking police officer who's supposed to be there to protect and serve you that's doing it.
That's my point. So why are we giving the police so much credit like they're not human?
Because you know why we give them so? Because if we're gonna give you a badge and a gun and give you an immunity on killing folk, right? We say, here, take this badge, take this gun, and we're gonna give you the right to kill us. But in return, you have to obviously be sensible and be ethical. Right, so if I give you a badge and a gun and say, "Hey, I'm gonna give you the power of death and life,"
I get you, Porter. Go ahead, my bad.
Yeah, so if I give you a gun and say, "I'm gonna give you the power to control death and life," then I will expect from you to be judicious in it and justified if you ever use it.
Got that.
And now, let me just get back to Black Sosa, and I'm gonna let y'all have this. Black Sosa. The reason I'm saying white folk, and it wasn't like this in the '60s and we needed. When you say stand up for ourselves and take some shit back, when slavery was over, it wasn't for white folk. Slavery would have never got abolished. It's due to white folk, right? White folk was helping slaves hide. White folk also came in from the north to free the slaves in the south with the Civil War. So because we are all part of a one big community, we live in this shit together. Black people only make up 13% of the entire U.S. population, right? So that means 87% of the population is not black. So my point is this: we've always needed white folk to stand by outside and say, "Hey, enough is enough. Yes, this shit ain't right." Not just because they're white folk, but just because we're all American citizens, right? Just as an American.
Yeah, but we tend to separate ourselves.
I agree with you, but we gotta. Don't play with the numbers, because in the 1800s, black people were 13% of the population. We were way more, way higher. Right.
I'm not saying we were more than 13% of the population. Also in the 1800s, we were slaves.
No. Hold on. Wait 1 second. If people would have said, all right, we okay with being slaves, the white folks who would have said, oh man, that's messed up. Y'all are slaves. But because y'all ain't fighting for yourself, hey, it's whatever. You follow me? Black people still got to take care.
We've been fighting for ourselves ever since slavery. You think black people wanted to be slaves? What do you think? What point in history?
Like I was saying, black people still had to take the lead, man. We couldn't just sit on our ass and be like, well, some white people said it was okay for us to try to be free, so let's
White
do it.
people would commit suicide. Black people would risk their lives and be maimed and have limbs cut off if they got caught for trying to escape. Black people made many times to try to escape. Their family members would die. They would hang wives in front of husbands for trying to escape. They would punish and hang people in the square for days and let their bodies rot to teach.
I know all about this, man. I'm all
People always try to go for their freedom, but nothing was able to happen until we had a united front, right? So all I'm saying is, of course, you're going to need the.
You need everybody.
Basically, you're going to need.
You do need
a lot of
But you start getting corporate money behind your black movement, it's not a black movement anymore.
Bingo.
It's co-op. It's somebody else's. If you got Bezos, you got all these other cats throwing hundreds of millions, the Ford Foundation throwing money at your movement. You think that's your movement?
I think for sure. You know why I think that's our movement? And I think for sure that's what we didn't have in the past. That's what we was missing. We never had the corporate backing because everybody money.
No, when the civil rights movement, we had corporate backer, Jewish money backing us, man. What are you talking about?
What are you talking
about?
The civil rights
still Jewish money backing it today.
The civil rights movement got us where we at today, bro.
Come on, man. You gotta
still Jewish money.
The civil rights movement got us where we at today, bro. That's where the civil rights movement. We at this point where we at right now because of the civil rights movement. That's where we're at.
What's up, everybody? I just wanted to chime in for a second, listening in.
It was good.
All I'm saying is,
but don't you guys see that we've kind of taken a step backwards? We made a lot of progress, but now we're taking a step backwards and we're reteaching our kids what racism is, and that's not good. I don't think
they're supposed to know what racism is because history got a fucked up.
But we totally got over it. Like when I was growing up, we weren't all talking about this. We knew everybody was equal.
Bro, I don't know where you from. You going by your own little history. I've known about. I just said my grandmother's in them from Birmingham, Alabama. I used to go visit. Right where a white man can look at a black woman. If the white man knew when a black man looked at a white woman, when a white woman walked by, you hold your eyes down. I know.
Let's keep it in perspective too, though. When we talk about the South was all racism, everybody thinks that there was racism everywhere. And think of this: in the North, there was more race riots than there was in the South. Some of the worst ones happened in the North.
What does that matter?
What does that matter? A lot of people blanket the South and think they're all racist and stuff. And I think even going back to the history of slavery, this country wasn't even the founder of slavery. And in fact, slaves were all colors. They were white, they were Asian, natives, everything. And that's something people need to keep in perspective too.
Okay.
Blacks had slaves.
I'm gonna give you a good example. Blacks didn't have slaves in America, B.
Yeah, they did. One of the biggest slave owners in South Carolina during the Civil War was a black man.
Hey, okay, let me give you this. Let's just say black people. Let's just say black people did have slaves in America. Let me concede that point to you.
They did.
Let's just say a few black people had slaves in America. What that got to do with the price of tea in China?
With what? The price of tea in China?
What that got to do with anything? Just because so let's say black people kill black people.
It keeps it in perspective at least. I mean, it was on both sides. We can't just blame one race for all of it because it wasn't one racist thing.
Let's be generous to you, Bamboo. It's not no perspective. Is this? Let's just say 2% of black people own slaves and 98% of the slave owners were white. Or let's say 95% of the slave owners were white and 5% own slaves. Let's even say 10%, which I know it wasn't.
That's not even accurate either.
Let's just say 10% of black people own slaves.
Because Arabs had the most slaves. Africans had slaves.
Okay,
European countries had slaves.
What does that have to do with
all that?
I'm not talking about Africa, Bamboo. I'm talking about in America, bro. I'm talking about
American history.
I'm talking about in America. I'm talking about American history. Okay, I'm not talking
we
about
enslaved the Chinese.
African got their own fight. What's Chinese we enslaved? In America?
Well, we talk about slavery. I think we need to talk about all slavery. It wasn't just black people that were slaves. Of course, they were the majority.
Because again, everybody pretty much all other races like Jews were compensated. Indians, they got reservations. They had some type of compensation.
Still getting reservations in Oklahoma.
That's not compensation. They got wiped out, man. All of their land was taken away. That's not compensation.
The ones that are left got compensation. No, Indian reservations.
They got forced into that, and now they're on welfare.
I know, but the ones
because they have no opportunity.
The ones that are left got their own.
Nobody talks about that.
The ones that listen, man. I'm not Indian, so that's why I'm not talking about.
I'm not Indian either.
My kids are not.
Listen. I'm my family is Blackfoot, Black Seminole, and African up out of the slave. I know all. Man, listen. They did get reservations, and they still are in Oklahoma. They just not did another thing where they admitted they gave them all this land. But he's saying black people are the only people in American history that have not have any recompense for all the fucked up things that have happened.
This is what I'm trying to tell this dude, man.
That's
But
what I'm saying.
What is the reservation when they from the
You can't call the reservations compensation when all their land was taken away. When they were infected with diseases,
What are they
when
doing?
the women were raped, when the food was taken out. I mean, that's not compensation, man. Their whole culture was wiped off.
Let's give it
You know, we gotta keep that in perspective because that's what happened. They got wiped under the American flag, by the way, not the Confederate flag. It was under the American
You
flag.
think that's fucked up? That's fucked up, Bamboo?
It's messed up.
Okay, if you think that's messed up, think about this. Black folk didn't get shit. If you think what the Indians got was fucked up, black folk didn't get nothing. They got less than the Indians got, bro.
5 civilized tribes who actually own slaves
don't even own their reservation. As soon as they want to use your land, they gonna use it.
Come on,
come on. The natives just fight the United States government over a pipeline.
If you think what the
on
Indians
the reservation,
if you think what the Indians got was messed up, black folk got less than that.
When the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, you know those 5 civilized tribes of Indian tribes, they didn't want to relinquish those slaves. You know that they did not relinquish the slaves. Come on, man, y'all don't want a proper history lesson. Yeah,
no, I mean that's it's just a
the
piece of
Native
paper,
Americans, yes, the black, the Seminoles, the Cherokees, all these different indigenous tribes to America. Yeah, they was done bogus. Yes, but there was some type of compensation, some type of monetary, something that was done for them. There's never been nothing done for black people. That's what we need to get to the bottom of.
Whatever you can say, whatever you can say.
I don't think you want what they got because everything they have now is like nothing.
Hey yo,
you look at all the reservations; they're poverty. They're the most poverty people in this country.
Outside of black people, yes, they are right at the bottom.
They got nothing.
Whatever you can say about Indians.
You decide to join the oppressor and also have slaves and oppress black people too. What does that mean? What I'm supposed to feel sorry? Yes, them is my people too. The black Seminoles and the Blackfoot, them is my people too. But you can't. I'm gonna ride with the devil right now, and then later, me and the devil ain't gonna be cool.
I do got some Cherokee in me, so I ain't gonna say I ain't got no Indian in me. But
as far as reparations, let me explain something. We got our reparations. We joined their army. We joined their police force. We took their job. Now hold on. Let me finish. Because when the Jews, you know why the Jews got their reparations from Germany?
They have a nation.
When they got released out of Nazi Germany, they did not join their army, their police force. They left. And guess what? They did not join their sworn enemy.
Hey,
so what we're looking for now is reciprocity.
First of all, I don't think white people
follow the Aryan race. The financiers, motherfuckers with the money was sending other Jews to the chambers, bro.
I don't think white people.
Yeah, the whole Holocaust is not represented.
We're talking about convoluted truth or history here. Now we got to really break it down.
Totally polluted. Totally polluted.
Yeah, it's a lot of shit. Like I just heard Rice read some shit that said it was more black slave owners in America than white. It was more white people enslaved than black people in America. He just read some shit.
Where was this? Talking about white slavery or white servitude?
No. He said different. He said it was more white slaves in America.
You got to prove that one.
There was more white slaves in America than black slaves back in the
80s. You just can't say.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about that. There was just as many poor, impoverished whites. I mean, still to this day, there's more impoverished whites than blacks.
That there's a class system between white people. You are clearly. Let me tell you something.
I don't even count Indians as slaves. First of all, I look at the Indians. What happened to the Indians is they lost.
It was a Holocaust, man.
I'm talking about what happened to the Indians, though, was a war going on. It wasn't like the Indians, they both was fighting, right? One side was fighting the other side. It just so happened that one side got demolished.
The way they got wiped out, they didn't even
they got forced out.
They were
let me finish.
They didn't even know they were at war.
But my point was,
this thing is that Indians or the indigenous people also had disagreements with each other. So the Europeans were using the other civilized tribes to wipe out the other tribes.
It was
like the French
manipulation.
Us, of course.
Hey yo, but my point is, I think y'all missing
Africans. A lot of our ancestors here were sold from other Africans. It wasn't just all. It wasn't just all Europeans came over here.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, some of our own people, out of Ghana and all these places, sold us.
Hey, yo, my point is this, man.
Everything ain't just black and white. It's a little gray area. That's what that
No, it's
truth
a
is.
huge gray area. Yeah, and it's like I said,
What happened to
everybody
the
was a
Indians-
slave. Everybody, every color was a slave.
The Indians became enslaved and got wiped out because it was a war. Right? It was a war.
It wasn't really a war, man. It was just
war.
like
I don't know what really,
out,
I don't know
man.
what really a war is or what really a war ain't, but it was a war. It was one side that was fighting the other side.
It was a racial cleansing. That's what it was.
It was a war though. They were fighting each other. One side.
Well, yeah, there was that. It wasn't just one war. It was there was conflict.
At one point, the Indians were also winning
for
the
centuries,
war, and then they wound up getting wiped out. Right?
Yeah, but
Indians
a
were
lot of the wiping out had to do with the blankets
were
that were used to give them to keep warm that had diseases in them.
Yeah, you know what the Buffalo Soldiers were?
Matter of fact, you know
The
what?
Buffalo Soldiers.
I was gonna bring that up, Bamboo.
They were there. All they did really.
Union armies.
Listen,
yeah, and all they did really though,
I forget what
and nothing against the blacks because they were forced into this.
I forget
they
what
killed off all the buffalo, and what did that do? That starved more natives.
In Texas, I forget what Indian tribe it was, but the Mexicans were smart. The Mexicans talked the white man to moving into Texas to give them a buffer between the Indians and the Mexicans because the Indians were so savage, right? They learned how to ride horseback and they could use them arrows. So for many years, white people were getting slaughtered and maimed by Indians because they didn't have the use of horseback, right? The Indians were wicked on horseback until the revolver came along.
Well, a lot of the
white man created
a lot of the first settlers.
Once they created the revolver,
in the late,
because a white man would have to get off his horse, load his musket, shoot one shot, reload that motherfucker. By that time, Indians are shooting 100 goddamn arrows at you, and they was wicked on horseback. So at one point in time, Indians were wiping out white settlers left and fucking right. Okay, then
that's true.
Do you think Britain came? Do you think Britain came over here and tried to take over first, or they tried to take over Africa?
Let me finish.
They tried that shit in Africa. They tried that in Africa. But all you gotta do is go back and watch the Shaka Zulu movie, and it'll show you how it turned out.
They were ruthless people, right? They were wiping out. Not only were they wiping out white folk, they also were wiping out other Indians, right? They were savage. Savages as far as their war tactics. That's all. I'm not saying they're savages as
needed to be.
I'm just saying as their war tactics. So my point is, yeah, it was a war going on, right? It was a war going on between Indians and what are we going to call Europeans at a certain point. So the Indians,
because they were, Indians
they
wanted to fight for the homeland.
Indians would have lost the war if it wasn't for the revolver, in my opinion, from all the history I've read. The revolver changed the game, right? Once they created the revolver and they were able to shoot multiple shots and not have to reload their muskets, and once the Europeans learned to ride horseback, just like Indians. That's where the Texas Rangers come from. The Texas Rangers were explicitly created for Indians because Indians were coming and raping and pillaging Europeans and white folks in Texas at the time.
Yeah, but then it's it kind of got dwarfed by what Americans did to them.
Yeah, it kind of got dwarfed. What I'm saying is it still was a war.
Texas at that point, Texas
totally wiped them out, man. It was a racial
it was Texas against Mexico, not the United States against Mexico.
The person that loses the goddamn war usually gets wiped out. That's how you lose the war, bro.
NYBs.
That's what happens in war. But what I'm saying, what happened with black folks, this ain't got nothing to do with comparing the two. Right? This ain't got nothing to do with, and again, every other situation you can name, there's been some type of compensation for it. It don't matter if you think it's not much or you don't think it was worthy or you think it was just a little bit. All I'm saying is black. And I told Rice earlier, even when black people were able to pull themselves up and get ahead, white people would come and burn that shit down. Right? So even when we had Black Wall Street, we had predominant black communities, successful black communities that we would build. They would come and burn it, explicitly come
That's
in
kind
and
of the
burn
heart
it.
of the problem. Yeah, it's the family structure has been broken down. If you look at like the early 1960s, these are statistics that I read recently. About 60% plus of all black families had mom and a dad, and they had an interlocking marriage, and they had kids with, kids had a mother and a father.
And then they gave us welfare. Black women
welfare.
Black men can't live there as long as they providing a living for them.
It was welfare that gave incentive for single moms to not get married or stay single.
That's
they're getting paid for it.
Okay, but you can't jump. That's one part of a large goddamn.
Yeah, but that's part of like the cycle. We got to talk about how this happened because that's a major part of this. Why inner city families have broken down, and if you don't have a mom and dad, you're gonna have a kid that probably won't be properly ready for life. And we have all these distractions in our culture, sick music and movies. We glorify some of the worst things.
Maybe if they stop killing and locking up the dads, maybe we can raise our goddamn kids, huh? I got plenty of family members that locked up for bullshit, nonviolent crimes, got years in prison, didn't never hurt nobody.
Yeah, I'm against that. I mean,
Okay, so
especially for like weed offenses, you know.
Little shit. When people say this shit about, well, maybe if it wasn't a black family wasn't broke up, and you know, if the white.
Hey, that's important though, man. You have to have a strong family. How can you grow a kid if you don't have a strong family?
When they put you in a goddamn cage, bro? How you
I'm just saying that's something we need to look at though, because the welfare system,
my granddaddy,
government programs like that.
My daddy was in the cage. My granddaddy was in the cage, all for nonviolent crimes. At one point, I was put in the goddamn cage away from my children for nonviolent crimes. So how can you?
I was put in the cage because I fucked up and I was doing wrong. It was nothing else.
You can fuck up and do wrong, but my point is, when you fuck up and do wrong, it's just the same as that white boy that fuck up and do wrong. It's, oh, we gotta forgive him. He was just a child.
When you're in front of that judge, they don't give a damn about what everybody else did.
They do give a damn. They do give a damn, because when I went to jail, I was in jail with many other people that had the same charges as me or greater charges and were going home with their families, and that was white people.
Portal, I got around 40 arrests and 2 felonies.
Yeah, but
I have denied nothing.
Francis never said it was created because of that. But I'm saying the welfare, that's a product you get from it.
You got lucky, bro.
You need to look into that, Francis, because it's true.
You got to do 10 years in prison.
And that's not just black families.
You're going to do 7 years for bullshit. Right, so if you want to look at why black men is not raising their
Francis,
children,
I never said it was created for that.
I'm
saying that's a product you get of programs like welfare.
Are in jail or in the goddamn ground, and the rest of us are ignorant.
But the reason why they're there because they chose to make a way by breaking the law.
No, because
they do the right thing for the wrong reason, and you can't do the wrong thing for the right reason.
They create laws. They create laws. The laws are based on to make sure that once you do fuck up, you are going to be harshly punished way more than anyone else in society, right? So this, for instance, we know about the crack law and the cocaine law. Even though
why do wrong?
Even though it's the same reason everybody does wrong, because we're human beings and ain't nobody fucking perfect, B. I do wrong the same reason you gonna do wrong, and my kids gonna do wrong.
Never gonna be perfect.
My kids gonna do wrong the same reason that white family kids.
But since I know they're gonna give me 3 times, I don't do wrong no more.
It depends on what wrong is. It depends on, is wrong smoking weed or selling weed? Well, for some people, that's wrong in half the country, because I got a cousin that's locked up for 6 years right now for a weed charge. But in another part of the country, in another part of the country, you know, it's a slap on the goddamn wrist. So it just all depends on your definition of wrong and where you live at and what the laws is in your town. And you cannot erase. My point is this: you cannot take the whole United States based on your experience in that one little. You live on a slither, not even a dot of the population of the world. I mean, of the United States, right? You cannot compare situations to what you know from your environment, because each environment is different. And I'm telling you, bro, have you ever been outside of Texas?
I lived in California. I was born and raised in Mile High in Denver, Colorado.
Have you ever traveled around to
I've lived in Oviedo, Florida. I've lived Denver, Colorado. I've lived in California not once but twice. I've lived in Oviedo, Florida.
Out of all the places,
I lived in Shreveport, Louisiana. Hold on, wait a minute. You asked where I live.
Yeah.
I lived in. Wait a minute. Hold on.
You don't have to give me exactly every place you live. I just want to know if you lived in multiple places. So
yes.
In all your experience,
I have.
In all your
I
experience,
found one thing.
In all your experience and all the different places you lived and been to, are they all the same?
Completely. So I had to make a choice. I had to make a choice. I had to get in the mirror and look at myself and say, you know what, Rice, I'm tired of your shit.
Yeah, that's all cool, man. That's all that kumbaya shit about
getting
yourself together and taking responsibility for yourself. That's all cool and good. That's all cool and good, right? I'm not saying that a person shouldn't take responsibility for themselves, but if you take a responsibility for yourself, I'm gonna give you a good example, right? At one point, I did everything I'm supposed to be doing. So, you know, at some point when I got my charges and I got locked up, I did some dumb shit and made a mistake. Not a mistake of what they was trying to do. These motherfuckers were trying to lock me away for a decade, right? I was a young man on some bullshit they was trying to lock me up for. I was lucky that my family could afford a lawyer, understand? And the charges were so bogus and the evidence was so bogus that I got away out of it. But they was trying to give me mandatory sentencing. But it's a good chance that if my family wasn't privileged, wasn't able to get up that money to get me a paid attorney, because the public defender I had said, hey, son, you know, just look to go do some time in prison. And the prison time was actually a minimum of 10 years. Right. If I wasn't lucky enough for my family to have that money for that attorney, I wouldn't be talking to you right now.
That's a good example of how corrupt the system
What I'm
is.
telling you,
It's a money thing.
that's what some shit that'd be based on when you know, they say the average human brain is not fully developed till you 24, 25 years old.
Yeah.
Right. Your brain's not even fully developed. So you got 18, 19-year-olds that's gonna I'm talking about non-violent offenses. I'm not talking about going out raping or killing or hurting nobody.
I got you.
Yeah, getting in trouble for
I got you.
Other average white kids will also get in trouble for, but they go back home with their families and they may get probation or they're gonna get a warning.
They be having hella lawyers. They pay a lot of money to stay out.
No, they don't always have hella lawyers. They just might have connection and family ties.
Bingo. That's what I was just finna say. If your uncle the judge and you do something and your uncle the judge,
it don't even have to be your uncle guy. It don't even have to be your uncle guy to be the judge. The judge could just be a friend of the family, maybe, or maybe a judge from anywhere else in the country could be a friend of the family, right? So a lot of a lot of politics play into it.
You sure right. But in Texas down here, just during the COVID season, we had business owners call their friends and mount up with guns, automatic rifles, and stand in front of their businesses because they weren't making any money and they didn't understand why the government. Hold on, I'm getting to what you're saying. I'm just giving you the whole case.
That's not what I was saying.
The judge was a black man, and the whole deal was, okay, you guys want to open up your businesses, but we're under a pandemic, and so a lady. We're gonna say white lady said, you know what? Forget this. I'm not making any money. And she said, I'm gonna open up anyway. And she also had armed guards, which were not really armed guards. They were her friends with guns. So she got a ticket. When she showed up in court, the judge gave her a jail time. Guess who got her out? Our governor. Imagine that.
Yeah. I would just ask you if you lived in different places. My point I was trying to make is in some places, if you lived around the country and experienced different environments, all environments are not the same because some environments you just don't have a way out.
They just don't. They just don't present the same way. Now down south,
you don't live the same way, bro. I'm just talking about they're so impoverished. Right?
Yeah, but it's the same thing. Down south, they're very upfront and abrupt with their dislike. In Cali, they do it behind the scenes.
Yeah, they like that in New York too, B, and they like that down south too. Like, especially now, right? Like white people are kind of timid and covered up. But what I'm saying is, it's a lot of places around this country for black folk, which make up 13% of the population. A lot of places around this country where people do not have opportunities to move up the economic ladder. It's just that fucked up, right? I've been to some places where these motherfuckers ain't gonna make it. Right, I had to go in the jungle, and I'm glad to be alive. And I'm like, damn, I've been to some crazy ass places, and I've seen kids, just in fucked up situations where they're not gonna make it. Right? Maybe one of them might make it out of every 10,000, but they're like, damn, something need to change here. So it's hundreds, it's thousands of those type of communities around this country where these kids. And I'm not just talking about grown folk who are on drugs. When people say, "Oh man, get yourself together, set responsibility," when you're talking about anyone from 23 and younger that's put up in a fucked up situation, that grew up in that situation. Also, you grew up with nothing, right? You grew up in this impoverished, fucked up environment and situation, and then you have no ladder. Nobody's gonna give you a ladder to climb yourself out. How the fuck are you supposed to get out of the ladder?
Not Portal, because nobody owes that. That's when I say that's when you take a personal inventory.
I do owe
a whole bunch of shit, Portal, from selling dope to transporting Mexicans.
I ain't talking about selling dope.
Get Mexicans from San Diego, from National City, and take them to Lincoln, California, and drop them off on Indian reservation.
Man, you got to take yourself, remove yourself out of it, bro. It's not about you. You're a grown ass man right now. I'm talking about when you tell me
when I break the law, when you who I am, when I break the law, I was stand up high and said, you know what, I deserve this.
When you 8 years old, when you 8 years old, you 9 years old, you 10 years old, you 11 years old, you 12 years old, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
When I was 11 years old,
even at these ages,
I'm gonna show you how racism works.
Bro, don't cut me off, please, man. Let me make my point. Even at these ages, you don't even have a concept of what the fucking law is to know if you're breaking the law or not. When I was doing certain shit I did and I got in trouble for, when they was trying to hit me with like drug cartel charges, I had no fucking idea what the fuck they was talking about because I didn't think I was breaking no goddamn law. I was totally shocked and surprised, right? So when you're a young teenager, a young adult moving into manhood, it's a good chance you don't even know what the fucking laws is. There's thousands of laws on the books. Independent on what county you in. I also learned that when I was in Virginia, which is a Commonwealth state. It's totally different from other type of states around the U.S. Right? They almost got their own type of goddamn laws in West Virginia. I mean, not West Virginia, but Virginia. It's called Commonwealth. So when you got all these different places around the country, you got thousands of laws on the book. You cannot. I'm not a fucking lawyer, right? Who's gonna grow? How am I know the laws? How am I supposed to know the laws of my community?
Get a lawyer.
I know,
See,
but how,
I have a team of lawyers.
I'm talking about when you break the law, bro.
And that costs me $40 a month.
Right.
I have a team of lawyers. Anytime I sign a contract.
How old are you, man? You like 50 years old, 40. So I'm talking about if you 19, 18, 17, 16, 15 years old. You can't get no goddamn lawyer. And how the fuck are you supposed to know what the laws are? The laws change every 6 months in some places. I'm literally in a place right now where every year the law changes, depending every couple of years, right? Depending on who the sheriff is, depending on who the city council is, depending on what the fuck's going on. Right? The law might be something about licenses, and then next year the shit's totally different. I think I was somewhere where you couldn't be arrested for licenses. Then they changed the law in the middle of the night. Like if you get pulled over, you get caught driving without a license, you can go to jail. And one of my homies got fucked up like that. And
it's messed up, man. It's designed to keep us in that trap.
Francis, when you say why you talk about Mexicans like that, are you that are bad? How do you know? I live on the street. He's really
Hey, please don't try to read Francis. Don't worry about Francis.
I don't think he was generalizing. He was kind of specific incidents.
If you try to translate Francis, if you can do it, I'm gonna give you a goddamn gold medal.
But
it's gonna be hard.
It's good to hear this discussion, though, you guys, because it's important we take in all you guys' perspective. I'm not black. I don't have any African in me, but listening to you guys, it's good to hear your perspective, and it's good to talk about it because
some places
shit is going on, and they want to divide us. If you don't see the fact that they're trying to divide us,
bingo.
I don't know. If we all can disagree on this, man. If you ain't 50 years old or 45 years old, you ain't lived your life. If you ain't old as hell, you still out here. Especially if you're a teenager, you a kid, man. You ain't got no recourse. Right, all that shit's good when you become a grown man, and by that time you probably got 3-4 felonies on you. So good with that, right?
I kind of don't blame some of these kids because our society misleads
they got no fucking
our youth so much. We don't even teach them right things in school. It's all bullshit, and we glorify them with all this crap in movies and music.
However old you are right now, you're 40. You're talking about you got a lawyer, you got this.
They're led astray, you know.
But I'm just talking about kids that are growing up, right? Because you have to make it to adulthood first of all. Most of the time, when black men make it to adulthood, they are packed full of felonies, right? So you're already in a fucked up situation as an adult. And then you say, well, that kid made mistakes or they should be responsible. But a kid that's 13, 14, 15 years old, if you're going to put that responsibility on their shoulders, then all I'm saying is that's cool. Put the responsibility on their shoulders, but also give them avenues to get the fuck out and better their situation. Don't not give them anything, right? No, like my man say, no compensation, no recourse. You don't give them shit and then say, well, it's up to you to get out your situation. Even though you're the one that helped put them there. Right. My point is, if you are a part of the problem and you help, create the situation, then you need to be a part of the fucking solution and help pull these people out.
Yeah, maybe you're right. But I see like this, like how many maybe only 5% of all whites actually own slaves, descendants of them. And good luck finding any of those people. Maybe those people might have something to do with it, but still, even them, they didn't have anything to do with slavery or anything.
The majority of the land in America is slave land. The country was built on the back of slavery.
Yeah, damn right it was.
So so that's way more than 5%. The majority of the land in this country.
Nah, it was all at the top. It was all at the top.
The majority of the land in this country after the Civil War was created and land started getting distributed. It comes from slave land.
A lot of that was Chinese slavery too.
What Chinese labor in 18 and 1900? What?
After the Civil War, yeah, they enslaved the Chinese and made them build the railroads.
Listen, man, you comparing apples and oranges. We talking about black slavery right now. I'm just talking about black history. I cannot speak to Chinese history, and I can't go into that because I don't know nothing about Chinese history.
Okay, but I think it's important to know that not only blacks were slaves.
I can't verify.
It's important to know. I can verify. That's the truth.
I can't confirm or deny what you're saying, and I've never heard of nothing about Chinese slaves in America.
Well, you should look into it because after the Civil War, when we were building the railroads out west, it was slave labor.
Bingo.
We used Chinese, we used
that's why they killed all. That's why they wanted black slavery.
So it's important to know these things about slavery. It's like basic educational stuff we need to know, and like we don't teach people this.
But what I'm asking is, Chinese people in America were slaves?
Yeah, when we forced them to build the
like
railroad.
they were slaves to who owned you?
Who owned
slave
them?
owners.
Yeah, who owned
The
the
United
Chinese?
States
Big
government.
money men, people that run the railroads. So all these
Where did the Chinese slaves come from?
They came from China.
And they imported them in to build the railroad?
Yeah, them Chinese
kinda
people
came here for work.
man. It was just as many black African slaves that helped build those railroads.
Yeah,
Man, we need a
I
real
know that.
honest conversation about
Yeah,
this.
that's true, man.
Not
That's
just
true.
say Asians. We say, yeah, the Asians and the Africans who actually were the first to push that railroad from the East Coast to the West Coast. How do you think that's how they got connected? That's how the North won, because they had access to those supplies that was on the railway system. Come on, man. We need to have honest conversation.
But
Yeah,
you
I
know,
mean,
what I'm saying
that's
is,
valid too.
I didn't know that Chinese people had a problem with slavery in America. I didn't know that was.
They
No,
don't.
really
They don't. It's the ad hominem attack. It's ad hominem, bro.
That's what I said. This comparing apples and oranges. Because
Yeah, you're right.
I'm talking about a group of people who have a problem with slavery in America. You throw in a group
Right. And China and Chinese have a land. They have an actual nation that they can go to. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. They
Black people in America, we are either Americans, or nigga, you just gonna have to deal with your problems. That's what it is.
Yeah, ain't no.
Be 100.
It ain't like we got no other land to go back to, bro.
What you mean?
I'm talking to bamboo. Like, you know, China's a continent. Like, Asia's a continent. Like, Chinese people, yeah, they got a
Do
whole.
y'all think that ABCs?
Yeah.
The Chinese people love ABCs. Do y'all really think that?
Man, who the hell? What are you talking about? What the hell is ABC?
American-born Chinese. Do you think Chinese people really respect American-born Chinese people?
Hey, man, I don't know. I'm not saying that we don't have a problem with bigotry. You mixing up bigotry. I'm not saying we don't have a problem with that. I'm talking about a slave with slavery and the problems that the black community faces right now in America cannot be compared to no goddamn Chinese community. You can't compare it to the Mexican community because this is its own unique problem that we went through and as being a part of this country.
But they did. And you know what they did? They didn't become victims. This is the point that Bamboo is trying to make to me. To me. They had some of the, it wasn't as worse, Porter. It wasn't on the same scale.
Who is they?
It wasn't on the same scale. But there are a lot of people that went through the same thing. It wasn't on the large scale like that. But for some reason, we accept it and we hang on to it.
Bro, because
we don't do anything about it. We keep saying, give us.
Nobody saying
all the people that come to America. Let me finish, like you said, let me finish.
Let me see if you could comprehend this. Right? Let me see.
Let me finish. Like you said, respect. Let me finish, young boy. Let me finish. Let me finish, young boy. Like you said, let me finish. Don't cut me off in the middle of mine. Like you said to me.
Hey, my bad.
Let me finish.
Bro.
It wasn't on the same scale. I can agree with you all on that. But they went through the same situation with the same people. But what they did was they started taking their shit. We aren't taking shit. We keep asking people that don't like us.
What the fuck the Chinese people taking America?
I don't know what you. I'm not exactly sure what that means as far as taking something.
What the Chinese people taking America? What did they take?
I don't think they had slave catchers for Chinese people. You know, and if Chinese wanted to get back to their country, they could do so.
Yeah,
if Chinese people wanted to leave, they could.
So, I'm gonna tell you something. That's why I said ABCs and nobody knew who I was talking about. Ladies Bamboo. But when I said ABCs,
I don't know.
When you said what is an ABC?
I don't know.
Bamboo, what is ABC?
ABC? In that stance, I'm not sure.
It's an American-born Chinese. And my Chinese friends will tell you, when I go to China, they treat me all fucked up because I was born in America.
Right.
Hell to compare it to because I'm American and I'm black. I don't know Chinese culture. So when you say ABCs, yeah, you had to clarify for me. I don't know everything, right? And I'm not interested in everything. I'm only human, so I only can focus on what I can focus on. Now, what you're doing, Rice and Bamboo, what y'all two are doing is you keep putting out red herrings. A red herring.
No, it's not a red herring. It's just trying to keep it in perspective. I'm not saying
straw man. You mean straw man argument.
Nobody's gonna behind your movement. You just saying,
it's not a red herring when it was true.
I don't care about nobody else but black people. You just love them.
Just ask me to let you finish. You asked me to let you finish, and I did, bro, and I didn't interrupt you. And here you go interrupting me. As soon as I say something, you don't have to agree with me, bro, but you're gonna have to respect me. So all I'm saying is, again, red herring is when you throw out bait, right? Every time we having a discussion on one thing, you bring up something else and throw it out there and expect me to follow.
The thing is, we have to be equal to everything.
Let me finish talking.
It's not one or the other.
If you're throwing out bait, right? If we're talking and having a specific conversation, right now we're talking about Black American slavery in America. This is what this debate started over. And then you start bringing up Jews, and we talking about the Holocaust. Then you start bringing up Chinese, and we start talking about the railroad. Then you start bringing up the Indians.
It's all connected, man. How do you not see it's all connected? It is.
It could be
all connected, no matter what you say. Everything that would happen in the past with the Chinese or the Indians or any other race, it's all connected to where you're at right now, to what your argument is right now. I'm not wrong. It's all connected.
Not going to cut me off. It's not connected because the Black experience.
Damn right, well, it is connected, man.
The Black experience
in America.
Explain
how it's not connected.
If you let me explain how it's not connected, the Black experience in America is unique. You know how it's unique? Because you just said when this shit started, you said you right, bro. Because I'm not Black in America, so I can't really speak on that, right? Because you said that you're right. I'm not Black. That was your words, Bamboo. You said I'm not Black.
Well, what point? That doesn't mean I don't know it's not all connected. I know it's all connected. I can't act like I'm a victim like an African American.
You cannot speak on it the same way I can't speak on Chinese experience in America.
Yeah, that's fine. Valid.
Yeah, so it's apples and oranges.
Well, not if you see it's all connected when you look at the macro level of it.
Man, listen, man, if you're gonna try to compare what happened to Black Americans in America during slavery for 400 fucking years to what happened to Chinese for how many years were they slaves?
I'm not totally saying they're equal comparisons. No,
how long does it
I
take
never
to
said
build a
that.
railroad? How many years? 4 years? 5? How many years was it?
To build a railroads, maybe like 10 years.
How long were the Chinese used for their slave labor?
Well, okay. I never said you can compare them like they're equal. I never said that. But it's important to talk about all issues of slavery. You know, it's all connected.
If you cannot compare the two, why the fuck bring it up?
You can compare them, but you can't say that they're totally equal.
So if you can't compare them, so how long were Chinese slaves using slave labor in America? For how long?
Not as long as the blacks. I know that's the point you're trying to make. That's not my point I was trying to make. The point is that we have to keep it all in perspective.
This is the larger point I'm going to make. Give me an estimate.
10 years.
10 years compared. Okay,
20 years maybe.
Compared to 400.
And I know you're going to say it's not nearly as long. I know what you're going to say.
400 years.
Not my point.
You know what that's like doing? That's like me getting a little scratch on my finger and comparing it to your gunshot wound. It's not the same thing.
I never said it was the same thing, but I'm saying you can still look at both of the things and learn from them.
Getting a little scrape on my knee, and I'm comparing to you being shot in the head.
Yeah, I wouldn't compare that. Of course,
exactly. So why the fuck would you compare 10 years of Chinese slave labor, building railroads, whatever you're talking about, to the 400 years of slavery that Black people endured in this country?
Because if people don't know that the Chinese were enslaved, then you need to know about that. That's why.
Okay, man. Nobody say if we don't need to know.
And I'm not saying it was equal. I never said that.
As a Black man race, it seems that you are so concerned with every other race but your own. Why are you concerned with every other person's history?
That's a beautiful thing, soldier.
Because history repeats itself. And it's all connected to history.
But first, you should be educated within yourself. Right. First, you should seek self-wisdom before you speak.
Of course.
Yeah, so that's what you could agree with that. So this is my whole point. This is why this conversation.
My point wasn't to say that it was equal. That was not my point.
So you did say you can compare. You said that's not apples. You said
can compare. Yeah, you can't claim it's equal. You can't claim it's equal. That's not the same thing.
If you can
trying to put words in my mouth.
So can you compare?
Not what I meant.
Again, then if that's like this, that's like having.
But if you talk about Black slaves, like I said, you got to talk about all slaves because they were all colors.
No, you don't have to talk about all slaves because you're
talking about American history. We're not talking about the world history of slavery.
Don't you want to know where it started? The foundation of it? Isn't that important to know?
All slavery
is older than time immemorial, man. Slavery goes back, predates the Bible, man.
Yeah, I believe so too. And it's
slavery predates the Bible. Now this conversation is really cool and it's nice and all, but you know who winning? And I'm gonna be real, we're gonna be 100.
It's
the fat cats, the NWO, whatever you want to call them, none of the motherfuckers that's winning for our division. They the one keep pulling up all these walls.
Damn right.
Now the truth is, now we talk about race in America. Black people, we gonna continue to have these issues until we start communicate and communicate with each other, and stop listening to a black celebrity or a black head with money. Because the truth is, these motherfuckers is the one talking about, oh man, Black Lives Matter and all this shit, and then they help get the people galvanized to start doing this thing and setting agendas. Niggas like LeBron, all these people, man, they can throw money at, they can donate money. Ain't nobody doing no grass. Ain't none of these black celebrities putting their money in the hoods, though, man.
Talk about it, man.
Solo, that's not true.
You feel me, dog?
That's not true, bro. That's not facts, because you have people like Killer Mike, who's
man, don't talk to me about no damn Killer Mike. Oh,
I'm just saying, Killer Mike's doing something. What I'm saying,
look, family. Killer Mike does what he's going to do. But you understand, he is a mouthpiece for a political party, right? So when it comes to
he actually has a movement, right? Like he's actually doing shit on the ground level. You said grassroots, he's actually doing grassroots shit.
Like, but look, he can be grassroots, but as soon as he starts talking about towing a party line, he loses it, man.
T.I. is also doing grassroots shit.
There's all opportunity zones. That's an old rehash idea from the Nixon system. No, opportunity zones is a nice fancy way of saying gentrification, bro.
I'm not just talking about opportunity zones. I'm just talking about they have grassroots movements. Killer Mike and T.I., who are two celebrities.
And what they promote opportunity zones. I hear you, man. I've been following Killer Mike and them for the long.
They don't just promote opportunity zones. They're also doing many things in their community.
Be on hey girlfriend.
Yeah, they're not just promoting opportunity zones. They also do much things for the youth. They do many things for the youth in their communities. It's mostly about education, right? So that's what they are.
Portal. See, this is the problem that we have, because we want to discuss just black slavery, but you got a bunch of people in here.
Hey, I wasn't even talking about slavery when this shit first started. I'm talking about what's going on now. I'm just saying.
I get what
the root cause of what's going on now stems from slavery. It stems from that oppression, right? Because again, we talking about the 1960s. The 1960s, I told you my grandmother was alive, and she could not go to black schools. Schools were segregated. Also, everything.
You know what sucks though? We're trying to segregate again, though. Do you see that?
Hey,
we're trying to resegregate people. That's messed up.
I don't know if you know this, but it's been segregated. When I grew up and I went to high school, guess what? All the blacks sit on one side of the goddamn lunchroom, all the whites sit on the other. When I go to gym at PE when I was growing up in school, all the blacks were on one side of the gym, all the whites were on other.
Yeah, I saw all that.
That is true. The majority of churches in America are still segregated.
It's not that we're going back to it. It's not that we're going back to it. We still trying to claw our way out of this shit. It's not over yet.
That's real shit, though.
It seems like it's a second wave, and you think it's happening again. But the real point is, we never got away from it. This is what people don't realize, right? This is how I grew up. When I grew up, I didn't have a white girlfriend. I didn't really know white people. The only white people that came to my hood was fiends, right? If you seen a white person in the hood where I lived at, you know they would needed some drugs. It was like rare to see a white person. They were like a dangerous species growing up. I never had a white girlfriend because I didn't have a white girlfriend because I didn't grow up around white girls.
I had a white wife. Her dad has got a talk show that's dedicated called Be
I never had a white girlfriend.
I've had one of my daughters is half white. Her mom has the biggest advertising name in this county.
Yeah, that's cool. I have had white girlfriends. I'm saying
I'm in Texas, baby.
I'm saying growing up, I grew up segregated. I grew up segregated. Like I say, blacks had their thing going on, and whites always had their thing. This is I grew up in the 90s.
But what I want you to get to see is, and I just do this. Look at this point here. It's always been about the money.
Mm-hmm.
It's never been about people. People don't care about that. It's always about money. Somebody asked me, they said, right, how would you fix the police situation where the police don't draw guns and kill people? I said, I got an easy solution. Make them put insurance on their guns, and if they draw that gun out of term on anybody, make the insurance premium rise. See, one thing you got to do with these people is they don't understand nothing but getting in their pockets. So when you put insurance on it, you make them pay. When they draw that gun, 730.
You're talking about both sides.
That gun, you make them put that insurance on it. Now, if they drew it all right, You don't up the insurance premium. But the way they acting now, if the way they acting now, every time they draw that gun, as long as you keep that insurance premium going up and they start not getting the check, they'll go find another job.
Well, they're not, but everybody they're killing, first of all, they're not killing everybody using guns. So that's
no, it don't matter. It don't matter who they kill. But we want
to they killed more whites in the last year than they did blacks. You guys know that, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, but black people are only 13% of the nation, and white folks are over 60%.
They gonna kill more white people.
It's mostly black on blacks.
They kill more black. They kill more white.
Something like 7,000 in the last year.
They kill more blacks. They kill
Nobody
more
talks about those black guys.
I hate this fucking racist ass point. I hate somebody makes this racial ass point. They kill more whites in America than blacks because whites make a majority of the population.
Right. Yeah, that was a
right. Black males get killed 3 to 1, 3 to 1, 3 times more. In some cases, more than 3 times more than white counterparts. So don't bring up this white people get killed. Of course,
you're right, Porter.
So
you're right.
The second point is right. You just said we don't need to worry about money in the You said it's about money. You said we got to worry about money.
It is about money.
So if you know about money, right? So when I told you that, yeah, these corporations do need to get involved because everybody know that money, that dollar's going to be what's going to change. So when you got certain organizations and certain groups of people, also senators and Congress people that are losing.
They're all corrupt as hell. All those.
They're losing funding. If these corporations start pulling out, if people start losing corporate funding, then change can happen. This is what the fuck we need. We need these corporations to come on over to our side so we can gain.
They're not coming to our side though, bro. They're not coming to our. They're not representing. They're not for a black liberation movement.
They're not. They're not. They're for making money.
Black Solar. At one point in time, you know what? It was a nigga that said, "Hey man, this slavery shit ain't never gonna end. We never gonna make it out of slavery, man."
No, you gotta have it. You gotta have imagination. You gotta have imagination. That's why we made it here.
One of the ways to have the imagination do it is to box these corporations in to where they're going to start pulling out for racist type legislation, racist type laws. That's the way we're going to enact change.
That makes them the money. They're never going to do that. That's why I say
it's never going to happen.
You have look at Nike. Nike just pulled out They pulled out the Washington.
And why should we even take Nike seriously when they have slave labor?
Let's not even listen to Nike. They represent a really oppressive regime over in China. They out there sex trafficking,
and we consume all that stuff
and all that shit, man. No, fuck Nike.
Can I just say something real quick though?
Nike don't have their problems and their faults, but what I'm saying is, you see when Nike pulled out from the Washington Redskins. Now they say, "Oh well, we might change the name. We're gonna talk about it." Right now,
what is that going to change though? Changing the name, is that going to change it?
I'm not saying if it's going to change. It's going to change a lot because some people wanted it changed for years. So those people who wanted it changed are happy, right? Something happened.
Yeah, but I mean, in the big scheme, that's not. It's just window dressing, Band-Aid.
You got to talk to all the thousands of people that protested the Washington Redskins for years that were looking to get that change and make it happen, and now it's finally happened. Right? A change that at one point the Washington Redskins owner said he don't give a fuck. He ain't never going to change it.
Right? Many Native Americans don't even find that offensive. Redskins.
Okay, but what I'm saying, whether the Native Americans do or not, that's your opinion. I'm just saying it was thousands of people who protested that every year who wanted that to change, and change is coming.
And most of them are white people. I'm like, why do they have it?
Most of them ain't no damn white people, man.
I would say, from what I understand,
I would probably have to concur with Bamboo on this, man. It's white people out there actually putting in the word for that change for that shit. That's the liberal white though.
It's the liberals, man.
That's messing up our country. Even though I'm just saying, of course, that's just change on the surface. Of course, that's change on the surface. What I'm saying is they pulled the Confederate flag down and no longer allow it at their parkway. Right, but there were people who protested that change for years and made us think like that shit ain't never gonna happen, and change came.
Think of this though, the Confederate flag.
I'm going down the list. Also, we're gonna go with the no-knock warrants, right? Where they killed Breonna Taylor and shot her down in her house while she was sleeping.
What about David Dorn? Nobody cares about his life.
What about David Dorn?
He's a black man. Nobody cared about him.
Why you say nobody cares? Hold on. Why you say nobody care about
you gotta stop pulling out the mainstream people. A lot of the
agenda is based on election season.
Because nobody was talking about like there were other people. It's pretty simple to see.
It's thousands of people to talk about. It's thousands of people to talk about. I don't get your point. You're gonna talk about everybody.
I just don't know why they didn't make a fuss about him getting killed. Like
it's thousands of people that we didn't make a fuss about. It's thousands of unnamed.
Yeah, exactly. They should be in Chicago right now. BLM trying to.
No, that should let you know that it's so many. It's so many. It's so many.
I just had a family come back from Temple, Texas that just went to the president because of the same thing we're talking about now. One of my homeboys, Michael Dean, got murdered by the police in a simple traffic stop. Let me tell you how they did it here in Texas. They took the car, the police station, took the car, the evidence, and they had it detailed before they returned it to his family.
Wow. Sounds like the police, though.
Our police,
sounds like the police culture.
Wait a minute. So our police chief is black. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Right. Then we're gonna go even deeper. Most of them Democratic cities that's in the shitter, all them cities, a lot of them is Democrat, black mayors. Right. That's what I'm saying. We gotta check our own. Just like just like I ain't no fucking fan of Trump or none of them Biden, none of that shit. Nope. But when Trump said, "Oh, I'm gonna drain the swamp," I want to see if them white folks is really gonna band together and drain this swamp. Because black people, we gotta drain our swamp too. Fuck these niggas. Fuck the Mayor Lightfoot of Chicago. She trash. She trash, bro.
Hey, bro.
Same with the mayor of San Francisco.
I agree with you, but again, that's apples and oranges.
No, it's not apples and oranges because it's all connected. Let me just.
You saying it's not apples and oranges? You don't even know what I'm
real
talking
quick.
about. You don't even know what I'm talking about.
It is connected though because
you don't even know what I'm talking about, Bamboo. So chill, just calm down. Let me just say what I got.
Okay, but it has everything to do with what we're talking about.
Because of the fact that if you're going to bring up individual black people, right, who may done something wrong toward black people, and you're going to compare that because, well, okay, look at these white people framing black folk, or these white people setting up black folk or sending black folk to prison. Are these white people sending black folk to prison? But look, you got this black person, this black sheriff over here, he did it. Hey man, we got outliers everywhere, B, right? So you got outliers. You got black people who are fucked up. But most of the black people who are fucked up is because they're in a position of power in a white supremacist system, and they want to keep that position of power.
Bingo. That's why I said people.
My point is to bring up a black person that's in a position of power that do something fucked up to a black person, and then say, well, what about? My point is, this, to me, the protesting, what everybody's missing and not understanding is because you can see white people are also protesting. Like you said, in some places there are more white folk than black folk. It ain't about white people. We're not protesting fucking white people. I don't understand why y'all don't understand this shit.
Because
I agree with you 100%. I know. I feel you.
I agree, but it doesn't seem like that.
Boo, let me finish, B. This is not what none of this shit is about. You say you want to be educated and learn something because you ain't from my where I'm from. So let me tell you what the protest is about. Because I see, like on your channel, I know you speak on this topic, and I know you have opinions on this topic. So I'm just trying to give you I'm not even gonna say educate you. I'm just trying to give you a different perspective. The protest is not about white folk.
And it's not.
It's not about, that's not what we protesting about. We're not protesting about white folk, we're not protesting about black folk. The protest ain't even about slavery. Right? The protest is about the current situation that we are in this country that stems from a history of slavery, racism, segregation, Jim Crow laws, this long ass history that's been over many years that's led us to this point that we are at now. We are talking about the current point. We bring up the past because it is good and relevant to know the past to understand what we are dealing with in the present. We are not protesting white people. There are many white people that are protesting alongside of black people. And in some cases, like Rice said, there's more you see, or Solo say, you see more white folk than black folk.
Right, it's crazy.
We're protesting because even white people are starting to learn the system is getting so out of control. This white supremacist system that has been set up is getting so out of control. It's even starting to affect white folk now. Right? It's even starting to affect where they starting to say, oh shit, we see what you're talking about. Because now they even doing it just like you say, they also killing white folk. Right, so the system has got so out of control where it's now no longer just oppressing black people, it's affecting black people, but it's also now affecting a certain portion, and mostly lower income white folk are being affected almost just the same. They kind of getting scooped in with us. But my point is, we are protesting the system of oppression, the system of segregation, the system itself. It don't matter if it's a black person that's a part of the system doing some fucked up shit. It's an Indian person that's a part of the system doing some fucked up shit, or it's a Chinese person there doing some fucked up shit. They're protesting the system that keeps having these outcomes that we have to deal with on a daily basis of watching people die, right, on fucking camera, right before your eyes. And then after it's out, they tell us don't believe our lying eyes and nothing's gonna be done about it. So the system has got so fucked up.
Yeah, but the system, we're already sold, Porter. See, your birth certificate ain't nothing but an IOU to the Vatican. So we have no choice but to be a slave.
Well, my birth certificate ain't no damn IOU to the bank, because I'd have defaulted on that goddamn loan.
But I'll just say real quick.
Take off my black ass hell.
This is a tool.
We can't make it, Porter. We ain't gonna be able to make it.
This is a tool by the elites to divide us.
Defaulted on, boy.
It's a tool by the elites to divide us, and they're playing the race card. I'm not saying, this is what I understand. And it's the money divide. That's the real problem. Yeah, there's racial divisions going on, and they're using that to divide us because they know if we really focus on the main problem, which is the system, which is the money at the top, then it would all come down.
The money, bro. The money in the system is totally
they can't shed light on that.
The money in the system, the money is the product of the system. The money is not the system, dude. The money is just the product of the system, just like racism is a product of the system. And all these injustices that we face in this police brutality is a product of the system. The system.
Well, if they run the system, then maybe it is. If you
money is the biggest problem.
It is the biggest problem. I mean, corporate welfare, bankers getting away with all that money, bailouts.
Money is not the system. Distributes the money, right? The system is what actually distributes the wealth.
If they own the courts, if they own the police stations,
money is not.
If you look on that dollar bill, you see that pyramid scheme. You know exactly.
Look at the system as the distributors, right? The system is the distributor.
Pyramid scheme.
But they own the system, though. Just think.
Yeah, exactly. But the system is the distribution, right? The distribution. So it's not the money itself. The money, it doesn't matter. It could be money. It could be gold. It could be fucking.
You can call it wealth, whatever. The powerful at the top.
Right? Yeah, it's the system and the way that everything is being distributed. So all of your questions.
Can y'all listen to something real fast, and I'll show you how dangerous money is and why I always follow the money. Can I play something for you? Can you hear something real fast?
Yeah, real quick, and I'll say it's good to talk to you guys and have a discussion, man. I appreciate it. Thank you, Lucia, for having me up here.
Let me play something real fast, man.
Right started this shit.
It's great to hear your perspectives, guys. Everybody, man, I appreciate it.
It's all Rice's fault right here. Rice, I blame you.
Hey, man, it's a very interesting discussion, I must say, though.
It was peaceful before Rice came here with this crazy shit. I love y'all, man. Everybody perspective counts, you know what I mean? But at some point we gotta stop. We gotta concentrate on do one thing at a time, man. We get to everybody else right now. While this movement, while the black movement is going on, everybody can join in. I welcome everybody to join in. Let's handle this. Let's not start trying to take away from the black movement, and then we're gonna go to the white movement, and we're gonna go to the Indian movement. One at a
real fast. This is what money does, Portal.
Who the hell is that? Right, I can't hear it, bro.
Oh, you talking about that dude who killed MLK? Yeah. Oh, yeah. The dude who's that fuck.
The struggle was a spiritual struggle. You couldn't pay people to do what we had to do. You couldn't pay people to stand before landlords and holders and good clubs and cattle farms. It was strictly a spiritual.
Spiritual. Yeah, wait for it.
We will revisit the mountaintop speech, the Mason Temple, that the king made the last address. He almost didn't make it because the night that.
Hey, Ray, just tell me what is he talking about? I can't hear him.
Here he comes. Wait. Here he's gonna tell. He's gonna tell you.
He said, "You guys go over and have a rally. I'm gonna stay at the hotel and work on the campaign." And we got there and got to have an actual picture. Jeffrey Jackson walked in. He was all clapping because they saw Martin was behind us. And so Ralph Rickles said to him, "This is not our crowd." And called Dr. King. Any of the markers that we had in those days, you have an opportunity to bring the children and bring the family. And he marched with sharing with them the last hour of God's life. But that gave him the wonderful privilege of spending the last hour on a sweet creature of the home. After the kings and trials. And he together in room 306 at the Lorraine Hotel. The press is always curious and writers, what's going on? What did you talk about? I said, we just talk pizza talk. So pizza talk about when they get together. I'll say, we walked over now. And he was talking to people in the y'all. He said, we're not here there. Only as I moved away, so we could have a clear shot. The shot rang out.
There you go.
That's
right. James Earl Ray did not kill MLK.
What did he say? What did he say? Because I couldn't hear. I didn't hear shit he said. What did he say?
Portal. He moved.
No, James Earl Ray was a patsy.
Set Martin Luther King up because he was paid to.
Yep.
Who?
He was a patsy. James Earl Ray was a patsy. He was brought to that area because he was
just like Lee Harvey Oswald.
Just like Lee Harvey Oswald.
What I'm saying is this: what the fuck? I keep always asking, what they got to do with the president of China?
That's what. This is the point I'm trying to make. That's what I was saying when I say. That's what I was saying when I say I follow the money. You asked the question. You said, what does that mean? I said I follow the money because the money is what corrupted everything.
Yeah.
You don't have to follow the money. You don't have to follow the money back to Martin Luther King. You don't have to follow the money back to just Martin Luther King. I mean, I don't see what they got to do with anything.
Well,
it's just an example of the system, you know.
In regards to that video,
he's part of the
MLK died for a host of MLK died for a host of reasons, which none of it had to do with money. Money got the job done, but that's not why Martin Luther King was killed.
That man was trying to get the money.
No, Martin Luther King was killed because he was about to do that poor person's march, which is going to Now that had to do with the money. It also had to do directly against the Vietnam War, man. That war is a racket. War is the money.
It also had to do directly with this man was a great orator who was able to congregate and pool together thousands of black folk at one time.
Yeah, that too.
It didn't have shit to do with no money. It had to do with the fact that they were scared. It had to do with the fact that they were scared that they seen a black man who seemed that he could unite his people. And one thing that they're scared of more than money or anything is if motherfuckers get united. Right?
That's why they take out.
So they might have used the money. They might have used the money to pay Lee or Harvey Oswald or whatever the hell you want to talk about. They paid this person, use the money for that. But money's not what killed King. Right? Money's not what killed King. What killed Dr. King is the same thing that destroyed those black neighborhoods on Black Wall Street.
Let me tell you something.
They seen black folk becoming. They see black folk reaching a level of success, and it always scares white folk when they see black folk become successful. Because the first thing they think is out of fear they do this shit to us. Let me finish.
The top people are scared of us, Portal.
It's out of fear that they do this shit to us. They say, okay, they say, look at those black folk, right? They say, look at those black folk. They say they're gonna take our jobs. They're gonna take our women, right? They're trying to have black babies. They're trying to rape all our women, right? So
most of America is hurting. Most of America is hurting. You know, it's a lot more people that are white that are hurting because they're.
You don't think that's fair, me?
So when you talk about a lot of people being unemployed and losing a lot of shit is being, and that's why you have these white people in the streets now.
What?
It's a lot more business owners that are white losing, way worse than we are. See, it's like this: an economic structure. If you own a business, you're probably standing on top of a one-story building. If I got a job, I'm on the curb.
No, but that's not true, right? If I lose my job and I fall. Those are not facts, man. White unemployment actually was going down. That's what Trump been bragging about. But at the same time he was bragging about unemployment going down, black unemployment was rising, still on the rise. Right, so there's two different type of unemployment.
Because we are good at adjusting.
Hey man, I always say this, man. Somebody said this back in the day, right? Whenever you see like white folk catch a cold or something, that means the black community got AIDS.
Got pneumonia, yeah.
white folk got a little common cold or something, the black community died from AIDS. We really suffering. So when you see white folks starting to suffer, you can imagine what the fuck's happening to black folks.
Yeah, that's true. I see that.
So it's not even.
But a lot of the problem is
awesome,
we're blaming common white people for things that the bigger heads are pulling.
I just told you, nobody's blaming white people. Nobody.
They want to divide.
Only people that do that is the people that's trying to divide. That's why I keep hoping you stop saying that, brother. Because the only people that hold on to that narrative is people who's trying to destroy the movement, who's trying to leave us off focus and separate us. I just told you, the movement is not against white people. The movement is not against white people. If the movement was against white people, we wouldn't be marching beside white people.
Okay, say we was on top.
Those young white people are brainwashed.
Let's reverse the roles, Portal. We on top. We got white slaves, and what if white people started saying white lives matter? How would you feel as a black man?
As a black man, if the roles were reversed, if I have the same heart that I have now, I would say that's fucked up, and I would be marching with them.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to hear.
But the roles are not reversed. We in this reality. We're not in the alternate reality that you created. Yeah, we in this reality. So all I'm saying is this is not against white people. Again, if
but you do say that though, it's hard to see, like it's hard to hear that because I've seen a lot of situations where black men or people are making white people that had nothing to do with this bow down and kiss their feet.
It's not making white people that have nothing to do with this. It's making white people that are complicit with this, right? That seems that they don't understand why we say Black Lives Matter. We don't say Black Lives Matter because I keep saying this over and over. We don't say Black Lives Matter because all lives don't matter or because white lives don't matter. We say Black Lives Matter because black people are the ones being maimed and murdered in the middle of the goddamn street by the police.
The Portal, when you want to make a movement agenda,
but more of it has happened without police.
That's why the civil rights movement was so strong. Martin Luther King never said
there's no comparison with the black with cops killing blacks than just regular black people killing black people. There's no comparison because it's like 7,000 to like 10.
I don't know where you're from or what little island you live on, but there are people in every community within the black community that for years have been doing shit against black on black crime.
That's right. I'm one of them.
We got people that do shit like that, Bamboo. So this ain't about that. That's a different movement. That's a different movement. We can have different things going on.
Well, I don't think that movement is working because it's getting worse. It seems like
if it ain't working, off it is working. It's not for you to decide. The movement, it don't. It's not. That's why it's a movement.
I just call it as I see it, man.
It's a movement because it ain't because we're work in progress. It's work in progress. But what I'm saying is, when you're saying why are you not worried about black people killing black people, we have people that are taking up that fight.
But they're not doing enough. Where's their voice? Where's their voice?
If you look at Fox News, you're going to not understand this. You're going to keep missing this point. This is what I'm telling you. We have black people within the black community, black on black crime, black gang violence. We have many people. We got churches, we got pastors, we got rights activists, we got all types of people that are dealing with those type of situations. Every day, they put their life on the line. They trying to make a difference.
Okay, that's where the help is needed because it doesn't.
Listen, like man, we got help. We got people taking up that cause. We got people fighting that battle. We got people fighting it, but unfortunately, we also have a problem where the police are acting like the criminals now. Problem. You see what happens?
Can I show you something, Portal?
Yeah, now let me finish this too. Bamboo, I said this earlier. The thing
I got you, my bad, but you right, bro.
The thing I told Rice earlier is we expect the gang members and the criminals to kill other criminals, whether they black, white, or whatever. So black criminals that kill people are criminals. Right, so we have to deal with that. We don't protest that because a black person kill a black person and fucked up, but they go to jail. Right. The problem with the fucking police is when they kill black people, large amounts of black people, and after the evidence comes out, nothing happens. There's no justice. So on one end, Bamboo, why the hell would we be protesting and have to protest about black people killing black people when black people kill black people, motherfuckers go to jail because they was a criminal.
Well,
the problem is, Bamboo, is when you have the police acting like the criminal. The police are not supposed to be the criminals.
But Portal, with them is when they hire somebody, they don't want you to say you hired a fucked up person.
Man, this is fucked up. I think every black person in here right now should go into white neighborhoods and start killing white people and saying, well, y'all kill each other. That'd be fucking outrage, right? And white people be like, what the fuck are y'all doing? And we use the justification that we could come in your neighborhoods and kill you because y'all kill each other because we know white people kill white people all the time. So why, when it comes to the black community, we use this dumbass argument that what about all the black people killing the black people?
I don't think it's a dumbass argument, man. I
That
don't
is a
see it that
dumbass
way.
argument because
I think
again,
every black life should matter. Every life should matter. And if it's BLM, if it's in your name, why don't you care about the ones in the inner cities that are dying every day?
Your community,
not by cops.
Filipino, and it's like me coming into your community, you're Filipino, and I start killing Filipinos, and then I justify about Filipino.
Hi, Snoopy.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just seeing it a different way. You know,
that's a dumbass.
Black lives really did matter.
So
I don't think it's dumbass argument. Thousands of black people getting killed, and you're going to worry about maybe a dozen or so that are killed.
No,
does that make any sense?
I'm worried about
to me, it doesn't.
I'm worried about
it doesn't make any sense when we got many more dying in the inner cities. That's where we need to put
bamboo. I am worried about.
How can you compare a dozen black people to thousands of black people?
In your favor, Porter. Please let me play this.
Hey man, I ain't worried about bamboo, man. I'm worried about the black people who are getting killed, but there's no justice.
This is in your favor. Please let me.
It happens to white people too. It happens to all colors.
This is in your favor.
Other black people, they go to jail for life.
Portal, this is in your favor. Let me play.
Police kill black people, they get a fucking raise.
Portal, let me play this. Listen, this 30 seconds.
It's messed up.
30 seconds, baby.
I hold the phone up, right? You can't see.
Oh damn! I turn the volume down.
Oh my God, man, that's just fucking crazy.
Right there,
yeah, I mean that's what some people
Boy,
are
that
doing.
sound like some old that look like a liberal agenda right there.
Bowing down, begging for our forgiveness for the way that they didn't understand.
And it's not the responsibility to take that. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. You said what?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
That's white people.
Yes, it is. That is a group of white people bowing down in front of a whole bunch of black people, apologizing for not doing what the fuck they was talking about.
So what's the point of that? What's the point?
That was your complete argument. Your complete argument, and you was right. You can't come in and say just because black people kill black people, it's okay for us to kill black people. You damn right. You damn right.
Yeah, you know that's crazy ass argument.
You damn right.
I mean, what I see is like the white people. Those white people. What responsibility do they have for this system, this oppression? Do they have responsibility?
If you ain't part of the solution, you are part of the problem.
It's not about
and I don't agree with that. You know,
bamboo is not for you to agree with. If somebody feels like they have a responsibility to make a change or make something better, I don't have to feel responsible for what my ancestors did anyway either. But if my father, let's just say, for instance, my father was a horrible man, and he was raping and fucking little kids, and I wound up inheriting my father's estate. And my father was a billionaire, right? And he fucked up all these little kids' lives. Then as his son, maybe I would feel responsibility to try to make them whole and do something.
Yeah, in that specific instance,
That's not just a specific instance. This is the same thing, right? So if you
those
have
white people had everything to do with the slavery and the oppression, those white people bowing down to those black people, they specifically had responsibility for what's going on. I don't think so.
Nobody said every white person. Nobody say every black person. Every black person ain't a descendant of a slave. This is a false argument. Nobody said. But if a white person feels responsible or they have some culpability that they should amend for or they want to help fix because they have the power to do so, then I say they should do it. Again, if my great grandfather did something to your family and oppressed your family for many years and wronged you, and I came into the estate and I was a just man, then I would make justice for you, right? I would bring some sort of justice and completion to you because as a human being and a decent human being, I would want to do that to make you whole again. So if you have the ability to make people whole, right? If you have the ability to do so, you tell me why the fuck wouldn't you do it? Only hatred would stop you from doing it if you were capable of doing it. So
what do you expect them to do, though? What do you expect them to do? Ordinary white people.
Nobody
had nothing to do with
white
this.
people should do anything. I don't think the white person that lives.
I think that I think that the BLM movement is doing a bad job of projecting their message.
The whole argument is the government should do it. And just because white people are controlling the government, then all white people want to paint themselves with that brush. We're saying our United States government of America should do something to make us whole. The government is not every white person. White people don't even, a lot of white people that you talking about, for instance, or Fox News type people, they don't even want the government to make us whole. Now, what the fuck do white people got to do with the government then?
Real shit. No, I see your point, P. You make a good point, P. You can't have it both ways.
Government decides tomorrow to give us reparations. Why the fuck would white people be mad about that? It's not coming out of white people's pocket.
But okay, reparations.
Actually,
like how is that
coming out of all our
how is that money going to be equally divided?
Let me tell you how all of it's going to be equally divided. Let me tell you, the same way they printed,
not possible.
The same way they printed $7 trillion. I mean, $5 trillion just now for the bailout out of thin air. Right? The Fed.
No. I do you even, AP. I do you one even better. How do you give like $100 million to dead people in stimulus money?
Oh no, we did that. We did like $1 billion. We gave it.
Yeah.
Dead people.
Yeah, but you can't compensate.
Yeah, the billion, right?
But you can't compensate black folks. Where are we gonna get the money from? It ain't coming out of white folk pocket. It ain't coming out your pocket. Listen, man. I'm just giving you an example. They just printed $5 trillion and gave it away to big corporations and businesses. The Fed chairman of the Fed did an interview and said, "Yeah, we have the ability to just create money." He said it's not going to cost us nothing. It's not going to do anything. It's not going to go to the
right.
He said out of his own mouth, they can just create money
because they own the mint. Didn't I tell you that?
But they said it won't cost them nothing. They said if we need to, we want to. He said we could print as much money
it's
as
just
we
paper.
need.
It's fiat currency.
He said,
yeah, they could just print it.
The person that's in charge of the Fed said we could print as much money as we need to.
Yeah.
If you could print as much money, if you could print as much money as you need to, and we're asking the government for some type of compensation to make us whole, why are white people being against that? We're not asking white individual families to pay us anything. This is not coming out of your pocket. This is not coming out of anybody's pocket. But if the government have a way to make us whole, why would you protest that and say, we don't give them shit?
I'm not protesting that. I'm just saying, like, how the hell is that going to be equally divided?
Why would
it's not possible to do
white,
that.
black, or anybody else say, well, don't give them shit. They should struggle.
So every black person is going to get money and like, okay, fine.
Yeah, let me ask you this.
How are you going to enforce that money?
What if every black person did get money? Why is that a problem?
And then I'm not saying it's a problem. I'm saying how are you going to divide that money equally?
We got our reparations. We joined. I think we need that. Listen to me, because I'm on your team. Listen to me, Portal. I'm on your team. We need reciprocity. Reciprocity is money due for jobs that we did that we haven't been paid for. The railroad system.
Enjoying shit. We were assimilated into this culture.
Right. Tell them, man. We enjoying shit.
Assimilated. We were made to assimilate into the culture.
Who made you join the army? Who walked you into that thing and said, be an American soldier?
Did you say something about that birth certificate and that social security number, meaning that you was already property of the United States?
It goes for all of us.
That means that we didn't join. That means that we was forced. We was
forced that point. But we keep doing it. We keep begging to be part of their system. That's called the illusion of inclusion. You will never be part of their system.
Right. So you consider yourself an American citizen, because that's what I'm labeled as.
That's all I can be. That's why I don't like when people call me African American, because I ain't never been
African American, whatever. If you consider yourself an American citizen, to the rest of the world, you're also considered American. Every other country got a ban on Americans right now. Your black ass, whether you white or black, can't go over there. They say Americans cannot come.
Yep.
If you consider yourself an American citizen, then what are you talking about? If you're an American,
it's a deep question.
Even though we were sold out, to the Vatican because of your birth certificate, at the same time, you didn't have to accept certain jobs.
And the Zionist Jews.
And the Bank of England.
Why did Muhammad Ali go to jail, Portal? Why did Muhammad Ali go to jail, Portal, and lose his heavyweight title? Why did he go to jail, Portal?
You jumped to too many different points. You start talking about the Vatican, you start talking about Muhammad Ali. We got to take one point at a time.
No, it's the same point. Why did Muhammad Ali go to jail?
I'm saying, if you know you're an American citizen, where are you supposed to go? Where else will you go?
You can't go nowhere. But why did Muhammad Ali, why did he go to jail? Because and was stripped of his heavyweight title? Because they had a draft and he wasn't going.
Because he was defiant and he refused to conform.
He said, I am not going to kill somebody that did nothing to me.
Yeah, I got no quarrel with the Viet Cong. That's what he said.
He ain't called me nigga. Yeah, that's real shit,
that war was a horrible war. It was all about drugs. It was all based on lies too.
But what the fuck do Muhammad Ali going to jail and not want to join the army got to do with
that? Because at that point we can resist. Like I say, sometimes we got to make sacrifices. You don't have to join. In America, where you got laws, no, you don't have to join their army.
That's real shit, though.
That's not
That's real, man. You're talking about sacrifice, man. Now that's where we get to the root of all this shit. We talking about sacrifice then. What are you willing or what are we willing to sacrifice to get where we gotta go?
Listen, hey, yo, don't be caught off guard by that bullshit. That's bullshit right there, Solo. You can't sacrifice your fucking jail. How you gonna sacrifice your freedom? That's the whole fucking thing we're fighting about.
Hey, I'm just saying we
I'm sacrificing my freedom so my kids can be free.
behind enemy lines though.
Everyone sacrificed their freedom so their kids could be free, then everybody will be enslaved.
How? We gonna vote for that back
everybody sacrificed their freedom and gave them their freedom. Everybody would be free. We all sacrificed our freedom. So you're telling me in order to be in this country, I should sacrifice and be put in a cage?
What do you think happened in the 60s? Didn't you just hear the man say, we got camel prodded, we got bit by dogs. You couldn't pay people to do what we did.
Hey man, if you gonna get ahead,
and now look at us now, Portal. We're on the internet. We get to use the bathrooms. We get to go in establishments.
You agree with me? Then you want to back cut me, man. You want to say if we gonna say that you gonna damn everybody should sacrifice and we could go to jail, then we're gonna run into the same problem white folk and bamboo and you just used. Who gonna raise the kids? Why you got broken homes? Look at the dad. Everybody's in prison. You need to be responsible. Somebody need to raise these black.
Did that happen in the 60s? Did that happen in the 60s when they was getting chased, when they was getting chased by dogs and hit by white hoses? Did that happen, Portal? What are we doing now?
You're gonna be a part of the problem. If we sacrifice ourselves and go to prison and be
you don't think they sacrificed? You don't think they went to jail during civil rights movement?
If we sacrifice ourselves to go to prison,
you don't think they made a sacrifice during the civil rights movement? I just want to hear you say
everybody don't have to go to jail, man. But it's gonna have to be a percentage.
If we sacrifice ourselves to be incarcerated and go to jail for whatever reason, for our kids to be free, then who the fuck is supposed to raise our kids?
First of all, I ain't going to fucking jail because I ain't getting caught, okay?
But Portal, that was the movement of the 60s. So what you're saying, the movement of the 60s, they made it worse for us?
Yeah, I see your point. It's like we're kind of disrespecting that movement in a way. Because they died for that. And there was progress made. I'm not saying it's perfect. We want to get back into that. It's like taking a step backwards.
Disrespecting what movement?
The civil rights movement.
No, I'm not disrespecting. That's already done.
I'm not saying you're disrespecting that. I'm saying
Muhammad Ali went to jail. Martin Luther King was murdered. Malcolm, we passed that stage. We're not going to do that shit over again. We already sacrificed. If you want to say it that way, then bamboo, that means black folk once again has already sacrificed. You want to go back to the civil rights movement? That was a sacrifice that was made.
And we sold ourselves out again.
No, we didn't.
Let me ask you something, Porter. What hood do you know in America? Let me ask just a question. Just a question. What hood do you know in America with all the professional athletes we have a grocery store in the hood?
Not one. Not fucking one.
Yeah.
Have what?
Talk to me.
Any shopping malls, any plazas, anything, any new renditions. Like I said in Detroit.
Yo, I didn't know if y'all know this, but do you know you have a better chance of being hit by lightning than becoming a professional goddamn athlete?
No, I'm just saying, if half the black athletes in the NBA decided, hey man, you know what? We can do our own version of Black Wall Street to help galvanize, to help inspire a generation, several generations of people to go ahead on and do the same thing. Then
and athletes doing a lot of shit in other countries here, programs going on. What I'm telling you is this. It don't matter. It don't matter how much the black people or black athletes invest in the hood, right? Let's say black people gonna open up the black businesses. LeBron James gonna come and open up shopping malls and stores and all this type shit here, right? At the end of the day, it still is all going to go back to the system because you're gonna need.
You know how many white people love LeBron James? If he opened up a mall in every hood, that bitch would be crying.
But that's not logical, man. That's not on stupid. First of all, it's not logical for LeBron James to open up a mall in every hood.
Why not?
Responsibility to open up a mall in every hood.
Because
I just want to say
$1 billion home.
It's good we're talking about this because when we're talking, we're not fighting, and I like to hear.
Yeah, we're not talking about LeBron James opening up a store in every hood. That's not logical, man.
Thank you,
Okay.
Lucy.
What about LeBron James? Magic Johnson just opened up a bank.
Yeah.
Oh shit! What happened? Who did we lose? Oh, Black
Soda.
But okay, Magic Johnson, Janet Jackson, and he played for the San Francisco 49ers. They just all came
Colin
together.
Kaepernick.
Right.
Magic Johnson got a theater, right? Where is Magic hurting? Who do you go to his theater more than anybody?
Let me ask you this, right?
It can't be black people. We don't got the money to go to the theater every day.
Let me ask you this, Rice. Magic Johnson and all them people like LeBron James ain't wearing no badge and no gun on their hip and killing black folk right now.
No, but they making a way. They making a way.
No,
So
they're not making a way.
We need an economic stronghold.
They're not making a way.
Pandering.
People, hey, look, this is an economic stronghold. If you ever watch The Godfather, you think the Italians came over here rich?
Right. I just gave you so many examples of where black people were successful and created their own stores, their own neighborhoods, had their own shopping centers, had their own funeral homes. I just gave you many examples throughout history. Some of this shit almost like 60, 70 years ago, not that far in the last 100 years. I just gave you many examples, and they came and burnt it down and tore the shit up.
Had they burned the Magic Johnson Theater down yet?
No. Magic Johnson Theater.
Had they burned Magic Johnson Bank down yet?
I said when we build black neighborhoods, we build black neighborhoods with shopping stores, our own schools, our own libraries, right? Our own funeral homes. We do shit like that. They came in and tore it down and burnt them shits up.
That's then. We on social media. I tell you what, if they do it now, there's gonna be a lot of cameras pointing at them. And they gonna really look bad.
Also, because this is also Fox News, white people. You falling into this trap, right? Some Bamboo, you been in. You need deep in this trap. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It does not matter what LeBron James, any other entertainer, or any other damn professional athlete does. It matters what people are doing individually. Right now, people are part of it.
That's what I said. Take some self accountability.
So what I'm saying is,
How you gonna give me an argument with my argument?
People are
take some self accountability. How you gonna tell me that my argument was invalid back then, and you just did the same damn thing I said?
Because your accountability is selfish accountability, where you just talk about
it's selfish.
Your accountability. You keep saying right.
Same thing I said. We get some people. Even though the guy that was just up here, he said the same thing.
I'm not saying
got to correct our own.
Let me show you the big difference between what me and you were saying. Everything you say is, I did this, I got land, I got my business, I work my job, I got my car, my daughters. What I'm saying is, and I'm saying we are part of a movement. I'm part of a movement.
I can't control nobody else, but I can correct myself.
If I go out there and protest, as I have been doing, I'm protesting part of a collective whole for changes to be made. Right, I'm standing with.
We got change. We got change. Now we can't go nowhere.
No, we don't have the. Okay, we have
change. Now we can't go nowhere, and we're getting further and further divided. We getting all the change we want.
Further and further divided. We got billions. We got hundreds.
It's dividing us anymore, though.
It may seem like we further divided if you want to listen to certain narratives, but every protest I've been to and everything I see is just as many white people there.
And ain't no coincidence. There's an election coming up too.
And how come every time we start a movement, then the gay people get in it?
Who's the
that's right too?
How many people in here support the protest?
That's right too. We need to get married. The black people can do this. Now we need to get married. We can think about the 60s. Let's go back to the 60s and the civil rights movement. What happened to all the guys that was out there getting bit by dogs? They didn't get the jobs. They watered it down with the woman's lib, and then they gave all the white girls the jobs that they were supposed to get the niggas. Come on, man, talk to me. Let's talk turkey.
Yeah, right. What that got to do with the president? So the struggle goes on, bro. That's all I can tell you is the struggle goes on.
If you want to struggle,
yeah, the struggle goes on.
If you want to struggle, it'll go on.
Yeah, I want to struggle.
The law of attraction. You can only get what you can see.
The struggle goes on, but the difference between me and you is I don't talk about what I'm doing or what I'm going to change.
I know. I see.
Just because I'm the right, it ain't doing me no good if my brother man is fucked up.
Yeah, but see, that's why I'm trying to provide for my brother man. See, what I do is to provide for my brother man. What I do is to provide for my brother man. What I do is to provide for my brother man. What I do ain't for me. But what I do ain't always for me.
I got food in my freezer to feed me and my kids or my neighbors.
Hey, that's why I got a food truck. So my kids will have the privilege to just have a job. They don't have to work for nobody.
Hey man, at the end of the day,
I took a page out of their book.
Right.
See, when they buy a shop, They take their kids to the shop and their kids grow up there. So that shop goes on and on. You want to talk about generational wealth?
Life can't be that good for you, bro.
Shit.
You can't tell me life is that good in America.
Shit. It can't be because you can't see it. See, you can only get what you envision.
This is the point I wanted to make. I didn't say this to be divisive with you. I'm just saying, if life is good for you, then I can see why you don't want shit to change. But for the rest of us who is fucked up, we need to change.
I'm not looking for change. I'm a conservative. I'm a conservative. No, I don't want change. I don't believe in gay marriage. No, I don't. I'm sorry. I just don't. No, I don't want change.
Gay
I
marriage?
don't want no change. Have you ever had change in your pockets? I want dollars.
Hey, yo, a lot of them points you've been bringing up, the reason I knew you was conservative, because those are all conservative talking points.
Exactly. I believe in a traditional household. The things that used to work in the 60s.
Conservative, but listen, you conservative, but when you walk out that door, as soon enough, you're going to realize you're still a nigga.
Shit. When?
Whether you
No, let me tell you something. My grandma told me a long time ago, it ain't what they call you, it's what you answer to. You call me a nigga, I'm gonna keep on walking. Guess what? My name is Rice. My name ain't nigga.
Dick Gregory told you that. Dick Gregory.
My name ain't nigga.
You keep trying to compare Dick Gregory statements with your grandma.
It don't have nothing to do with Dick Gregory or nothing. I set up menus for prominent white people. I do a whole lot with white people.
Listen, bro.
Because I can't break bread with my own.
Right.
You know why? Because I'm a conservative and they don't understand. They want to be victims. They want to be targets. They want to be, oh my God, I can't even go outside. The police will get me. Oh, I can't. You scared of the motherfucker. Hey, if you scared of the ass in the back of the bus, motherfucker, nigga. We don't need those scary ass niggas in the movement. Not now. If you ain't willing to sacrifice, if you scared to die, get your bitch ass from around me. Because you can't be scared of the inevitable. No, you damn right. I got one life to live, and I'll be damned if I live in fear. I'll be damned if I live in fear. Because the motherfucking scary nigga will never have no money. He won't never have shit.
Hey, man, you talking ignorant, bro.
I might be, but that's what's going on. I bought my son's privilege. My kids work in a food truck while I go to work. They keep all the money. Don't tell me that I do this shit for me.
Hey man, a big problem that you have is a big problem that a lot of black folks have.
I ain't got no problem. The big problem that you have is that you're scared.
You don't realize you're still a nigga.
And you teaching your kids to be scared.
You don't realize.
And that's what you're doing.
You don't realize.
My daughter, hold on. I'll go get her.
You don't realize that this nigga just say he got 23 felonies and some crazy shit. He can't realize that he's still a nigga. Nigga, anything you got right now, at the drop of a dime, you make the wrong move, they'll come and wipe that shit away from you. You ain't got shit.
I ain't got nothing. You sure right.
Damn right.
Are you scared for me to leave this house?
You got,
are you scared for me to go to the police station?
Whatever you think.
Are you scared for me to the police pull me over?
The opposite thing.
Are you scared of anything?
The opposite thing.
Because I don't breathe fear in this motherfucker. I'm a real man. I'm not no bitch ass nigga. I'm a real man. And you can't deal with a free man because you're slave scared. Your whole mind is slave scared. You're so fucked up. And now you Black Lives Matter. Nigga, if you got to tell somebody that you matter, nigga, you don't.
Nigga, you crazy. Nigga, I'm gonna tell you the problem with it. I'm gonna tell you what fear is.
No, ain't no problem, nigga. Ain't no problem, nigga. I ain't got no motherfucking problem. I feel paid. Nigga, I'm paid. I'm paid. Everybody around me paid. Nigga, I take care of a lot of motherfucking niggas. All you got to do is come to Temple, Texas and holler sticks. Nigga, everybody know me. I take care of a lot of people. A lot of people love me.
You claim being a conservative before you claim being black. You got a problem.
I'm not black, nigga. I am not black. I'm a man.
You a part of the goddamn problem. You scared.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna be a problem to you slave scared niggas. I'm gonna be a problem to you slave scared niggas. And I'm trying to get rid of y'all.
You gonna scared that you're gonna lose the little bit of crumbs off that food truck that you and your kids.
I don't give a damn about losing the crumbs off the food truck. That food truck is paid for.
I ain't scared, nigga. I put it all on the line. I'm out there.
No, you won't. You just admitted to tell your daughter that you had to have a talk to her about how to talk to the police. Because you ain't got no self-respect.
You working
the scared, nigga. You scared.
Nigga, you working the
police. You worried about the police and them drawing guns.
Nigga,
you scared, nigga.
Nigga, you a plant worker.
You a scary ass nigga.
You own what? You work in a plant, nigga. I seen you on.
Goddamn right, I sure do.
Yeah, you work in a plant.
I work in a plant, nigga.
You a plant, nigga.
You goddamn right. And I got my own business. And get what? Every time I fill up my car with gas, I write that off on my taxes. I get that back at the beginning of the year.
Man, let me tell you something, bro.
I ain't getting no stimulus check. I didn't ask for one.
Here's what you living off. You
I get mine back.
You want to hold on to them little bit of fucking crumbs they gave you and you got. That little plant job.
You can say what you want. I'm living well. You see the curtain in the back of my car, nigga.
I sacrifice.
You remember I work in the plant, my nigga. I ain't never seen you with nothing but a rise on and then big fucked up red lips.
Nigga, I'm
talking, nigga. I got you, boy. You get the right one today.
That point, nigga. I'm past the plant life, nigga.
I know. And what you doing for yourself? I'm begging on YouTube. Oh, like and subscribe. Donate. I'm supportive. Nigga, sit
I'd rather do YouTube than work in a fucking plant, nigga. I'd rather do YouTube than go work in a plant.
Exactly. Begging ass nigga. Begging ass nigga.
Right. I'd rather do a whole bunch of.
Sure right. You sure right. You sure right. Begging ass nigga. You would rather be a begging ass nigga than a real nigga.
Holding on to that little bit shit you hold on to that you don't own. That
okay, I don't know. All right.
That you can lose at.
All right. Oh, okay.
That you can't hold on to. That you see, I don't have to worry about losing no job or getting fired or I gotta watch what I say.
I know. Take up. But you on YouTube like a motherfucker begging, so you ain't making it, my nigga.
Nigga, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit.
I don't stream for 30 minutes. You crying about how nobody can donate to you.
You ain't not doing
everybody else something. Going on, boy.
You ain't out there on the front lines because you scared, nigga. Point blank. You scared, nigga. I'm on the front lines.
Scared of what?
You tell me I'm scared.
You the one that's black, nigga.
You can
I'm trying to tell you that you ain't black. That you a man. You not even full black, nigga.
How the fuck you ain't gonna claim being black and you
mixed, nigga. You mixed.
How you not gonna claim?
You just big holding so you can be a victim. Yo, and like I said, when you get shot, don't cry, nigga.
How the fuck you gonna sit here and say I don't claim being black, but I claim being
no.
But you claim
black conservative. Guilty, fucked up.
You claim being a conservative. You don't claim being.
I want the right shit.
That's what you said. You said I'm a conservative.
Goddamn right.
You a Republican.
You goddamn right.
You a motherfucking Republican, nigga. You part of the.
I ain't no Republican. I don't even like government. I ain't never voted.
That's what a conservative is. Conservative
I don't even fuck with government.
Conservatives are Republican, nigga. Conservatives are Republicans.
Welcome back, Black Sola.
He won't even claim being black. This motherfucker.
No, I sure won't. I sure won't.
Being a guy.
I'm not bad, nigga. I'm not bad.
You are proud of the problem, right? I love
black is the color of furniture or a car or the street, nigga.
Boy, but this is why we protest. This is why the fight must go on. The struggle's real. Keep it moving.
Yeah, the struggle is real. To some fucking niggas always begging. Y'all always struggling.
Die for what I believe.
Your motherfucking ass.
Die for what I believe in, nigga.
Keep struggling. You watch me, nigga.
I will die for what I believe in, nigga.
We worry about winning. We don't worry about losing. Losers worry about winning. That's why you can't tell nothing you do. You don't do a goddamn thing.
I will die for what I believe in.
That's all you've been doing the whole time and crying. Crying. Boo! Give me this. Give me a job. Give me that. Give me this. Why don't you go open up a business, nigga? All it takes is an idea.
How you gonna quote open up a business? Bro, you don't even know me. First of all.
Okay. So why you begging on YouTube if you're balling out of control?
I never said I was balling out of control.
Okay, well shut the fuck up then.
I'm on YouTube.
You lying
I'm on YouTube the same your broke ass on YouTube.
No, you can't save me, nigga.
Why the fuck you on YouTube?
I ain't looking to save me, nigga. You can't save yourself, nigga.
You say you own a business. You say you
can't save yourself, nigga.
You say you own a business, nigga. You say you own a business.
Yeah, right.
And you work at a plant.
I got a son 26. I got a daughter 25.
So why the fuck?
I got another one 16. Another one 17.
So why the fuck are you?
Didn't I just tell y'all my daughter? Why the fuck are you on YouTube? She does medical coding at her home, and she's under contract, and she owns the shit.
Hey, yo, right. Then why the fuck are you on YouTube then?
That's how you rate. Because I want to be. I got 214 subscribers.
That's the same reason I'm on YouTube, nigga. That's the same reason I'm on YouTube.
Why do you think I play music in mine?
That's the same reason I'm on YouTube.
I'm playing music. I'm dancing, cussing, having a goddamn doing what I want to do. Because guess what?
Not only I'm not
Guess
only
what?
playing,
I'm paid.
I'm not only
I'm
doing
paid.
ignorant shit when I'm on YouTube. I'm not only dancing, playing music like a Sambo.
Exactly, you can't. You can't. You can't. Because guess what? It should get banned and you won't get a check.
I'm also trying to educate motherfuckers.
No, you can't educate nobody. You dumb as a
I'm
motherfucker.
also trying to educate dumb motherfuckers like you.
Yeah.
Sambo ass nigga. You say you goddamn black, but you sitting there tap dancing and playing music and dancing and shit. You goddamn.
Yeah, right. You know why?
Portal, hold on. Portal. Rice has his right to his own opinion, though. Like, you can't be mad at him.
I'm not mad at him. I'm mad at him at the fact that he came at me and telling me all this bullshit he telling me about fair.
No. You try to throw up in my face everything I would do. You.
You
don't never announce nothing you doing because you ain't doing a goddamn thing with crime.
I'm doing.
That's how we got this whole discussion because you're only killing niggas. Oh my God.
I can tell you what I am doing. You know what I am doing? I can tell you what I do. I go out there and protest. I go out there and protest when it's time, nigga.
They been killing niggas and killing anybody they want to.
I go out there and protest when it's time, nigga. I go out there and sit with my community and try to come up with goddamn solutions in my neighborhood, nigga. I do that. I do that. That's more than what the fuck you doing.
That's shit.
Shit.
Well, you better ask somebody.
That's more than what the fuck you doing.
You better ask somebody.
What you talking about? You doing?
How many city council meetings you been to? Are you well known in the city council? Have you sat and talked to the mayor and had wine with him and his wife at their house?
No, the last time I went to the city
council,
the last time I went to the city council,
hey man, I got the pictures to show it.
Hey man,
I can prove it. I don't have to sit here and
you gonna make me say some shit. You gonna make me say some shit that's gonna make us fall out.
It ain't even real like that in Texas, like it is in Texas.
I'm gonna leave it alone because you're gonna make me say some shit that's gonna make us fall out.
I don't give a damn we fall out, nigga. Who the fuck are you?
I don't want to fall out with you, my brother.
I'm your guys, man. Unity. I'm
your brother. That's who I am. I'm your brother.
No, man. Why can't we get together and brainstorm on how to get the beat together, man?
Before this all started, one thing I can tell you is I already know you don't give a fuck about me, but I still love you, bro.
No, damn that.
I still love you, bro.
No, you ain't love yourself,
so
man.
What I'm gonna do?
You don't love yourself, man. Ain't no way you love me. You don't love your damn self.
Live, but once I can say though,
you don't even love yourself.
You need to get in touch with your blackness. You are black.
No. I ain't never gonna get in love with being bad.
You go in front of that. You go in front of that judge, and you see how they treat your ass.
No, they ain't treat me no
kind of way.
I'm a free man.
You see, you go in front of that judge. You go in front of that judge and see how they treat your ass.
I'm a free man.
Hey, Lucia, I like your like that little color scheme, yo.
It's only one way to stay free in this country, right? And that's to be a pussy and stay free.
How are you?
You sure right. You sure right. But guess what? A pussy. I'm not begging for likes. I'm not begging for none of that. I come in this motherfucker playing music. I don't play music to the duration. Anybody will tell you right now, if you've been in any of my streams, what you hear. I don't give a damn if I get monetized or not. Because the shit don't matter.
Everybody who came to my stream know that I've been around the same number of subscribers for about goddamn 5 months. I don't ask for no motherfucking subscribers, nigga. You can unsubscribe if you like, motherfucker. It ain't make me no damn difference.
I don't have that kind of time.
My point is this.
And you know what?
I'm
supporting your shit.
If you ain't gonna be a part of the solution, then you ain't nothing but a part
I gave you a solution to police brutality. You have gave me none.
That's the thing. What's your solution? Put insurance on guns. Now what the fuck?
What is your solution?
My solution. It's many different things that could be
done. No, damn that.
Make bullets. Make bullets.
One thing that could be done for police brutality is put a early retirement date, because nobody should be able to be a police officer for 25, 30 years, having to see motherfuckers get murdered, maimed, dealing with all this crime. So you should put an early retirement date. Maybe after a decade, there should be some type of evaluation and allow motherfuckers to go into another career, because you're going to say, hey, you served your time. We're going to give you a package, but we're not going to let you watch motherfuckers get raped, murdered, and see blood for 25 years. That's the first thing you should do. The second thing you should do is not allow motherfuckers that's part of the services. Like if you went to the Air Force, the Marines, or the Army, or you dealt with anything that's overseas and not domestic, you should not be able to be a part of domestic police force, right? Meaning militia should not be in the police force to deal with civilian populations. You should separate the two. Because that's a big fucking problem. If you got somebody who's used to,
and you know who I'll say on harping that real
let me
quick.
finish.
You know,
I got other shit too. I got
but
other
you know
things that
who
need
trains
that
our
I think should
police?
be done.
The
I got
IDF,
other
the
things that
Israeli
should be
Defense
done.
Force, is partnered with
Another
many
thing that should be done, there should be a
cities police
psychiatric
around the country,
evaluation
and
done.
they
Not
teach
know
in
every
military
year, not
style
know every
policing.
2 years. You should have
Israel.
a psychiatric evaluation done every 3 to 4 months. Let's say once every quarter, whether it's every 4 months, that's 3 times a year. Every 4 months, a person should be up for psychiatric review, because dealing with being a police officer, you have to deal with all this bullshit. You have to deal with fuckery type people. You got to deal with all this asshole shit.
That's
and a lot of people mentally can't handle shit like that, right? My fiance committed suicide in front of me, and it took me. I'm still not over no shit like that. So a lot of these police officers got to walk in the motherfucker seeing heads blown out and brains splattered all over everywhere. So there should be some type of psychiatric evaluation every 3 to 4 months to see if a person is still able to do the job. And then it's a number of other things that I bring up in my community meetings where we're talking about and trying to figure out how to get this shit to the proper sources, things that can actually help and be done. So I'm not a part of the problem. I'm trying to come up with answers and be a part of the solution. But what we can't have is people to just dismiss people, make rash judgments, or judge books by their cover, and just try to shut shit down, shut conversations down.
That's kind of what's going on though with this.
There's a whole nother other host of shit that could be implemented as far as police departments are concerned that'll make a huge difference with policing in America, and especially how they treat black folk. Right, especially because if you're dealing with a community, and again, the only time you come in this community is you're dealing with crime. You're not getting called for nothing else, so you're only seeing the worst parts of the black community, right? You don't see the good parts, or us raising our kids, or the parties, the cookouts.
Right? No, when you do that, nigga tell you that you fucked up. Didn't you just tell me that? Like I say, I sacrifice drone money, I sacrifice PS5 money, I sacrifice newer car money to buy a goddamn food truck so my kids don't have to go beg nobody for no job.
Man, we ain't talking about your individual sacrifice.
Yeah, but see, you just downed it, and then you said,
I'm not down to you about. I'm not down to you about your food truck or your business. I'm down to you about you not being able to expand your site to see that this is far from your individual accomplishments.
It's not about me. That's what I'm telling you.
What I'm saying
it's not about me. What I'm giving you is examples of what I'm doing.
Yeah, but my point. But what I'm saying is, okay. The difference between what I'm trying to get across to you is, okay, I got individual accomplishments I'm doing for me and my children also, right? So I can separate the two because I have.
Okay, so what are you doing? So since it's all about me, go on and brag on yourself. Since you think I'm bragging, go on brag on yourself.
Go on and brag on myself about what?
Yeah. What you doing?
Right now, I run a small business. That's what I would tell you, and it has to do with healthcare products, and that's the way I provide for me and my children.
Okay, I get that. That's love.
Okay, but that's neither here nor there. So I got individual, and before that, I owned a business in North Carolina, and before that, I owned a store for about 4 years before my pops passed away in South Carolina. So I've owned several businesses, right? So I come from a business background, but I'm not talking about my individual accomplishments because that's not what this is about. You can have individual accomplishments. You can provide and leave something to your kids. That's fine.
But what hurt me for is you act like I was saying my individual accomplishments as if to brag. No, what I was trying to do was giving examples of how I am trying to bring an economic and how I'm trying to sow the seed in the hood to show my homeboys quit going and getting jobs. We don't need no more jobs. We need businesses.
Let me try to
we need people like you, Portal, down here.
Let me put it like this. Let's put it like this. Let's put all this hard work that you claim you do and this hard work I claim I do. I'm just saying claim. I ain't saying you don't or you do, but I'm just saying this is our claims we're making right now. All this hard work we do to leave to our children. If we don't make these individual changes that we're making within our lives to better ourselves so we can leave some for our children, what good is it going to be if my motherfucking neighbors are criminals that don't have a way out? Because obviously my neighbors and the people I live around, if I'm the only one doing good, there's a good chance that someday, if I don't, one of my children or my grandchildren are going to come across somebody who could snuff them out. Take
exactly.
So
that's why I'm trying.
It don't matter how good. It don't matter
that's
how
why
good.
I'm trying to be the seed.
It don't matter how good you do.
Man, I helped my mother rent the schoolhouse because we wanted to show Black history. It was a Black history program. Yes, I really do, Portal. Talk to the mayor and people like that because I'm out there, dog. And it means a lot to me. Exactly what you do. I'm just trying to be the example.
Okay, so you act like you don't know what the movement about. So how can you say? But
I don't like Black Soul said. I don't like this movement because the narrative is to try to make me scared of the police.
But nobody in the movement is scared. Who you know in the Black Lives Matter movement is scared? We out on the front lines risking our fucking lives. How are we scared? We not at home, right?
I just saw a video, Portal, where the police pulled up on a couple of black children and they broke down crying. The police officer got out and she said, "What's wrong?" And they said, "You gonna kill us."
Yeah, okay, because there's a good fucking reason why. It's justifiable why black kids.
Because the media keeps telling us.
No, nobody's telling us shit. Yo, B, I'm gonna give you a prime example. I told this story many times, so you know I'm not making it up. Lucia D and somebody could probably vouch for this. My daughter was born before she knew what police was. Before I told her what police was, before I had interactions with the police, she never had none. She would always get nervous and tighten up in the back seat in her car seat, right? Like, in the back seat, yeah, her booster seat at like 5 and 4 years old, and say, "Daddy, they go to police." And I used to be like, "Okay, baby, calm down." Right, but I can see the nervousness in her. I can see that she's tight, and she's always trying to make me aware when she's seen them. Now, you tell me why the fuck my 4 or 5 year old black daughter, who never had any interactions with the law at her own by herself, would be nervous and scared when she see the police around.
Are you listening to your conversation?
My point, I'm gonna tell you why. Because if you do the research,
she can't. Hey, everything you go through is a learned.
No, it's not learned. Some shit is passed on through. It's passed on biologically, right? So, for instance,
every behavior ain't a learned behavior.
No, some shit is generational, right? For instance, if your mom, if me having bad dealings with the police, my daddy, my granddaddies, and all the people that throughout my family probably had bad dealings with the law. It's not something that had to be taught. It's ingrained in your DNA. You learn it. Kind of like, I'm gonna give you an example. This is psychology. This is a fact. This is scientific fact, right? People that's scared of snakes. You could grow up in a village or a place where snakes are usually poisonous and bite and kill people. Maybe a lot of people in your family died from snakes. Now, when you're born, nobody has to tell you to be scared of that snake when you first see it. You're already apprehensive. You know to stay the fuck away without anybody having to tell you, because it was passed down generationally, biologically, right? So
I get that, but that's a learned behavior.
So it's not has to be learned behavior. What I'm saying is some trauma is generational. It's called generational trauma. There's a term for it. Right. So again, my daughter, when I learned about that shit, the first thing snapped in my head was a light bulb. I said, "Oh, that's why my baby used to get scared about the police when she had no idea, and I never told her nothing about the damn police."
Well, my daughter saw me go to jail. She don't give a damn. She speaks to the police, and
we everybody don't have the same experiences. Maybe your family didn't have the same experiences mine did. But throughout my daddy knew better than my granddaddy knew better than to fuck with the police. My daddy knew better than to fuck with the police. I knew better than to fuck with the police. Everybody in my hood knew better than to fuck with the police. Nobody fuck with the police where I'm from.
Like you said about snakes, I'm scared to death of snakes. My daughter brought me one the other day out the backyard.
Okay, well that's called generational trauma, right? And you don't have to learn that shit, and nothing. It's just passed down through generations.
Well, how come I didn't pass her down where I was scared of snakes?
Say what?
If that's generational, and I'm terrified of snakes.
It don't mean that everybody's gonna. It don't mean that every. It don't, just because
she just brought me one in 2 days.
Just because something's just because something's generational don't mean that everybody in the generation can pass it down. Just for instance, you might have brown eyes.
So what you're telling me is that
brown
that
eyes.
can't be true.
You might have.
When I was talking about sight between being,
let me explain.
You said it's a psychological thing. When I was saying as a psychological thing, when you say something is black, it is assumed to be bad.
Let me explain how this works. Hold on.
Man,
you can have blue eyes.
Why in the world, very intelligent man, do you want somebody to assume that you are bad or black?
I know that I'm black. I know that I'm black. I'm proud to be black. I mean, what would I say I am? White? Or would I say, what you want me to say? I'm African? What should I say I am?
You can say you're a man. You know why I love the Spanish language? Because they always put the noun in front of the verb. See, in our language, you put the verb, the adjective. What
do you prefer?
In our language, we put the adjective in front of the noun, and the adjective get more respect.
Yeah, give me an example. What you mean? Give me an example.
Okay. Say anything in Spanish, like your shirt is red. How do you say your shirt
But if
is
you
red?
ask a Mexican, what are they? What are they going to tell you? They're going to say I'm Mexican.
Yeah, but when you say the shirt is red, how do you say that in Spanish?
I don't
You say el camisa rojo. You don't say rojo camisa.
But it means the same thing. Who cares? It doesn't matter. It means the same. Hey, when you translate that in English, it means the shirt is red. What does it matter?
No. Yeah, but when you translate it in English, it means a red shirt, which red gets more. It gets more attention.
But what you want me to say? What you want me to say that I'm a Black American. The black, because I'm black and I'm proud to be black, gets more attention than the American. What do you want me to say? I'm American black?
No.
So
I want you to say you're just a man that have a point in America. Let me ask you something, Porter. Why you so black? Why you so black? Did you sit up with God and say, you know what, God, I want to be black? Did you choose that?
Black. No, I'm black, but I haven't chosen a lot of things.
Okay,
I didn't choose to be born. I didn't choose to be born, but I'm here.
Thank you.
Okay, my point is, so now that I'm here and now that I was born a black man, why would I shy away from that? Because whether I believe I'm black or not, when I go in front of each system that I have to go in front of, and I'm filling out any type of paperwork, even for my businesses, when I'm filling out paperwork, I have to say that I'm something, right? They say, what nationality are you? White, Hispanic, black? I have to pick something. So I just go by the language that we use.
If you're smart like me, you pick white, and then they hurry up and call you back, and then when you get in there, I say, oh, I just made a mistake.
I don't pick white because I make my way because I'm proud of who I am. So if you can't accept me for who I am, then I just have to find another route. But I'm not going to be untrue to myself, nigga. I'm never going to be untrue to myself. I'm always going to be true to me. And if a person can't accept that, I don't sell myself out. So therefore, I'm not going to say I'm white to get into a company and then I am black and then I have to deal with the same problems once they find out I'm black any goddamn way. I'm going to let you know off the gate because I'm grounded. But what I'm saying is I'm grounded with who I am and I'm comfortable with who I am and I like who I am.
Exactly.
Yeah, so if somebody asks me if I'm black or white on the application, I don't put white. I'm not fake. I put black. I'm real. That's what the fuck I am.
I'm trying to get an interview. Damn what they think.
Yeah, I'm trying to get an interview too, but I'm not trying to get an interview based on the merit of my race. I'm trying to get an interview based on the merit of my character and what the fuck I'm worth.
Sometimes you gotta.
I don't want to work. I've already been. Listen, Rice. I don't want to work for a company if I have to lie and act like I'm white to get in, and then I have to deal with all the because obviously that company's racist in the first fucking place. So when my black ass get in there, I still got a host of problems I got to deal with after I get in anyway. I'd rather not deal with those type people. I'd rather not work for that type company in the first place. I'm not gonna force my way. My daddy taught me a long time, son. Don't force your way where you're not welcome. I never would force my way. If you can't respect
you sure don't. He's sure right.
Yeah, okay. So I'm
right.
gonna lie
but if you don't force yourself where you want it, what is your movement about? Why are you telling people Black Lives Matter if you ain't forcing yourself into their streets,
we're not
into their buildings, into
to be able to be. We're not for the Black Lives Matter movement ain't about forcing ourselves into nobody's building. Hey, the Black Lives Matter movement simply is about stop killing us in the streets, man. It's a police violence movement because
the street. You say you don't go nowhere where nobody where you're not wanted. Why you still in the street if you know you're gonna die out there?
I didn't say I don't go nowhere. First of all, I never said
I wish everybody else.
I never said I don't go nowhere where I'm not wanted. I don't force myself into places where I'm not welcome. Obviously, I live in America, so the streets I live on is the streets where I live. I have to exist, right? So therefore, you would be telling me by default that I shouldn't exist. If I can't exist in the streets that I live on, in the environment I live in, then that means I would.
I know my white grandpa told me a long time because you know my grandpa white, but you know he told me a long time ago. If you're not liberated, you're not alive anyway.
What do you mean if you're not liberated?
Talk to me.
Do you know what liberation?
If you're not liberated, you're not alive anyway. If you gotta fight for rights that you're supposed to have, you don't have them.
Exactly. That's what the fuck we fighting for.
Well, I got my rights. and I'm gonna exercise.
Hey, do any of you guys know
you got your rights until you put into the right predicament or circumstance, and then you gonna realize you black. Nigga,
have any of you guys listened to?
It don't matter.
You might be treated worse than me because I'm lighter than you.
No, hey, if I am treated worse than you are, I don't even notice.
I say you might wind up being. You might.
I don't know.
Listen, bro.
I don't even put myself in that.
Hey man, everybody who passed away, right? God bless the dead, the George Floyd. Everybody could have had this argument, and before I got fucked over and had my run-ins with, what we'll say like racism or I had my run-ins with discrimination. I could have said the same shit. I don't even notice. Everybody don't notice until it happens to you. This is the problem. But what we trying to do is trying to avoid that from happening. Like this shit.
You don't think that's happened to me because I'm dark?
It should not supposed to happen, right? It should not supposed to happen.
Porter, I set up a menu for a very prominent.
Certain things. Hold on, man.
Let me give you the gist.
Hold on. Let me ask you.
I came out, and a white dude hollered, "Hey, look at the nigger." Now, the one thing I could have did in that position was go, "Are you talking about
certain things happen because of the color?" Hey, yo,
I kept on walking. You know what happened?
Right.
You know what happened?
You're a walking contradiction, B. You said
No,
you don't believe.
you know what happened?
You say you don't.
Name me nigger.
You just said you don't believe, and you said you don't believe that nothing.
Like I said, I'm not what you call me.
You don't believe that nothing can happen to you because you're black, but you just said if you fill out an application, you will figure it out. You said you fill it out. You said if you fill out an application, you would fill it out as a white man.
If they ask me that question,
hold on, man. But which is inferring, you're inferring the fact that you know there's a problem filling it out and saying you're black.
It's you so right. Now I'm playing the game.
Okay, then.
So my mission is to prove that I'm black.
So that
my mission is
you
to make
well, if you fill out an application, you would mark and lie and check the white box and say that you're white to get the job interview. Then you
exactly.
So you full well. So that
My
means you
white.
full well.
Am I lying?
You full well know that there is a problem and a difference with your black skin.
But am I lying if my grandpa white?
If you were to say who you were and feel comfortable saying who you were,
how come I can't be black and white?
Bro, I'm not saying you could be whatever you want, but once you get into
so when you fill out an application, if you mix,
listen, man,
let me ask you something. Are you full black?
Listen, I'm Puerto Rican.
Is your mama black and white?
I got the worst of both worlds. I'm Puerto Rican also. I'm black and Puerto Rican, baby.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're not even all a nigga.
Nah, I'm not even all nigga.
Oh, well,
but guess what? I'm not.
And then you gonna tell me?
Hold on. I'm not all nigga, but I got all nigga problems.
Oh, come on.
I got the same all nigga problems. I got the same all nigga problems. You know, back
you don't think white trash got the same problem that you got?
You know, back in the day, you only need to have a certain percentage of black in you to be.
It's called the one drop rule. It was 1/16.
Hey, I got a lot more than that in me.
In fact, it wasn't even 1/16. It was 1/32. It's called the one drop rule.
I got more. I got a lot more than that in me. I'm glad you know the rule. So yeah, I'm black. Right? That's what they look at me as. Right?
Hey, if they go by that rule, everybody's black.
Listen, man. Hey, man. Listen. This is what
you don't think white
people
go through the same thing?
You just said. What I'm saying is, you said you don't see no difference, and you know this and that. You don't have never been.
You don't think Mexicans go through the same thing you go through?
I think Mexicans go through similar things, but no, I think every group of people experience life in their own reality.
Well, let's ask them.
Mexicans
do y'all go through any prejudice Mexican people?
No, nigga, because if Mexicans were getting gunned down in the street by police, then we would be in the streets marching with them.
You don't think they do?
I haven't seen it.
It's just not on camera.
Yeah, I haven't seen
Well,
it.
say this by that logic, more white people are killed by cops every year. By that logic,
they do it.
So you should know that.
Camera, but now black people get killed by.
You know that?
On camera.
And more white people get killed by cops every year than black people.
Doing that shit on camera. Think about how many people.
I hope you know that because that's the truth.
If you see what they doing on camera, imagine what they doing off camera, B.
It's not a part of their narrative. They can't show a white kid getting killed because it's not part of their narrative.
Have you ever been to prison before?
Because it divides us.
Bamboo Soldier, have you ever been to prison before?
I've been to jail, not prison.
You've been to
juvenile hall. When I was a young, stupid kid. All of them were black. This is Oakland, man. This is Oakland.
All of them black?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I might have saw a few Latin people, but that's about it.
Okay. Over 60.
Well, I'm saying though, by that logic, more white people are killed by cops every year than black.
Yeah, by that
people.
we just trying to tell you about that dumbass
that logic doesn't really work.
That dumbass logic. White people kill. They make it the majority of the country. Of course they kill, but black people are killed 2 to 3 times greater than whites. More white people are killed,
and it's mostly black on black crime. You know.
Okay, there's also black on black crime, but we expect criminals to do criminal behavior. We're not complaining that the criminals are killing criminals. The criminals right? Black people also rape black people. Black people also rape black people. We're not protesting black men raping black women. Black men rape black women all the time.
We should be though, right?
Because they're criminal. No, because criminal rapists are supposed to rape. That's what rapists do. We know that.
It just seems like it's the movement is picking and choosing. And
the movement is picking and choosing that people like the police, the here to serve and protect us should not be killing us. A murderer should murder. Also, I'm saying, Bamboo, the police should not be a murderer. I'm not protesting the black man who's killing the black man because the murderer is doing what he's supposed to do. The black person that killed the black person is just murdering him because that's what a murderer does. Why would we?
But most of these boys that kill ain't murderers. They just kill.
They're just clueless kids caught up in
Most of these niggas that get caught. Think about they go around killing people and they can't find
the definition of murder. When you kill someone premeditated, it's considered murder, B. That's the definition we go by.
Yeah, but think about this. When we have these real killers, I'm talking about the real killers.
You playing the goddamn cop
like B2K. No, that ain't me. That's Lucia.
I said you see D playing the damn bad boy song.
Damn.
Think about it like this.
Bamboo, please. Hey, Bamboo, I understand, man. You got to stop looking at Fox News, bro. There's a reason I know you be watching Fox News.
Can you control somebody else?
Don't watch Fox News. I also watch Fox News because it says know thy enemy. But you know,
well, it's like I don't know if like that's true either because there's this notion that they think all Republicans are the problem.
Tucker Carlson,
it's actually the opposite.
Tucker Carlson on
it's
Fox
the liberal
News.
Democrats that have caused all the problem.
Tucker Carlson, the main show on Fox News, the most highly rated show on Fox News, his main writer just got fired yesterday. His main writer just got fired as a racist. He said a whole bunch of racist ass.
What did he do though? What did he do?
In a private chat, he was talking.
What did he say? All lives matter.
Yeah, I mean, it's like people are getting fired for saying that.
It has nothing to do with all lives matter. This shit just from over the years. They found a private chat. This nigga, he had to resign.
Hey, people all over the country, professors. It doesn't matter what you're getting fired for saying all lives matter. It's like
you can know. He said in one quote, he said, all of the shit that Tucker Carlson says on TV on the screen, I'm the one who writes it out before he says it. Right? He's his main writer. His main writer just had to resign. Now you know you got to be racist as fuck if you go resign from Fox News because they racist as hell. They made him resign.
And are you defending CNN and MSNBC? They're even worse.
I'm not defending CNN or any of them. What I'm saying is you just got to understand that you cannot just get your narrative from one place. So
of course. You gotta stay away from mainstream media.
Like what black people kill black people, black on black crime. So fucking
mainstream media is crap, man.
I'm not gonna protest ever. I'm never ever gonna protest black on black crime. At some point, I committed some crimes, right? We all break the law because there's so many damn laws. I did some shit that was considered a crime in my day. I'm not protesting crime. People gonna do crime. That's gonna happen. Right? We expect the criminals to be criminals. Again, I expect the rapist to rape. I expect the child molester to do child molestation.
But I think like we could.
What I'm saying is, I don't expect the police officers to kill us. That's why it's an outrage, right? It's an outrage when the police do it.
You act like
we should be outraged with all of it. We should be outraged with these little kids that are caught up in this society that want to go shoot a gun.
I'm not outraged when the rapist does rape because when that rapist is caught, they suffer the consequences. We get justice. They go to jail. I'm outraged because when the fucking police kill us, nothing happens. That's the outrage. I don't see why the fuck you can't do that.
I'm outraged about it.
That's what I was trying to explain to you.
Damn,
see, Porto, if you ran the police station and you hired a motherfucker and you didn't know he was an ignorant motherfucker, and your job is on the line because you hired this motherfucker, you're gonna do everything to make sure this motherfucker's right. Because your job on the line too. You hired him.
The problem
That's one of the main reasons why they do not discredit their officers, even though they know their officers are wrong.
A lot of people that are in high arching positions like sergeants and corporals and lieutenants are fucking racist and white nationalists. This is a fact, right? When I was in jail, I had one of this young kid that was about 21, just came out of high school. He was a CO. Right, and some of the people that was locked up with me, actually, my roommate was a young kid. He was about 20 something. And he went to high school with him. They went to the same high school. This was in North Carolina. Come to find out, the white kid was a neo-Nazi, right? So he was saying little funny shit over the intercom into all the rooms, and he saying in our room and shit, and little racist shit. Well, when I got my black roommate who went to school with him, he explained that at school he was part of like a neo-Nazi little group of kids and shit. Skinheads, but what they do is they grow their hair out. They don't put no tattoos on them. They look just like you and me, and then they infiltrate police departments. They also in the army and the services. So the problem right now is you don't know who the fuck is who. So you got people that's in high arching positions that's actually racist as fuck and neo-Nazis, Right? We're talking about neo-Nazi type people, KKK.
A neo-Nazi, that's a small percentage.
I'm just
saying,
if it's a small, I keep saying it's not a small percentage. The reason I know it's not a small percentage is because look at the way the training goes in police department. This is how you know it's not.
You know where that comes from, like I told you before.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you how
you should know where that comes from, though, real quick. I want to tell you some knowledge. It's Israel. You know the IDF. You know the IDF. They train our police, so you should know that. That's where it comes from. You should know that, though. Like when we're talking about the militarization of our police, that training comes from Israel.
Why the fuck they not killing black? Why the fuck they not going in on camera and killing white folk then?
They are. You just haven't seen it before because they don't promote that on mainstream media because it doesn't go with their narrative.
Why are they not going on camera? If somebody,
I've seen it many times. Go look them up. You can find some of them.
I've seen a couple. I seen one where they shot
like
that
Daniel Sharver. He was on his knees.
I seen that one.
To the cops
that's the one I seen where they shot the white guy on his knees. That's the one I seen too. Name another one.
There's another one. I forgot his name. Well, there's many other ones.
Okay, name it.
That's one off the top of my head.
Well, you can name them. Come back.
This other kid, he was like 16, just dropped his brother off at the church.
You could go to my.
He flashed his light at a cop car because the cop had his high beams on and he could barely see. So he flashed him like, turn down your high beams. The guy pulled him over. The cop pulled him over, gave him all this bullshit, wound up taking out of his car, tasering him, and then shooting him. I mean, it just doesn't go with the mainstream narrative. I think you could probably agree with that.
Okay, because you know why it's not with the mainstream? Because it's not a fucking problem in America. It's not a problem with cops running around. It's not a problem with cops running around killing unarmed, innocent white people in America. This is not a problem. I'm also talking about unarmed, innocent white people. Unarmed. This is not a problem it's not a problem for white people. That's why it's not on the fucking news.
Well,
it's a problem for black people.
Maybe not percentage-wise, but more white people get killed by cops.
First of all, white people get killed by cops, but that doesn't mean that they're unarmed. That doesn't mean that it wasn't justified. That doesn't mean that there wasn't criminals. You're lumping in a whole group of goddamn people that's being killed and say, hey,
no, you have to look at it all. I'm
talking about innocent, unarmed. I'm talking about innocent, unarmed black men versus innocent, unarmed white men. Right? When you do the comparison,
still more white
men are killed three
it's
times.
A smaller percentage, of course.
Black men, no, it's not a small. It's actually a higher percentage of unarmed black men that's killed.
That's what I'm saying. It's a higher percentage.
We make
but I'm saying there are more.
We make up a smaller percentage of the population, but we make up a higher percentage of the deaths.
Porto, I get that. You're right. But Porto, let me. Okay, they had. I got instant messages all day long on the 7th about blackout. And then I got the same message from a white person, and they were like, I don't mean to say anything prejudiced or racist, but what did we do? And I said, what do you mean? And they said, well, the black people are saying they're going to have a blackout, and I run a small business, and I really do rely on black people. And now they're talking about having a blackout, and I'm just trying to figure out, what did we do? She said, just like the whole Black Lives Matter movement. I don't understand.
Oh, man, you don't get that.
Hold on. He asked me. Let me explain this to you. This is a very simple answer you could give this lady. If you don't see it, if you want to learn what the problem is, close your store down for the blackout and go and protest and stand with us. Just close your store down for that day, right? For the blackout, close your store down and come out there and stand with us and march with us and get educated.
Well, that's what she said. She said, I can't afford to lose any money. So even if I do close my store down because we're in a pandemic,
but that's what you're talking about.
I can close my. She said, with them not coming, that's just like me. Not want to be part of this. Shut my store down. But what I do because I'm just like you.
Okay, but if you want to be part of it,
you know, I come in your streams. She said, I come in your stream. And she said, when white nationalists come in there, and this was when I was on, before I met y'all. I've been knowing her a long time. That we became Facebook friends. She said, when I used to come in your streams, white nationalists used to come in there and just type nigger. And I would get mad at them and I would tell them they're wrong. She said, am I not behind you? What did I do? She's not. She's not all.
No, she's not behind me. I'm gonna tell you exactly what she did wrong, and what's the problem that she don't even know what the fuck Black Lives Matter means is a problem in itself, right? So first of all, you should tell her, hey, maybe you should get educated. Maybe you should try to figure out and learn about what this movement is about or what it means before you make a judgment.
Well, see, we all know what the movement is about, and everybody knows, and that's why we ain't down with it. Like Black Solar said, once the corporate people tell you who to listen to,
This whole conversation just proved we don't know what the movement is about.
Okay, I have yet to mention one thing, Port. Do you know who the Black Caucus is? Do you watch anything they say or do?
Right. Go back 4 years ago, man. Black Lives Matter's already told us they're a queer affirming organization. That ain't got nothing to do with real black liberation. We got to stop.
They're trained Marxists too. They're communists.
You donate to Black Lives Matter. Guess who you donate to? Act Blue, which is the Democratic Party. If you got the Ford Foundation and George Soros and all these people, come on, man.
But
Black Lives
the Black Lives Matter movement ain't no damn Marxist, man. Listen, man, you got so
bro. He told that Marxist, man.
Bamboo and Solo. If what you're saying is accurate and correct, if the Black
I listen to their words out there on mouth.
Hold on, if the Black Lives Matter, who created the founders, you're saying are Marxists, and everybody under the everybody who's out, everybody who's out there protesting and supporting Black Lives Matter, because that's
no.
I'm just saying, if we're gonna label the Black Lives Matter movement as Marxist, then you can see why we can label the white movement as racist. Because if you're gonna just say, well, why when it comes to black folk, you can say, well, because we have these couple individuals who have this ideology.
Bro, they're the creators, though.
Let me finish.
The creators.
Okay, also the white people created the white supremacy system. They the creators of the system we fight against. So what's the difference? White people created the system.
What are we talking about? Are we talking about a specific white group?
When it comes to black folk, it's like, okay, we're gonna label them this, and we feel comfortable to try to down this movement and crush it. But when it comes to white folks, it's like, why would that white person feel responsible for what this other white person's doing?
I mean, if I see a white person and they say, "Oh," and they are representing a group, if the inventors or the creators of that white group is pieces of shit.
The Black Lives Matter movement has many different factions within it. Okay, I know all about the Marxists. I know all about who founded the Black Lives Matter movement.
Okay, then
this shit is way bigger than them now. This Black Lives Matter shit is all around the world, right?
Yeah, I know.
China, this shit is
it's called a corporate hostile takeover.
My point is this, man. This shit is in Canada. This shit is in Europe. This shit is in France. This shit is then took flight, right? So I understand who started the Black Lives Matter movement and whatever their ideology may be, but that's not what the current movement is about. The Black Lives Matter movement doesn't just entail racism or about racism either. It's also
the problem is people in the movement don't even know it. They're being controlled.
Yeah, because everybody in the movement. That's why. Listen, man. But in the Black Lives Matter movement, that's why you got nobody in the founders of Black Lives Matter didn't see this coming. That's why you got so many white people in different ethnic groups in all different countries that's getting involved in this shit. Right, they didn't expect or didn't foresee this. So I don't know what they actually created the movement for. But after this point, what I'm saying is bigger than just them now. Right, it's bigger than just the founders of the movement. Because under the Black Lives Matter movement, there are many different factions. You got people fighting economic justice. You got people fighting for educational justice. You got people fighting for racial justice. You got people fighting for judicial justice. You got people fighting for police justice. You got all type of different factions and all type of different movements under one umbrella. Right, so I'm not saying that a certain portion of the movement, some of the movement is militant. This is a fact. But this is what happens when you oppress certain type of people and you do the shit that you do. So I'm not interested in that some of the movement is bad or some of the movement may not have the same ideal. My point is the movement is all going for the same cause. Right. And my point is also this: the Black Lives Matter movement did not get started first. They start killing us on video camera in the motherfucking streets year after year. Right. We protested peacefully. Right. So I don't know how many every time it comes to black folks, we want peaceful marches. So let me name all for you. This is for you, my brother up there. This right here is for you. All right, I'm gonna name this off just for Bamboo Soldiers. I'm gonna show you all the peaceful protests we had. This is just a few of them. Eric Garner, John Crawford III, Michael Brown, Ezell Ford, Dante Parker, Michelle Cassioff, Laquan McDonald, George Mann, Tanisha Anderson, Akai Gurley, Tamir Rice, Rumain Winston, Jermaine Reed, Maya Hall, Philip White, Eric Harris, Walter Scott, William Chapman II, Freddie Blue, Joseph Mann, Salvo Ellswood, Sandra Bland, Alfred Joseph Davis, Darius Stewart, Samuel DeBose, Michael Savvy, Brian Keith Day, Christian Kelly, Troy Robinson, Ashland Farrow Manley, Felix Kumar, Keith Harris McLeod, Junior Prosper, Lamontez Jones, Patterson Brown, Dominique Hutchinson, Anthony Ashford, Alonzo Smith, Tyree Crawford, India Kaiser, Levante Briggs, Michael Lee Marshall, Jamar Clark, Richardson Perkins, Nathaniel Harris Pickett, Benny Lee Tigner, Miguel Espinal, Michael Knoll, Kevin Matthews, Betty Jones, Benny Lee Tignor, Miguel, I read that already, Quintino Laguerre, Keith Childress Jr., Janet Wilson, Randy Nelson, Antoine Scott, Wendell Celestine, David Joseph, Colin Requimore, Dejan Perkins, Christopher Davis, Marco Loud, Peter Gaines, Tori Robinson, Darius Robinson, Kevin Hicks, Mary Trelexo, Demarcus Samur, Willie Tillman, Terrell Thomas, Sylville Smith, Alton Sterling, Philando Castile, Terrence Crutcher, Paul O'Neill, Ulterior Woods, Jordan Edwards, Aaron Bailey, Ronald Forster, Stephon Clark, Antoine Rose II, Botham Jean, Pamela Turner, Dominique Clayton, Tatiana Jefferson, Christopher Whitfield, Christopher McCorvey, Eric Reason, Michael Lorenzo Dean, Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, Trayvon Martin, and there's others that I can name that died just in the last 5 years. Unarmed black men and women, unarmed, right? So this is, and after each one of these, whether you know it or not, out of all those names I just named, that's a fraction of them. We had peaceful protests. We tried shit your way. We tried shit the white way. We tried
Michael Dean.
All type of ways, right? So when you say why we ain't making no big deal, just because you haven't heard of it or you haven't heard of these names, these people that died in their communities, protests going on, and nobody does anything about it because nobody can hear the voiceless. But when you got millions of motherfuckers that's gonna come together, we gonna make you listen. Then you saying, oh well, all this is happening for Gardner. All this happened for George Floyd. Why they didn't do this for this person? They did. You just didn't hear about it because it wasn't enough of us. Now motherfuckers are united, and when you united, you can make some noise. So now motherfuckers paying attention, and everybody got something to say. But when I just named all the motherfucking names that I just named, when I named every last one of them names I named, and we had peaceful protests going on, and they lost their lives by the hands of fucking police officers innocently, and none of those police officers that I just named all those names, nothing never fucking happened. Nothing. Some of these people were killed on camera in cold blood. Not one of these motherfuckers indicted. Not one of these motherfuckers indicted. And if they do get some type of recourse, the charges are minimum.
Yeah, it might be a couple years or something.
They just move to another county. No, a lot of times they just move to another county and get another job as a police officer somewhere else.
Yeah,
they might get fired from that police department, and then they go to the next goddamn town and kill the next nigga. So this is what I'm saying. When you say nobody's aware of these people, why we cannot talk about. There's so many fucking names that I just named, and there were peaceful protests for all those people that I named that died that you did not hear about. But now it's like kind of a worldwide thing, and now motherfuckers are sick and tired. And this is how you're gonna make change. So change comes in increments, and change comes slowly. And I'm not saying this shit gonna happen overnight, but what we cannot allow to happen is let nobody derail the movement for whatever. Nothing's perfect. You're gonna find something wrong with everything that happens because we're humans, and by fucking human nature, we're imperfect individuals and we're imperfect creatures.
And there's always going to be racism with that point.
Of course, there's going to be imperfections, and there's going to be something that we can all find with every part of anything that we don't agree with. But the main theme of this whole fucking movement, right? The main theme is give us justice. We're not asking for no fucking handouts. I don't need you to give me shit. When I talk about reparations, I'm not even asking for money. And when I'm talking about reparations, I don't think that's logical to be able to do. But I do think what they can give us is help us build infrastructure within our education, right? Instead of having the biggest prison population, which is mostly populated by black folk, right? We should have an education system like that. Instead of sending niggas to jail, send niggas where they can have opportunity to get some trade, go to trade school, right? So But what we saying when we say economic justice and we need some type of compensation, we're talking about within our communities, not each individual. Give me $5,000, give me $100,000. Nobody want none of that shit. This is some Fox News shit that people make up. I'm telling you, soldier. We talking about help us. Yeah, let us build our communities up. Right? You help tear us down. So goddamn, we all agree that slavery was fucked up. It happened for 400 years.
Bro, they're not gonna help us. They don't like us.
But the
So
way
they don't have no choice. We're gonna have to band together. We're gonna have to make it. We're gonna have to band together and make them help us. Right? We're gonna have to find a way to do it because unfortunately we are under their system. As long as they're facing, only other way to do this, bro. I'm gonna give you. I'm agree with you. The only other way to do this is either they help us to get on track, and we all gonna be assimilated into society, and we're gonna live together, or they're gonna give us our own land, and we're gonna have our own. But then we would have to come up with our own currency, and if we come up with our own currency, it would have to be allowed and accepted everywhere. So as long as we have to live in this country under you see who faces on the money, under the currency, we actually that's what we consider wealth. As long as we're under this system, they have no choice because we don't have no other option. This is what I'm telling you, right? In your theory, you're saying we should help ourselves and do whatever, and we got to do it on our own, and we can't use them and need them. And on the other theory, they control all the wealth and the money, and the only way to get the money is to get it from them. So what do you suggest we do unless we gonna come to the table and come up with some type of agreement to work this shit out? Because if they own all the money that we can use for currency to support ourselves or have anything, and we can't go to them and ask for none of the money, and we can't create our own money, what the fuck are we supposed to do?
Well, I know that looting and burning buildings is not going to solve anything.
That's a small portion. That's a small portion. That's because of frustration. And listen, man, let me young brother. The thing about looting and burning down the store is, man, the stores are insured, right? They got insurance. When you break a window, you break a glass.
All of them.
Mostly all businesses. I own businesses.
Black people.
Mostly all businesses, you have to have insurance. It's a report. Mostly all businesses, you have to have insurance.
Portal, the reason why Martin Luther King asked his followers to dress up in their very nice clothes and be disarmed because he wanted to expose the hatred.
Who?
Martin Luther King. That was the whole plan.
Yeah,
the whole world got to see how they treat people that are dressed nice and just walking.
Yeah, but I'm talking about what Bamboo talking about. Something we don't have to burn down stores. Hey, that's just the burning down stores is not a problem. That's a symptom of the problem, right? The burning down of the stores came after the killing of all the names I just named, which was only a fucking few. And again, you can rebuild a store. It's property. You got insurance on it. You can put a window back in. When they take your fucking life out of all those names I named, guess what people can't do? They can't come back to life. So to try to goddamn justify or try to equalize burning down a business or a goddamn building compared to you.
But what about the single people that worked in that business and relied on going to work in the morning to feed their kids? Now they ain't got nothing to do. What if some of them was black?
My point is, even if some of them was black, my point is you can rebuild that business. We can do what we need to do.
All of them.
A lot of those businesses you seen that was fucked up, all of them wasn't coming from protesters. A lot of that shit was coming from undercover cops they were showing. That was doing that shit. It wasn't just protesters. It was them trying to make us look
like we said.
If you look at a lot of the videos, I can show you some videos on YouTube where you seen actually black people, black girls and shit standing in front. Hey, don't spray paint this. Tell them white people.
But that's what Black Solar was saying. The whole movement is already infiltrated. So you're agreeing on what Black Solar said. The movement is infiltrated. It's not our movement.
At the end of the day, it is our movement. You just
because we don't act like that.
You have infiltrators. So what? You have infiltrators.
It is, but you're full.
Everything positive that somebody gonna try to do, you're gonna have people that try to bring it down and infiltrate. This is just common sense throughout history. No matter what you do, right? You always gonna have people if the movement's big enough, because you cannot control this shit is worldwide. There's millions of people involved. You cannot control every goddamn body, right? So, but what I'm saying is, you can also not paint just because you've seen some stores being looted and every business being burned down wasn't done because of Black Lives Matter. Also, those again, Bamboo, we have criminals in society. The people that were burning down stores and looting are criminals. Okay, they're criminals.
Scream with that.
Yeah, they're criminals. So how you gonna
hijack the movement?
But the criminal, it don't matter about the movement continues to go on. So there are criminals that were part of the movement or criminals that were using the movement.
What's the unified message though?
The unified message is, God damn it, stop killing us.
Defund the police.
The unified message. No, the unified message is, hey, stop killing us. Let us breathe. It's a big message. Let us breathe, nigga. That's the unified message that I'm fighting for.
Okay,
hey,
I think you're breathing. That's why I think you're breathing. I mean,
no, I am breathing. I am breathing, but barely sometimes. Right? I wasn't breathing when these motherfuckers looked at me and the judge told me he wasn't giving me no bond because I was a threat to my community. I was no good. Judge didn't know me from a can of paint and was willing to almost gave me 10 years. I wasn't breathing then. I was being suffocated and almost got snuffed the fuck out for some minor shit that I really didn't have nothing to do with. Right? I really didn't have nothing to do with. Liberal judge came in, wound up telling me, why you even got this man in prison? Why is he even in jail right now? He should be home.
It's messed up.
They didn't set me up. But what I'm telling you, this is a normal day occurrence, right? Where black folk getting set up by the police, getting our ass whooped by the police. Police just come and do and kicking doors, right? Kicking doors. Listen, kicking doors. If the police kicked in your house and you lived in my neighborhood, you probably be a criminal too, right? They might find some weed in there. You know, they shouldn't have been in the fucking house. My point, you shouldn't have been in my goddamn house in the first place. So they come into our neighborhoods and there's just total chaos and destruction. And if you ain't a part of it, I grew up in the culture. I know I live right next to the 170th precinct, nigga. Right, so I live next to a couple precincts. So I know the culture. We all know you stay away from the fucking precinct, and when you see the cops coming, you better get the fuck away. Right? What the point is, when white folk walking outside and they see a group of niggas and black folk, they cross the street. When black folk walk outside and we see a group of cops, we cross the street. Now you need to ask yourself, why the fuck would black folk have to cross the street when they see cops? And I say it's because the same reason white folk cross the street when they see black folk, because we think they fucking criminals.
And where does that come from? That comes from our society.
That comes from cops. That comes from cops over the years.
From the cops too, yeah.
That comes from the cops over the years brutalizing black folk. Brutalizing black folk. I've been beat the fuck up by the police. Right? I've been roughed up and fucked up by the police. Real talk. I'm pretty sure my dad have. I know plenty of my uncles have.
I haven't, and I say I got a 40 arrests and 2 failures. I ain't never been beat by the police because when they called me, I just said, you know what, fuck it, I'm wrong.
I've been fucked up by the police. I've been pulled over so many times. I had a black Chrysler 300 in 2006. This is the reason I don't own a nice car now. Right? I got a hoopty. I use my nice car when I'm taking my kids out and we going on vacation or we leaving town. Around my neighborhood, I stopped driving my car because I got pulled over so many goddamn times in that car. They would rip up my carpet. They would rip out the carpet in my trunk. They broke my glove box, right? They pull all my shit out in the middle of the street. One time I was riding to Virginia Beach with my children on a family vacation with a couple other people from my family. We about 4 or 5 cars deep. They pulled me over, had me in the middle of the fucking highway with my baby at 3 years old. I had my daughter and my goddaughter with me. Just left all my shit in the middle of the highway. Could have got ran the fuck over or slammed into. Made us pick all that shit up. Right? This is the type of shit that I grew up dealing with. That's why we say, okay, we don't fuck with the police. So, but the police, we know they know better because they don't do that type of shit to everybody. Right? Like you say, that never happened to you in your community. That don't happen. Other white people can't understand it, and would never comprehend it. That's not how it is when I deal with the police. I never seen no shit like that. But I'm telling you, this shit is live this shit, right? This is factual shit. So this is a problem. And out of all the names that I just named to you, again, I said after each one of those, there was peaceful protests. And that was just a fraction of the names in the last decade who were murdered. I'm talking about unarmed, innocent black folk. And we got to say they're innocent, right? Because we can't even say they're guilty because they never got their day in fucking court. So anybody by default who's black, who's been murdered in the street by the police is innocent. Because in this country, we supposed to be able to stand in front of a judge and a fucking jury of our peers, which that's a whole nother different story. But still, we don't even get to that level. A lot of us don't even make it to that chance. And then you're going to justify the police killing us because we kill each other. I don't give a fuck if a million of us killing a million of us. It don't give you the fucking right to get ahead and say, I'm going to justify murder by murdering you because you murdered you. Right? That's like me coming again into your house and coming into a child molester house and say, well, I'm going to rape little kids too because you raping your kids. I'm going to rape them too. That's fucking crazy. Right? If I came into a rapist's house and I seen him raping his fucking kids, I'm going to try to save the kids. I'm going to do something to get them out of that situation. I'm not going to join the fuck in and say, hey, let's have a fucking fuck fest. So it's the same thing we saying with the police and the black community. Just because you see black people killing black people, don't give you the fucking right to come kill black people. And then say, well, if you ain't gonna do nothing about your black on black crime, then we just gonna add to it. Well, the police are not supposed to be acting like the fucking criminals. I don't see how this is hard to comprehend, B.
Well, I see the other side too. It's like, it doesn't matter how they were killed. Shouldn't it still matter? Shouldn't their lives still matter?
It do matter. It matter because we ain't gonna stop people from killing people because that's not our job. That's the fucking police job.
I mean, this guy, George Floyd, he had what, 3-4 funerals? Not even MLK had that many, man.
I don't give a damn. It don't matter if he had a million funerals, man. He also, guess what? His family also got $13 million. Got the most off what you call that shit where they don't
right? And they want the UN to come in and come control us. That's gonna be
he also got $13 million from around the world. He had over 500,000 donations from around the world. Worldwide donations from people around the world that donated to his family, over $13 million.
Okay, so yeah, it's horrible that he died, and I hated seeing that.
On a GoFundMe, yeah. But still, it don't matter how many
family got taken care of.
Bamboo, it don't matter how many funerals they give him, how much money they give his family. That's all good. He's gone, bro. You think he wanted that? He didn't ask for that shit. Hey, man, goddamn, go ahead and kill me so I can have 13 funerals. I'm ready to die. I want to have 13 funerals. The motherfucker didn't want to have one. He didn't want one. So that don't have nothing to do with anything, Bamboo.
Or MLK.
It don't have nothing to do with none of that.
I think it's all connected, man, because I see it's all
connected.
all
connected. It's all connected. It's all connected into the part of that, yes. Racism. You're right. Racism is connected. Systemic racism is embedded in all this shit. But we're gonna deal with one,
especially these racial divides. It's all connected.
So at the point is when MLK we had the riots. We had the riots in the 60s, right? We had the riots in the 60s. Yeah. Shit calmed down.
Most of them were in the north, believe it or not.
I think we had the riots in the 90s after they beat up old boy. What's his name?
Yep.
That happened in LA. Right? Yeah, the Rodney King incident. That shit calmed down. Then I just named you all the people that just got murdered within the last 10 years, a fraction of the people. And we had peaceful protests. Nothing burning, no looting. Fox News didn't cover none of those murders. You didn't hear shit about
where was it?
CNN, Fox News, nobody covered none of those murders. You didn't hear shit about those names I just mentioned. And we protested because nobody spoke about it until some shit gonna get burning down, because we need conversation in this country. And sometimes you got to burn shit down to build shit back up. Sometimes you just got to rebuild, bro. Because I just named you all those names I named you, and I told you all those names that I named you, there was peaceful protests behind all of them, and you didn't.
They were all peaceful protests? I don't know about that.
Yeah,
because
they were all peaceful protests as far as
in the beginning, maybe.
It wasn't on it wasn't nothing on. You didn't have what you have now. It wasn't no riot. It wasn't no riots going on or none of that shit, right? It was all peaceful protests.
You want to know why? Because this is manipulated.
My point is this: you
never noticed that we have all these missions and all these killings.
4 years this shit happens.
Expungement every time it's election season. Every time it's election season, they make a big deal about people getting murdered.
Exactly.
Nah, every
you
time
don't say that.
Season,
the plan is to blame it all on Trump.
Bingo.
Nah, because I don't believe that, because when Barack Obama got elected, we didn't have this shit break off.
Bingo, my point.
When Bill Clinton got elected, we didn't have this shit break off.
They didn't need to do that
because
George the nigga was black, and they said, "Oh, we got the black people already. We ain't gotta put no murders up there. We got them niggas already because this nigga's black."
When George
we don't need to put no murders up there for Barack.
When George Bush got elected, none of this shit popped off. When Bill Clinton was in office before that, none of this shit.
George Bush lost both of them. Black folks was mad as hell. He lost both elections.
I said none of this shit popped off. None of this shit that's popping off.
The left side thing with Trump is that he's been there 8 years. We got people there 40 years. 40 years and shit ain't changed, and we still continue to vote for him. And we still continue to say, oh, they can make very much change. Joe Biden been in that same position for 40 fucking years, and now all of a sudden he want to do something about it?
So what?
And a couple days before that, he said, "Don't vote for him. You're not even black."
We know that George Bush probably. We know that Joe Biden probably ain't gonna do shit about it. We know this. But what the fuck that got to do with the movement and the struggle? That's why
the money is funding it, man. The Democrats are so desperate.
Ain't no money. I just named all those fucking names. Ain't no money funding, man. Those people were killed by police officers. I just gave you a whole list of fucking names. I can't do nothing.
Okay, I agree. That's fine,
Okay,
but why is it happening now?
so
Because it's an election year.
why do it happen now? Why do it happen now? Because we fed up, man. No, it didn't matter. Yo, it don't matter. It don't matter if it's an election year, B. It's because we fed
To
up.
them it does.
Oh,
Maybe
no,
not
it
to you,
doesn't.
but to them who created this movement.
You asked the question, then you want to give me an answer. I'm gonna tell you why it's happening now. It's happening now because of COVID-19. It's happening now because of let me finish. It's happening now because we got an economic collapse. We got a world pandemic. Also, you have no sports. You have none of this other shit that's usually playing. I said this before. That can keep people sidetracked, right? Keep our attention spans going. Everybody's waiting for the finals. Everybody's waiting for the Super Bowl. Now people can pay attention and actually have some time to sit down and say, "Oh shit, shit's really fucked up." So that has a lot to do with it. It has nothing to do with it just because it's an election season, B. It has a lot to do with it. It has to do with now that people are sitting at home, actually got some time to calm down, slow down, right? Because before this shit happened, before the pandemic happened, you know, you're waiting to see who's playing, who's going to the finals, you know, you're running back and forth to work, you know what I mean? You got shit to do, you shaking and moving. Well, everything by default had to slow down. Now you ain't worried about looking at TV too much and who the fuck playing in the finals. Now you ain't got no job to go to. Right? You may not be getting no paper. So now, so now what I'm saying is people can actually focus on shit that's important, not dumb shit like who's going to be in the Super Bowl next year. People can focus on.
I admit that a lot of us.
You know what? Because people now can focus on and say, "Oh shit, no Super Bowl." Now we realize, oh shit, they killing us, B. They killing us. They fucking killing us. They killing us. They killing us. They not just killing us. That's because I keep saying that's not even. That's not the outrage. That's not why I protest. It's not even that they just killing us. It's that they killing us and they getting away with it.
They're killing all of us, man. It doesn't matter if black or white.
I just told you, black people, black men in this country are killed at 3 times the rate as white men. Up to 3 times, 2 to 3 times, sometimes even more, depending on what year it is.
Yeah,
we're killed twice as much. We're killed twice as much. I just told you that fact. You keep repeating that Fox News that more white people and everybody's getting killed, but one group of people are being killed at a disproportionate rate. It's only one group. It's not Indians. It's not whites. It's not Chinese. It's one group of people, which are African Americans, what we consider black people in this country, that are being killed 3 times greater than any other population, bro.
Yeah, it's messed up. I know, man.
Right, so you cannot compare apples and oranges.
I'm not comparing apples and oranges. I understand that it's all connected.
You obviously don't understand that. White people are not. Police don't kill white people. Police don't kill white people for the same reason they kill black folks.
It's all part of this sick society, man. When you're talking about the justice system or culture, it's all connected.
They don't kill. They don't. Also, police don't kill white folk in the same personal type way they do black folk, like strangling them and shit.
Yeah, we have a sick society, man. I don't agree with a lot of it, and it's messed up. But they're distracting us.
We don't have a sick society. We have a sick portion of society because there's a lot of people that's with the movement. There's some people that are against it.
We glorify gangsters. We glorify killers in our music, in our movies. What do you think that does to little kids? They want to be just like that.
My point is this: I don't glorify no gay shit. That's
not saying you do, but most of the little kids do.
But guess what? If people start killing gay people in this country, I would be outraged for that too.
They usually get killed every day, man. Nobody cares about that.
If people just start lynching and killing gay people in this community, I would be outraged, and we're gonna do something.
Anybody, I'd be outraged too, man. But it's like
no group of people should be killed. So I don't understand everything you say. I agree with, but it seems like you're saying, but when it comes to black folk, it should be different. If you can understand it for gay people, if you can understand it for the Jews, if you can understand it for the Indians, if you can sympathize with the Chinese, then why the fuck can't you sympathize with the Negroes?
I can't understand it. I do sympathize, but I know that the movement is hijacked, and I know who's running the movement.
The movement is not hijacked. The movement is not hijacked. Every movement in America, just like every movement is not hijacked. Listen, man, the same thing happened with slavery, right? When we were fighting against slavery, trying to keep ourselves from slavery. The movement is not hijacked, bro. It's militant.
It was hijacked from the beginning, man. It never was.
Militant factions. It's militant factions of the movement. But the majority of the movement, all we want is change, and all we want is justice. That's the majority of the movement, man. Right? It's the majority of the movement.
But the few who control it.
Nobody controls it. I go out there and protest. I'm part of the Black Lives Matter protest in my community. There's maybe, I don't know, over 15 different little protest factions.
I'm not saying you're getting paid, but other people are getting paid.
Nobody's getting paid. The 98% of people that's on the street that's protesting ain't getting paid shit. I'm out there with them.
People that are being paid, of course, man.
Bro, I am part of the movement. I am part of the movement. I'm telling you that we ain't getting paid. Ain't nobody getting paid.
You're not getting paid. Other people are.
Okay, it might be a few. It might be a portion of people getting paid, but the majority people out there getting out. Hey man, we out there.
The movement is bigger than you, bro.
People are out there spending their own goddamn money, handing out bottled waters, trying to keep people cool.
The movement doesn't give a damn about you or me. You should know that.
I don't care. I can't say what the few people who are going to manipulate and who are going to capitalize off of our movement, just like they always capitalize off the black. They always capitalize off the back of black folk. That's gonna be okay. We know that's gonna happen. People gonna capitalize.
Because they knew we don't respond to this.
Hey, that's fine. They can capitalize. I don't give a fuck if a couple people get paid. More power to them, as long as we get some change.
It's not happening because it's at the top. Who's behind this? They don't want real progress.
There is no top. I don't understand if you understand it. There is no top. Like bamboo. Listen, there is no top. There is no certain like meeting place we go to, and we all have this leader. There is no leader, right? I've been to 2 different states right now, and I've been to protest in two different states, but 2 different like cities. I've been to protest. There is no one leader. Right, these are people in the community that you live in, who go out there and protest. Now, is there a leader somewhere in Washington, or is there a leader somewhere in Arizona? I don't know if they got some type of base or something, but the majority of people around the rest of the world in the country are not part of that. Like, there's no leader that's telling us when to protest.
It's sad because most of you guys are probably good people, but they just get caught up into it. And they're
caught up into it. Hey man, listen, the Black Lives Matter movement maybe have different factions and maybe have different.
It does, bro. That's the foundation of it.
Okay, that's not the foundation because the Black Lives Matter movement does not have a particular. I'm telling you, Bamboo. You telling me some shit you see on TV and reading. Have you ever been to a Black Lives Matter protest?
I went to one about a week ago, 2 weeks ago.
Well, what happened there?
What happened? It was a nice work, and then people were talking some truth, and then people started talking about defunding the police.
No. I'm talking about who was the leader there. Who was the leader? Did you see the leader?
It wasn't one signified leader, but there were people behind that.
My point is this, Bamboo. My point is this. Listen, bro, Bamboo. There is no leader, man. There is no leader. This ain't no like.
Why they don't want necessarily one leader be seen. They wanted.
I went to mine in my town, Porter, and guess what they did? Guess what they did? It was a Porter. They told them where to march. They didn't let them go down certain streets, and the march was in front of the police protest. And when they got down there, guess what was on the roof?
Hold on, they did what now?
They told they wanted to march a certain way, and then they blocked that way off because that's where all the prominent people are, the people that they talking about. That's where all of them are, the judges and everybody that where they eat at very prominent places. And so when they went down that way, they blocked them off and said, "You can't go this way." And then when they turned the corner and looked up on the roof, guess what was up there? Snipers.
This is what I'm talking about, you know, and this is the problem I'm trying to get to with Bamboo is that people want us to protest, but nobody gonna be satisfied because they wanted to protest. They got curfew. They wanted to protest what time they wanted to protest. They wanted to only take this route. You only need to walk these streets. This ain't how the fuck protests work, B. You don't get to dictate when somebody protests, how they gonna protest, where they should protest. That's why I like this shit grows and sparks up organically. In my hood and shit, when we go out there and be protesting, ain't nobody make no shit up. Ain't even really make that schedule.
Maybe in your area it's not the same. But she went to a protest and she said the police blocked us off. She said then the people that they wanted us to start shit, so they started telling us start a fight, and we wouldn't. So they started throwing water balls at the police. She said then the police said, "Okay, protest over, everything's all good." They didn't even tell them that they cut off all Uber and all public transportation. So these people are walking down the streets. The police told them, "Okay, you got to go, but go this way. That's the way out." When they got there, the police were standing in front of the block, the exit, and so they started spraying them with mace for nothing.
So I'm glad in my area the protests were mostly peaceful and the police ain't really been fucking with us.
That's good to hear, man.
So the thing about it is, this goes to show you that small, but I'm also smart enough to know just because in the area I'm at now, it's okay and it's peaceful. Somewhere right down the goddamn block from me, or somewhere in another county, people are being brutalized, right?
Yeah.
The point is, we're not protesting because, hey, I want things to stay the same because where I live at is pretty okay. But if you got what is your nationality, Bamboo?
Japanese Irish.
All right, so let's say some hard type shit start happening to Japanese Irish in this country.
It's already happening.
And you decide that you want to stand up, and you just let's say right now, let's do a thought experiment right now, the current climate. Let's say the Japanese Irish, some shit was happening to them, not like happened in the past, like what happened to black folks. I'm talking about the shit that's happening to black people now. Let's say it was Japanese Irish people that was going through this shit. And
what's happened, man?
You want to go ahead and start your protest, and your people started protesting. It's going to be a fact that at some point, some group of people are going to try to paint you as a certain type of way.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the group of people that actually don't want to see change come and don't want to enact change.
And that's at the top. That's what I'm talking about.
They're going to smear you, but it's not everybody at the top. There's not everybody at the top that's doing it.
It's the only ones that matter at the top.
Now, it's not everybody who
only
matters
at the top. You should know this. They got the money.
It's not everybody at the top. Everybody at the top is not smearing Black Lives Matter movement. Everybody's not. It's just not true. Everybody's not doing it.
They're smearing it, but they
You just said if you look at CNN, if you look at CNN and them, they're gonna talk good about the Black Lives Matter.
CNN is crap, man. That's garbage news.
I'm just saying, everybody at the top is not smearing Black Lives Matter. MSNBC is not smearing Black Lives Matter. You know, well, if you look at NBC, they're not smearing.
Because this is the narrative they're trying to push. They want to divide.
There's only one person. It's only one news network that I know that is smearing the shit out of black folk. It's not the narrative they're trying to push. It's the narrative that a certain faction of people in this country is trying to push. And it comes from the same network and faction of people who just got their top writer fired. I mean, had to resign. He admitted that it was racism by resigning, right? If he didn't do nothing wrong, why would he quit? He had to resign because he's a racist.
Well, I'm not going to defend CNN or MSNBC ever.
No, that was Fox News.
Big part of the point.
That was Fox News. That wasn't CNN.
Fox News seems to be the only, the more sane kind of.
Yeah, I know. But I just said their top writer for their top network show had to resign yesterday, because he was a racist. So that you get a narrative from a news organization. Their top writer for that organization for the top show in its time slot is racist. So you're getting a racist narrative and you're believing this shit. Do you see the problem?
Yeah, I do see it. That's what I'm saying. They want to divide us by the race. That's what they're doing.
So what you need to do is, only way that you can really get any education if you want to know, you just got to go grassroots, get out there. And if you get out there, you're going to realize you ain't going to see all these white folks, all these black people, and people in other countries. Right, people in other countries are also protesting Black Lives Matter. They're Marxists.
It's also manipulated out there too.
I say, you think the Marxists from America made it out there and manipulated them too? Even though
because they are at the top of this world.
They can't even speak the same damn. You know, these black folk here can't speak no goddamn.
That's what I'm saying. That's my point exactly. If they couldn't even speak the language and they're not even the same country. We know it's
because they understand it. Because you know why?
It's manipulated out there.
Because you know why? Because black people in Europe, they saying they're being treated bad too. Black people in Canada get treated a little more unfairly too.
Yeah, man. There's racism everywhere. You can never get rid of racism.
Okay, so that's why they're protesting with us, because they can see it also. Only person who can't see it is someone who chooses to be blind. What I'm telling you is, if you live in this country as my American brother, and you side by side with me and you can't see it, but somebody in the fucking Philippines who don't even speak English can see it, there's a problem, and the problem is not with me. You gotta ask yourself, how can somebody from another country that don't speak my language, that doesn't know my experience or the American experience, doesn't even live in this country, how can they side with these people? How do they understand it?
Because it's being manipulated, it's being brought on into their media, and it's infiltrating them too.
Or could it be that they just feel our struggle because the struggle is real?
No, I don't think so. Because
you don't think black people have a struggle right now? You don't think there's a struggle right now? You don't think black folk
are each other? Using the race card. It's pretty simple.
We're using the race card.
People try to complicate about all these little issues, but it's pretty simple.
Our use of the race card didn't come first. We're only able to use the race card because motherfuckers were racist.
And racism is never going to die.
The carrot before the horse, man. Again, listen, Bamboo. The protest didn't come first. The killing of black folk came first. If the police wasn't killing black people, none of this shit would be happening. Why would you blame the people protesting, bro?
Okay, then why wasn't it happening like 10 years ago this big then?
I just told you we had the race riots. We had the race riots during
30 years ago. 40 years ago.
I just told you.
Why not? Why not?
60 years ago, we had the race riots of the 60s. It did happen. They were sticking dogs on us and shooting us with fucking fire hoses and beating us with billy clubs. We had the race riots of the 90s. That did happen. They were beating the shit out of us then.
Yeah.
And now it's happening again.
It's happening again, very conveniently in the election.
But listen, why every time I say something to the claim you make, you change it? You said why?
I'm not changing anything, man. I'm having a conversation for what I believe in.
Just explain to you that it did happen.
You can see it any way you want, man.
But I'm saying
real from the heart.
You said, well, why this didn't happen 10 years ago? Why didn't it happen 30 years ago?
It never happened this big. It never happened this big.
It did happen.
Excuse me, it never happened like this. So wake up.
It did happen.
No, it didn't. Not like this. You're kidding yourself, bro.
It was worse in the 60s when they was putting dogs on Negroes. It was worse.
Nowhere near as worse. They didn't have social media back then. They didn't have everybody getting matter. I mean, this is totally different.
Goddamn social media, nigga. I'm talking about they were sticking dogs on black people.
Yeah. Okay. People all see that around the world.
They was murdering black people.
It's never been this big.
They was murdering black people.
I'm just saying there's a reason behind this, and it's not because they care.
It was worse because protesters was getting murdered. They were able to murder the black protesters then.
Yeah, I'm just saying they still don't give a damn about black people or me or you.
You know what that means? If they not doing it now, that means it's progress. They not sticking dogs on us no damn more. They know better. They still beating us with billy clubs and shit. They still macing the shit out of us, but at least they took the dogs away. That's some type of progress. You think it wasn't worse? You keep saying it wasn't worse just because you got from that time, but I just told you, I got grandmothers who lived where they couldn't go to school with black folks.
No, it was never this big, though. It was never this big.
It wasn't
in our lives.
Listen, it wasn't this big. It was worse because they was getting away with the shit, and we didn't have no social media. You're right. We didn't have no cameras, so they were just able to kill us. And we were telling people this shit for years that hey, the police kill us, man. They beat us the fuck up, brutalize us, lock us up, they shut us up, they kill us. For years, white people say, no, you don't, the police don't do that. You know, they're gonna take the cops away. Yeah, now we got fucking cameras. It ain't worse. It ain't that it's worse now. It's just that now you can see it.
The movement is bigger than it ever was.
The movement is bigger, but the problem is the same. I'm talking about the problem. I'm talking about the problem.
Okay, but the people who are controlling this movement, they don't give a damn about any
people
lives.
Are not controlling shit. What's controlling this movement is the murdering of black folks.
No, it's not. It's been hijacked from the beginning, man.
If the police did not kill black
It's
folks,
hijacked from the beginning.
if the police did not kill black folks on camera first, this Black Lives Matter movement would have never been able to go forward.
Yeah, and they manipulated this. Can you not see that?
Let's say that. So they manipulated the police to kill black people.
Especially, the one of George Floyd. Yeah, that was kind of
they manipulated that
sketchy.
Hold on, they manipulated that white cop to kill George Floyd, to put his knee on his neck and kill him.
One way or another, he was manipulated.
Hold on, you telling me?
It goes through the history of those two guys too.
I'm about to call you.
He was a Freemason. They worked together. There's a lot of things behind that.
Hey,
There's
man,
a lot of things behind that they don't talk about.
So we all talk about it. That shows that he should be tried for fucking murder.
Not the media. The media.
The media has talked about it. How the fuck do you know about it?
Because I did a lot of research on it. I mean,
with the media, you learned it from the media. You researched it was in the media somewhere.
Not mainstream. I'm talking independent.
It don't matter, man. It was in the media. That's on the mainstream.
There is a difference. Mainstream is
CNN talked about it.
MSNBC.
I learned about it from MSNBC. I learned about it from MSNBC.
You shouldn't watch MSNBC or CNN or Fox.
But I learned about that. I watched all of
crap.
them. I watched all of them.
Well, they've been pumping propaganda in people for decades, and that's part of the problem.
Everything's propaganda, but within propaganda, you have kernels of truth, and you got to dig them out. It's the only way that we can stay educated.
Yeah, that's kernels of truth. Of course, that's what we all need to look for.
That's what we have to go by in this country. So you have to go and decipher for yourself. But my point is, it wasn't mainstream media because I learned about it.
Mainstream media has almost the biggest part in all of this divide. If you don't see that, man, you gotta wake up.
Mainstream media did not make cops kill black folks.
I'm not saying that, but mainstream media is putting us in a frenzy and deceiving us.
This is about but if
they're triggering us. Yes.
No, the mainstream media ain't triggering cops to kill black folks.
I'm not saying that. They're triggering us to be a part of this movement that is
Oh,
hijacked already.
The mainstream media ain't triggering me to be part of that movement. The cops that's killing
Well,
black
there's
people.
other victims out there that believe the media, and they
believe-
get terribly triggered.
What did the media show? The media showed a fucking white cop put his knee on a black man's neck for 8 minutes, over 8 minutes, almost 9 minutes, and kill him.
Okay, what would happen if the mainstream media showed a white kid getting killed? They wouldn't do it because it goes against their narrative.
It depends on how many white. It depends.
They never even show it. So that's my point too.
Hey, yo, Bamboo Soldier. It depends on how many white kids it was happening to.
Doesn't matter.
It does matter.
Any lives matter. All lives matter. I don't care about the percentage. They won't show a white kid getting killed on mainstream media because it goes against their agenda.
Man, listen, man. If it was
they're playing the race card to divide us. It's pretty simple. Just
man. If it was
okay.
In the country, in your neighborhood, somebody started a school shooting. We have to deal with that on that level. That'll be a tragedy. But let's say, 85 schools around the country had mass school shootings all in the same day. Then we'll say, God damn, we got to address this because this is a major problem.
Yeah.
Right? If it was just one school shooting, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. We'll be fucked up about it. But if it was like 100 school shootings, we'll say, oh shit, this was a problem. So again, if they would have killed one white person, even if they would have killed one black person, we would have been like, that's fucked up.
I'm sorry, I can't even hear you with that phone going off. But
we would have been like, even if they would have killed one black person, we'd have been like, that's fucked up. And we know the police gonna go to jail. We gonna get justice.
Yeah, it's messed up. I know it's a system I don't agree with. But
nobody go to jail, no justice. So again, man,
that's a problem. I agree.
No justice, no peace. Black Lives Matter. Keep moving strong. And don't let no white conservative Republican media steer you up.
But that's another thing, though. You think it's the conservative Republicans' fault, and that's wrong. That's what they're putting in your mind. That's part of the agenda, man. That's why they're doing this. They want everybody to think it's Trump's fault.
Number one news show on
because he's a racist and he started all this racism.
Number one news show on Fox News.
That's what people think.
Tucker Carlson's writer have to resign. Because
he's more sane than Rachel Maddow or any of those fools on CNN.
He's a
Don
racist.
effing Lemon. What a POS he is, man.
Listen, man, his top writer that writes for him every day when you hear him talk, the person that writes and puts it in the teleprompter for him was a racist.
Well, what does that mean, though? We don't even have it. It seems like the definition of racism is getting skewed. We don't even know what racism is.
I need a definition of racism. I need a definition of racism.
Okay.
See, race is a competition. That IST at the end, when you are prolific in whatever field that is. Like when you're a scientist,
when you feel superior,
you're not a bad person. You're prolific at science. When you are a botanist, you're prolific at growing plants. See, we change the meaning to fit our the way we feel.
But that's
so everybody's a racist. It's okay to be racist. It's just not okay to be prejudiced. Yes, Trump's dad is a German. If you go and look up Trump and put an F on the back of his name, you will see his dad was really close to the Nazis. He's just a damn.
Go to KKK meetings, bro. What are you talking
yes.
And you know who started the KKK, by the way? The Democrats.
Oh fucking what? And guess what? When the Democrats started, we fought them just like we fighting the Republicans now.
Okay, but it's like we shouldn't be fighting any political side because it's a trap to begin with.
Bamboo. Listen, the Democrats was racist. We fought them. Now the Republicans are the racist party.
Why do you say that they're the racist party when the left side has been dividing us the whole time?
I just told you.
They control all these major cities. They don't give a damn about black people. You're kidding me, bro. All those lefty politicians that run these cities, they're shithole cities, and they don't give a damn about black people. So is that racism? Is that racism? I think so.
When I just told you that the main writer.
Yeah, I heard that, but that doesn't mean really anything.
You said why?
Democrats are highly prejudiced.
The person that is
everything they've done has been under a Nazi regime, and we know it because they got Planned Parenthood from Martha St.
Yep.
The person that is right, and if the person that is right and is racist, that means the messaging is racist, right? If I'm doing the writing, if I'm doing the writing and I'm racist, that means my messaging is racist. You say, what does that mean? What does that have to do with anything? Well, if your top writer is a racist, that means the messaging that you're putting out there is racist.
Okay, but if that writer was racist, I'm not saying he wasn't. What the hell are CNN and MSNBC? They're even worse. They've been trying to divide us even more.
We could talk about that.
I'm just saying, man. Both sides. Just don't get trapped. Don't get caught up in the left-right trap because it's a trap.
It is
and to defend the left side is kind of I don't see it that way because they're the crazy ones.
Hey yo,
I don't get why people defend the Democrat thing when they just want to kill the kids.
I'm saying
Before they born.
it don't matter to me if you Republican or Democrat. I'm black. It's all the same to me. Only thing that matters to me is if you part of the problem or you part of the solution.
Okay.
I don't give a damn if you're a Republican and you're gonna be part of the problem, then you a problem for me.
Yeah,
if you're a Democrat and you part of the problem, you a problem for me. But at this point in time, right now, President Trump is racist. We have a racist Republican president in the goddamn White House.
Well, what did he do that was racist? Though? I'm just asking, like, what
Okay,
was
I'm gonna
seen
give you
as
a good
racist?
example of something he did that was racist back in the 80s.
Okay. Back in the 80s? What did he do?
Yeah, this is before he was president. I'm gonna show you something that lets you know he was racist. First of all, he when he had his buildings and he had his apartments, he did not want to rent to black folks.
Yeah.
Headline, and that was racist as fuck. He didn't want black people in his property.
Okay.
Black people was
Except
left.
for the maid that he bought a house because he found out she didn't have nowhere to live.
He thought black people was left. I'm gonna tell you something else he did was racist. When the Central Park Five, when those kids got found guilty for the murder and went to jail, when they got found innocent at the DNA, because one of them was on CNN just the other day, right? One of the kids from Central Park Five. They lost many years of their life. Once they got proven innocent, Trump said he didn't give a damn. He didn't care if they got found innocent. They need to stay locked up or give them the death penalty if they probably did something.
Yeah, that's messed up. I'm not a fan of Trump.
So if you want to say, how do you know Donald Trump is racist? I would just say those two.
Okay.
Just the other last week when he just had the video, the White Power video. White
All
Power.
right. By that same logic, then Obama is just as racist or even more because he bombed innocent children overseas for nothing. So I call that racism. I call that racism. Him and Hillary Clinton caused slavery to exist in Libya. Okay, so that's racist. That's even more racist than Trump.
And then let's talk about the Fast and the Furious.
First of all, even if I was going to concede that, which I thought that Obama's racist, that still don't justify the fact that Trump's racist. I don't see what the fuck Obama.
Okay. Well, I'm saying if you make that argument, you got to make it both sides.
I'm not making an argument. You putting up false equivalency.
No, it's not false. It's the same logic.
Even if
it's the same exact logic, man.
Even if I agree with you,
we have to call out both sides.
Even if I agree with you that Obama's racist, that don't have nothing to do with Trump being racist. That's like if I say rice is racist. What the fuck that got to do with you being racist? You are for your own. You know, I'm gonna judge you on your behavior.
Everybody should be judged by the behavior. Exactly.
That's the first thing. So Obama. The second thing, Obama didn't send no bombs over there against.
Yeah, he did. Yes,
because
he did.
Because he's racist.
He bombed. He killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people.
He did not.
Okay,
that's not why they killed people. They're not. That's not why he
did. Okay,
he did.
That's racist to me.
He did.
So is Trump.
Bro,
so is Trump.
You want to know facts and you want to just spew some shit out. You can say anything's racist.
I'm saying if you're gonna talk about Trump, you gotta talk about both sides. Keep it real.
I guess the black people that kill black people, they racist.
I don't know. They're caught up in a messed up society. They're misled youth.
They don't like people that look like them.
So the white people that kill white people, they racist too, huh?
Yep.
I guess so. Who cares?
So every time somebody do something in the world, that means they're doing it because it's racist?
Yep.
Maybe.
That's what they said about George and that man that he used to work with, and they didn't like each other. They had a personal vendetta.
Hey man, this conversation is took as long as it could take. Obama killed them people over there the same reason every other American president killed Muslims over there, because they wanted their oil and they want to rob them of their resources. It didn't matter if they were Muslim, it don't matter if they Chinese, it don't matter if they was Russian. They could have been a whole group of white people over there. They wanted them resources. So they bombed the fuck out of them and stole their resources in their land. That's why they bombed them. It had nothing to do with race. Obama
actually the reason why we're even out there.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Obama bombed them because before Obama came into office, they were already being bombed by Bush. Before Bush got into office, they were already being bombed by Clinton. Before Clinton got in office, they were being bombed by the other Bush. And before the other Bush got in office, they were being bombed by Reagan.
And you should know the foundation of this. The foundation of all of that.
Racism,
it does, because if you look at the foundation, it does. Listen,
you're not going to overtalk on this point. When Obama took office,
well, you should know the foundation of it.
When Obama took office, the war in Afghanistan and Iraq was already going on for.
Do you even know why we were out in the Middle East to begin with?
Listen, man,
it's not for oil.
I don't give a fuck about none of that. When Obama
we should, because it's all connected. It's the foundation. You can't talk about one thing without talking about the other. The foundation of all of this, man. Wake up.
Let's go point to point. We're gonna go point to point.
Okay, we're out there because of Israel. It's the Jews.
I don't give a fuck about none of that.
I'm racist to call something realistic, call it out as it is. No, man, I'm not racist because of that.
You made that Obama's racist because he's bombing Muslims. That was
so if you call Trump racist, you gotta call both sides. All right.
I'm just talking about the claim. You said it out your mouth. You said Obama bombed them people over there.
Yeah, I did. You're right.
Okay, but I said Obama did not. We were already in war in the Middle East when Obama.
Okay, but he continued on with it. He continued what Bush did.
The biggest fraud we've ever met.
It was Israel that was controlling all of this. That's why we're even out there. It's because of
Everybody know
Israel.
that we were in the Middle East to steal their resources.
That's what they say, but it's for Israel. It's not for us. It's for Israel.
You don't think it's
Israel.
about the money. You don't think we over there taking their resources? It ain't about the oil.
It's not for us, man. I'm telling you, it's for
So then
Israel.
that means Trump is racist now because he's still over there bombing and killing them people too. He's still that
Fine, you can call him racist. That's fine. I'm not a fan of Trump.
Man,
He's a piece of
Obama,
shit,
man,
too. They all are.
Obama ain't racist because he bombing them motherfucking Muslims, man. Obama bombing Muslims because that's what America do. America bomb people.
Okay, and that's not racist.
It's a
I guess you're right.
No, it's
but if you look at what's controlling that, it's the Jewish Israeli government. They're the ones controlling it, and that's the biggest racism we have in this world.
It's other reasons besides race that we go to war.
No, it isn't because right now in the Middle East it's not. In the Middle East it's not. The only reason we're out there is because Israel. You should know that.
People go to war for a lot of different things. Some people go to war for religion. Some people go to war for natural reasons.
This is a religious, spiritual warfare too. It's all connected, man. It's part of it.
I'm talking about on this. I don't believe in all that shit. How about that?
Well, you should because it's what's going on.
I can believe. I worry about that.
It's not that simple, man.
I don't even think his name Barack Obama. I think his name Barry Satori. I think
the foundation of this is
tell the Bushes what to do.
Spiritual
the man is the richest president we gonna ever have. That man got more money than Donald Trump. All right, food all of us.
I'm not worried about the spirits ain't killing black folk right now, holding their knees on black folk neck.
But they want them dead. Same difference.
Men doing that.
Same difference.
I want to.
Who's controlling the cops? Who trained those cops? Israel. Why? Because they're controlling everything we do. Because they control everything at the top. Everything. That's why where we're at, man. They control the media. They control Hollywood. They control the music industry. They've been planting this seed for decades and decades and decades, man. And it's coming to this point where, this is manipulated too. And it sucks because they want to divide us, man. And I love everybody.
Like Hillary neither. I don't even call her Hillary. I call her Cillery.
She's a freaking evil witch, man. She needs to be in prison.
She like little kids.
Just like fucking
like
Bill,
all
man.
of them. Your boy Joe Biden.
My God, what a POS.
I mean, how many times these little kids came up and said Joe Biden?
People actually think Joe Biden.
And then the nigga didn't even deny it. The nigga apologized. Well, they felt I was touching them wrong. Maybe nigga, you a whole motherfucking pedophile.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, so we got bigger problems than racism. That's what I'm saying too. You know, it's fucked up. Because I love everybody, man.
We forgot about all of the people being abducted and everything as soon as George got killed.
Yeah.
We forgot about the women being abducted, the child trafficking.
And it's happening as we speak too. And they kind of put this out there as a distraction.
It became election season, and they want to play on the emotion so bad, so now they need a black vote. So what they do is they rile the black folks up.
Exactly.
Black
exactly what's
That's
going
why
on.
I'm not black. I got a mind of my own.
I'm not saying Portal's not right in what it believes in. I'm just saying it's a movement that's been hijacked from the beginning.
I asked the question, and I didn't never get an answer from it. The question was, who told you you were black?
What's up, Roots? I'm just saying, like,
who told you you were black?
Yeah, I don't know.
I know what black color. I know what the color black look like. You can't fool me. Just like who told them they were white? They're, to me, if you ask me, they're peach.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a peach crayon?
That's another thing they created too, just the white race, and it's not that simple.
Yeah, because
different European nations, you know.
See, when that's what I was trying to explain to him. When you say something is white, that represents it's pure. When you say something is black, that represents it's bad.
Yeah,
that's why when a black cat go in front of you, he admitted it. It's bad luck.
It's that mental brainwashing.
They call you black.
Yeah, it's that mental brainwashing that they've been putting in our minds for decades and decades and decades, man.
And the only way we gonna beat the system is if we stop treating each other like that.
Yeah, that too.
That's what I'm saying. We got to come together. I was trying to explain, man, what we're doing when you call yourself black and Black Lives Matter, you're sectioning yourself off. And people that are trying to be in your corner, it's hard for them because they don't know who you mad at.
Yeah, there's no unified message coming out of it. You know, it's all a jumbled mess. And I just can call it out because I understand how these things work. And
Already, bro.
the
It's
root
about
and the
the
foundation.
people. I believe in humans, human beings. Anytime you do something inhumane to me, you're not human.
I guess Portal jumped off, but man, it was.
No, he might have froze up or something. But
Sorry, Portal, but it's good to talk about this, man, and share our feelings because we need to wake up as Americans, man. They're trying to divide us.
That's what it is. And they're trying to keep us divided because there is so much money in division and in war.
Mm-hmm.
The same people that buy the bullets are the same people that buy the caskets. Why do you think they buy the caskets? Because they know what they sent you to do. Die. They didn't send you to take over nothing. They get rid of you.
Yeah, they don't give a damn about any. They don't give a damn about any black life or any life, period.
They don't care about anybody's life. And I'm gonna tell you, what's the cheapest commodity on earth?
Probably
no, human beings. You know why? Because it don't take nothing but 9 months to make some. And guess what? We are such a commodity that because we got choices, and you can teach us to do things. You know what I'm saying? That you can't teach dogs. You can't talk to animals, dogs and cats and stuff like that. People don't see it. They don't see that way. We are a commodity.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
People are so deceived in this society, man. It's just like there's good black people out there in this movement. I know, but it's a hijacked movement, man.
But when you're infiltrated, and that's why I played the video earlier, so I can show him that all the Martin Luther King's friends that were with him from the beginning, they were all his enemies from the beginning.
Yeah. Let me ask you, do you know about a guy named Jericho Green?
I heard of it, but I can't remember exactly.
You gotta check him out, man, because he tells it real. And I don't know, it's just like kind of the perspective we need to be hearing and be real with everything.
I get my information from a guy called Mark from Anaheim. He was an FBI agent, and they sent him to Nazi Germany to learn how to train our police force.
That's what I was saying earlier.
You gotta know the bio of the people that you're talking to. See, he told us in December that they were about to shut the Olympics down for the whole the Summer Olympics. And I knew Corona was serious when he said that. How would y'all feel if y'all knew that our government voted to close down this country 3 weeks before they announced it on the 21st?
Yeah, not only that, they had conferences where they planned this epidemic like last September with guys who were controlling it all, like Bill Gates and all that. That big money. That big money. I mean, they planned all of this. And if you don't think that this was planned in the beginning, I don't know. You got to look into it deeper, man. Because
not only that, you have to. We always get these smoke and screams in order for us to miss the whole big picture.
Yeah, we have to grow thicker skin. We have to stop being so sensitive. And I'm not saying there isn't oppression out there. I'm not saying that. I know it's been, it's been portrayed in the black communities way worse than maybe other communities, man. That's messed up.
Because you got a lack of education and emotional people. See, it's hard to use your mind when in your emotion.
Exactly. And if we don't look at the foundation of these problems, then we're never going to fix anything. It starts at the family, the community. Why those break down? Because government programs like welfare, Hollywood.
I can't chastise somebody that's not in my house. You understand where I'm coming from with that? I can't chastise. I'm not going to chastise the policeman when my cousin is the one doing the killing. Let me chastise my cousin.
Yeah.
If they both killing, and I don't know that cop, but I know my cousin, I need to chastise I need to get my family in order first before I can go chastise a total stranger.
Yeah.
And what we gonna do with all this, we gonna end up voting us out of police force, and then we gonna have the military in here, and everybody gonna be happy then.
That's what people want. Martial law everywhere, or the UN coming in.
Bingo. See, they don't understand that when the UN come in, they not from here. So you think the police laying niggas down now? Just wait till the UN get here because they don't give a fuck. They not from here. They don't give a damn about you. They ain't got no family over here.
They got no ties to this land. They don't give a damn, man.
Nothing.
And it's gonna be way worse. It's just gonna be like
the people.
We're gonna be.
You know what I'm saying?
Sometimes what we had when it's gone, what you had, what was gone, that's when you appreciate it when it's not there anymore, and it's
like I say, and then you know, I can take out an insults portal. I can. But you can't even drive. You so scared. You can't even drive your motherfucking car, nigga. You gotta drive a bucket.
Portal, man. I'm sorry to
drive
say.
my expensive car when I get motherfucking ready. You seen the curtain in the back. You seen me at the job. Hey, I'm gonna brag on myself now. Yeah, I got a 5.7 liter Henry. My car turned to a stick when it get ready. My car $40,000, dog, and that's a cheap car still. See, I live in the lap of luxury. I got everything that I want. I lay on the California king. If I'm a crackhead, what's your excuse? Because I was in your stream, dog, and that's why I ain't been in your streams in a while. Because I'm tired of you crying about donations. I'm tired of you crying about support. That's why I ain't been there. I just like it and move on. I don't even say nothing. But since I'm a crackhead, I'm gonna let your bitch ass have it. Because you waited till you got out of here to say that shit.
I didn't say I know blacks didn't set it up. It's not blacks. It's the people at the top, and a lot of them are Jewish.
Like you say, I don't drive my car because the police might pull me over. You scared, nigga. Anytime a motherfucker can make you not do something, you scared, nigga.
Hey, Porter,
be a man, nigga. Get some balls. Tell them police fuck you and mean it.
I hope you guys.
But you can't. You can't. You scared as shit. And the thing is, you taking on the movement, and you just admit it. You're not even all the way black. They're not fucking with you. You out there fucking up and mad because everybody else get time, but you get time, and the police don't.
You guys know it's.
I'll drop the link. Like you say, I'm used to motherfucker calling me crackhead, but at the same time, I'm used to. At
the same time, it's just words, right?
I'm used. Yeah, what they say don't make me nothing. It don't mean nothing to me because I know what I do. And if I'm a crackhead, my habit is your lifestyle, nigga. My habit is your lifestyle. So what is your excuse? You taught your daughter how to fear. She back there shaking in a car seat, my nigga. She only shaking because she saw you shaking when the police passed.
Look at this. You got two babies.
Shaking when the police passed. I just brought my daughter in here and I asked her, do we care about what the police do? No. No, we don't.
You look at a group of babies, they could be any color.
But you calling names. I didn't go off on you. I didn't call you nothing. But that's how you felt when you got timed out or whatever happened to you. I didn't do that to you, dog. I don't discredit you, but you have to do that. You have to do that discredit to the fullest when you got a dick in your mouth. And that's all you got. When you got a dick in your mouth.
When it gets to the point where you got to criticize others and
you scary bitch ass
you're in a trap. It's
like
a trap.
You said, we gonna fall out. No, nigga, you don't want to fall out with me. I ain't want pussy. I won't play with your whole ass, nigga. I can go anywhere and get a gangster on the phone. I'm not broke. I'm a free man. I always been a free man. You slave scared. And it's true. Everybody in here been attacking you. Everybody in here been dogging your ass. You ain't gonna say nothing to them? No, you ain't. Everybody done went off on your ass. Don't nobody really fuck with you. You came in Lucia's stream like you always do, and you take over. She was talking about makeup.
Hey,
You
can't
makeup. Let me talk. But you don't let nobody talk. You talk the whole fucking hour. And everybody, I put my shit on mute.
I'll just say it like it's. I don't see it as an attack.
Say what you want to say, Porter, and I'm all right with that. But see, that's where you stand, though. That's why you scared. That's why you have to tell Black Lives Matter. You know why? Because even by your count now, nobody's fucking with you, dog. For real. You just nobody in here really even likes you.
Where are you working?
Let's just be honest. Nobody even gives a fuck about you in here. Nobody.
I'll be honest. I think he's a good guy. He's got a good heart, and I appreciate talking to him and all that. But I mean, I just think it's a trap.
Nobody even.
It's a trap that everybody's in.
You know, we worry about Vanessa Lennox and everybody else. When they said, "Have y'all seen the portal?" Nobody even gave a fuck. And then you disappeared, which means you was lurking. I see a few people that you was close to don't even speak to you, dog. Nobody gives a fuck about. Go back and read the comments, my nigga. Ain't nobody giving a fuck about you. You on this island by yourself, and you did that to yourself. Why? Because Black Lives Matter. So you done shook everybody in here. You done shook everybody in here.
I mean, I'm not really shook because I believe we can all express our feelings. I believe
yeah, but he done shook everybody in here. Gordon went off on him the other day. Didn't nobody? I didn't get into that.
I just think it's we all see it a little bit different ways, but
when it comes to that, now it's disrespect. Now it's disrespect. They go to street, they go to link, nigga. Bring your bitch ass on up here. I got a lot for you, hoe nigga. I got a whole bunch for you, you pussy looking ass nigga. Bring your bitch ass on in here, you scarred mouth bastard. Bring your hoe ass in here. I got a whole bunch of shit to tell you, begging ass nigga. Bring your bitch ass back. Don't run, hoe nigga. Don't run. Your lips look like a whole pussy. I'd love to stick my dick through your and break your motherfucking vertebrae, nigga. Don't run.
What happened?
I'll say this, man. We could try to be above that, but I mean, I know we're talking about sensitive things. It's just like
we can't when it get disrespectful. Pussy ass.
There's no need to disrespect.
Pussy mouth ass, nigga.
Hey, Black.
Don't nobody. Hey, Porter. Let's be honest. Ain't nobody in here fucking with you no more, dog. Nobody.
I just like I want to say like our whole society's.
Now how you feel about that? I might be a crackhead, but at least I was man enough to apologize and be cool. Ain't nobody fucking with you, dog. Nobody.
I'm back up in here, man. Hey, yo,
yeah, you say what you want to say. I'm so pussy.
Right, as soon as I start talking, watch this whole motherfucker cut me off. First of all, who the fuck called you? You real sensitive about the crackhead shit. Who the fuck called you a crackhead? First of all?
Or maybe you're calling me a crackhead. I don't care. It's just fucking words. I don't give a damn. You can call me whatever.
One of y'all a crackhead. I said this is some crackhead shit. I was talking about your ideology and the way you think. I wasn't talking about you personally. The reason you didn't respond to it, Bamboo, is because you didn't get sensitive and feel offended because I said this. I said, man, this some crackhead. Y'all talking about some crackhead type shit.
Don't explain whole ass.
I don't even know what the fuck I said.
Don't explain now, whole ass. Ain't nobody fucking with you, bitch ass nigga. And now I see why. Hey, I've been warned a long time ago. Ain't nobody fucking with you, nigga. Ain't nobody fucking with you. That's why you gotta come in everybody else streaming that goddamn fool, because nobody's fucking with you, nigga.
If I was gonna call
nobody fucking with you, nigga. You's a whole pussy. And you expose yourself.
If I was gonna call your crackhead ass a crackhead, I would have just called you a crackhead, right? So I know you're real sensitive about that crackhead subject. I don't really know why, but my nigga, I didn't call you a crackhead, but that's neither here nor there. I didn't call you a crackhead, but fuck you. Fuck you, you mush mouth motherfucker.
Yeah, fuck with me, pussy. I'll come see about your issue, boy.
Damn.
I'll come see about your issue, boy. I'll burn your motherfucking hoop you up, nigga.
You got a handicap mouth, nigga.
You ain't never had a business.
You got a handicap mouth.
What you doing? You lying about it. You ain't got no mother. I do this and I do that. No, you don't do a damn thing. That's why you never had nothing to say.
Shut the fuck up. I knew you want to get on some personal shit, but if you think you look like a crackhead dog or you got this crackhead complex, leave me.
I think I look like your daddy, pussy.
Leave me the fuck out.
That's what I think. I think I look like your daddy, nigga.
Leave me the fuck out of it. I don't need to call you no crackhead because I don't think you no crackhead. But now that you
all right, well, my bad. My bad. I read the statement wrong.
Now the way you talking,
I read the statement wrong. I apologize about
the
everything.
way you talking now, though,
I'm gonna leave it alone now.
You do got some crackhead tendencies.
Oh yeah, okay. Now see, now you back.
Motherfucker.
Oh, okay. That's I apologize. Now you back.
Whoever don't fuck with me,
you look like you don't put your lips in a meat grinder, my nigga.
I look like I put my lips in your pussy.
Your house so dirty. You gotta wear a mask in the motherfucker.
It looks like I put my lips in your mother house. It look like I put my lips in your mother pussy. Shut up.
You probably did, nasty bastard.
I love you.
My daddy told me you are what you eat, pussy. I don't eat no pussy. My dick too long, nigga. How about you?
Nah, I like eating pussy, faggot.
I figured that. You look like you like eating pussy.
I
wouldn't do that, dog. That's where they piss come out of.
I enjoy eating pussy.
Just don't eat.
Go ahead, do you? But I don't do that.
I enjoy
Nah,
eating pussy,
Hey,
nigga.
I ain't never
niggas,
been
I'm
no big
single.
fine pussy licker.
I got my own house too.
So like I was saying, like I was
I ain't never been no
motherfucking
big fine pussy licker. No,
saying.
sir.
Right,
what?
right,
That to me.
right. You don't eat pussy? Damn.
No,
Just
not
kidding.
at all.
Man, look at
Well,
that
when you
nigga
kiss
mouth.
me, baby,
Only if
You
that
know
shit
what? That nigga
smells
don't eat
good
no
and it's
pussy.
clean.
you ain't gotta worry about kissing down a little
Look at
bit
that
of
nigga.
pussy.
Look at that
You
nigga
ain't
mouth.
gotta worry about
Who the
kissing
fuck
down a
gonna let
little
him
bit
put their
pussy
mouth? Who the fuck
when
gonna
you
let him
kiss
put his
me.
mouth on their pussy? Who the fuck gonna let you put their mouth on their pussy?
Damn.
You don't eat
I
no
hope nobody, because they ain't gonna get it no
You
way.
don't eat no damn pussy because ain't nobody finna let you put that
Ain't
goddamn.
Thought
no,
you got
you
a man,
damn
Lucia.
right. Nobody.
Well,
Because I ain't
nobody
gonna
about to
do it
let you
no
put
way.
that rotten ass mouth on their
Damn.
pussy.
Thought you got a
Yeah,
man.
you sure right. I ain't gonna do it no way.
Just kidding.
Nigga, your teeth loose as a motherfucker. They barely hanging
Yeah,
on.
they losing the motherfucker. You sure right. Yep.
The motherfuckers barely
We ain't
hanging
never
on.
seen your teeth. You got a mask on in your own house with your dirty ass house.
Them shits barely hanging on. Them motherfuckers is barely hanging on.
Yep, they barely hanging on. Just like your whole conversation and your lifestyle. That's why you mad at the police. You can't get no money.
First of all, let me address this shit about why I stopped driving my car and I bought another car, a hoop ride, where I'm from.
I got two cars too, but I drive one. I drive in there
where
when
I'm
I
from
get
in my hood. Where I'm from in my hood.
And all my shit, I don't go buy no hoop. I
Where
don't
I'm
waste
from in
my
my
money.
hood. Where I'm from in my hood, we call it a hoopty. I went and bought me a hoopty simply because I was being harassed all the time in the car that I was driving by the police. Right. So being that I was being harassed all the time, and I ain't got time to be losing my life over no bullshit, especially not these little young white cops that like to run around and flex. And I ain't got no time to be jeopardizing my children's life. So I just made a logical decision that it would be in the best benefit of me and my family for me to avoid confrontation with the police. So, you know, I'm not in a position.
Why are you confrontating with the police anyway? Can I ask you
They
that?
were
What are you
harassing.
doing? Why are they harassing you? What are they harassing you for?
I simply had a nice car in a black neighborhood, and when they would see me driving my nice car, they would harass me. Simply, that's it. No other reason.
I had a in '94. In '94. I had a S9. I had a S500 Benz. I used to drive through the hood all the time. They didn't harass me. I'm in Texas.
So your life ain't mine.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah. You know why they harass you? Because they know they got a whole pussy on their hand, and they know what you gonna shake.
God.
Your life ain't mine.
They know that you gonna shake. They know that they can lay your ass down and won't nobody give a fuck. Just
shake.
like in this stream.
I didn't shake, right? I didn't shake. One of the real reasons
Hey, your daughter was shaking because you was shaking.
Nah,
Every behavior is a learned behavior.
My daughter wasn't shaking. I don't fuck with the police. I'm not gonna lie. I'm scared of the police. When the
So bingo, thank you. That's hey y'all. He just admitted it. Didn't I just say he's scary?
Yeah, I'm scared.
You ain't never heard me say that, huh?
I don't fuck with the police.
Okay, thank you. I just go on and admit it. Thank you. Keep talking, nigga.
I'm not scared of your ass though. I fuck you up.
No, because you're racist. See, you scared of white folk. You ain't scared of me.
I don't fuck with black police neither. They ain't gotta be white. I don't fuck with the police. I'm scared of the police. Let's put it like this. I don't fuck with them because I've had all my experiences with them been negative. So when you deal with a group of people, every experience you had and every experience I see my family have, it was always negative experiences. So I don't really fuck with them because I feel like when the police come around and I see them, they're not coming to help me or they're not coming to do me no good. They coming to do some fuck shit.
You think so, man? All of them?
Some harm. Yeah, almost every interaction I've ever had with the police, because again, when you come from where I'm from, you handle your problems like men. You don't call the police. So every interaction.
Where you from, nigga? You act like it's South Central LA or something. Where you from, dog?
I'm from the Bronx, New York, nigga. Every interaction I've ever had.
How come you the only nigga I know from the Bronx, New York? I can get on the phone with a nigga from Bronx, New York. How come you the only nigga in the Bronx, New York that ain't got it like that? You ain't down with the Dipset or nobody? Ain't nobody trying to put you on or nothing?
Nah, I don't do Dipset and shit like that.
Yeah, I get that now.
Everybody from New York. Everybody from New York.
Absolutely have to, man. Otherwise, I'm from a culture, a Southern Midwestern culture, man. Where if we got issues, bro, we take care of it. We don't necessarily.
We don't fuck with it. Don't involve with the police. Because anytime you involve the police, you know some fuck shit gonna happen 90% of the time if you black, if you from where I'm from, right? So I've never seen. I'm not gonna say I've seen some positive.
I can
impact.
understand that, man.
Like my mom's had to call the police when her boyfriends would beat her up or certain shit happened when I was.
You didn't
growing
whoop
up.
the nigga when your mom was getting her ass kicked?
Nah, I was actually getting my ass whooped with her. I was like 5 and 6 years old. You know, I couldn't really defend her, but you know, I tried. But
I went and got a meat cleaver. He didn't give a fuck, and he saw the devil in my features, and I didn't give a fuck.
When I was old enough to beat her boyfriend's ass, I did. But when I was younger, I just used to get my ass whooped like any child would. Right? I used to get my ass whooped for her. Right? We both sit there and get our ass whooped. We be crying together. So that's just real talk, right? So I have seen the police come and take little statements and shit like that. But my point is, I've never really had any good experiences with the police, right? So it's not that I teach my daughter to be scared of the police, but I teach my daughter to have, and I teach my son to have common sense, right? Because it's certain ways you got to carry yourself. And if you've got any type of logic in your motherfucking head, if you got a certain color skin, you know that, you know, you run the risk of some fucked up shit happening.
I just act normal. When they pull me over, I say, "Can I have your license insurance?" I say, "Yeah." They give it to them. I sit back, and then they say, "Do you know what I pulled you over for?" I say, "No." And then they say, "Well, I pulled you over for this." I say, "Okay." And then they hand me my shit back, and then they say, "Where are you on your way to?" I say, "I don't answer questions." And then they say, "Oh, okay, you're a smart ass." And I say, "No, I'm not a smart ass. It's just that I don't answer questions. I don't have to ask. I don't have to answer that." And then I pull out my phone and I hit my app, and I hit the emergency on my app, and I say, "Matter of fact, I don't answer questions so much. I got a team of lawyers. And so if you want to continue this conversation, I'll let you talk to them." And hey, man, I can sell that to you. I could actually send you a link and get you the same protection I got. It's ain't no $40 a month, dog.
Hey, yo, Rice, maybe when they pull you over, they don't do that shit because they don't feel threatened by you because, you know, you're a puny little dude, man.
Yeah, maybe.
But
But when they run my record, see about 40 arrests and 2 felonies.
Maybe you're not.
Hey, are you documented? You ain't no documented gang member?
No, I'm not no gang
member.
member.
Okay, so I'm documented.
So gang member just show you pussy.
No, yeah, okay. That's why it's Bloods and Crips in New York now, right?
Gang members show you pussy.
Okay, yeah.
I ain't never joined no gang.
I know. They wouldn't have you. They wouldn't have you.
No gang.
They wouldn't have you. Scary. You already scared of police.
Of course
you are. You ain't even a man. Like I said, if you ain't liberated, you ain't alive.
I don't believe in that gang shit.
You dead.
I don't believe in that.
If you ain't liberated, you dead.
It's not for me. And I didn't know when they started letting crackheads join gangs.
No, they didn't have to let me. They jumped me in. It wasn't a let.
Ain't nobody jumping their little ass in there.
It wasn't a let, nigga.
Man, what you talking about? Back in the goddamn house?
It wasn't a let.
Nigga, how old
when
are
at
you?
the height of it, nigga.
Nigga, how old are you?
It don't matter how old I am.
What you talking about? Back in goddamn 72, nigga?
Whenever. Just know they won't let you in.
Come on, man.
You ain't part of nothing.
Come on,
and you
man.
sitting at home hustling folks on medical shit.
How I'm hustling people on medical shit?
That's what you said you do. Don't you own a business doing that?
I don't
on YouTube.
I don't hustle them. How do I hustle? I guess you could call it a hustle.
Thank you.
I guess you could call it.
Business is a hustle.
Everything's a hustle. Everything's a hustle, B.
Yeah.
No, you only hustle when you broke.
When you say hustle, it's like you saying
you only hustle when you broke. That's why you
like I'm taking advantage of people and shit.
No, I don't take advantage of nobody. I ain't got to.
I don't rob nobody and no shit like that.
No, and you don't got to.
Fair exchange ain't no robbery. Why you keep worrying if I'm broke or something? Why you say I'm broke?
We know you broke, dog, and I love that.
I'm broke. How you know?
That hurts you.
What do you consider broke,
dog? No. I wouldn't dare disrespect myself by buying nothing without.
I got a hoopty. I did what I had to do. I bought a 90. I bought me a 98, 99 Camry Burgundy, Camry in the hood. Yeah, I had a hoopty. I used to drive around the neighborhoods when I went in. But like I say, when we went out of town and shit, you know, I drive my regular car. But you know,
what is my regular car?
My regular car is a Chrysler 300.
Well, how big is your engine?
Hemi.
What big? How big? How many gears you got? Does yours turn into a stick when it get ready? You got seat warmers and coolers? Do you have a curtain in the back?
Nah, I ain't got no curtain in all that.
Oh, okay. Well, goddamn, I
got seat warmers and shit though. That's just regular.
My Chrysler way flyer than yours. Yours don't turn into a stick when you get ready. You can't drop that bitch in low.
You talking about straight drive and automatic? Yeah, my shit straight drive and automatic. You click it over, yeah. So I don't get the point though. I don't get that still don't mean that I'm not. That don't mean that I got it like that. Even if I got a Chrysler 300, that's what I drive. I don't claim to have it like that.
I don't know. I got a Suburban 2 V8 with a V8 Vortec in it. I got a Z71 Suburban with a V8 Vortec in it too.
Ain't none of that shit gonna matter if them boys.
What I'm trying to say, Rice, is what the fuck that got to do with your character and who you is as a nigga? You went off on me for some crazy shit.
Nigga, you been doing this shit all day. That's why don't nobody fuck with you. Every day somebody going off on your ass. You think it's all us or just you, nigga?
Name somebody who go off on me every day.
Gordita just went off on you the other day.
That's one person. Name somebody. You said every day somebody. Who else?
I think he broke. He begging niggas to run his monetization playlist. You broke. That what Big Hick just said. He just went off on you. Let me go up here. Gordita.
I don't even
know.
Big
Hick here. 360. Let me go up here. Let's go through the comments.
What 360 say about me?
Everybody
what 360 say about me? What 360 say about me? Hey, if nobody fuck with me, hey, if nobody fuck with me, you talking about a small group of people or whatever circle you talking about.
This circle, nigga.
If they don't want to fuck with me, they don't have to. And then people that do fuck with me do. But I have just as many people in my lives as you got in yours, nigga. I did it last night and I had like 24 people in that 25. I mean, that's cool for me. I don't need no more than that. So the people that like my content and like me gonna support, and those who don't, fuck them. And we keep it moving.
There you go.
I mean, I don't expect everybody. I'm not for everybody, nigga. I don't kiss no ass and I don't lick no balls.
Shit, I can't tell.
I don't kiss no ass and I don't lick no balls.
I can't tell.
You come with me, I ain't never
You don't eat no ass. You don't eat no pussy. God damn it.
I ain't never did nothing fraudulent, nigga. My record clean. I ain't never did nothing fraudulent. Ain't no fraud about me. You could call me broke. You could call me poor. I would say that I'm poor though. I don't think like
I'm poor too.
I'm not poor.
I'm about to say I'm poor too.
I'm not poor.
Shit. We all
if I wasn't poor, I wouldn't be rich.
You know, I don't know what they got to do.
I ain't
Poor
rich.
people have to work.
Yeah, if I got a nice car, nigga, that don't mean nothing. That don't mean shit. So poor people got nice cars, right? Like, you know, I'm still trying to do what I need to do. I survive. I support my family. I take care of my kids, nigga. I ain't on no child support. I ain't never had to be put on no child support or nothing like that. I got two
because I ain't finna kiss no big ass.
I ain't never had the reason to be put on it.
Shit, man, good job, man.
I do what I'm supposed to do.
That mean I don't know.
What the hell?
They must not have loved you. They must not. One thing I know on child support, the woman didn't want to even come around, so they don't want your money.
My daughter 13. My daughter just turned 14. And my son 5. I ain't on child support for none of them.
Well, I got a 26-year-old and a 25-year-old. I got
I'm good though. What I'm saying.
16-year-old. I got a 15-year-old.
That's what I'm saying. Nigga make better life.
And I'm a long hoe. I got kids by all races. I ain't got just black kids.
Make better life.
I ain't got just black. No, I like fucking nigga.
You should make better life decisions.
I ain't no pussy.
You should make better life decisions.
No, I ain't gotta make no better life decisions. I can deal with it. I dig it.
Nah, you should make better life decisions.
I dig it. And get what everybody fed.
You on child support.
Not only do I pay, let me tell you about me.
If you on child support for 7 kids, nigga, you should make better life decisions.
Like they get their own money.
You part of the goddamn.
How many of your kids got bank accounts already? Your kids ain't got bank accounts already?
Say what?
Your kids ain't born with bank accounts and health insurance?
They ain't got who?
Bank accounts and health insurance when they come in this world.
Nah, they didn't have it when they came in this world. I was
my God, then we not on the same level. We not even on the same level.
My daughter and my son got accounts now, yeah. Savings accounts for them, yeah. Mutual fund, like shit. Like I got some bonds in their name and shit like that. So just in case something happened to me, yeah. But when they was born, no.
How much money do Morgan Chase send you a month?
Morgan Chase don't send me shit.
Oh, you don't invest in the stock market?
No, I'm not in the stock market right now.
Oh man, money. Only thing make money is money, man.
Yeah, I know. That's why I invest my money in the shit I do. I invest my money in the shit that I have control over.
That's why I'm fucking poor.
I don't have enough money to play with. I invest my money in shit that I can control and I trust myself. I don't too much trust the stock market right now, nigga. I trust myself though. So I kind of invest in myself.
Well, I know one thing. Everything down, and the stock market still going up.
Yep, the stock market, that's a whole different economy, man.
people could be losing their jobs, man, and kind of the stock market
and we still balling.
Still going.
But you know, stock market, when the stock market crashed a few years back, motherfuckers was jumping off the roofs. So you know, nothing lasts, man, and nothing for show, nothing for show shot. I rather I invest in myself though. I like to invest.
All this from me, and
I like to invest in shit that I can control.
See,
but
if you watch my lives, I'm out at parties. I don't just stream.
I don't do my lives out at parties because I don't go out to parties and shit right now.
Oh my God.
I'm not going out to parties and shit right now. So why would I do my lives at parties?
You know what somebody messaged me today and said?
What they said?
They said, man, I really enjoy your channel. I say, why? He said, because you show us your life. You be everywhere. You was at 2 parties last weekend, had hell of about $500 worth of firecrackers.
Yeah,
we really enjoy your shit.
The 20-something people that I have in my live stream that spend 3, 4, 5 hours with me, sometimes 10, 8 hours with me, they must enjoy my shit too for other reasons. Everybody got
I can't go that long no more.
Everybody got
Everybody
their own shit they like, nigga. So some people
I have so much different stuff going on in a failing economy. I'm steady coming up. And I'm like, why is the economy failing? What's really going on?
But you know, having money is one thing. So I make enough to get by. I make enough to support my lifestyle. I make enough to take care of my children and shit right now. Right. No, I don't got no huge bank account and no whole bunch of goddamn money saved up. I don't got no regular 9 to 5 job. I'm basically a hustle type nigga.
There's a lot of valuable information.
Yeah.
So
I'm basically a hustle to hustle type nigga, right? I'm just a regular everyday nigga. But I don't judge my success with my children on the money I make.
I do. That's how you keep score.
I judge my success on my children on what type of person they're gonna turn out to be.
I do. That's how you keep score.
I invest. I don't just invest.
Like I said, yes, exactly how your children turn out. That's why I say.
I don't just invest money in my children, right? I don't.
25-year-old daughter.
If I wanted to be like you,
as a medical coding in her own business.
If I wanted to be a nigga like you, then I would do it would be cheaper for me to pay child support. Actually, I would go to child support route and just do visitation, right? Just do the visitation. Maybe do that shit. Get the kids.
We got an open door policy. They come and go and say please.
And my point is this. It's other things that. There's other things that are just equally as important as financial money that I try to install in my kids, right? So if you give my kids, like I told my pops was kind of well off before he passed, right? But when I think back about it, it was the time that he spent once he was gone that was valuable to me. I didn't give a fuck if my pops could have been broken dirt poor, right? He could have not had shit, but I loved him because he spent time with me, right? So
my dad was a tax guy.
Let me finish, man. Let me finish my point. You have many people that are rich and wealthy and well-to-do and have kids, but they don't spend no motherfucking time with them, right? They might die, leave their kids $3-4 million.
That's terrible. The school tell me to stop teaching my kids because they're too far ahead of the class.
It don't matter how rich or poor you is, nigga. That don't make you a father. Your richness or your poorness financially don't make you a father.
Did you hear what I said? Hey, my son was recognized by 66 students in the whole county by Duke University. He's in the top 95th percentile,
nigga,
of
why you trying to live off
in the nation in all 4 subjects.
Why you trying to live off
my kids? Why you trying to live off? I don't even want my kids to go back.
Why you trying to live off your son pain? Your son did all that, and you out here being goddamn ignorant, nigga.
Yep, he did all that, and guess who? Guess who raised him?
That despite of you.
Guess who raised him?
That despite of your ass.
And guess who raised him?
You run around here talking about.
Guess who raised him? His sister did it. His sister did the same thing. His older brother did the same thing.
So his sister
9-year-old doing the same thing. Hey, we put a hardware in here.
So
everything we do, we win.
So what would have happened if you would have raised him?
I did raise him.
You take
his mama dropped him off. Hey, look. His mama dropped him off on the porch
when
he was 2, and she said, "I can't do this no more."
You just
I didn't ask her for nothing.
You just said his sister raised him.
No, I didn't. I said
his sister.
My daughter can't have my kids when I need to go do something like work. I didn't say my son. I raised him.
Nigga, you just said a few minutes
ago. I raised him.
You ain't
my son right now. That same son. He decided. I told him. I say, "Look here, son.
Do your son know he a black man?"
He said, "Daddy, can I go stay with my mama?" I said, "Do you want to go?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Go ahead," because I know how I feel. I love my mama. I love my mama so much. That's the one thing I'm gonna take care of until I ain't got a breath in me.
Do your son know that he a black man?
So at that point, he wouldn't stay with his mama, right? Yeah, he got caught up with some bad dudes because his mama ain't got no rules in our house.
Oh man!
And see, he been in a male facility prison since he was 15.
What this got to do?
That was his fault. Like I told him, who you think put money on their books right now? His mama don't.
See, my point, Rice, is me and you different. I'm trying to avoid my son from even hitting the prison. I did that so he don't have to. I'm trying to avoid that even happening.
He didn't have to. He did. But guess what? When he calls, when he calls or he writes me, you know what he says? You know what he says? Like I told him, son, don't worry. See, you got a luxury, son. I went and bought a food truck so that you can work in it and you don't have to go begging nobody for a job. That's how you buy.
If your son went to prison, that's
it starts with me.
If your son went to prison, that's a reflection of you. You're right.
No, it ain't a reflection of me. He wasn't with me.
It is a reflection.
And the judge said the same thing.
It's a reflection of you.
The judge said the same thing.
Why wasn't he with you? Why wasn't you in his life?
Because he wanted to go live with his mama.
What? Why you still should be in his life?
I was completely in his life. But when you make a decision, like I told him, you got to stand for that decision. You make a decision to hang with some guys. You make a decision to go hang with some guys. My mama ain't never told me nothing but right. So you saying that it's my mama's fault?
If you was
saying that my mama's fault, who's a Sunday school teacher?
If you was completely in his life,
you saying that it's my mama's fault that she's a Sunday school teacher?
If you was completely,
that I went out and tried to sell dope.
If you were completely,
told me to go sell dope. No, I made that decision on my own.
Hey man, if you were completely in his life, how did you not see it coming?
Hell no, I ain't see. He didn't even see it coming because he was lame. He was with me his whole life. The moment he went to stay with his mama, he decided that he was gonna hang with some cool kids, and this what happened. He was lame, and that's why he got done the way he got done.
Hey yo,
that's the reason he did, and they ratted on him.
If you was in your son's life the whole time, how did you not see it coming?
I can't see. How you gonna see some?
I'm a father. I'm a father. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to see shit like that coming.
He didn't even see it coming.
That's what a father does.
All he did was go. That ain't what a father do. A father is different. They can't no matter what you don't let them fall. But when they make decisions as a man,
that's what being a father is about. A father is supposed to be able to see what their children can't see.
No, you can't.
Goddamn father.
You can't even look here, man. You can't even stop your dog from shaking when the police pull you out. How you gonna tell me what a father do?
I did stop it. She don't shake no more. I told you my daughter was 4 or 5 without me knowing or ever having any interaction around her with the police. Her on the police. That's what happened. She don't shake no more, nigga. She was shaking before I sat down and I was able to, talk to her.
Because you got fear in your household.
That's because I got fear. No, she don't shake no more. Before I could explain to her and talk to her when she was old enough to realize what the fuck's going on, right? We talk all the time.
My daughter.
So now she understands what's going on.
My daughter's so cold.
You're not gonna keep. You want to keep cutting me off, B. So actually, my daughter was shaking and had fear before I was able to explain to her and get her mind right. Right? That's what daddies do. That's what fathers are for. I told you that she started off like that. She don't shake no more, B.
Hold on, wait. Snoopy said, "Look at Rice, a bodybuilder." Oh man.
But ain't lifting nothing.
No, you ain't got to. I'll pay somebody to do that.
Nah, because this nigga,
do it now.
You bring up that Gorder shit. I don't know what the fuck wrong with motherfuckers up here, but y'all think y'all can come in and goddamn beef up that portal. Y'all can do what the fuck y'all want. Everybody, this go for everybody.
I already know that I'm free. You the one that
Gorder went off on me.
You can't even drive down your street.
I don't know what Gorder was talking about. You went off on me talking about some crackhead shit. I don't know what the fuck you was talking about, but y'all wanted with me. Hey, we could go there. You know,
we're not up here.
I ain't scared to drive down nothing, nigga. The reason I switched up my whips, because I know my character and I know the type of person I am, and I wasn't.
What you gonna do through the internet?
I got
what you gonna do through the internet?
I got a slick mouth, nigga. So
okay, your mouth real slick. Now what happened?
I try to avoid problems, right? I try to see problems before they start, and then I try to do my best to avoid them if I can.
No, hell no, Mr. Lyons.
Say what? It's like you scared to drive your car. That's how you avoid problems.
No, I never. I drive my car. I drive my car for the right situations, right? So certain situations and circumstances calls for certain measures and acts. So I drive my car, but I don't drive my car where once I seen that my car was causing me a problem. That's for any. That's like if a nigga's in my life or a bitch was in my life causing me a problem. I had to make adjustments, right? So I had something in my life.
I tell you what.
It was bringing me. What I'm saying is, it was bringing me. It was bringing me negative. It was bringing me negative attention.
Do me a favor.
It was bringing me negative attention, so I made the proper adjustments and did what I felt I had to do. It had nothing to do with fair, nigga. It had to do with safe.
Do me a favor. You said I just called my daughter in here.
Your daughter
get in there since you're doing so much.
My daughter's 14. She don't live with me. My daughter not.
Oh my God! You ain't raising your child. Now you just told a whole lie.
My daughter don't have to live with me.
Lie, nigga.
My daughter don't have to live with me for me to raise her. B. What the fuck?
Bullshit. How the fuck you raising something you ain't got?
What you mean? I ain't got?
You know that's my car. I ain't paying on it.
My daughter 12 minutes down the road. If I want to go get my daughter, I go get her. No, I don't have to ask her nothing. If my daughter wants to see me, she called me. I'll be there. No, my daughter live with her mother, nigga. What the fuck?
Oh, damn.
Just like I grew up with my mom. So my dad didn't live with us. What the fuck?
Damn.
Yeah, you don't have to live with a person to raise your children.
Shit.
What? My daughter.
That's like saying we married, but we live in different homes.
My kids ain't. No, that ain't married living in different homes. Then obviously you separated. If you married and you live in different homes, that means you separated, nigga. That's how that works.
That means you probably what they saying having an entanglement.
That mean you separated. If you married and you live in a different home than your spouse, that means y'all separated. It's a term for that.
Don't know about that. When I was married, I lived. And then
you don't know about being separated.
And I want you to Google something. I want you to Google.
I just taught you something, nigga. You should thank me. Pay homage.
I want you to Google something. Google belogical.com or Lynn Woolley.
Nigga, I'll Google that once you Google these nuts.
For what? For what? What nuts? Your nuts on your chin, boy. My nuts on your chin, boy. You got chin nuts, nigga. Now you got a dick in your mouth. I'm trying to make you suck my dick so hard, faggot. I'm trying to knock your vertebrae out the back of your mouth.
I knew you was a faggot.
Whoa. Hey, like I said, I might be a faggot, but guess what? When it's my turn to suck your dick, how about I buy you a drink and watch the taste out your motherfucking mouth?
They say crackheads suck dick, B.
What the hell?
They say a whole lot of shit. But you know what? You know one thing, ain't nobody in here fucking with you. So how about that? I'm a crackhead and nobody likes you.
Lucia D fuck with me. This her stream. As long as Lucia D fuck with me, I'm good.
Oh, as long as Lucia D, yeah.
This
the big D.
Whatever happened to you and Lou? Y'all ain't talking no more.
The big fucking D.
Say what?
The biggest
y'all ain't talking no more.
In here.
Hey man, I just told you the live last night. I had like 24 people watching me. I'm good. The people who support me, that show me love, that been supporting me, go and support me. The people who don't want to, they won't. And life goes on. There's too many motherfucking people on YouTube for me to be worrying about one or two motherfuckers. Most motherfuckers irrelevant. Only relevant if they in your circle and we relevant to each other. But I know I'm an irrelevant ass nigga. Like it's millions and billions of peoples on this platform. I'm only relevant to the couple people that fucks with me. And if you don't fuck with me, then I don't fuck with you. But your ass was up in my live streams enjoying yourself at some point. So I must
you guys are crazy. Ruth says
before you started this fuckery shit.
Yeah, I thought you and Steel Curtain was best friend. Whatever happened? Cause he didn't even speak to you.
Who's Steel Curtain?
This has been the most educational 6 hours I'd have never participated in.
Still the Nation? Nah, me and Still the Nation. Still the Nation all good. I'm not gonna talk about the man, but we just ain't meant for each other. Some people just.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
What? You have beef with Steeler?
I don't got no beef with Steeler, but some shit popped off. Some shit popped off at the he's not banned. He's still a mod in my channel. But some shit popped off at the portal a few weeks back. Since you talked about Steeler Nation shit, some shit popped off at the portal, and I felt Steeler Nation was being racist. So I called him a racist, and I called him out and timed him out for the shit because somebody made a big ass couple racist comments and jokes, and Steeler Nation was the only one in the chat laughing, and we kind of fell out. And I haven't really talked to him ever since then. But it wasn't really no.
He's not. He's not.
That's messed up.
Yeah,
He's
but
not
you know,
racist.
at the same thing, Rice, you called him racist one time. So you know,
I did.
he did some shit.
We
So
talk
I
like
called
men.
people.
We talk like men, and we cool as a motherfucker.
When people, I ain't say I wasn't cool with the nigga, but I don't
Just
go.
like lines. I went off on lines for no damn reason. I just
Yeah,
apologized.
Mr. Lines.
That's because
Why?
you a fuck nigga, Rice. We all know you a fuck nigga.
I know, yeah. I might be a fuck nigga, but lines still fuck with me. Look, you can't even apologize for you.
Mr. Lines know you a
Ain't
fuck
nobody
nigga.
here liking you. Look.
Nigga, that's because I didn't apologize, nigga. I never went and apologized to nobody. What the fuck you talking about, nigga?
You didn't have no part in it? You ain't a man?
Apologize for what?
You can't admit when you wrong?
I don't feel I was wrong. I felt that he was doing some racist shit to me. So what the fuck I apologize for? I stand on what I do, nigga. I stand on what I do.
What did Steeler Nation do that he
I stand on what I do, nigga. I stand on what I do.
What did Steeler Nation do that was racist? Because a lot of the times, a lot of
Steeler Nation didn't say nothing.
You hear me, Mr. Lines?
Steeler Nation didn't say nothing racist, but he just did some shit that I didn't agree with that I thought was uncalled for. Let's just put it that way. It ain't nothing for me to apologize for because I don't feel like I was wrong about anything. He did some shit that I thought was some fuck shit, and I called it out.
Dude.
So what is there to apologize about, nigga?
Where is Steeler?
But Steeler cool.
We over here in a savage stream.
If you trying to coach me into talking shit about me behind his back, the difference between me and you, Rice, is I ain't gonna talk about no nigga behind their back. So like I say, Steeler cool. And that's what happened there.
Talk about somebody behind their back.
I don't got nothing to do because you keep bringing up Steeler. What I'm saying.
No, I didn't just keep bringing up Steeler.
I ain't got shit to get.
What happened was I said in my stream, I said portal's on. Y'all, let's do a portal raid. And that's what was wrong.
For all
the people who didn't,
where you are, Steeler.
For all the people who didn't want to come do a portal raid that was at your stream,
Steeler.
there's some people at my stream that don't fuck with you.
Yeah, they didn't want to do a portal raid. And I didn't know. And somebody said, well, Steeler ain't gonna go in there. I didn't ask Steeler nothing. I didn't ask Steeler nothing. I'm addressing you right now.
Right. That's cool.
I address you right now.
That's cool for
how many people don't fuck with me.
That's cool.
You said how many people don't fuck with me. The whole chat.
Hey, that's cool for the people that didn't want to do portal raid that was at your stream, bro. I was off for like a week and a half, almost 2 weeks, and I went live out of nowhere last night, and I had 25, 26 people in my chat. What the fuck you talking about?
I had that every day, every time I go live.
Okay.
Not me. I only have 12 million viewers.
People that support me gonna support me. People that don't, they ain't. I don't see what that got to do with it. Even if I only had 2 motherfuckers that supported me, what that had to do with anything? That's irrelevant to me. What we talking about your crack habit.
Yeah, you right. Like I said, you dig hug it.
Right, I'm just fucking with you. Hey man, you need to stop being so sensitive though, man.
I ain't gotta be nothing.
I ain't call you no crackhead.
You remind me of my goddamn cousin.
I think it goes both ways, guys. But cheers.
No, we cool. I'm not gonna stop supporting the portal because that would be against my mission. That would be against my mission. I don't give a damn.
Cheers to unity and understanding.
Once I love a nigga, I love a nigga. I can talk
to you. Hold on. What's your mission, nigga?
My ass out.
What's your mission?
My mission is to be everybody and support everybody. I'm not gonna stop giving you likes. I'm not gonna stop in there speaking. I don't give a damn if you say I don't fuck with you no more. I'm still gonna speak.
I'm just saying, man. I didn't call you no crackhead, and you went to
fuck. Well, fuck it.
And then
I said I apologize.
You know how
is it possible? Is it possible that you two and all of us can be even stronger?
Because of this? We black folks.
I
don't like to claim that he black, but he black, and this what black folks do. We loud, we boisterous, we gonna argue, but at the end of the day, we gonna be all right.
Exactly.
All about coming together, man.
Peace
and unity.
Siblings.
This is how we become stronger. This is how we become stronger. We can talk about our perspectives. We can argue. We can debate.
We're like family. We have to argue, or else we're not gonna be friends.
We can argue all day long. I'm not gonna support it.
And we don't always have to agree, right? We don't always have to agree.
But I didn't call him a crackhead. I was talking to him and Bamboo Soldier, and I made a statement in general, like some shit like that shit y'all talking about some crackhead shit. That's not called. I didn't call Rice a crackhead. I didn't call Bamboo a crackhead.
But why it ain't no meth head shit?
Say what?
Meth.
Why ain't no
Meth.
meth?
Matter of fact,
Meth
I said,
head lives
I
matter
didn't
too.
even say there's no crackheads. I said y'all niggas must be smoking crack because whatever the fuck y'all was talking about at the time.
Okay, well, why couldn't we couldn't be smoking meth or doing?
Well, I mean, you could have been smoking meth, but
why didn't you say meth? Why didn't you?
What about LSD, man?
Meth worse than crack, nigga. What the fuck?
Or taking Percocet.
yeah.
I'd rather you
Yeah,
smoke.
dude.
I'd rather you smoke crack than smoke meth, nigga.
I'm
I got some of the angel dust.
Nigga, I say crack because this is where I'm from in the hood, and this is just how we talk. How many times?
Heroin, how come we couldn't be on heroin?
Let me just get this out there. A quarter. When I see you trying to say some shit, when I say, "Hey man, y'all niggas must be smoking crack," that's a terminology in the hood. That's just some. That's like a figure of speech, nigga, that hood niggas use.
I know, nigga. I told you I read the motherfucker wrong.
No, I'm talking to Gorda though. Gorda told my son she read it, and I called you a crackhead. But this is what I'm talking about. People always gonna have.
Gorda said that Portal owes her an apology.
What?
I'll just say this: everybody can get
Portal, you
offended by
lost
things
your
here and there,
goddamn mind.
and I think we all need to just get over even just words and
Heal the
understand it's maybe
world.
somebody else's misunderstanding.
I
We
say,
all
when
see
I
things
say y'all
differently.
niggas must be smoking crack. When I say y'all niggas must be smoking crack is when this nigga said something like, and you agree with him, like the shit that's going on right now with the Black Lives Matter movement is black.
Oh man, let's not get into that again.
I'm just saying. That's what you said. And I was like, y'all niggas smoking crack.
All right, I guess we just don't see it the same way, and that's fine.
These
But
niggas said, this nigga just said it was black people fault that black people dying and
I
black
don't think
people
anybody said that. I think
No, I didn't. I said
I don't
that
think anybody said that.
Bamboo Soldier said some shit like that.
I don't even like.
No, I said that it's
because
black
I
people
want
set this shit up. You say like we set
there's
this
good
shit up.
there's good black people out there that are being
because
used.
I want unity. I don't want to section myself off. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
What I'm
exactly.
trying to say is that sometimes we say things and we make.
Oh, Gorda, that don't count, Gorda. That's after everything got popping, nigga. I'm talking about the initial statement.
Yeah. Gorda said we over that. But after
Damn, Lucia, you look immaculate as always. I must say.
Thanks, Bamboo. Hey, Bamboo, we need to do another what's it called? A voiceover.
Oh yeah, one of these.
I don't know. When I fuck up, I'm a
You in
man.
the portal, that'll be so funny. Or fucking enlighten whoever.
Yeah.
Lines.
Continue, guys. Continue.
Hey, listen, I do apologize a lot. I've apologized to plenty of people, especially when I'm wrong. But why the fuck should I? If anything, Gordon Ramsay owed me an apology, B. When I went to Rice,
Gordon Ramsay.
Shut up.
When I went to Rice Stream, she went the fuck out for no reason. I think I just came there and said,
Gordon Ramsay. I think
I came in Rice Stream.
Oh yeah, she's a chef.
Let me quote myself. I came in Rice Stream and said, "Yo, why is everybody hiding, B?" And she went the fuck out. See.
What's going on down here?
Nobody. I remember that. I don't know. See, I didn't get into that because I didn't know what was going on.
You don't even have to apologize to me. Just give me some pussy.
You're a fucking marrano. You're a fucking marrano for real.
I'll take some of that too, please.
This is how we do it in the hood, man.
Yeah, I like ladies, Lucia. I don't know if you knew that.
But this is how we do it in the hood, man. But we argue, we loud, we boisterous, we talk big shit.
Yeah.
And we'll be all right for a while.
Yeah, man. It's like you guys are two smart black men, and you guys need to.
Hold on.
It's all right to talk about this. If we're talking and arguing, we're not fighting, right?
Gordon said, "I wear my balls on my chest. Do you mind if I give you a matching pair?" I like to take that and match you too, baby.
Fuck.
God damn, that's some funky shit.
Damn, homie.
Hey man, I'm just saying, man. I think Gordon owe me an apology, B. But if you let me put my balls on your chest, I promise you I'll accept.
Damn, Gorda, by the way, looks fucking beautiful. Judging from her picture, that's all I've seen.
She aight.
Conceited as hell.
He said conceited. Gorda, come up here. Tell these fellas what the
But
hell.
I have low standards though,
Gorda, keep your ass down there.
I'll take anything.
Gorda, come up here.
Nah, Gorda, stay where you at, please.
I'll go in Portal Stream tomorrow and be like, I can't stand your motherfucking ass. So what's up?
And if you got a little Gorda in you, that's fine. Thick is better than skinny in my book.
You're like, I hate you, but I'm here.
You talk about passionate shit, man. Shit gonna get like that, man. Cause shit's serious. I mean, my point is, at the end of everything, man.
I'm not gonna leave you alone, nigga. I don't care if we fight every day. I'm not gonna.
You guys are gonna become stronger because of
I
this,
don't
man.
throw people away.
Yeah, I support everybody. Everybody who except for like I ain't been in sterilization shit, but you know everybody else I pretty much support. Even when niggas don't come through.
Y'all fix that, man, because that hurt my feelings. I can't see. I don't like the fact that y'all ain't in the stream together, making us laugh with the jokes back and forth. I miss that, dog.
Hey, but I feel Rice and Portal. You guys might not feel it, but I feel like it's maybe necessary for you guys to let this out, communicate it.
Exactly.
You guys know each other better now.
This ain't no goddamn.
You guys know each other better now. And they want to divide us, and we need everybody to unify, especially
nigga,
you
this
two.
ain't no goddamn psychiatry session, nigga. What the hell?
Yeah, I'm not saying it is, but this is how I see it.
Dr. Bamboo Fields told you.
Bamboo Soldier, I do all that shit you just said if you promise to stop watching Fox News, nigga.
I don't really watch Fox News, but every now and then I will check out a video that shows the Fox News portion just to see what they're talking about. You know, it's good to have an idea what they're talking about.
Bamboo, me and you,
people, so I can show real character.
me and Bamboo be like brothers. Me and Bamboo be like brothers. I could tell if he just started watching Fox News, man. Come on over to this side, bro.
Hey, man, I got some people you should watch though. Like, you guys gotta check out Jericho Green.
You come with me for 2 weeks, nigga. I'm gonna have you holding up Black Lives Matter signs and all type of shit. Watch.
Oh shit!
Come with me for 2 weeks.
I see through it though, man. I see through that movement, and I know.
Black Solo, you ever heard of Mark from Anaheim or the Carl Nelson show?
Yeah, from the Carl Wilson and nearly all of them. Man. Yeah, you already know what's up, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, RWS, man.
Yeah.
I don't. Salmon's smelling upper lip. I don't think that's mine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. I'm about
upper lip. Hi, Nikki Antoinette.
That's what I say. It's entertainment. We trying to bring. I don't throw people away though, Porter. I'll argue with your ass all day.
I think we should all be honest. These are the kind of conversations that need to happen.
Hey, Gorder,
you know,
my upper lip only smell like salmon because I just got through eating your pussy, baby.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, she thought I didn't see that shit. She thought I didn't see that shit.
You got that omega-3, boy.
Got those essential fatty acids.
You are stupid.
But I still gotta admit, I was drunk in the motherfucker, and I just went off on lines for no reason.
Damn.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I wasn't gonna say nothing, but you know, I'm glad you.
Big heck in the house.
Lines are cool niggas.
Yeah, but
even me and Lines got into it.
What about Lines?
When I fuck up, I fuck up.
Lines, how many times me and you done got into it, homie?
Every time I see you guys on the same panel.
Lines don't even be saying shit.
Nah.
Let's talk about what was it last time? Rugby or whatever.
Oh, rugby. This nigga, yeah, we got into it over the rugby and NFL football. I kept telling that nigga rugby. I told him American football, real football. He kept telling me rugby, real football, American football, fake. I said, you crazy as hell.
Who said that?
Let's be honest, nobody gives a damn about rugby in this country.
Shit,
right, this is country talking about.
Yo, Bamboo, I'm telling you, he's sensitive. Bamboo, Mr. Line sensitive about that rugby shit.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lons. Hey, Mr. Lons, I'm from Berkeley. Cal Berkeley has one of the best rugby teams in the whole nation. They've been
okay. I'm sorry, Nikki Antoinette. Yep, this is not a children's show. Sorry about that.
Oh shit, Nikki, back out.
Yeah, we talking shit now. We already had the educational. You missed the educational part.
Yep. The educational portion of the show is over.
That was in the first half.
Yeah, dude. It's time to fight now. Fuck it.
What do you say? You don't want to try rugby out?
You don't want to try rugby out.
Mr. Lights, come up here and defend your rugby.
This nigga, man. Nigga, don't you bring your black ass up here and be defending no damn rugby, nigga. You gonna lose your hood pass that shit. Nigga be talking about he out of New Zealand, he in the jungle. It be palm trees everywhere. I say, nigga, your jungle got palm trees? God damn.
I'll tell you, man, some of those boys, those Kiwis out in New Zealand, man, they're some mean ass motherfuckers.
Them niggas eat horse heads. This nigga said they eat horses.
Hey, Lons, can you give me a sloth? I want a pet like that because I know his bitch ass ain't going nowhere for a long time. The motherfucker gonna move real slow.
A sloth?
Yeah, I want a sloth.
Sloth.
Oh shit, Nikki Antoinette. Next time you come in, make sure you got
molasses.
You need to make sure you're wearing headphones, baby.
Right? This is headphones only.
Already, Gordon.
Nice one, Lucy.
Right?
Yep.
All right, so let me write my damn checklist off. So I got Big Heck, Gordita, Steeler Nation. Let me write all the motherfuckers I'm gonna
Got a black book?
All motherfuckers don't want to raise
You got a
me.
black book, man?
Okay, motherfuckers. Yeah, I got a black bow. Y'all motherfuckers don't want to raid me. I'm about to put y'all motherfuckers in the
What do you mean? Hold on. What do you mean the ones that don't want to raid you? What the hell?
No, I just told him, I say, man, and I don't know what happened. I wasn't even gonna get into it because it ain't my business. But I was like, okay, I'm finna get off. Let's go raid somebody. I said, let's go raid the portal. And then nobody didn't say, and I was like, well, shit. Because they didn't talk bad about you, portal. Nobody just didn't say shit. And I was like,
it's okay.
I must be wrong because they don't want to go with me to raid portal. And there was nobody on else.
Yeah,
when I have my streams, I like to raid people.
They know Portal. See, I have a lot of people in my streams. I said this shit before, right? When I'm doing like clowning and we all joking, people gonna be there. Like last night, certain lives, Freaky Fridays. But if I'm doing some righteous shit, like, speaking on the current situation and the shit that's going on, yeah, no people are. So I can understand that because that shit ain't for everybody, you know. Because some of my lives are political lately.
Okay.
Like,
yeah,
it's a lot of political shit. So most of my lives lately been about the shit that's going on in the current climate, and kind of like the shit we were talking about a few minutes ago.
Yeah, it's what we need to be talking about, you know, rather than fighting about.
When I do them type lives, though, I ain't got but like 3 motherfucking New York beats in there.
I'm there, motherfucker. Don't even try to see
D come through, Ludo there.
How come we just beef and talk real big shit to each other and then be bygones, be bygones?
Exactly, right? And we become better people because
they say, oh shit, Portal doing one of them Black Lives Matter lives again.
Yeah, exactly. I've seen that. I've seen people say that.
They say, oh hell, he doing the Black Lives Matter live again.
They're like, no, we won't be going that way. We're gonna go somewhere else.
I know I be serious when I'm talking about that shit, you know. So people used to me laughing and joking, and then I guess some people never seen the serious side of me. It shocked people, but yeah, I'm human. So I got many different facets, right? I'm not just one type of way.
You son of a bitch.
Anyway, so you know it's all good, and like I say, all the content ain't for everybody. So hopefully you choose what content you like and you come support that content. And then if you don't, fuck it.
Yeah, I admit I have missed some of your recent live streams, and I'll try to catch the next one, man. If I'm
I ain't been live in a minute though, right? I took a little vacation.
Hey, sometimes we all need that, man.
Hell no, I ain't taking no vacation. I love you motherfuckers.
Me too, man. This is all I got. I'm a solo loser, and all I got for my life really is work and this.
Don't call yourself no loser, man. You ain't no loser, bro.
Well, in many ways I am. Other ways not so much.
Yeah, no, ain't nobody in here no loser. We don't do that.
Well, yeah, it could be worse. It could be worse. But
hey, man,
I love being here with good people. Even if it gets heated.
Take that L as a chance to learn.
If you ask me, Bamboo, there's only one problem you got, man. If you could just leave that Fox News shit alone, B, you be. If you could just don't watch that shit.
Come on, don't bullshit me.
Y'all challenge though, man. Do that.
Well, we just gave y'all a taste of how black folks argue. That's how y'all know. We'll be all right.
And this is a deep issue, though, man. It's like it touches on the heart of what's going on in this country and our families and our people.
Let me tell you something. I'm really proud that everybody in here was very, very, very emotional and sentimental about it. That means that everybody wants things to work.
We have to care, man. If we don't care, then
I mean we care.
Yeah,
that's what I heard through the whole stream. That everybody damn cares, and where everybody's trying to figure out. We just gotta. You're allowed to have your own way because you got your own head on your shoulders. You get to think how you want to think.
Yep. Exactly.
All I'm saying is we've been on this motherfucking live for 7 hours, and it feel like it just started to me because we on a whole new shit.
Right, man? We can talk about. You guys can talk about anything now, man.
Ever since that political shit was over, that felt like a whole different live ago.
We didn't even have an intermission either. Like it's not.
I just cracked a beer and I smoked a bong rip, man.
Yo,
and
nigga,
I'm
I didn't even eat dinner today, nigga. It's 11:54. I didn't even eat dinner.
You gotta eat, man. You gotta eat.
I gotta eat, B.
Damn, what are you gonna eat? Salmon.
I'm gonna drink a smoothie, man. I can't. It's too late, man.
I had to get me some wings when
I got some pizza and salad.
When 360 talking about 360 was talking about I'm eating this soup. Fuck that. I'm eating lemon pepper wings. I had to get me something to eat.
Dang, that sounds good. Everything sounds good.
Hey, Gorda, have a nice one. Hit me up.
Already, Gorda.
That nigga try to slide that. He try to slide that in there. Hit me up.
Yeah, I got game, right? Oh yeah, I'm slick.
Shit.
They love me.
He say you think he got there. He trying to be a winner tonight, baby.
Stop.
Maybe some of that pimp stats rubbing off of me, bro.
But Line's messy as hell. You see what Line just wrote? You gonna eat salmon?
Where the hell did you get that from, Mr. Lion? Just kidding.
God damn.
Oh shit.
That was a little echo.
Hey man, I gotta clean my laptop. I got spit all over my goddamn. My laptop got COVID.
Damn, you wearing your mask?
You know, I've been talking and shit like that.
Because Still the Nation, my feelings hurt that y'all don't get along. Or whatever the fuck happened. I don't give a damn
We
what
can
happened.
always talk
y'all
about
need
it,
to throw
right?
that shit away and come on and we need to do better.
Come up and talk about it, man. That's how we heal.
Come
shit.
up
We
here,
talk about it.
Steeler. Come up here.
Yeah, come on up, Steel.
Hey man, I had a couple other people.
Yeah, but
Steel Curtis, like I told you,
back.
y'all didn't talk shit on him.
It's like almost
You didn't down him or talk shit on him. You just didn't want to go in his stream.
Nah, I don't talk. I try not to talk about it. Like a lot of people, like I say, man. You know, you kind of figure out sometimes everybody ain't meant for everybody. I said that since I started this YouTube shit. Right? I help people out. I look out for them. I'm gonna give you some advice and whatever. But at the end of the day, though, you know.
All right, Stiller.
Everybody ain't meant for everybody.
Yeah.
So sometimes you click, sometimes you don't.
Yeah. And that's life, man.
Yeah, but you know, I ain't got nothing bad to say about Steeler. I ain't got nothing bad to say about nobody. If you don't fuck with me and I don't fuck with you, we still gonna have respect for each other, right? Like, you know, ain't no disrespectful type shit.
Yeah, but it's boring, Portal. Fuck that. Y'all need to be cool with it. I miss you saying some shit and then hearing Steeler Nation either laughing or saying some crazy ass shit behind you in the background.
Yeah, Steeler.
I miss it.
Things don't last forever, man. Sometimes people outgrow each other, B. Sometimes people just grow apart.
Like high school, man.
Yeah.
Getting into high school,
you can think of Steeler like my high school sweetheart, and man, you know, we just kind of grew apart.
Yeah.
I don't think he's prejudiced though.
Now I don't know if he's racist or not, neither, man. But you know, I'm just kind of mad because of the way the situation happened. I had to even question the shit, and it was already a very hot topic. So it just was a whole bunch of shit that just was like just stay brewing that night, right? And then you know, shit just kind of busted. But I don't think he's racist neither. But you know, sometimes if I do something out of pocket, right? You know, so I would expect anybody to address me on it. If you feel I do something out of pocket, and then you know, I had to be able to take that criticism and move on.
There it is.
You know what I mean? So
like we just did with each other.
Yeah, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I bet Black Solar, he done turned his mic off. I bet he's smiling like a motherfucker. Talking about, man, my people crazy and a motherfucker.
Man, it was enjoyable, man. Look.
Hey.
To Lucille for inviting me to the panel, man, so I can hear it and put in my little 2 cents. You know what I'm saying? So
hey, it's good to find a stream where you can talk about some shit like this, right?
Real talk though, man.
It's hard to find somewhere where you can actually have some like intellectual type conversation and shit.
No doubt. And then everybody can talk their shit and it still be at the end, it's still peace and it's still love and it's still a cordial.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, this shit is it's a lot of different things going on in this whole shit, and it's just nobody gonna agree on everything.
Because that's the only thing I know there is for sure. Love is the only answer that I know.
The one thing,
and we have to find that energy, that spirit in us to love each other above all the little things.
You know, my underlying theme of everything I say, even when I do my people these protest lives and black lives and talking about the political social issues that we're dealing with, is at the end of the day, I always try to say the underlying theme that I'm proud of when I talk to most people, even though we argue, is as long as we all agree that shit needs to change. Like, that's the main point. As long as we can agree that, then that's that's the fundamental foundation of it. Shit needs to change because
common ground.
This shit is not sustainable. The current
we gotta find the common. We gotta find the common. I don't think we have found a common person to be mad at. I don't think we know exactly who the fuck we're mad at.
Yeah.
We're just fucking angry people.
And shit, man, with this world change in the last 3-4 months, a lot of us losing our jobs. We're all cooped up in our house, can't go anywhere usually as much as we could.
I'm mad at the corrupt
that shit's
politicians.
getting to us, man.
I'm mad at the corrupt.
We're gonna burst at some point.
I'm not really
mad at the coronavirus it just really messed everything up. But it seems to me that corporate was losing a lot of money, and they really took advantage of this coronavirus in order to shut a lot of moms and pop stores down. Because
it's really sad.
And in my time, because it's so close knit, and we're all on Facebook and we're all friends. You get people say stuff like, we have 2 people infected with corona here, and I just know that because my GM was talking to the area manager, but they wasn't supposed to tell us, and then they told us that if we tell anybody that we're going to get fired since we heard them talking. That lets me further know that the corporations, the big corporate people that we should be mad at, they don't give a fuck about us.
That's crazy.
Amazon, Walmart,
right? Oh my
Apple.
God.
So I know
like
who
something.
Is. We all know who the enemy is, right?
I think so.
Yeah,
right, right?
Yeah, white folk. I'll just play it. Oh shit!
We need to but we can't say white people. We have to say corporate people from now on.
I'm just playing, man. I don't think white. Hey, for the record, that was a fucking joke. I don't know.
That was a joke. That was a joke, man. That was good.
I don't think white folk is my enemy, man.
You see white folk, man.
That's stupid.
Motherfuckers say, there go Porter on that bullshit again.
Yeah.
For real.
He was getting somewhere. He was getting somewhere, and this motherfucker had to go to motherfucker. Yeah, B, I know exactly who the enemy is. The goddamn white folk.
It's sad though, man.
But you know when we man, that's shutting down the shops, man. The enemy is a motherfucker who's like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Those are
damn right, man. Damn right. They're a big part of the problem.
Foundations, the Ford Foundation, the Bilderberg Group. You know what I'm saying? Those are enemies. You know, and then they send their little minions out there in the street who work in the government and the state and the local office and the police department and shit and all these little government agencies. Then they throw their little minions out there to do the dirty work, and they say, "Oh man, because it was a couple of white folks, it was a couple of black folks, then you got to take that brush and you're doing these broad swipes, these broad, you know what I'm saying?" We're like, "Oh man, it's them." And really, all you got to do is do a little bit of research, a little bit of reading, man. And getting away from that mainstream narrative, and then you start seeing them the motherfucking enemies.
Yep, you know? They don't want us to
Big
get
pharma,
along,
man. Big pharma.
Hey,
they
man,
love
Big pharma too, yeah, bro.
They're the reason we're out in Afghanistan right now, man. CIA, Big Pharma has been taking over those poppy fields for almost 20 years now.
Everybody, I'm gonna tell everybody in here a little secret they don't know. When you see all these Republicans and Nancy Pelosi and Democrats going after Trump and the Republicans and all this bullshit, when all that shit is over at the end of the day, they go sit down and eat dinner together.
Eat together, break bread.
It's a stage game, man.
And they go to their children's birthday parties. Now, let me ask you this: if Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats were so much against Donald Trump and the Republicans, why the fuck would they sign that big ass military budget they did for Trump?
Why would they agree on a stimulus?
Listen to this. When Nancy Pelosi was first trying to get that job, none of the Democrats wanted her to have it.
Yeah, she wasn't nothing but like a fundraiser type person.
Yeah, nobody wanted her to have it. But when she got that job, guess who was the first person to clap and stand up and act a goddamn fool? Yeah. Donald J. Trump.
Wow.
Donald J.
Well, you know, Donald Trump and goddamn, he used to go to the Clintons' weddings and shit like that. They all
If
you think about this,
he's pro-Israel too, man. Keep that in mind.
He is.
You know, he got his son-in-law Jared Kushner out there in the Middle East trying to push.
That's how I also know that
they're going to take over more land from the Palestinians.
Jeffrey Epstein, that bitch that was with Jeffrey Epstein. That's how I know she about to probably.
She about to.
She's in prison.
Go swimming with
the get taken out. They can't sacrifice their whole operation with 2 people.
I can't
take
believe
out
she's
Jeff.
still alive.
They're probably going to take her out.
Not know nothing, B. Because
I think she knows a lot.
They left that loose. I don't think they would have left that loose.
You ain't man. You ain't no billionaire unless you ain't no billionaire elite unless you can break out of prison, man.
Bingo.
But man, we're talking about the royals. We're talking about the Queen. We're talking about Prince Andrew. We're talking about Clintons. We're talking about all these people.
And Donald Trump. And we talking about Donald Trump.
All of them. Yeah, it's no party. There's no party lines, man. Both sides, the Democrats and the Republicans, have both engaged in that same debauchery.
I just say whoever go to Bohemian Grove.
Yep.
That's all.
Bohemian Grove, you in the clique.
Yeah.
This though, if you wanted to control people and control a nation, wouldn't you control both sides? Yes, you would. And wouldn't you pit them against each other in this fake theater? Yeah, you would.
Well, this is why this is what the movement is about. The movement that you see, majority of the movement is about people that are pushing back against that narrative, that are waking up now. Again, like I say, you don't have these like NFL, NBA, and everybody sidetracked. A lot of people have lost their jobs and they got time to process what the fuck is happening in this country. And I'm not just talking about the racial inequality. I'm talking about the income inequality in this country is as great as it's ever been. Right. So this is not just no longer just affecting black people. It's just affecting large groups of regular people that's part of the society. Right?
And I think that's kind of
all
behind
of the
it.
wealth is going to like Rice just said. Listen, man, in the next 2 weeks to 4 weeks, watch what the fuck happened in this country. When the new reports come out and you finally realize how many motherfucking black businesses and black people have lost their businesses and how many other people have lost, like mom and pop spots. But you see how many mom and pop spots are actually closed down. This shit is going to be crazy.
Oh man, and think of this: how is anybody going to trust any election if we have one?
I think for sure we about to go into economic collapse, right? I think that's about to happen. Like I think that's right around the corner.
Small businesses, like especially bars and restaurants, a good 75% of them probably won't ever be coming back. That's nationwide.
Yeah.
You got to think also this though, when you have that happen, that's will give birth to new businesses and new opportunities.
Bingo, that's right.
That's a good point.
Save your money because all this property finna be dog ass.
But what we gotta keep in mind too though is that we have to keep in mind and keep our eyes on the thing that it's a new world order move. This is they're in the mood to do a global reset. I've read the articles with the dude at the head of the IMF, the International Monetary Fund. These people are pushing for a global reset, and how do they do it? They got to crash the global market, man. They've been trying to crash the global America's market, and they doing this shit. That's why, like what he just said, all these small businesses, they about to go under.
Exactly. And how do you control the world even more? You got to take out the big dog. That's us. And they want to take away all paper currency. They're on the process of doing
that. They're already doing it.
Yeah, another way of tracking us even more. Some of the new jobs are going to be government jobs. They're going to be groups of people that go out and manage and test people against give them vaccines.
Contacted by the trace contactors, man. The people the people that are losing their jobs right now are going to be rehired through the trace contact, the program. So they're gonna pay you $20-something to snitch on people, man. And that's what it is. And people gonna do it. If you gotta feed your kids and you're not, doing nothing illegal, like doing trace, even though ultimately you're setting us up for the NWO takeover, we gonna do that. You gotta feed your family.
The only thing I don't agree with that analysis is I've been saying this shit for years and I'm gonna stick with it. Hey bro, there's nothing for them to have to do all this shit, Bamboo and Solo, that y'all talking about, because they own everything already. It's not like they have to do this trade con. They got to do some new shit. They got
No,
we need to fight.
it's all about it's about how you do it. You can't.
Let me finish. What I'm saying is they own everything already. We need to fight to take some of this power back. We done lost everything. We've been lost. We never had it. Right? They control the food and they control the fucking water, B. And they control the power grid. They control the food, the water, and the power grid. Everything else is irrelevant. All this other shit about who got a store, who got a business, or whatever the fuck we talking about don't matter. They control the food, they control the water, and they control the power grid, amongst other things. So they already got all that.
You know what it is? You know what it is, though? The ultimate goal is it's to
so
depopulate
bad.
us. They want to
It's
kill
so
us off.
bad here. It's so bad here with small businesses going out that we have a McLean's factory here, right?
Bad where I'm at too, nigga.
They have went, but the McLean's factory, they have went to the point to where now they don't sell. You don't have to buy a dollar amount. See, I tried to deal with McLean's when I first went into business, but they wanted me to spend. I don't need $1,500 worth of food every week. But you had to match that level in order to shop with them. Now they opened it up and said, hey, we're selling our food to anybody at these prices. So I can just go in McLean's now and buy in bulk the same way I do in Sam's, which is unprecedented. That let me know how much small businesses are really failing. And that means they got a lot of old ass food in there, right? That they're going to try to give me.
All you got to do is think about it this way, right? Think about Jeff Bezos, who owned Amazon. A few quarters, I think last quarter, this man made, I don't know how many billions of dollars.
And bitch didn't pay zero in tax.
He made one of his highest quarters ever during the Corona crisis.
And the bitch didn't pay no taxes.
I'm just talking about the fact that this man made more money during the economic collapse and the crisis we're going through. This motherfucker that made more money than he ever did.
Right.
That's part of
all the wealth is concentrated to the top. Right. So
and that's the real divide, and we need to talk about that, but they can't even mention that. They want us fighting each other.
What is your conclusion of what we do? I think we just say, you know what? Fuck it. Let's not go to work no more. Because if we stop working, we cut their water off.
I think the couple things that I think need to be done to really produce some real change where the people, because right now everybody know the popular vote and the people don't fucking matter. It don't matter what we want.
Nope.
The corporations own politicians at this point. Legalized.
And you know what it is? And you know who owns the politics?
What I think needs to be done, one of the foundations that need to be done is you need to get money out of politics and you need to create some type of law, some type of structure that blocks these corporations from being able to buy politicians, right?
Yeah,
because
and
not so much the corporations and the power they got because they got money. It's the laws that they are able to get these damn politicians to pass and enact that put the rules in their favor for them to become richer and richer, for us to become poor and poorer. So what you need to do is it starts all, to me, the foundation of it is money and politics. If you can get the fucking corporations being able to bribe and buy politicians, then we can actually have the people to have a fucking voice and make some real changes in the country.
And you know who
right
it is?
now, it don't matter how much we protest. It don't matter how much we yell and scream. It's like we screaming into the fucking wilderness and nobody's hearing us because the corporations own everything. So the only way to get the power back is to get the power from the corporations and block the corporation from being able to. Right now, they can legally bribe politicians, right? Motherfucker go buy Nancy Pelosi. They're going to go buy Donald Trump.
And you know who it is, though? It's APAC, American Israeli Political Action Committee. They control all of our politicians.
You got the gun lobbyists, right? So you got the NRA, you got the oil
gun lobby is nothing compared to the APAC.
You got the oil lobbyists,
the biggest one.
You got the oil lobbyists. You got people like Jeff Bezos, who runs Amazon, who's one of the richest men in the world, right?
He also runs Washington Post too.
All these type people,
Koch brothers,
the Koch brothers, all these type people, all got their hands, and they all buy different portions of the pot to put the rules in their favor. Right, so the game is already rigged. So we arguing amongst each other, and they watch it because the more chaos that goes on, the more they can keep looting the fucking country.
Yep.
Nobody can focus on. Nobody can focus on what the real thing is. They stealing every goddamn thing.
Real shit.
They don't give a fuck about us arguing all this black lives. So so when this dumb motherfucker killed George Floyd, nobody set them up to do that shit, but they don't mind them doing that because it keeps the focus off of them.
It gave them a narrative.
Yeah, they keep them behind the scenes while they're able to loot, bribe, and pillage the whole fucking country blind.
As long as we're fighting, we're distracted.
A lot of people are stuck to news stations to get their information because they don't want to actually go out, put in the work, and read.
I'm afraid in my estimation,
laziness is a big part.
It might be too late for America.
I think it is too late.
It is though.
In many ways,
It is too late.
we can still salvage something.
I think it's a good chance that we could turn into like a third world type country.
It's too many. It's too many. This masses are too sleep, man. There's too many people that are asleep,
Too
though,
many,
bro.
man.
And that's just what it is, man. Motherfuckers are snapping. I try to tell the people some information, something tangible, something they can build off of. Motherfucker look at me like I'm crazy. Say, "Oh, you a conspiracy theorist?" Like,
dude,
bro,
my coworkers.
take us a little bit of research and common sense, man.
Yeah, but it's easy to call names and label you just because you know some shit.
It is because they're also lazy and they're also afraid to admit that they are wrong about things.
Right.
It's also an emotional thing that they gotta get over too, man. You
Well,
know,
because
they're in a comfort zone.
It's hard, but the
They're in
thing
a
about
comfort
it, the
zone.
reason that I say this other shit is important is because you have to deal with the roots of each problem, right? Because it's so much shit. So if you got a group of people that's being oppressed and they got all this shit going on that's put on top of their shoulders, right? You got to deal with the systemic racism. You got to deal with the criminal justice. You got to deal with the bribery in politics. You got to deal with the corruption. You got to deal with all this different shit. So where do you start, right? So in my opinion, the best way to start is to get the money out of. If we don't get the politicians from being bribed and get the corruption out of the government, this shit is over.
And I also think it starts with our children, Portal. I think that we don't need to send them back to school because you see what school has done to us.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm in a hard situation. That's why that's the first thing we brung up earlier. We was talking about it because I'm thinking about my daughter, right? She's gonna start back school, and then me and her mom.
But there are sworn enemies. One thing I do know, we got to be real foolish if we keep letting our sworn enemies teach our children.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But that's why the whole Black Lives Matter movement, as far as trying to get them, when we say reparations, we're not saying give black people again money in their pockets. We're saying help us build out. We need. You don't have to give us anything, but help us build an infrastructure.
Not even that. Leave us alone when we build.
But or leave us alone when we build, or at least that also. But also, the government's supposed to be the government for everybody. I mean, again, if you're gonna give these big fucking corporations trillions of dollars to bail them out, then you can find something to invest into the hoods, right? It shouldn't. What I'm saying is, it's cool that LeBron James and Jay-Z, if they would, but that's up to them individually if they're gonna get back or if they're not. But
that's why I always had respect for New York, though, because I see it a lot in New York. It's not like that in Texas. New York, the rappers, it seemed like they brought the whole hood along. It's not like that here. A nigga make it out and you just stuck.
The problem is so big, B, that it's just listen, man. At the end of the day, right? It ain't gonna matter if individuals. Listen, man. It ain't like the reason I'm saying that we not asking for nothing as black folk is because nigga, I pay taxes, right? We pay taxes. Also, I'm saying is when we pay taxes, why the fuck do the school across the street that the white folk go to get 50% more? Get 50% more money for their education system. Right, that's why the black school. Everybody know if you live in any area.
What's up with the corporate welfare, man?
Well, I try to get right. I try to get my daughter zoned to a good school because they do the school zone and shit where she at and shit, right?
Yeah.
So you know where you live at, what school. But everybody know the white school is going to be way better funded than the black school. This is a fact. Even though
the reason I'm scared to move, because I live in a prominent neighborhood. My daughter is in the section where she goes to the finer schools.
That's a smart move.
And so I'm scared to move because if I do move to where I want to move and where it's more beneficial for me, I don't know how. I might have to pay for her to go to school where I want.
You might wind up in a fucked up set, but that's the point. The point we're trying to make, and the point I'm saying is that's crazy because we all pay our taxes, right? So we're not asking for a handout. Motherfucker, fund our schools the way they're supposed to be funded, right? The same way you put those tax dollars into those white schools, put those tax dollars also into the black schools in the hood. Also saying is, why should the white school get 60% higher budget? This is the type of inequality we talking about. And I'm also addressing Bamboo Soldier when we just talk about breaking down different aspects of it. The white school would have a 60% higher budget than the black school, even though they may only be a couple miles apart. Right? So this is a choice that the government is making, state and local government and also federal government. So
they're grooming people to keep this thing going. like, you know, I went to school with the judge's son.
Yep.
And now he's still the judge, but his son's now the DA.
But
you get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, no doubt. That's why I was
so
saying.
Now it becomes a bloodline to where, well, damn, I got to deal with this racist, this prejudiced motherfucker every time I go to court. You know what I'm saying? And then his dad too.
I'm gonna give you
something. I was in
something.
front of his dad was like, I remember you. And I was like, oh shit. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, I think you're a good guy. I'm gonna give you some leniency. I was like, bet. But his son hated me all through school. We didn't get along. So maybe I got some mercy. But at the same time, I'm starting to see how this really works. They groom each other for this shit.
I'm gonna give you another thing. When we was talking about what else should be done to help with the police, like all the shit I named off, as far as don't let people that serve in the military should not be a part of civilian police force. People should have like you know, psychiatric evaluations every quarter, every 3 to 4 months or so, to make sure they're stable, to let them get ahead and keep police in society. Also, like you know, make the retirement age 10 years, where you retire, you're gonna get a compensation package, and you can go into another line of work, but it cannot be within law enforcement. Right, so you're still young. You got
but Porter, we throw the experience away. Maybe we need to weed out some of the bad ones and make them get out in 10 years. But it might be some good ones that we really need in those higher places to make better decisions.
This the other thing I'm gonna get to. You should have like everybody else, like on your job where you work at the plant you work at. Every plant I worked at, any job I've ever worked, there always was like a 3-strike policy.
Yeah.
Everywhere in society. So we should use the same thing for the police. Motherfucker, if you got 3 confirmed, I'm not just saying that, you know, if you got 3 complaints or you got 20 complaints, because obviously if a police officer, nobody want to be arrested, everybody can make a goddamn complaint, right? But if you got 3 justifiable complaints against you that can be confirmed, and your ass, like this dude that killed George Floyd, he had 18 complaints against him. He should have not on the fucking force in the first. So yeah, if you get 3 complaints, motherfucker, you out of there. Right. I'm talking about verifiable complaints, not like somebody making up some shit. You're gonna go through the right process, and if it's found that this complaints are valid, maybe it can be even 2 complaints, right?
And see, Porter, I asked those questions because my cousin is actually a cop in Montebello, Colorado, which is like a little suburb of Denver. And I asked him, Mom, why didn't they fire that guy? He told me exactly what I was telling you, Porter. Well, see, the problem you have is that you don't want to be discredited. See, it's like this, Porter. If you a police officer, you the police chief, and you hire me, and I go out and start slapping motherfuckers around, you know, you don't want to be, because when it all comes down to it, the blame is going to be put on you at the end.
Yeah.
So you try to sweep as much shit under the rug as you can for me, because you don't want to be discredited yourself, because you hired this mom. You hired me.
That still don't put the case on. You can tell your cousin, okay, that's cool, and you can understand why they don't want to discredit put out. But why the fuck would you fire him? You don't have to make a big deal or put out no statement or prove or admit that he's wrong or not wrong, but you can still get rid of that motherfucker. You don't have to keep him on the force. So that still don't explain why the fuck they not firing these cops. Right? Again, you don't have to admit he did anything wrong. You don't even have to say that's the reason you firing them. You can still sweep that shit under the rug, but we're gonna say we're gonna sweep it under the rug this time, but we're not gonna have to sweep it under the rug again because your ass is out of here.
And so but like even the cops with Rodney King, we saw the shit on TV. How did 2 of them walk and 2 of them get in trouble? They didn't go to jail, or did they? They might have got in trouble, but we saw the shit. And why are we in court like this, having this big long ass court case on a motherfucker laying down getting his ass whooped in some handcuffs?
Because the same reason we have now that we having these protests and everything, nobody looks at the root of the problem. I keep saying, you can say what you want about the Black Lives Matter protests, but if it ain't Black Lives Matter, we could call it. If it was called another name, it could be called the Negroes March.
I want to call it what they called it back then, the Poor People's Movement.
It could be called the poor. Even if it was called the Poor People, they'll find a problem with it because they don't want to see a group of people uniting and coming together and trying to make change, because that's a problem, right? The problem ain't the Black Lives Matter. The problem is that you have millions of people starting to coalesce and get on the kind of the same page, right? Because I keep saying, under the Black Lives Matter movement, you got white folks that's marching because of COVID type shit. You got white folks that's marching because of what I mean, like healthcare and shit. You got people that's marching because of they may have lost their job. All type of different shit. Why people is really taking to the streets, and you see this big ass movement. It ain't just Black Lives Matter, but it's a whole bunch of different movements coming together because we all basically saying, man, this shit gotta stop. Right?
The only thing that I hate is whenever you go after civil liberties and try to get your civil liberties, you've always got some assholes that are selfish and they end up watering it down with their own selfish thing.
Yep.
You know,
but that's cool.
Back in the 60s, Portal, when we had our civil rights movement, it worked out just fine, but then they watered it down with women's lib. And
we can't worry about that though. We still have to have the movement because the civil rights movement played a major part in legislation. Black people got the right to vote. If it wasn't the civil rights movement, we wouldn't be able to vote. So we needed that. Regardless of what watered down or what you want to say, slight negative that was part of that movement, ultimately it gave us the right to vote.
See, that told me one thing about the voting situation. You know what it let me know? These people don't give a fuck about nobody. Not even their own mamas, daughters. Because you got to think about this. They allowed the black man to vote before they let the white woman vote.
Well, I thought you was going to say this. I thought you were going to say, being that they let the Negroes start to vote, they figured out a way to make it not count. So they don't give a damn.
That too. That's one basis. Like I'm a poli-sci major and a comp sci, a minor. So my first day in political science, the first thing the professor said was, "You think your vote counts?" And we said, "Yeah." Everybody was gung ho. Yeah, we vote. Yeah, our votes count. He was like, "You're out of your mind." He was like, "They have the electoral college in place because they think that we're too dumb to make the right decision because we don't know enough."
Well, you know, the Supreme Court just passed legislation, right? It went to the Supreme Court where the electoral college got to vote with the majority. So they had this big ass thing at the Supreme Court. This happened. I think this legislation got passed last week, right? Because I try to keep up with some of this shit.
Good, because that was a big problem.
Yeah, like for instance, Hillary. Let me say this: Hillary Clinton won a popular vote by over 3 million, but Donald Trump's president. So we know the popular vote didn't fucking matter.
Yeah.
The George Bush lost both of them.
Yeah, George Bush also lost the popular vote and he became president.
Both times.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
when you see people from other nations and they go, "Hold on, wait a minute. How the fuck he lose, but he's still the president?" And then you go, "Well, shit, we had loophole to a loophole."
Well, you know, this is why I believe in getting rid of the electoral college. I don't believe in that shit neither, B.
At all.
So I don't think we should have no electoral college.
Or lobbyists. I don't think we should have electoral college or lobbyists. That lobbyist job, they get paid a lot of money to run around and try to form an opinion.
Well, the lobbyists are who bribe the corrupt politicians, right?
Bingo.
They lobby
APAC too, man. That's the biggest lobby. It's
the biggest lobbying organization.
And they control basically every politician that means anything in this country. APAC. American Israeli Political Action Committee. They have everybody in their pockets. And if you don't go along with them, you're not going to make it anymore.
You also have the oil lobby, like I say. You also have the gun lobby.
Big.
You also have the Amazon lobby. Like all the billionaires, all the damn billionaires lobby, right? I mean, I understand that. That's American way, right? Of course, if you come into some type of power,
it's messed up.
You're gonna
money out of it is key.
I mean, but I'm just saying, it's human nature for you to lobby for, one thing's your way, one thing's to favor what you believe, right? So that's
we have all kind of lobbyists, even like the LGBTQ, which was trying to have a P at the end, because see, one thing that I noticed when Barack said, okay, same-sex marriage is legal, motherfuckers lost their mind. Now motherfuckers want to marry kids. They are on the verge of making pedosexual something. And you can look at it and see how many of these pedophiles getting real big time. None of them. 6 months, 3 months. What the fuck? This nigga was fucking with a child.
Yeah.
How is he only getting 3, 6 months, 9 months probation? Hang that bitch. I mean, literally hang him. Take your bitch ass out there in the middle of the street and just tie a rope around his neck and pull the rope. Fuck him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, at the end of
They
the day,
get to apologize for this shit.
The only way this shit.
When you do damage like that, it's hard to apologize. Now, me and Porter cussing each other out, we can apologize. That's water under the bridge.
Yeah, but if you rape me, nigga, if you rape me, nigga, we got a problem.
I would think so, man. I would think so.
You try to rape me, motherfucker. It's going down.
It's going down. You know what I'm saying? And then we had the and like I say, I don't care. I believe in traditional marriage. That's why I say I like conservative values. But I don't give a damn if a woman marry another woman. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, exactly. You just don't need to flaunt that everywhere, like, because nobody else flaunts their thing. It's like, just keep it to yourself. It's all right. You don't have to have that at the forefront of every conversation, you know?
We make a movement like this, it gets watered down by some other motherfuckers with another agenda.
Some shit is like this. I as far as the gay shit, I don't care who marry who. The kid shit, I'm not for. It's all about, I guess, what country we live in. Like, you know, some countries, like in Africa, they consider a woman, after her menstrual cycle, the woman can be married off. The little girl is considered to be grown. But that don't make no goddamn sense to me because, you know, my daughter got her period at goddamn 9.
Yeah.
She was in damn 4th grade. I couldn't believe it. I said, what the fuck?
Damn.
3rd and 4th grade is getting periods now. She might have been.
You know what that is? That's the food they feed us.
We got some hospitals. I blame the hospitals for these girls to be getting too mature nowadays.
It's the food, man. It's the crap food that we eat.
Shit, right? The food's fucked up. You know, a lot of countries won't even accept American
food. When I was a kid, girls wasn't forming that motherfucking.
Nigga, my
nah,
daughter
there was still wholesome food out there, man. People were growing wholesome food.
I never forget, my daughter had her first period on my watch because I had her for the summer, and I lost my damn mind because, you know, I had to sit down and have that talk with her. But I'm thinking in my head like, damn, this had to happen here. I'm at the store trying to buy Kotex, and I'm trying to explain to her, you know, because I got her for the whole summer. But I started thinking back, and I said, man, when I was in 3rd grade at 8 years old, I don't remember none of the girls having no goddamn periods. What the fuck?
Periods, titties, none of that.
Yeah, not when I grew up at 8 like that. I didn't know that was a problem. Goddamn, you had, you know, I forget high school or some shit you deal with that. But now, yeah, I'm telling you, my daughter had her first menstrual cycle began at 8 years old.
Man,
shit was crazy.
My daughter developed real early too, and it scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, start getting little hairs and shit everywhere. I'm like,
yeah, hey, hold on, wait a minute, what the fuck going on? I mean, I don't know how to deal with this, you know. And I wasn't a good dad at talking about shit like that. I just
nobody prepared for that shit, B. Right. So like
I just, you know, I didn't know what to do. I just, hey, mama, can you help me out? And that's why I was so glad that I have my mom. And that's why I was saying this is the plan that me and my family are coming up with everything going on. Because I don't think any of my family members are going to send their kids to this school system. So what we're all going to do is try to enroll everybody, all the children in school age into homeschooling. Now, my mom gonna be able to teach where they can come and be the babysitter for everybody that gotta work. And like Portal said, I'm just blessed to have that. He's in the metropolitan cities. You really don't have a lot of family members that live with each other like that, around each other, where you can get 5 minutes. My town is so small, Portal, it takes 4 minutes to drive straight through the motherfucker. You'll miss it if you blink.
You know, it's like,
so with you being in the Bronx, you probably don't have a lot of just people that you trust with your child all day. You know,
my kids don't live in the Bronx. They live in a rural town.
Oh, in a rural town. Oh, okay.
But hard because everybody in the family that my kids on my mother's side, on her mother's side, right? They all work. Even her mother's in her 50s or whatever. She also have to work, right? So that's the problem with a lot of black communities. It's like a lot of us don't have the luxury to retire, B. Right? Even after you retire, you still wind up having to get another job.
Yeah.
If you're able to work. And then if you're not able to work, then you're probably not going to be able to be dealing with no kids for 8 hours a day.
Well, that's why I see a lot of people from up north, because we getting flooded in Texas, Portal.
Yeah, motherfuckers trying to get out the city. I got out the city.
Man, it's so many motherfuckers coming from California, New York, and Chicago here.
Yeah, I got out the city months ago. Right? Months ago, I got out the city. Right? When this shit first hit, I was fortunate enough to have my whip. I was fortunate enough to be in a position to where I could get the fuck away. and I did. And right as I got the fuck away, New York went into lockdown and all that crazy shit went down.
Damn, so you moved just within the last couple months?
Yeah, just within the last, right before, like I was doing my live streams. Everybody seen me doing my lives back then. Like right before the shit got, like maybe 4 or 5 days before the shit got crazy. I seen it coming. I got the fuck out of there. And I was like, well, I'm gonna just wait till it's over. And I'm trying to call my other family and shit, because I got family everywhere, right? I got family in South Carolina, Alabama, North Carolina, all over the South, right? Virginia type shit. So I was trying to tell all my family that was in New York to get the fuck out of there. But a lot of them chose to stay, which is understandable. But then they wound up losing their goddamn jobs any goddamn way. You know?
Yeah.
So it didn't make no sense to stay. And then what happened was they started locking down shit where you couldn't leave.
But see, yeah, they did that right.
You couldn't travel.
Portal in Texas, we just now to that point because motherfuckers out here didn't want to listen when they had a stay-at-home order. They boycotted. They went up to the thing. They had guns out. And we ain't gonna take this shit. And COVID really ain't real. Now we got this big ass spike. And now they talking about shutting down this whole damn county for 28 days. And that would just kill my town. I'm not gonna bullshit you. That would kill it. I work in a 10 building in which there's a lot of different plants all over the nation, but they're on lockdown like y'all were up there, Portal. So we're shifted to all the work. And it scares me how much metal we are throwing out a week. It scares me. We go in at 6 in the morning. We don't get home maybe 4 days out of the week till 8:30. And we are constantly sending metal out to make metal buildings. What do these motherfuckers know? And why are they getting all these metal buildings built if we're in a pandemic? It seems like motherfuckers be sitting their ass down somewhere.
Yeah.
But you building buildings. What do you know that I don't know? You get where I'm coming from?
Yeah,
what are you doing to where you need all this motherfucking metal? It wasn't like that 3 months ago. We worked from 6 to 2:30. Easy. We was at home. Now we just, you got to stay till the job is finished. And I'm like, damn, man, it's getting kind of hectic. And so I'm like, well, I don't give a damn. I'm getting my money. But at the same time, it's real fucked up. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't want to be selfish, but like Portal said, self-preservation is number one.
Yeah.
You're going to do what you have to do in order to keep your job.
All right, let me address this. This is for you, Black Solo and Stephanie Blooms. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 was signed into law by President Lyndon B. Johnson. It was aimed to overcome the legal barriers at the state and local levels that prevented African Americans from exercising their right to vote as guaranteed under the 15th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. The Voting Rights Act is considered one of the most far-reaching pieces of civil rights legislation in U.S. history. Okay, black people did have the right to vote since the 1800s, but they weren't allowing black folks to vote, right? Kind of like also slavery kind of ended in the ended back then, but we still were being oppressed.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, black folk had the right to do a lot of shit, but they, even though it was on the law or the books as we had the right to do it, they weren't letting us exercise our rights.
It was just not too long ago that the cops was in Florida. Wasn't it during Barack's term where the cops in Florida was threatening people if they go vote? Wasn't that the Barack era?
They did what?
And during the Barack era where people in Florida was trying to go vote and the sheriffs and stuff would threaten them and tell them, if you go vote, I'm going to bring your house down, I'm going to kill you.
They still doing voter suppression right now.
Yeah. Hey, man, you know, they're going to have
Stephanie Blooms. I don't know if you was talking about the voting shit while you said not true.
You know, they're going to have.
And I'm pretty sure a woman had the right to vote before 1965, Stephanie Blooms.
You know, we think it's a rocky road now, but man, it's going to get even heavier. And who the hell is going to trust this election whenever it goes down? You know, no side's going to trust it.
So why
we
are
don't
we
even have
voting? That's my whole thing. Why are we voting?
Voting doesn't never. Yeah, exactly.
What are we voting for?
Listen, man, voting is not gonna have an impact because we all just agreed that the corporations have bribed the fuck out of politicians and they basically run the government. So voting will have an impact, and it always did have an impact before this bribery shit start taking place. Right? It's always been there, but not this fucking bad, right? Because
it's gonna be. It doesn't matter. I mean, I always vote, but still, I just know that.
But right now, the vote don't count.
I get paid for it. I go to work and
good to hear, baby.
You should exercise your you should exercise your right to vote. Even I would say right now, the popular vote, it doesn't really count and matter because the fucking system is so corrupt.
Gerrymandering and all that.
All type of shit.
It doesn't make any difference who we vote
like
for.
we just said, Hillary Clinton actually won the popular vote, but Donald Trump still became president. Right. So it's all type of shit that's going on. But you should exercise these rights because that's why we're fighting for change. So when the change comes, voting will be important. Because if it worked the way it's supposed to fucking work under the Constitution, it's supposed to make a difference. But right now, we're not living under the Constitution. We're living up under some made up shit. These folk that made the fuck up. I don't know what the fuck this is. This ain't the way things are meant to be though. And this is the reason that I keep saying, no matter what the fuck we talking about, what is going to happen is this whole shit is about to fall apart at the seams. It's unsustainable. Right?
Well, it's fucked up down here because they voting for shit that don't really matter right now, like remove statues and fucking around with Mount Rushmore. I know that. I don't give a damn about that. Let the motherfucking statues up there. We've been there with them for all these years. Motherfucker, I don't even know who that is up there. I'm gonna go plank on the motherfucker just to have fun. I don't know who the fuck he is on that horse, but it's people that going, no, tear it down. It represents bad, it represents this and that and the other. But I see that as another device to divide people because you still have these farmers out here that go, those are great guys. They were Confederate soldiers. They are the reason, And let me tell you something about Texas. This is an awkward place. Every time Texas think they want to do some shit, like they'll holler some shit like, we ought to secede from the Union again. And then they'll say, remember the Alamo. And I'll be like, bitch, do you know you lost? Santa Ana beat your ass in the Alamo. If it wasn't for the United States government, Texas would be Mexico. You do understand you lost.
Yeah.
And you go, are you that damn stupid?
God bless the Mexicans. I'm telling you right now, God bless the Mexicans. I'm telling you, if shit don't pan out here soon, I'm taking my ass across the border. I hope they let me.
Why do you think I'll be trying to learn Spanish? Fuck
I hope they let me. Lucia D, I'm coming with you, B.
We'll take your ass to TJ.
Man, I like Mexicans though, man. They're good people. Hard-working people, man.
But that's the right thing.
I'm looking for a mamacita myself.
Funny shit, right? Ever since this COVID shit happened, now the Mexicans trying to stop Americans from coming across the border.
Hell yeah.
That's the crazy shit, right? All this shit about leave, keep the Mexicans out. Mexicans trying to take over. They're gonna steal our women. Now the Mexicans.
You better practice your Jamaican accent.
I got a saying. Me and my black brothers got a saying. Dear Mexican men, you cannot have your women back. Sincerely, niggas.
Lulo, yeah. Lucia.
What the hell? What are you trying to call me, homie?
Now you heard Rice. What did Rice tell you earlier? I ain't got to practice a motherfucking thing. Didn't he just tell you I got them lips? You look at these lips, you can tell I eat. You look at these lips, you can tell I eat pussy. They letting me in. The motherfucking Mexican woman like arriba.
Oh shit! Look at this. I'll see Outlaw in the house. Good day, Mike.
What's up? I'll see Outlaw.
Hey, you see these motherfuckers?
I'll see what's up.
You see D. The women see these goddamn lips at that Mexican border. They letting me in. They say, "Oh shit, let them in."
Oh, sí, esos labios sí.
Oh, I see Outlaw. That's that crab ass dude that got problems with my boy Mr. Lime.
Oh my God! Stop every time.
Oh, my bad.
My bad. I see Outlaw got a problem with Mr. Lines.
You got a problem with me too. You got a problem with Lines. You got a problem with me, boy.
I love you, Aussie Outlaw.
I know not of any of it, but sorry.
I don't. He blue. I hope he ain't blue. I'm about to time his ass out. You lucky boy.
Yeah, Black Solar. The right to detain somebody happened during the Patriot Act and then Obama. Yep. And also look up something else, Black Solar Power. You know, have y'all ever read Executive Order 13603 that Obama signed? They give
Ilhan Omar?
I got my problem with Obama.
The absolute right to take over, and it also gives him a militia, his own militia.
Oh yeah. He signed that shit, and I forgot the details of it, but man.
And see, what a lot of people ain't mentioning right now while we talking about voting, we're in a pandemic, which is almost like being at war. You do understand that Donald Trump can call this election off, right?
I don't know if y'all know this, but when y'all talk about,
do you know World War III has already kind of been in the works for
Obama,
years?
yeah, he signed. They see this shit. You remember they say when we learn something, them motherfuckers is 1,000 steps ahead of us. They knew and seen shit like this coming, all this civil unrest. They seen this shit coming years ago. But Barack Obama's George Bush's cousin. They're fucking. So at the end of the day, I don't know.
What do you guys think about Michelle Obama being?
His name ain't really Barack Obama. His name is Barry Satori.
I got my.
What do you think of? What's up with Michelle Obama?
She's a
man.
man.
You think that she was really a man?
Just kidding.
You think so?
Man.
Because I've heard that. I just don't know.
I think she's a man.
That's something that white folk put out there, but I know.
Only reason I think that is because
that grandmother kind of.
What's her name? Joan Rivers. Remember when Joan Rivers said that shit? She said, "Oh my God, you guys are so stupid. I'm in Hollywood, and the White House are the same thing. It's fucking entertainment.
You don't think that's her
so dumb?
You don't think
Michelle is Michael. That's
so
a man.
You saying Michelle Obama? Them not her daughters.
They said no. They ain't her daughters.
Nah, of course, Michelle Obama's not a man. That was some racist shit that racists put out there. But you can say the same. And my point is, my grandmother got the same similar African features, right? She got a wide nose.
We're just kidding.
She's very muscular. She's very tall. She's about 5'11". So my grandmother kind of favored, and my grandmother when she was growing up, man, had to deal with some of that same bullshit. Like they did the same shit about Serena Williams and shit. Serena Williams is a man.
No, we knew she wasn't. She's fine.
But they say that.
Michelle, all the thing about Michelle was when only thing that made me halfway, because I don't know. I'm not gonna say that's true.
Michelle's a woman.
But one thing that made me ponder on it was when Joan Rivers said it, and she went into surgery and died that day.
She probably was high as hell.
Surgery.
She probably was high.
Man, that was that.
Joan Rivers was a man too. They said.
But I'm just saying, Michelle Obama just got strong African features, and I know plenty of African women that look similar to Michelle Obama, look just like her, right? Strong.
Yeah, I don't think I believe it, but
yeah. So it's just white folk be saying that for years when they see a strong, muscular black woman, because everybody know that black woman bone density is different, right? Black women have the same bone density as white men.
What?
Yeah, black women, Black women that have ancestral generations back from Africa, when they did the bone density of black women, is similar to white men. Right? You see smaller white men that's walking around. Black women. That's why Serena Williams is so damn powerful, right? They say, "Oh, she a man. She played tennis like she must be a man." Or if you look at the MMA fighters, they got a couple black MMA fighters, not part of USC, but that do fighting. And some of these women are big as fuck, big as men, or bigger in some cases. But so scientifically they did a study and it showed that the bone density of black people, our women have the same kind of bone density as white men. So that's why when they look at us, when they kill us in the streets, when they see us, they always think we're older than we are, right? They say, or they always assume that we look bigger or stronger than we are. Like, oh man, he was fighting, he fought hard, right? So it take 25 cops to stop one black man or one black woman. Or they say some shit like, they killed old boy who was Tamir Rice. They shot him dead. He was like 13. They thought he was like 22. Right? They always they always see us as older than we are by decades or bigger than we are.
Not really. You guys always look younger, women and
but what they say when they kill us is over and over. Statistics show that they always think that the black person was actually way older. Right? When they shot that 13-year-old kid, they thought he was in his 20s when the police report was did. Until they figured out that it was just a damn child.
And Trayvon Martin, they mentioned him, but the police didn't kill him. That was just a bitch ass nigga.
The police didn't kill him, but he was something like he was on some like neighborhood watch type shit. He thought
he was just a bitch
he was a wannabe police officer.
Yeah, he just a bitch ass nigga.
The same shit like what happened to Ahmaud Arbery, who just got gunned down by them two white men.
Yeah.
Shot him in
Black
the
Sola, shut
They
up.
wasn't. They technically they wasn't police officers, but they were retired cops.
Yeah.
So you feel me? So even
Yeah.
police, you trying to act like the police. Well, that should tell you something too. Why when the fuck white people act like the police? They still wind up killing niggas.
They always do. That's why you got Karens running around here with that bullshit.
Karens.
Even when the white folk act like the police, they wind up killing the black man.
But that's why you got Karens running around here with that bullshit. Nigga grilling at the park.
Fucking Karens, man.
You. What the fuck am I doing? What is wrong with you? You know what I'm
You're
saying?
acting like a Karen. You guys were acting like Karens earlier.
Man, I feel bad if you named your kid Karen like a couple months, like last year.
Black Solar said, "I'm 40 and I look 39."
You a tenderoni.
Oh shit. Hell, I'm 52, nigga.
I'm glad I'm 45 and motherfuckers think I'm young and a motherfucker.
You know,
I cut my hair off.
Well,
I cut my hair off, motherfuckers. That, oh yeah, how are you? About 28, 29? Now, motherfucker, I'm 45. What? Yeah.
Black on crack, B. You remind me of one of my homeboys. I got a homeboy that look just like you, B.
And how old is he? 25?
Nah, he probably like 38, 37.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he probably like 37. I don't know, but tell you the truth, nigga, I'm black. We friends. I don't know how old that nigga is.
What a damn fool.
Hey, y'all can't see me. I'm rubbing my head and shit. I told a quick line, nigga. I'm gonna be real. I don't know how old that nigga is. That motherfucker might be goddamn 82 for all I know. I don't know how old he is, but damn, yeah, black folk don't be knowing niggas' ages. I don't never remember my friend's birthday and shit. Nigga got to tell me it's his birthday. I
don't remember my birthday, motherfucker.
I'd be like, oh shit, let's go get
I
bottled.
don't remember nobody's birthday. My kids be mad and the motherfucker at me. I'll be like, shit, what's happening? They be showing up for the presents. I'll be like, oh, you can't chill with your pops?
Nigga,
And then they be like, you know it's my birthday. I'll be like, oh shit, that's fucked up. I don't even know yo. Let me go take you out real fast. God damn it.
Nigga, a couple years ago, my mom's called me and reminded me. I forgot it was my goddamn birthday, nigga. I swear to God, nigga. I forgot it was my birthday, nigga. I was out there getting it grinding. I ain't had no time for no birthday shit. I was out there making moves, shaking and baking. My mom's talking about some happy birthday. I said, who birthday? I said, God damn, today the 3rd. God damn, we turned up that weekend though, but I damn sure forgot. Nigga, nobody would have called me and say happy birthday to me. I would have never known it was my.
I'm tell you, man, I get in trouble every year, especially with my girl, because I don't be remembering when we got together. Shit, she know all that shit.
Hey, my daughter just did it, right? She called me. She say, we talking and shit. And she like, yeah, because you know it's mom's birthday. I'm like, yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm about to call her. She trying to play me to the left, like, yeah, because you know it's mom's birthday.
Damn, just throw it in there.
I try to play it out. I'm like, yeah, I know. I was just about to call her, B.
Why you gotta say white folk? I feel offended. Jeez.
Damn.
Hey, Stephanie, come up here and come talk.
Yeah, Stephanie, come up here.
Let's talk about it, Steph. Let's talk about it.
Well,
yeah, because you know one thing I hate about this right here.
Hold on.
Us black people, we be arguing like a motherfucker on here, but white people, they don't never come up here and be like, we feel offended, or this is how we feel. So
I feel kind of bad because like they've kind of been put like in a box kind of in a way, you know?
Folks, and I bet all white people out there like, man, damn, what the fuck?
I mean, I almost
hold on,
feel
y'all.
like
Hold on, y'all. Stephanie, I don't want you to feel offended and left out, baby. Come over here, sit on my lap so you can feel included.
Oh hell no.
Come sit on my lap so you can feel included in the conversation. Sit right.
Look at Chicano ass Tekka. I'm white and I'm offended.
All I'm saying is
What's
this,
up, Chicano?
I don't give a fuck. If you a white woman, Stephanie, you a white girl, right? You white. So all I'm saying is this. If you want to prove to me that you're not racist, you're gonna have to give me some pussy. If you don't give me no pussy, I'm gonna think you racist, motherfucker.
Black so wrong.
That's the best way.
I made the voice.
What's the best way for a white woman to prove she ain't racist? Come on and give me some pussy, baby. Ain't no way you gonna be racist if you let me hit it. I'm gonna vouch for you.
Oh
shit.
Well, I think we can both agree whoever her man is a lucky guy.
Whoever what?
Whoever her man is a lucky man.
Oh shit!
I think we can all agree on that. Probably.
I don't think he was lucky. I think he meant to do that.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't be lucky. I'd be like, God damn, she fine. I heard the joke today. It had me laughing like a motherfucker. Hey, Porter, I know you can agree to this shit. Have you ever seen a girl so fine that you end up making friends with a total stranger? Because she walked by and y'all both be looking at her, but the nigga catch you looking at her ass too.
Dude, yeah. Maybe not like go and have a beer with them every night, but you know, like, for that moment,
you see that shit? You be like, yeah, I seen that shit, man. She was just swinging that motherfucker, wasn't she? Hell yeah, man. She was a bad motherfucker. By the way, what's your name, man? I'm Rice. You know,
you're right. It ain't nothing like a fat ass to bring unity, baby. That'll bring some motherfuckers together.
Don't it, man?
That's what we need.
About ready to fight. Let a fine girl walk through us. Oh,
put a whole bunch of fine fat ass women.
Break out those yoga pants.
Put a whole fine fat ass woman out there in the middle of Black Lives Matter protests and see if that shit won't end quick. That's what you want to end the goddamn protest. Put some goddamn fat booties in the crowd. Motherfucker forgot all about what we was protesting about.
It's a big booty unity. That's what it is.
Booty unity.
Booty. That fat ass walk by, you gonna be like, dang.
Yeah, yeah. We need to sing that. We need to sing the UNITY.
The unity.
Queen Latifah.
But good pussy,
Queen Latifah, man.
Yeah.
There's one thing
I remember that. That was a good song, man.
That was a great song.
Yeah, but the media pushed the agenda. You said a mouthful last time, Bamboo Soldier. The media pushed the agenda that they want the kids to listen to. That's why you got all this gun play and sex and violence in songs. And they know every motherfucking word, but they don't know what the fuck they talking about.
You mean like some beeping and bopping?
Yeah.
It's like, you know, it's also a lifestyle they glorify where they worship vanity and, you know, messing around with like 20 women rather than just taking care of your own, you know, things like that.
Yeah.
It's all part of it.
Hey man, all I'm saying is, you know, I'm glad that the media is putting this shit to the forefront of some of this shit because black people been dying. People died in my hood every day, B. Like my first girlfriend got shot in the head, right? I'm like talking about kindergarten girlfriend. Right? We had they never had nobody on no news, nobody know. Niggas dying every day. We had somebody from my block and my building got killed every goddamn week. These people would come and shoot up the neighborhood every weekend, right? At Mitchell Project, 138 Willis Ave. Every weekend back in the days when I was growing up, they would come and have shootouts. And we never made no news. Nobody gave a fuck. So at one point, the media is bad and the media this and that. But at another point, you kind of need the media to kind of expose shit.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't have,
I can agree with that.
But this is why we've been the oppressed and all this shit's been, because I'm telling you.
Portal, that's what I was saying. The shit that they pulled back then with you know, Black Wall Street and all that, they can't do that shit now because too many cameras.
But
they'll fuck up.
They still doing the shit. That's the problem. They so blatant with this shit, and they just so goddamn out of pocket right now. These motherfuckers just doing it. That motherfucker knew there was cameras on him. He didn't give a fuck. He was smiling.
I think he was scared to death because I think it was too many niggas got around and said, "Get off of him, get off of him." He was like, "Shit, I ain't letting off this motherfucker. Y'all better act the fuck off."
This don't make
act the fuck up.
One thing I ask everybody when we have this argument, and I'm gonna ask all the Fox News viewers. I'm just playing Bamboo, but listen, man. Why the fuck when they had him on the wall and handcuffed him? If that was a white person or any other person, just about Chinese, whatever you want to name, why the fuck?
China.
Why didn't they just walk him over? Why didn't they just walk him over and put him in the squad car? Why the fuck did
I don't know exactly. Yeah.
Why did they move him from sitting on the wall, walk him all the way around the goddamn car, then throw him back on the ground?
Because I'm telling you, Pearl, that man used to work with that.
He had a
vendetta. It was more personal than anything.
He had a vendetta.
Yeah, you know.
I think it was more personal. I think that case was more personal.
Oh, it was a personal. You could tell if you from the hood and you black like me and Rice, you could tell that was some personal shit.
Yeah, I think it was knowing their history.
But that's why it was so crazy to me that they didn't charge him with murder one, because murder one means that's called premeditated murder, right?
You had a plan.
You meant to kill this motherfucker. It wasn't just something that happens. So they should be charging him with murder one. So I'm not mad about that shit. Right there. First, when they first charged him, it was only 3rd degree. First, they wasn't gonna charge him. They were charging him with 3rd degree murder. Then they seen shit still was getting hectic and shit was getting burnt down. Then they said, okay, we're gonna do second degree murder.
Portal, the guy you named when you was naming them names, Michael Dean.
Yeah.
You know what they charge this motherfucker out here with?
What?
Manslaughter.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's usually all they get. Manslaughter.
That's what I'm saying, man. And the people that killed Breonna Taylor didn't get charged with shit.
And to sit up and watch Amber Geiger case when she walked in that man's house and killed him. See, they stayed in the same apartment complex and they used to mess around. And she went into his apartment and laid his ass down.
She thought it was her apartment. You talking about the one that said she thought she was in her apartment?
Yes.
Man,
she knew damn well she wasn't in her apartment. She knew where the fuck she was. And the worst thing about it is they had the phone call recorded. She had no regard for that man's life because the first thing she did was call her new boyfriend, who was also a cop, and said, y'all need to get over here right now because I lost my job. She didn't say, get over here now and send the motherfucking ambulance.
Yeah, she didn't give a fuck about that. But you know,
she said, I lost my job. So her job was bigger than that man's life.
Why I keep telling Bamboo Soldier these protests are so important. Somebody got to do it. Think about when they killed Ahmaud Arbery and they shot and gunned him down. The kid that was jogging and looked in the house, didn't take nothing, and they thought that he was looking suspicious jogging through the neighborhood. Ran him down on the fucking truck and the dude in the car, blocked him off. Then they gunned him down like a dog in the middle of the street. They had to go through 4 different prosecutors. Right, they had to fire 3 other prosecutors, get to the 4th one to actually indict these motherfuckers.
Yeah.
They didn't even indict them. They didn't even indict them. And come to find out, when he was on the ground and the police report, it says not only did the man kick him while he was dead on the ground after he shot him, but he called him a nigger, a racial slur. Right? So some shit is due to racism. And a lot of this police brutality has connections with racism.
Right. Well, okay. The problem with charging the car with premeditation, you're right. That's hard to prove.
Yeah, that's hard to do. But my point is, you still should. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to charge it unless they come up with some information and facts that doing from their past relationship, he had inclinations of killing him because of whatever reason.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, when it comes to cops, it's gonna be hard to charge them with murder one. But when it comes to a nigga, that's the first thing they're gonna do.
Yep.
They're gonna
I'm proud of Texas because they had another killing in Dallas where a lady, they got a phone call about a neighborhood disturbance, and they went to a house where a lady was playing video games with her son, and he shot through the house and killed that woman. They hurry up and charged him with murder one.
Yeah.
They hurry up. But that was at the height of the Amber Geiger case. So they had to do something right. What hurt me more about the Amber Geiger case is that they had the whole motherfucking case on TV. And the judge was black. Most of the jury was, because Dallas is really like a black city. But the judge was black. The bailiff was black. The bailiff was brushing her hair. You understand what Breonna Taylor? Okay, Steven. The bailiff was brushing her hair. The family forgave her immediately, which I thought that was pretty cool. Actually, I couldn't have forgave her because the judge was really wrong because you're not supposed to let the family hug the lady that just killed Joe. But the man brother was like, I just want to give her a hug and tell her that we forgive her.
Yeah, they always want the Negro to be cool and forgiving and shit.
That's dangerous. But that's dangerous as hell. Because if I'd have played that role, okay, Judge, I forgive her. Can I give her a hug and let her know that God is real and that we forgive her? I would have bit that bitch on the trachea. I would have did something wrong to that bitch. You just killed my brother. You know what I'm saying? I'd have beat that bitch up in court. I wouldn't have been giving her no hug. And I know I'd be dead wrong, but me and this bitch going to jail together. Fuck this hoe. I'm finna get her back. Y'all just gave her 10 years. Oh, Amber Geiger only got 10, Chicano. You know what you're talking about.
Chicano on the same shit I'm on, man. This is my whole point of this whole discussion been about, man. Cops should be held to a higher standard because we give them a badge and a gun, and we give them the authority with immunity, right? We say you can kill people, right? Because we're gonna expect that you're gonna do the shit justly and not be a fucking criminal. So
but I don't think they should be trained to kill. I think they should be trained to disarm or dismember.
Hey, so I had
different.
You asked me what else did I have? I had. So all this is on my page too. That I wrote all the shit down. This ain't coming from nobody else. These just thoughts and ideas that pop into my damn head.
Yeah.
Also say, cops should. What they need to do is they need to have. And now people are starting to say this in the mainstream. But I said this shit. If you look on my page wall a month and a half ago when this shit first popped off, they need to start. They need to have a police force, right? For instance, if you call the police for bullshit and whatever's going on at the house, if it ain't got nothing to do with violence, then the motherfucking police with guns should not be showing up, right? Or if you're gonna let police show up with guns, that should be a backup team, right? You should have 2 sets of motherfuckers that's gonna show up. Let's just say it's a non-violent domestic dispute that's, or maybe you're dealing with a mental health issue, right? Somebody in your family got a crazy motherfucker and they call the police because they need some help corralling this person, but it ain't no reports of guns or anything violent. That you should have motherfucking the first people to come to the scene, which that's what we talking about defunding the police now. This is a part of it, but I was saying this shit weeks ago, is you should have, this is my version of it, you should have a certain set of cops that'll show up, and if need be, you had them killing motherfuckers in the background, right? So meaning, if you show up and then you realize it's a violent situation or there's gonna be some type of weapons involved or there's a high risk for danger for your life, and you have to let this other team come in, these motherfuckers that came to back you up with the guns. But the first people that approach the problem shouldn't be weaponized. Right?
No.
Yeah, because most things, just like they shot that man in the fucking parking lot that stole the taser and wound up beating the cop's ass, and then they shot him in the back.
Yeah.
Like you should have just let the motherfucker go. Again, like they, you got his car. You don't
got his ID. You got his car.
You got everything. You got everything you need. You know you can get him anytime. And plus, you know the man's kind of intoxicated. But if you wouldn't have had these motherfuckers showing up to a non-violent situation because a man fell asleep in his fucking car in a drive-through, he fell asleep in his property, you're gonna send trained killers show up with fucking pistols. Well, it's a good chance that something's gonna go fucking wrong because you shouldn't have armed people showing up for a situation like that. Why the fuck did anybody in that situation need to have a gun? Right? The person that you coming to see about didn't have a fucking weapon.
He's got a gun.
That's my whole point. Like I think that you call the motherfucking police. If I'm calling you and it ain't got to do with a bank robbery or somebody being raped or killed or something.
Me too. Well, not my auntie. But
the people that show up, the first responder should not be a motherfucker with a gun. But you should have the motherfucker with the gun in the background. Right? We're gonna let you go ahead and go handle this and make sure shit is all right. But if you need backup, then we'll come in with, like brute force type shit. So
yeah.
That's how I think that shit should work, B. Right. I really think it should be or something.
It's no longer the police they supposed to work for us, but they don't no more.
Yeah, man. It's unfortunate, man.
I mean, when you look at the police car, it says we're here to protect him and to help them, motherfucker. It don't say you do what the fuck we say. We protect and serve. So that, and I'm gonna tell you now, I done seen a lot of dudes, girl hit them upside their head, and then they have to restrain her, and then they call the police. And guess who go to jail? The man.
It's because when the police show, that's why I told you where I'm from. We don't call the police because the police always make shit worse.
Yeah.
Always make shit worse.
In the hood, for real.
Always make shit worse, B. It could be some minimum shit going on, and if you let the police come, it's gonna be worse. I promise you. Everybody know that. Even the motherfucker that called the police get to running. Nobody want to deal with the motherfucker. That's all shit I shouldn't have called. I done literally seen motherfuckers call the police. Then before the police get there, the dispute is over, and the motherfuckers be in the house hiding. They the ones call the police. They got their blinds hiding. They don't want to deal with them because everybody know, man. The police always make shit worse, man. Right? I'm not talking about like we need the police. I do think we need the police for like crimes like when motherfuckers commit murder, rape, this type shit. But if you just dealing with motherfuckers that's drunk or, because the motherfuckers disrespectful because of what they talking or saying and shit, man, you don't need nobody with no goddamn gun.
Well, in my town, I'm from a small town, and since the police, they're not like that now. Most of them are like the Portal said, they come from because Fort Hood is only 20 minutes away, so they apply for a cop job after they be military police. So that's who you got in the station now. But before then, they were hometown groomed. So it was like you went to high school with the cop. Now he's a cop, but that was the same motherfucker used to get bullied all the time. But now he got a badge, shit done changed. And so they would go through training and get to fight. Now, if you was talking shit to a policeman and you told him some shit like, if you didn't have that badge and that gun on, I'd beat your ass. The motherfucker would say, you know what? He'd take his shit off and go at it with your ass. And he wouldn't take you to jail.
The risk you run with that is if you beat his ass, he might shoot you.
No, he would disarm himself. He would take off the belt and wouldn't have no gun on him.
If I take my damn gun off, and you whoop my ass, I'm liable to shoot you. Give my goddamn pistol back. This motherfucker. Hey,
and I seen that happen a lot of times in the little town I'm from. You ain't even doing shit. If you wasn't a cop, you just over here because I remember in high school, I slapped the shit out of you. And you go, do it now. No, you a cop. You got that badge. Take that badge and that gun off.
You brought up another good point. Just when you just said people that went to high school and shit. I'm gonna say this right now. I just thought about this. This is something else that need to be done. They need to have a minimum hiring age. Motherfuckers that's 18, 19, 20 years old should not be allowed to have fucking pistols. Everybody,
I would sign that.
The human brain is not fully developed till you're about 24, 25 years old. So if your brain is not fully developed till you about 24, that's what science shows you, right? The brain is not fully developed until it's about 24 years old. Why the fuck are you giving 18, 19-year-olds pistols and telling them that, if you dealing with somebody who's 45 and your little ass 19 or 20, it's already gonna be a crazy dynamic because I'm probably gonna talk shit. Man, get your little punk ass out of
And on that same kind of subject, I'd say there should be a maximum age for any politician, anybody on the Supreme Court. Some of these people are like 90 years old, man. 85 years old, man. It's like,
I don't think they should have people out of high school. Right? You shouldn't. And then I agree. A lot of things they do with these kids that come out of high school first, before they become cops, they have to be COs. So they make them go through like CO training first, right? They're dealing with prisoners all damn day, the worst of the worst. So this is already hardening them up because they used to dealing with goddamn real criminals that's in goddamn jail. So then when they finally hit the street, they treat everybody like a goddamn criminal.
Yep.
That's how they want them to be. Yeah.
If you're gonna be a CEO, you should not be allowed to be a cop. If you're gonna work inside with convicted people that have been convicted of crimes, rapists, murderers type shit, you should not be able to come on the street and try to police regular civilians. And you should have a minimum age requirement, man. Again, you should not be, if you ain't old enough to motherfucking drink, why the fuck should you be old enough to have a gun and come police me?
I have cop friends too. Well, I had a real close friend, cop Stephanie, and he got killed by, like I say, I live 20 minutes from Fort Hood, and a lot of these soldiers, they get out of the military and they got that PTSD real bad. Well, they went to serve a warrant on him, and he had an AK in the house. So when they opened the door, he let loose. Killed my homeboy.
Yeah, rest in peace. So New York, Black Sosa also right. He says some cops are good and some are bad. People need to stop putting percentages on it. I put percentages on it because I say this. I would say that, but I think there's way more bad apples than good, right?
And the siren goes.
Yep.
They probably going to.
Where you at?
They probably going to fuck somebody up.
That's my siren. Sound like a fire engine though.
So what I'm saying is this though.
That was you? That was
me.
What I'm saying is this though, right? So the reason I put a percentage on it because if I would be believing that it's a few bad apples or only some cops are bad. But in the George Floyd case, you had 4 motherfucking cops standing there, and all 4 cops watched that man get murdered.
Yeah, but 2 of them didn't know what the fuck to do. One of them, it was like his third day.
None of them stopped the shit. Well, the people didn't know what to do neither, but the people knew that shit needed to stop, right? You got little kids like this.
That sounds like a cop.
The 17-year-old girl saying, "Hey, you killing them? Get off them." You got little fucking 17-year-olds that can comprehend.
On the job for 3 or 4 days.
What I'm saying is,
stand down, watch him.
You got civilians that stand around that haven't even been trained and that are teenagers that can understand that something's not right.
Man.
Get the fuck off. So I'm gonna say
for the
4 out of 4 cops in that George Floyd case, nobody stepped up to stop it. Again, if you want to go back to when they choked out the first Can't Breathe, Eric Garner, right? You had all those cops that standing around while they choked Eric Garner for selling loose cigarettes and killed him. You had several cops standing around, and not one of them fucking cops intervened and stopped it.
And they should have been charged with accessory.
If you want to go down to each case where there were multiple officers around when these killings happened, none of the officers stepped in to stop it. So that tell you that it's more than just a few people. It's more than just because if it was just a few bad apples. If it was just a few bad apples, you wouldn't have 3 out of 3, 4 out of 4, 7 out of 7, 8 out of 8, 5 out of 5.
in each case, each cop that's around with their partners and other cops that come to the scene, they allow the shit to happen. So yeah,
and they should be charged with accessory.
Can I say this though too? When I watched that video, George Floyd, I mean, I couldn't stop to help to think, man. I couldn't just stand there. I couldn't just stand there and let that happen. I would have had to just try to tackle that cop.
Again,
Yeah.
Siren.
He's about to get fucked up tonight. I'm telling you. I heard him siren.
I wonder what it is.
Are responding to 1881 Harmon Street.
It's not too far away from me. I wonder what it is.
Harmon Street. That sounds like a black neighborhood.
Harmon Street. This is like right next door to Oakland. I'm in South Berkeley.
Hey man, I had a question for the panel.
Hey, what's up, Steven?
I had a question for the panel since we're talking about this topic. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. There was a shooting that took place. It was about a year ago in an all Hispanic neighborhood that happened. And I was advertising and flyering in, and it was schools in session, and shots started ringing out like right outside the school. So, anyways, the guy across the street called the laws, so I had to sit there, right? Because I didn't want to go flying around because I didn't want them to think I was the gunman that ran off, you know. So I just sat there, you know, and the cops about 45 minutes later showed up. And they didn't do nothing. They just took a report and just left. Now, my question to your panel is, that neighborhood I was in is not it's not a secret that it's a high crime rate there, right? You know, you got a lot of poverty, a lot of drugs, a lot of prostitution, stuff like that running rampant in this area that I happened to be in at the time. My question is, do you guys think that the cops respond differently to certain areas? And the reason why I say this is because, like, I live in a gated community now. And they got armed guards at the front. They have police patrolling every now and then. And when you call, they're there in less than 30 seconds. But when you go to certain neighborhoods, let's say predominantly black, predominantly Hispanic, especially like high crime rated areas, they either just don't even care. Or they
Are you in Texas?
Yes.
Okay. That's a Texas thing. They don't know nothing about that. That's what I was telling them earlier. Look, it was like this, Portal. My homeboy shot my homeboy. That's and see, me being a hustler, I didn't want to give my name or nothing, so I ran to the payphone and I grabbed the payphone off and I dialed 911. 911, man, I help you. I say, man, can you come to the main? Because my homeboy just shot my homeboy. And she said, what?
Right. You be talking all that shit, but you got a lot of black tendencies. Niggas,
I said, my homeboy just shot my homeboy. Now the thing is, I had to get my homeboy coke. Because I know he had 2 ounces of dope in the motherfucker, and I didn't want to get a dope case and a pistol case. So I took the coat and I took off running. And my other homeboy, which was the dude who got shot cousin, beat the dog shit out of him. But the cop, it took him like 20, 30 minutes to get there.
Yo, that sounds about right.
No,
But
yeah,
you
it's
know-
definitely true.
That's not just a Texas problem. The reason that happens
It's all around the nation. I think.
when you need the motherfuckers to show up and do some shit, they always late or funk some shit up. But when they come in to funk motherfuckers up and do some dumb shit, they always right on time.
Okay, let me say this. I don't live in a rich area. I actually live in a gated community, but they respond better to certain neighborhoods. If you go to an all-white neighborhood, especially in an uppity area, them cops, you only have to call them. They're patrolling those areas 24/7.
Can I say this? Let me say this, Stephen Rose. Let me say this to you. First of all, that's because when it comes to white neighborhoods and wealthier neighborhoods, the police come there to actually do policing. When it comes to black neighborhoods and poor neighborhoods, they just come to fuck people up.
Fair enough.
Difference, you know what I mean? So
sometimes they don't even respond at all.
Again, when they come to black neighborhoods, they ain't really coming. They coming out handing out tickets, making people go to court, paying fines and shit. The police for black neighborhoods are really there to put a tax on society.
And they used to, what they used to do here, and the reason why they could tag you here and get you whenever they wanted you, because from the time you were 12 or 13 or 14, when you were walking down the street, they just pull you over and say, hey, what's your name? And you lame to the fact that he getting all your information.
Yeah, but if you
walk in my grandma's house, he got all my information. And then he said, when you're 18, I'm going to take you to jail. And I thought, for what the fuck for? I ain't even doing shit.
Well, you got to think. I grew up in the stop and frisk area where these motherfuckers could just walk up on you, frisk you, pat you down, take your ID.
Oh yeah,
and all that
man,
shit.
Right?
They didn't even have to ask you where I was at. Right? They just do the shit. Take whatever you got. All type of crazy shit cops do. So I'm gonna also say this though, police. Again, the reason I say we need to do something about the police departments when we say defund the police is because ask yourself, what do the police actually do, right? And I heard this argument and it makes logical sense. Police are never there to stop the crime. You only call the police after the crime has been committed. So the crime is already done, and it's already always. Anytime you call the police, it's going to be after the fact anyway. Right? The police don't never stop shit.
No,
or at least not in my neighborhood.
Well, they don't.
When it's over.
Is it fair to say
I done seen a couple women call and say, my ex is harassing me. My ex is harassing me, and they tell her, well, ma'am, we really can't do nothing until something happens.
Exactly. We can't do shit until something happens. You know, what he do? That's my whole point. So my point is, why do we need to give these police departments all this fucking funding, all this military grade equipment, right? Military fucking tanks and shit they come in the streets with.
Well,
when
can I ask a panel a question? Would you feel more safer if no police presence was involved? Like, let's say,
you know what? Nah, hell no. I don't feel more safe. I feel more safer like this. I think we should have detectives and people, like I say, there should be departments for each area. But for regular cops, they're gonna come and police my neighborhood. Also I'm saying is police my neighborhood the same way you police the white neighborhood.
Yeah, keep it consistent.
That's all we saying. We wouldn't have no problem with the police if they police my neighborhood, Stephen Rose, the same way. I want the same interaction you get with the interaction.
I think it needs to be localized.
I'm out of the hood. I live in all 4 and all white neighborhood, man.
That's what I'm saying. Us black folk, whether I'm not necessarily in the hood neither. I haven't always been in the hood, right?
Yeah.
It's not because it's a hood thing. It's more like it's a black thing because I've been in middle class communities. It's really, where my people stay at. But we still have similar problems in those, especially around tax time. Everybody know if you're in a black community, tax time, the courthouses is filled and packed up. Because tax time is when the police is really gonna fuck with niggas, right? They coming to get some of that tax check. It's just a tax on. It's basically corruption, right? So
they want to fleece money that they need to keep their.
It's not that we don't, but if we can have the police the same way they in your neighborhood that you live in or that you move to, it wouldn't be no problem. None of this shit would be going on right now.
I think a real solution could be is localizing things. And if you're a police, I mean, if you grew up in your city or whoever's police in that city or that area should be from that area. You know, if we localize things like that, it would definitely.
I definitely believe that
there'd be more relation.
We need people to solve murders and shit, solve rape crimes, and solve these crimes when they happen, and keep obviously we need. I don't think it's possible to have no damn police. That just don't make no sense to me. I'm not
because people would keep doing things because they eventually get away with it.
Yeah, shit will get outrageous, and then
eventually get caught. Maybe the cops don't actually stop.
You can't allow people to police themselves because we too vindictive and revenge and shit, and motherfuckers be dying left and right.
Hey, I don't know if you guys feel the same way that I do, but sometimes minority cops can be even worse than the white cops.
Shit, you ain't lying.
Yeah, it's true, man. It's true.
I'm saying sometimes.
I just seen a black cop. I seen a video of a black cop had this mentally challenged woman, and this woman was an older lady, probably around my mother age. She could have been in her late 40s, right, early 50s, and he kind of, I don't know if y'all seen the video. She was kind of swinging on his partner, right? She was swinging on the white dude and shit. And he went to go grab her, and he couldn't fucking hold her. He grabbed her the wrong way, and she got away from him and slapped the hell out of his partner in his face, right? This woman. And this motherfucker came from around her, blindsided her, right? So he hit her like a bitch without her looking, came around, looped around, and knocked her ass out. I'm talking about hit her with all his fucking might. She flat on the floor. This is the way they treated this black grandmother. She probably was a grandmother. She was pretty old, and she probably had mental health issues. Maybe she was drunk. Obviously, you can see the lady wasn't all the way there. But it was 2 men cops. So, and that was a black police officer who did that shit, trashed that woman like that. So I'm not justifying if it's right or wrong. If black people do it, I think it's just as wrong if black people do it, right? And sometimes black people don't like other black people too. So black people can also be racist against black people or have their biases. And I also have my biases, right? So I'm not saying that I have all the answers. And I'm not even saying if I was a cop that I would be perfect myself, because also I have biases, right? I mean, I grew up in the same society we are. We all have our stereotypes.
Yeah, of course.
I seen a group of niggas walking in, and I'm in certain neighborhoods, and I seen a group of niggas, and I look at them, and the shit look fishy. I might cross the street.
I did the same thing when I was Hispanic.
No lie. I was in my car, and I saw these 2 white dudes walking. They were both sagging, and one of them said, "Shit, what's up, my nigga?" And that's kind of spooked me because I'm not used to, because the culture has changed a little bit.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, damn, what the fuck is they gonna jack or what's going on? Because I rolled my windows up. I was like, man,
you know, I went to jail, B, and I didn't know this, but I found out it's white bloods now.
Yeah, white blood and Crips.
I didn't know white people could be bloods, but now it's okay. So shit changed, right? So you know,
just like the rap music now, it's all mumble.
but that's what I say. On the lower levels of poverty, in the lower levels of society, we kind of commingling, and people. It's not the lower levels that's fucked up. It's the people with power that's fucked up.
Yes, exactly.
Everybody want to blame the powerless, right? The Black Lives Matter movement, all the people marching. Oh, they trying to do this, or oh, they have ulterior motives, or this and that. You can't blame the powerless, right? These people are powerless. The whole reason we have these marches and we have these protests is because we're powerless.
I think a lot of them don't go out there to be part of the movement. I think a lot of them want likes on Facebook or Instagram or some shit.
Yeah, that, or they just want to be a part of something. It's
I don't
summertime.
know
They got no job.
but
It's
everyone
hot.
that I've been to in the places in my area that I'm at, and I've been to quite a few now, nobody out there on Facebook and shit. I mean, you might have, I guess, in the crowd, some people like Snapchatting or Facebooking and shit, live streaming. But
well, the girl I was telling you about, Portland, Chicago, that was streaming and tell us about how it went down there. She actually got hit with a can of mace, but she don't know where it came from. She just say somebody lobbed it, and her eye was black. But my deal was with her, because she recorded everything. I think she really was trying to build her channel.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah,
she
a lot of
was
them are
out there
doing
for the
that.
movement. I
Sure,
think
man.
she was out there.
It's not a lot of people. When you say a lot of people, you make it seem like it's an equivalency. There's a small group of people that are in it for themselves. You know, there's a small group of people.
Not the majority.
Yeah, there's a small group of people. There's a small group of people who are in it for themselves, who are going to get their own fame. Some people going to get rich off of this. Some people find them. This is America, B. This capitalism. Some people are finding ways to capitalize off the movement. We live in a capitalistic society.
Damn right.
Yeah, that happens. So that's normal. Wait, this is American. That's what happens in America. That don't take away from the fundamental foundation of the movement is that shit need to change, B.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It need to change. So we can go and pick out these little instances of these minority instances where people are looting, people are doing this, people have this agenda, people are capitalizing, people are using it for their own cause or own good.
Well, they did that there in LA during the Rodney King verdict. But see, the thing that happened with that was, and that's why I tell y'all, go talk to Mark from, if you ever get a chance, find Mark from Anaheim, just Google it. And because he used to be a cop for the LAPD. And he said specifically, he said, hey man, didn't nobody burn them buildings down but us? We used that, them rioting and everything. He said we had small devices that we threw on top of the buildings so that the buildings would burn down. See, that's why they didn't burn up. He said those buildings burned down. There's a big difference in burning up and burning down. So they threw something up there to cause all this so that they can furthermore have a reason to take people to jail.
Man,
and if you look at it, if you go back and look at some of the footage from those LA riots back then, you'll see that it wasn't a lot of the people that were protesting, just like now, that were protesting that weren't part of the protest, because all the people that cared and mattered about the Rodney King verdict, they were trying to beat the goddamn police station in.
Hey man.
And everybody else saw opportunity to go looting because it's free shit. So you had folks from San Diego that didn't give a damn. They just drove an hour up there and was like, they looting. Let's go. I'm going to get 4-5 TVs, some shoes. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no doubt. So, you know, we got criminals that's going to be a part of this society, like I say. So those are criminals. One thing don't have nothing to do with the other to me. It's another interesting dude named Michael Woods, man. He's similar to what you're talking about, but this is like kind of recent in this decade. He worked for the Baltimore Police Department, Michael Woods, right? And he said sitting there that he was doing like sting operations, and they would go into these black neighborhoods and they would watch, like, for instance, they would do selling drugs, right? They know he's a known drug dealer in the area, but they're watching him for months and shit. He say as they're staking out watching this man, he's learning a lot about his life, because it's kind of like he's living his life through his eyes, right? The man don't know he's watching them, but they're staking out watching. He said, you know, even though he was selling drugs, he was going to buy Pampers for his baby, you know, just going to do regular shit. Even though he was hustling, he was using the money for, you know, regular shit that niggas use it for, paying rent, paying bills. right? So he said basically what he realized is that, you know, he said it gave him the insight to see that, okay, when we talk about nonviolent crimes and drug offenders, right? They teach these people, like he said, they teach you that that's the enemy. But he said they realized that he realized that it's just a regular dude, right? So he might be doing this particular thing like selling weed to make a living, and weed may be illegal in that area. But you know, he's doing it to survive. He's not hurting anyone. He's not doing no type of crazy ass violent crimes or nothing. And he's like taking his daughter to the park. They show him taking his daughter to school. You know, this is his daily life, though, but he sells drugs on the side. And then he said also he was talking about the fact that when they trained them how to go into black communities and do this type of shit. Right. So like he's basically saying if you watch a person long enough or if you deal with a person long enough, you could find something wrong that they're gonna do.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. If you're gonna specifically point out or
yeah, but we have to know that's the basis of police, and in the first place, it was like my cousin told me. He said you don't have to be doing anything wrong. He said we'll just drive behind you for 5 minutes if we feel like we just want to pull somebody over because you're gonna do something wrong. Because as soon as we get behind you, he said it's not even a color thing. He said everybody does that because nobody's perfect.
Nigga, when I got pulled over, when I got pulled over, I told that story going through North Carolina. That was a true story with my baby, my daughter in the car and my goddaughter. The motherfucker pulled me over because I said, you know, basically, I don't smoke no weed and shit. He said he smelled weed in the car when he walked up to it. But he said he pulled me over. His initial stop was, he said, I don't give a goddamn if you go 1 mile over the speed limit. I got the right to pull you over. Right. So he was following and tailing me on this Virginia Beach trip when I'm riding with my family, waiting for a reason. He had in his mind that he was going to pull me over any goddamn way. It didn't matter what I did, right? So, like I say, he said, if you go 1 mile over here, he said, boy, I don't know where you from, but if you go 1 mile over the goddamn speed limit here, I got the right to pull you over. Now get out the fucking car, right? He talked like this to me in front of my kids and shit. So my point is, also going back to what the brother just said that left off the panel, is when they come to police black neighborhoods, this is the way they're taught to treat us and taught to act. But in same cops, if you put them in a white neighborhood, it could be the same person. They act totally fucking different. Because in the white neighborhood, he said, you don't know who you fucking with. That white kid could be a judge's son or a lawyer's son. You don't know. You don't want to get in trouble because you don't want to run up on the wrong white person, right? If you kind of
you remember when that cop in Florida pulled over that black judge?
But I say that to say this though. This means that they know what they're doing and they got sense. It ain't like it's just, oh, they don't know no better, or just because they were trained badly. Because even if they're trained badly, they know not to go into the white neighborhood and do that same shit. Like that shit they did to George Floyd. They know better than to not take that shit to a white neighborhood and do that shit. Right? That shit that they did to Eric Garner. They know better than to go, same cops. You can have the same cops that do it. So why the fuck they do it to the black man, but they know better not to do it to the white man? You can't blame shit like that on the training.
No, you sure okay.
You can't blame nothing. It's not all about training and shit. Right? These motherfuckers, again, the same cops know better than not do it in one place to one group of people, but they feel comfortable and they don't give a fucking do it to another group. That got nothing to do
with the
with
whole police force.
Yeah, that got nothing to do with training.
That had nothing to do with color. That's the whole police force. On top of the fact that they probably got to beat a quota.
Yep.
Because if you just say it was the training, then you would say, well, if it was just the training, then they would always treat everybody equally. It'd just be equally fucked up. But he said, no, we know better than to go in the wealthier neighborhoods and do this shit because you might be fucking with somebody's son that's a judge or a congressman or a lawyer. You can't take the chance. You might, basically what he's saying is when you go into wealthier neighborhoods, you might fuck with somebody who actually has some power to do something about it. So you don't fuck with those people. You're gonna go fuck with the people that's powerless, because you know if you fuck with, for instance, when I was growing up, and I grew up in, like I say, New York and hood type places, or what we could say, you know, lower poverty type areas, they know it's a good chance that they come with fuck with me. I don't got nobody I could go get no lawyer and they gonna do nothing, right? Whatever they do to violate me, I'm gonna just have to eat that, and I'm gonna have to keep eating that shit. And that's
like Judge Joe Brown said, 95% of the cases, they really don't have even the evidence to charge you.
Exactly. Because
they get you in that room and they tell you some shit, and then you tell on your damn self.
Well, you know, because you don't know your rights, right? And again, after a while, if a motherfucker keeps making you eat that shit year after year for years and shit, then shit is gonna explode eventually. So I've always been in the mindset, right? I didn't never know what I can do. Reason I'm enjoying and I'm proud of this movement is because I've never known what I can do. I could do some shit individually and make a stand, but I could get my dumb ass killed. right?
Yeah.
One man can't build an island. So it was always I felt always oppressed, not because I was scared, but like I always felt helpless. Like, well, what the fuck can I do? Right? Okay, I got this whole police force here, and I know this cop was an asshole. This cop locked me up wrongly, or this cop violated me, or maybe violated my kids, or violated my uncles, or did something wrong to my cousin. But what we always sit around like, yeah, but that's just the way it is. What can you do about it? Well, it feels good now to have actually a recourse to try to do something about this shit. I've been waiting to be able to do this shit. See, niggas that don't protest and that don't know about that shit is because they might not live the same experience. But nigga like me, I've been waiting for some shit to pop off.
I just want a definite. See, what bothered me. Well, I was with it when it first, not with it like that. I felt it was dangerous to say Black Lives Matter because it's a lot of people that ain't black that take things. You know how a person can take things the way they want to. So, Porter, when you say Black Lives Matter, you already know it's a gang of all other races that say, well, what about us?
But it's a whole bunch of white folk that's understanding it and that's walking around saying it also. So
yeah,
you gotta educate yourself.
I think a lot of them are just caught up in it, man. They're young people.
It don't matter if they're caught up in it. But point is, they're trying to understand.
Well, you have to understand this too, Porter. We're in a whole nother situation.
Yeah,
a lot of these white kids' cousins is black mixed.
Yo, Bamboo.
So they do have a general investment in it because it ain't like so much like in the 60s where you couldn't really be having mixed kids. It's a lot of mixed kids in America now.
I'm mixed, man.
I'm mixed. I just told you my history and a little bit of some shit that I did with, right? Like I'll tell you, I'm a nigga that always felt like I wanted to do something about it, right? Like fighting for my life. I just always felt fucked. Like, hey, what the fuck can I do? It's my word against their word. Who the fuck they gonna believe? And I'm by myself, right? I'm an individual. So I always felt alone in this situation as far as like, okay, yeah, there's not much I can really do. Of course they're gonna believe the cops. I'm gonna get ahead and I'm gonna take that plea deal. Right? Even though I know I'm not guilty, these motherfuckers got me facing 7 to 10 years mandatory. I'm gonna get ahead and take that plea deal because I don't want to run the risk of fighting it. So I'm gonna get ahead and plead guilty. Right? Shit like that happens, right? Shit
That's what never made sense to me. How come if I take a plea deal, I might get 7 to 10, but if I take it to trial and they find me guilty, you gonna give me 25?
Nigga, they was trying to give me a plea deal for fucking a mandatory minimum, right? For 7 years, but I could have did up to 15, and they wanted to give me fucking probation, nigga. That's how bullshit the charges was. When I took the plea deal so I could go ahead and take that felony on my record and take that charge, the motherfucker he said, you could take your chances. He said, listen, nobody could force you. The court, nobody could force you. So we want to make sure, you know, your lawyer, you agree with your lawyer, say nobody pressured you into this, right? I said, no. But my lawyer is explaining to me, listen, we're going to take this plea deal because I'm not saying that you have to take it, but if you don't take this plea deal and we fight it, if you get found guilty and you go in front of a jury, which of course is not going to be in my fucking peers, I can do a mandatory sentence of 7 years of my life. For me, at that,
can I just say real quick, what's up, Lacey? What's up, Olivia? Everybody else.
You gotta know that those charges was bullshit because when I took the plea deal, the other offer on the table to take the felonies and take the charge and plead guilty was probation, nigga. How the fuck can you go from 10 years to probation?
It's fucked up,
I
right?
know in Texas it's a mandatory. Your first felony here in Texas is mandatory probation if it's non-violent. So your first felony, they rarely give you penitentiary time. You usually get 5 years to 10 years probation, with the option, depending on what it is, with the option of deferred adjudicated, which means that you'll have an arrest, but you won't have a conviction if you complete your probation. But the probation is so fucked up that they want you to keep a full-time job. They want you to go to 90 meetings in 90 days at the same time. And then they got all these different other classes you're supposed to be going to at the same time. And you like that.
You gotta pay for probation.
Yep.
And you gotta pay for
messed
that.
up, man.
You gotta pay for the classes.
You gotta pay
for the classes that they send you to.
And if you fuck around and do the wrong charge, you gotta get your license back. You gotta pay for that shit.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? So it's almost
it's
like
a messed up system.
So my point is something have to change, right? So the thing of Black Lives Matter, again, I keep saying it's not for anybody to feel left out because again, we're just saying Black Lives Matter because these problems that we're protesting about are specifically for the Black community. I would say this: if Mexicans have a problem, right? If Mexicans have a problem that they feel they should protest about or something that they need recourse or change for, then they should do a Mexican Lives Matter protest movement. It's not for the Black Lives Matter people or the black people to do a White Lives Matter protest movement. Okay, we're doing a Black Lives Matter because this movement is about black issues. We can't protest for everybody, B. Right? Everybody is responsible for whatever cause in life they're gonna take up. I'm not taking up the cause for the Indians and the cause for the Chinese and the cause for the Brazilians and the cause for the Filipinos and the cause for the whites and the cause for the Mexicans. This specific cause is for black people. Therefore, we're saying Black Lives Matter as a name for this specific cause that is to deal with specific issues in the black community. Why?
Who was that took over? Who was that?
Can I just say again, what's up, Lacey? And what's up, this is Ratch. Lacey is drunk. You should come up on panel.
Know? Because I never got to the bottom of that thing that was going on in Seattle. Who was that did that shit in Seattle?
Did what?
Do you know they ran there and they took over the police station?
Yeah, that gutter punk jambalaya they put together.
That was just the people of Seattle.
That was a joke, man. That was a joke.
That had nothing to do with Black Lives Matter.
First class.
Well, they had it.
The mayor and governor just let it happen.
Yeah, they turned the police department into the public department of some crazy shit. There was a lot of homeless folks.
Democratic cities, guys. Democratic states.
Yeah, but also Republican states are going through the same crisis, man. People.
Yeah, they are. They are.
Black people, Republican states are going through worse, right? At least in Democratic states, you're just dealing with poverty and it's fucked up in areas because it's just like that for black folk in America. But in Republican states, there are actually laws that are implemented that are oppressing black folk. Like, again, they're trying to take away and stop people from voting. These are all the Republican.
Yeah, they've been doing that for a long time.
This is all the Republican cities, right? They're trying to suppress the vote. Trump even came out and said it himself. That's one thing I respect about Trump. He don't lie. He said no, because he said if we let them vote, we're going to lose. Well, you know, like basically, if they vote, we're gonna lose. You know, goddamn. So there's not no hiding no more. Like we ain't guessing this shit. So I'm just trying to explain to Bamboo though why we don't say all lives matter on this particular issue. All lives.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand how you see it.
Matter, but what we're all fighting against in this particular movement. This movement is about Black lives and the struggle that Black.
You know what's kind of annoying though? How it does filter out to like just other aspects of our society that has nothing to do with police brutality. Because you know, they're trying to change movie names, they're trying to change street names. I mean, come on.
That's got nothing to do with the actual movement. That got to do with what Rice and Black Solo was talking about. That got to do with corporations and shit. Right?
Yeah, it's the agenda behind it that are funding
all this bullshit they want to do, and you know,
ADL.
Yeah, that got nothing to do with the movement.
ACLU.
Though, right. That's why everybody in the movement say, let's not. Everybody that I know say we're not gonna get sidetracked. Keep focused. We don't give a damn about you changing no NFL team name. I mean, we do give a damn. That's good for the Indians and, you know, the people, whoever was fighting that cause, because a lot of people protested the Washington Redskins, so that was some change for them. Or, you know, whatever the NBA is going to do, all these superficial changes that people are doing, we going to stay focused because that's all good. But what we need and what we're saying is we need legislation, right? And we don't need no extra handout. I don't want give me nothing extra. I'm not asking for nothing extra, but also I'm asking for you is to get the fuck off. Just get out my communities, right? Get out our communities, right? Just treat us fairly. And like I say, give us equal opportunity. I don't want equal outcome. Some people think like, say like, well, you know, I think I should be given a job because I'm Black. I want to work hard and I want to go against the white man or whoever I got to go against for that job. But if I'm the best employee, then give me the job.
But in all honesty, Portal, the way what I really do put on there, because I was just hot side nerdy, but what I do put on there is I would rather not say. Because they do have a box down there on some of the applications where it say, I would rather not, that shouldn't matter.
It was a fact that when you said that shit though, I agree with you because my point is it's fucked up that we have to, because we know better. Right? It's because you know you got a better chance of being hired if you don't put that black box.
If you put that white box, they call fast.
So my point is that's fucked up. So I'm not asking for you to give me nothing, right? That's not giving me nothing. That's showing right there that we don't have the same opportunity. You're not even giving me the same opportunity, right? I gotta goddamn jump through hoops, be submissive, do all type of shit for you to accept me or for me to get ahead. And this is why you see when the Black brothers do become successful, it's hard for them to come back to the hood and pull anybody else ahead, right? Because all the shit they go through to get to where they at.
Well,
and to be able to keep, because nobody.
I understand that. I understand that all too well, because it's hard for me to deal with my people, because see, once I make a move, I become too good for them. I don't fuck with them no more.
You cannot, because you cannot deal with the niggas in the hood, right? Once you do good, I'm telling you, we gonna help the hood niggas. But you had to. My point is, you just have to separate that, right? Because they're not gonna understand. But you need to get with like-minded people like yourself. Even though these people don't understand, like my hood, my black brothers and sisters don't understand, I want to help them, or they feel I'm better.
I'm over here trying to get the game so I can bring the game back. But since now I'm, you don't fuck with us no more. You fuck with them white boys. I done heard that so much. And I'm like, I don't fuck with them white boys like that. Y'all my family. This is my point. How come I can't? I'm trying to give us the game. And this is a part of the movement that I want to see happen. I'm tired of telling our kids, go to school, get a good education so you can get a good job, because they fucking around.
Yeah.
We got to go to school, get a good education so we can open businesses. We got to start, and I'm not saying this even just for black people. At this point, with COVID going on and the way that corporations are acting, everybody's got to start probably looking out for themselves in our own community. Somebody need a garden. Somebody needs some cows and horses, because the food chain is all fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Man. And we need to build as a small community and slowly kick corporations.
Niggas don't even realize the problem with the food distribution that's going on right now.
Oh man, we're about to run out of food, y'all. Everybody who hears this, stack the fuck up, man.
I told you motherfuckers don't like to come.
Get ready, man.
Coronavirus live. I've been talking
about running out of food.
Nobody likes your coronavirus.
What I was talking about a month and a half ago. What I was telling you, this food shit, and everybody probably was
real,
like,
man. It's real.
Yeah, that since
fuck Corona, man. It's about this
February.
Yeah, I've been saying it because I seen and I've been researching. And I'm like, okay, it just ain't hitting right. It's hitting in certain areas, and it's kind of work out. But still, where I'm at, nigga, you got certain hours you can shop and get meat.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
dude, I'm telling you, stock
nigga,
up on.
If you go to Walmart after goddamn 9 o'clock in the morning, nigga, you ain't getting you very limited on what you could choose from.
And not only that,
man, I'm telling you,
you want to wait all day
since the whole pandemic.
You gotta wait all day, and then they got days you can walk up and down the aisles, and then you ain't checkouts. You gotta stand 6 feet back. It's just so much to go through to go grocery shopping now.
Yeah, and I'm telling you though, it's hard as it might seem, and it's kind of annoying. But everybody should stock up as many canned goods as you can, and get dried rice, get dried beans, because we're going to be running out of food. And it's not just this year, because last couple of seasons we've had a short crop all throughout the Midwest, the heartland of this country. All the flooding is really.
Everybody done forgot, like climate change is still going on too.
Yeah,
all this shit. You understand? So that didn't stop, right?
Yeah. Like I say, it was a real bad thing when COVID hit, because
Russia,
everything messed up.
Third wave.
What's that shit that happened over there in that cold ass country? Where that country that's cold as hell? I think somewhere in Russia or some shit. They just had
Siberia.
Yeah, Siberia. They had like a goddamn
North Russia.
2 weeks of goddamn 90 degree, 100 degree days.
What the fuck?
Yeah, Siberia. Look that shit up right now, B.
Well, yeah.
I'll say this though, man. It's kind of a myth. It's kind of a myth that's man-made, because our Earth has always gone through cycles, and so I'm saying this for real. Like I've researched this for a long time. The climate change thing that they're promoting is kind of a hoax. It's not mostly man-made. It's mostly just natural.
Mostly,
that's a lot of people.
I don't know about. I'm not saying that all that shit with the CO2. I think obviously pollution from airplanes and cars play a big part. But the thing is man-made. When you see all that plastic in the motherfucking ocean, ain't no goddamn Earth never go through no cycle and produce plastic.
No, it does. It does go through cycles, man. It does. We're in a grand solar minimum.
Go through cycles and produce
also
plastic.
Through a grand solar minimum, which is
bamboo soldier. It
does go through cycles, man.
It doesn't go through cycles to produce plastic in the ocean, B. No, the Earth.
I know. I'm not saying. Of course, that's us. That's us. That's us.
That is. A lot of that's
but the main thing is Mother Earth has been going through cycles for a long time, and we're not the main cause of what they're saying.
I think that there's a bigger. I think that they want our children because
we only have a minor contribution to it.
When COVID hit, we forgot about the kids.
That man. You know how I know it's existing? I'm gonna give you a good example how I know it exists. Just where I lived at alone, right? You look at certain areas where, because of COVID, look how clear the air has gotten. I heard people in LA say, you know, it cleared up in LA just in a few months, just from people not being able to be out.
Yeah, there's less things going on. Yeah,
it's less pollution.
Less people driving around.
You can actually see now. Right, it just where I'm
not saying that's not true. I'm not saying that's true.
Yeah.
I'm saying on the big whole of it, the climate change is a hoax. It's not man-made.
It's big. The big.
We only have a small contribution to it, and we can really. It's not even that much at all.
I believe in climate change. You don't. To me, that's not even important. Wherever it exists, it don't exist.
We don't need to argue about it. It's not worth it.
The big portion that is important is never before. We're not talking about caveman days when the earth went through a cycle when the dinosaurs was here. We're not talking back when Jesus was here and the earth went through a cycle. Never before in human history that we know about where people actually were in a position to maybe do something about it. So whoever caused it, whatever's happening and whatever is going on, if we can come up with a way to prevent it, then I think we should all do that. Regardless of who.
Yeah, maybe, but
I'm just saying
we would have no power in that. We have no power in that.
We've never been in a position in a society on Earth to actually have the power to do something about it through technology. Right? The technology.
Well, the thing is, we don't.
The technology we have
what,
now,
though?
we can probably actually.
Like what though? Because a lot of that new technology, like for instance, electric cars,
I don't know,
you know that takes many precious metals. They use diesel machines to mine out all these precious metals just to make electric car batteries. And if you look at it like that, it's way more polluted than just gas.
You got somebody you got a scientist who's trying to invent a way to scoop carbon out the air, carbon dioxide, and filter it. Right? They got a whole system of how they're supposed to be able to take this shit out of the air. Filter it, let it go through some.
Yeah, it's not going to do anything because the earth already is
I'm gonna
going through
tell you something that happened. You remember all that plastic and the pollution of the waters? You got a young kid.
Yeah, it's
he's probably getting ready to be a billionaire soon because he created a way to start getting plastic out of the ocean. He's cleaned up already in major continents and countries. He's starting to clean up places, right? He's getting all the plastic out the waters. He's built some type of fucking system that he's got with like it looks like a big ass. I don't know what he created. It goes around in a rotating type thing and it scoops this plastic out. And then when they get the plastic on the boat, they turn the plastic and sell it on Amazon and turn the plastic into reusable products. Right. So now
that's great.
He's not only getting paid, he's not only getting subsidized and paid by the government to take all this plastic out the oceans and get this plastic out the rivers. I mean, right now it's rivers. He's doing large rivers. But he's trying to get it to where he can do it on a major scale. But then he's also getting double pay because after he gets it out and we pay him, then he paid to sell it on Amazon. So people are innovative. So people come up with ways.
I know. I'm all for that. I'm all for that. But some of these new technologies, like even more.
You didn't know that existed.
What that guy who I knew something about that. I know we have plastic all in our oceans, especially the Pacific.
So then this is how you know we could do something about it because things already.
We can do something, but that's not gonna.
Hold on, I'm gonna change.
It's not really gonna make any dent in it because this Earth is huge.
First of all,
already in a cycle.
Being able to take the plastic out of the oceans will put a big dent in it because a lot of the fish and the food we eat, this ocean life has like plastic has this shit that comes off of it. These
they eat plastic.
Not just that they eat plastic, but all plastic have particles that come off and they get embedded in the sea life, right? The fish that
bisphenol A, bad chemical.
Yeah, they got it's shit that comes off the surface of plastic, little plastic particles that the fish wind up eating, and then we wind up eating the fish. This is major. Yeah, so this is a major development to be able.
I'm not saying that's not that. I know pollution is real. I'm just saying their version of how climate change happened is not. It's not our doing. It's this Earth is already going through cycle.
Earth is going. Nobody said that climate change.
Trust me, there's a whole group of scientists that don't go along with have real facts.
No
real facts about the climate change.
I studied this shit too. And no scientist I know saying that the Earth doesn't go through cycles and changes. Every scientist that I know that say climate changes it's just saying we are speeding up the fucking process dramatically. We know the Earth's gonna go through these cycles, but it's going faster than it's ever been.
I agree with that. But then think of like some of these politicians that saying they do these doomsday statements like in 10 years we're gonna be gone. That's so bullshit.
I don't mind around about 10 years. I don't know when it's going to come. It might come in 10 years. It might come in 20 years. It might come in 50 years.
It's not going to come that fast. It's a
It might
gradual
come in
thing,
50
man.
years.
It's a gradual
I
thing.
don't know if it's going to come that fast, man. We got other shit
It's
that
bigger than us, man. It's bigger than what we've ever done to this
doomsday come, though. But you
world.
cannot say that, man. We got shit like nuclear weapons. Anything can happen where we could bring doomsday upon ourselves. And have you ever heard of a nuclear winter? Yeah, nuclear winter is pretty fucked up.
Yeah,
so this shit can happen. So I don't know when doomsday gonna come, right? If you listen to Noam Chomsky, which I listen to Noam Chomsky, he was talking about the doomsday clock. He said,
remember, it was like global warming, and then it's not climate change. It's not. It's a big government agenda.
The doomsday clock was moved like 7 minutes to 1 o'clock, right? 1 o'clock or some shit on the doomsday clock, meaning that major catastrophe. So it's been several times in the last 20 years that we would almost had a motherfucking nuclear war. People don't even know about.
Yeah.
Right, a couple
things
may stop and save this from going into nuclear war. And if we wake up in the morning and somebody drops a fucking nuke, it's over. Right, if we start shooting nukes back. So to say that we can't, doomsday, it's a lot of variables that can happen where we do have control and we can bring the end of the world upon ourselves or bring a harsh reality.
Yeah, I know the end of the world. Yeah, I agree with that.
Like
I'm just saying their version of climate change is not real.
Yeah, that version, but
we only have a small percentage of what's going on.
Man, this is the same thing with the politicians in COVID-19. I don't listen to politicians. I don't think the politicians' version of it is real at all. Right, the politicians are going to
they're actors.
Use it for political purposes. But every scientist that I've researched, all the science that I've researched, just simply says climate change is real and it's man-made because human beings are exponentially speeding up the process of this shit. Climate change has always happened in the world, right? As the Earth goes through its cycles, but it's never happened at this rate. So what they're saying is,
we're also going through. That they don't tell you about. We're in the grand solar minimum, and that has a lot to do with this new cycle.
The way things have speeded up in the past 5 decades, they're just saying something has.
You know why I know it's fake? Because they never mentioned geoengineering, and we've been manipulating the weather for hundreds of years. Hopefully, you know that.
It's because they don't mention
They don't talk about that, and that's had a real major effect on our Earth more than anything.
Just because they don't talk about a particular thing. So they don't talk about.
I mean, when they say chemtrails are not real, I see chemtrails almost every day, and I know what they're about, and I know why they do it.
Yeah, but
they can manipulate the weather everywhere.
I would say that chemtrails are probably helping to fuck up the Earth.
Oh, definitely, no doubt about it, man.
Okay, and they're man-made, and chemtrails are man-made, and chemtrails are man-made.
The mainstream climate change narrative, they don't talk about geoengineering, weather manipulation, which is what's been going on for decades.
That don't mean climate change ain't real. They're also adding the climate change with the geoengineering, bro.
Talking about one side of it, so to me, I can't really take them seriously if they don't mention one of the biggest things that's going on.
I'm not talking about one.
Because we have the ability to manipulate the weather, meaning we can make places go into droughts. We can make places go into floods. They don't mention that.
Yeah, but
they need to mention that if they're talking about the weather and the earth.
We can't create tornadoes.
Bullshit to me.
We can't create tornadoes and hurricanes and shit.
No, we kind of can. We can. Yes, we can. And it's happened. It's happened, man.
Who created a tornado? B? How they create?
There's really big bad corporations that are into this. It's like
I know, but how did they create a tornado?
Well, we have solar heaters and we have magnetic ionospheric heaters. Some of them are in the land, but they project that heat wave energy, and it will blend in with the chemtrails, which are mostly metallic particles.
Yeah.
And when you have those metallic particles, you can condense them and you can kind of steer them where they want to go. So when you have those technologies, they have the ability to do that. They've been able to steer clouds and systems for a long time. I'm not saying they're all man-made, but I'm saying they can manipulate the weather for sure.
You said they could create tornadoes and hurricanes.
Hurricanes. Well, tornadoes the same kind of a thing. You can have your ionospheric heaters, which are big, like kind of like satellite-looking things. Some of them are in the ground. Some of them are up in the air. And they project heat and energy, and it reacts with the metallic particles in the chemtrails and clouds.
I told her ass when this conversation started, start watching that Fox News bullshit.
No, it's not Fox News, man. This is like
with you, man. I know you're passionate about
it.
But also I'm saying is all scientists that I know that I agree with. The reason I agree with man-made climate change is because I don't know no scientist that's saying that climate change doesn't exist because this Earth didn't go through cycles and we've always had climate change. That's a crazy ass argument to make. We all know that. All scientists I know on both the left, especially on the left, agree with that. But what they're saying is human activity is exponentially speeding this shit up. right? The human activity, the shit that we are doing on Earth as humans, the unnatural shit, let me add, through technologies we have, and the bullshit.
It hasn't helped. I'll say that.
It has not only not helped, but it has helped to increase speeding the process up.
Right? You know, there's shreds of truth I could agree with.
As time keeps going on, it's going to speed it up even more, because the one thing that I know about humans is we don't stop making shit. And every time we make something, we want to make something better. Right?
Exactly. So, it's our we have innovation that's key. Yeah, innovation is very key.
When you got shit
consumerism,
like the honeybee population, right? And they say if the honeybee population gone, that's half of the goddamn human population gone.
Crops, yeah.
Just from the honeybee population. That's man-made shit, coming from man-made shit.
And a lot of that's from the chemtrails, man.
Okay, but I'm saying it don't matter what it's from. My point is it's from man-made. You keep saying like it's chemtrails. Yeah. Okay, we both agree that it's from the chemtrails. We can agree on that. But all I'm saying is that is man-made. Right. Okay, so if you got something that's man-made that could kill the honeybee population, which if the honeybee population go, that could be half of the humans in the world gone out. Right? That's crops. That shit's gonna affect all type of shit. Throw all type of shit out of whack. Just the honeybee population. Right. And that's man-made, right? Humans are directly affecting the honeybee population, and we're driving them to extinction. So there it goes. That's part of climate change. That's part of all the shit we're talking about.
Okay. Yeah, but how they say it though is not telling us the real.
It don't matter how they say it, right? This is why you do your research.
It does, I think, because people have this idea that they don't even know about geoengineering. They need to know about that. If your government is trying to tell you the truth about
it, should just
Earth. They should damn well talk about weather engineering, geoengineering.
Government doesn't.
And they don't.
We just sat here.
So I know that they're bullshit, because if they don't mention what's happening, then I know they're bullshit.
But we just talked about how we know the government is corrupt.
Yeah, I know. So like their word, so anything they say on the climate change is bullshit.
That's right. Don't listen to the government. Listen to the scientists. I'm not talking about
which scientists though, because there's the scientists also are gatekeepers of the truth.
I'm gonna give you an example. When the scientists were saying cigarettes, right? I had this same type of climate change debate with somebody, and they brung this example up, and I turned it against them and just simply try to make them understand this way. When we say the cigarettes, remember the government kept saying the tobacco companies and corporations, just like the oil companies now are buying the politicians, the tobacco companies bought the politicians. Politicians said, don't worry about cancer. Don't worry about it. Smoke. It ain't addictive. It ain't going to cause cancer. All the scientists around the world and in this country were screaming, hey, cigarettes cause cancer. Be careful. Right? After everybody got addicted to goddamn cigarettes and everybody caught cancer and the gig was up, then the government came around and said, okay, put it on the back of the box. The Surgeon General's warning, this product causes cancer. Don't smoke, it's not good.
Yeah, that wasn't until like the 1950s where they finally
My point is this, when they did that, but the scientists were telling the truth and the government was lying, right? And then everybody didn't want to believe it, right? Everybody continued to smoke.
Okay. I don't disagree, but I'll say this.
Hold on, I'm gonna give you.
It's important to say that not all scientists are telling the truth, because there's little cliques of scientists. There's a mainstream narrative. There's a mainstream narrative that's government supported and sponsored that is pretty corrupt, and they control the mainstream narrative, and that's like the widespread narrative. And if you speak up against it at all, you'll be shunned. You'll be blackballed. You lose your job.
You should be looked as a nut if you speak up against, depending on what mainstream narrative you're speaking against.
I don't think so.
I'm talking about if you.
I think we need all the information and perspective we can get, and they don't give it to us
for whatever reason.
They're gatekeepers of the truth.
First of all, you would have to prove that these scientists are going to get some type of gain out of what they're gaining out of telling lies about climate change. What do they want to gain?
Well, they keep their job. They keep their job.
I know, but what do they want to gain?
They keep their career. They can feed their families.
Scientists, even without climate, listen, the scientists were scientists before climate change. They're just warning us about a problem that's going to happen. They're still going to have a job. Wherever we don't listen. You don't believe it, and Trump don't believe it, and people in the government don't believe climate change is real, and these scientists still got a job. So it ain't because they got to keep their job that they have to believe this shit. Right. Again, a lot of
pretty
people
much though, if you want to keep your status as a scientist and you try to speak up against the official narrative, you're going to get scrutiny.
And my point is this to you, Bamboo. If you were telling the truth, the government, like the Republican Party and and also Donald Trump, they also say climate change is a hoax. So you would think the government.
Yeah. Well,
let me finish. Don't keep cutting me off, bro. Let me finish. If the scientists were in a hoax or some type of cahoots, they should be in the same hopes that the government is in. That the government should be controlling the scientists. My point is,
it's not that simple.
Also, I'm saying it is this simple. The government is saying one thing, and you saying, well, the scientists are being controlled by the government, and the government is corrupt, so we shouldn't believe what the goddamn scientists say. Because I would say, oh, if that was the case, I would say, Bamboo, you're right. The scientists are probably corrupt because they're following the government. The scientists are saying the opposite of what the government is saying. The government is saying climate change is a hoax and it doesn't exist, and all the scientists saying, hey, man, we need to be careful.
Well,
so who you telling me
maybe
you're
just
gonna
Trump
believe? I'm just trying to ask you, do you believe the government or do you believe the scientists?
I'll answer it. Who are you talking about in the government? Because not everybody in the government is saying the same thing. Donald Trump, he came into this scene and he was kind of against the whole norms.
Ask me a question.
I'm
talking about the people who are in control right now. I'm talking about the people who are in power. That's the people I'm talking about in the government.
Yeah.
The people that are in power.
Trump doesn't control all scientists, obviously, because there's a whole system in this government that's been against Trump to begin with.
The Republican Party, the senators, all of them, they all be saying climate change is a hoax, man. They all saying it. The majority of Republicans believe. The majority of Republicans believe climate change is a hoax. So I'm not saying my point is this then, Bamboo. Who are you gonna believe? Are you gonna trust the fucking government? Or are you gonna trust
I'm not gonna trust anything the government says.
Okay, so that's my point. I don't trust the government either. The government is saying this climate change is a hoax and it doesn't exist. I'm not gonna believe that shit. Of course, the governments are ran by a big farmer and big oil. Why would the fuck would I believe the government? Of course I wouldn't believe that. Hey, they keep saying climate change is a hoax. Don't worry about it. It doesn't exist. Yeah, you're right. You should believe the fucking scientists, B. Because they don't have nothing to gain.
Not all the scientists. Like I said, there's a certain group of scientists that are the gatekeepers.
Man, even the oil, even the Koch brothers, the oil industry has admitted that climate change is real. Even they have. I don't.
Well, you believe them?
You admit that.
You believe? I don't believe any oil company.
I'm saying,
why would you believe anything an oil company says?
Publicly, the Koch brothers fight against climate change because obviously this will put them out of business. Because obviously we're trying to go to renewable energies and get off of oil. So this would basically destroy their whole heritage, right? In public, they don't say that, but privately, it has been documented that even they say, "Yeah, we know it's real," but this is what we do. What we supposed to do? Not make a living, right? They know. They say we know it's real, but I mean, we got to sell our oil. The whole world depends. They say the whole world depends on oil. What they saying is we believe it and we know it exists, but what can we do about it, right? I mean, we got to have oil. So nobody at this point, even the Koch brothers and people that run the oil companies are agreeing that climate change is. Think about all the tons of millions.
Well, they found some sort of interest for them to admit that. Obviously,
think about this. Think about all the millions of tons of oil.
Why won't they ever talk about geoengineering though? That's my point. They're not going to talk about that. I know they're full of shit.
We talked about that a lot. We talked about that, but now can we talk about something else?
Yeah. I'm just saying none of the politicians ever mentioned that matter or mean anything.
Because they say climate change is a hoax, and if they mention geoengineering, that would show that climate change is man-made, right? Geoengineering confirms that climate change can be man-made. That would go against their narrative. Why would they want to mention that? They wouldn't want to talk about that.
There's actually some aspects of why they do geoengineering.
If they mentioned and talked about geoengineering, Bamboo, that would also show them that climate change.
They like to block out the sun, kind of minimize.
If you just said that man could create hurricanes and tornadoes, if you just said man could create hurricanes and tornadoes, I don't see how you don't know it could be made.
Banana. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's tricky. It's a tricky subject.
Hey, if you believe that man could create hurricanes and tornadoes, I don't see why you don't think climate change can possibly be man-made. You told me that man could create
geoengineering is kind of only a way of managing it, and they know that they can't do anything about it, but they can kind of manage it.
They can manage it.
They just try to block out the sun,
and they can also fuck shit up.
Yeah,
and that's what they're doing. And that's what they're doing. What the scientists are saying is everything that's going on, right? Even though they're not saying specifically geoengineering. Because maybe some of the geoengineering is needed. Maybe they have to do. They feel they have to do the shit for whatever reasons. I'm not deep into the geo.
They've admitted that. Yeah,
so maybe they feel they have to
block out the sun.
They're not going to talk about it because there's nothing. They feel like hopeless, right? There's nothing we can do about it. We have to do this, and we don't need the public to know because there'll be an outrage and it's fucked up. But the world is coming to an end, and we're gonna do our best to try to prevent this shit. Right.
I'll close it on this. In this, they use it against the public to fear us. Put us into fear, into thinking, oh my god, we gotta act soon. It's not that sudden, man. It's not that sudden. It's gonna happen when it happens. It's not gonna be in 10 years.
I just can't believe that every country around the world, all the scientists around the world, will be conspiring against all the governments. Because again, the government say that.
Well, they're all connected at the top, though, man.
I know, but they can't be connected to the government because the government says it doesn't exist. at the top.
They
At
own
the
the,
top.
some of the government.
Our government at the top say climate change is not real. Don't worry about it.
Well, which government is that? Because Trump only
The
represents
American
so much of our
government. The
government.
American government.
We got to know that we should know, of course, there's a good section of the government that doesn't go along with anything Trump
American
says.
government. When I say government, I don't just mean Trump. I mean all the oil companies that own the politicians, all the big pharmaceutical companies that own the politicians, all of the
But what about people like Ocasio-Cortez, who thinks we're gonna end, the world's gonna end in like 10 years? She's government.
I don't think the world's gonna
She
end in
said
10
it's
years.
real.
She's saying that if
Dianne
we don't do something-
Feinstein, another one. She's part of government. She says it's happening.
I agree with Ocasio-Cortez because she's saying if we don't do something drastic about the shit that we're doing now, if we don't do something different, shit is going to be irreversible, which it probably already
I
is.
don't think that's not accurate, though. I don't think that's accurate. And anything Ocasio-Cortez says is pretty much.
All you got to do is look. Okay, let me say, if you don't think Ocasio-Cortez is accurate, let me give you some science that I know about.
No, she doesn't know shit about the science of it, man.
All the populations. That's why I don't know too much shit about science neither, but I can read and research. Right? I'm gonna give you some research I did. You just spewed out some research you did. It's a fact that populations around the world, there are species that are going extinct like never before. Right? We are losing species, not just of animal life, at a rapid rate.
And we don't know the exact reason of that.
Let me finish, man. More faster than we. This is my turn, right? I'm doing the research I did, the studying I did, because I'm very well versed on this subject too.
Right.
So we can talk about this shit. So I'm just telling you, there are species of animals, not only animal populations of species that are going extinct at drastic rates. There are millions of plant species and insect species, millions of species that are going extinct daily. Right? You can tell that climate change is real and shit. Something is happening. The animals are letting us know we're fucking up because the migration patterns of certain animals have totally changed. Which is
Y2K dominated. Oh my God!
And why we're not having that today. We're just,
this is a key indicator. This is a key indicator. This is a key indicator that something is happening drastic on the earth. Right, so we have millions of insect species that's going extinct like never before. We have animal herd migrations that have been totally altered and changed. The behavior of these animals are changing. We have plant species that their migration patterns have totally changed. Right, so you see all these factors happening within nature, right, and they're happening at exponential rates, as like I say, never before.
Roots
come up. You have to connect it to the one thing that's unnatural to me, that can have and cause these drastic. I'm not just talking about little changes, increments that we're always going to go through. These are drastic changes. This is why people are starting to worry. Right? When they've been looking at this shit for hundreds of years, it's like, okay, we're used to certain shit, but this shit is abnormal happening. And the scientists are basically trying to warn, just like the scientists are trying to warn people to wear fucking masks. Right, you got people that think masks,
which has been proven to be even worse than not wearing a mask. It's not good for you. You need oxygen.
Listen to me on this. I'm gonna tell you how I know. This ain't about no scientists or what Fox News or CNN or nothing else gonna tell you.
That was Fox News.
I said CNN and MSNBC too. This ain't nothing about what none of those news networks gonna tell you. I know that, Lucia, you know this too. We know that wearing masks works and is good because we got somebody named Ludo, whose family, and before the pandemic came here, back last year in December. Right, back in December, probably November before
December.
Yeah, November, December. We were in China with Ludo every fucking week, watching her walk through China and watching everybody wear masks. The whole Hong Kong was wearing masks. It was mandatory every day, every weekend. Sometimes 2-3 times a week we was there with her. Right, so we know that in Hong Kong, before it even came to America, they was doing it there. And guess what? They got the shit under control. We did everything we did. The only difference they showed.
China's been lying about everything the whole time.
Listen, man, I'm not talking about Wuhan, China. I said Hong Kong. That's a certain part of
you can't justify wearing a mask is safe based on what happened in China.
I can't justify wearing a mask is safe because the outcome is that Ludo's alive. Nobody's really having. It's not mandatory to wear masks no more. I think she said they might be having like 40 new outbreaks that just happened. They think with 40 new cases and they getting worried.
They have to wear masks.
40. No, I'm not saying they can't wear masks. At one point,
anything China has said about this virus has pretty much been all lies.
Hey man, Hong Kong and China is totally
same with our government.
Hong Kong and China.
Same with our government.
Hong Kong and China was totally different. Hong Kong, now that China took over,
It's now part of China.
Now it is. But back then, when they had to wear the mask, listen, when they had to wear the mask, it wasn't, bro. It wasn't. This is before.
Hey, I'll say this though: in Asian cultures, they've been wearing masks even before this virus started. Because
I'm gonna just shut the fuck up and I'm gonna let you talk because I don't want to over.
Okay, in Asian, well, you should know this. In Asian societies, even before any virus was going on, it's been a way of life for people to commonly wear masks if they feel sick.
Nobody was wearing masks. Nobody was wearing masks in Hong Kong before the virus, B.
I guarantee you they were.
They weren't.
I guarantee you they were because that's what they do in Asia, man. They wear masks because people are polite out there in the sense they don't want to get people sick.
Nobody in the Philippines was wearing masks before virus.
I didn't say Philippines. I said China, Japan for sure. That's what they do in Asian culture.
Nobody in Europe
I'm not saying Europe. I'm saying Asia.
Okay, but they also wear masks.
They've been wearing masks in Asia before any virus happened. So you should know that about Asian culture.
They also wear masks in these other places, and they not. Guess what? Only place that's number one in the world for the virus right now is America. The only thing America is doing basically.
That's because they say so. The numbers are all lies.
I mean, if we gotta go back,
the numbers are lies. The numbers are based on lies. You know, people could die of a heart attack.
At some point, Bamboo, you gotta stop over talking me, bro. I just let you talk, and every time I go to say a word, you over talk me. I don't want to.
Okay, but so it's like you've never interrupted me. Are you saying?
Yeah,
you've
I'm
never
not saying that, but
me?
what I'm saying is this: is what I'm saying.
Okay.
It don't matter what we used to do. We're trying to make a change. I'm just saying we need to stop interrupting.
Yeah, I know we need.
Yeah, we also used to have slavery, but it's not good to do it anymore. We need to make a change, bro. So that's what I'm saying. Right. So yeah, okay. A second ago we were interrupting each other, but now I'm trying to say I'm gonna go ahead and let you talk because we ain't getting nowhere if we got to keep over talking each other.
Yeah, that's true. But I'll tell you the numbers that they talk about in this country, even worldwide, are based on lies. Okay. Because somebody could have a heart attack and they'll slap, oh, he was a COVID death. And you know what?
You've been yelling at people for 9 hours.
These hospitals have been getting money just to see somebody died of COVID. They get money. They get they get $20,000. If they have to use a ventilator on somebody that doesn't even have COVID, they'll still do it. And they get like $30,000. The numbers are all based on lies, man. And you know what? Over 50% of the tests have been proven to be false, you know? And there's false negatives everywhere. So the numbers are all bullshit.
Let me know when you finish, bro.
I'm done.
I'm listening. I'm not rushing you, bro. I'm listening. Go ahead and keep talking. I'm listening.
Olivia said that I need a buzzer, like bing.
No, go ahead.
We just like start chanting.
I want to make sure he finished. I want to make sure he finished because we don't have to agree, but we both have to be able to state our.
Well, I'm just saying the numbers are based on all lies, man.
All right.
And it's based on money.
So just let me know.
You can't take anything seriously about how many numbers they say. Like they put a number out there. There's no way in hell they know that for sure. They can't even identify the freaking virus. First of all, how the hell are you gonna diagnose people that have it?
Yo, excuse me. Okay. I was gonna fall back. All right. Bro, when you talk about people in China wearing masks, you understand China has the highest toxicity environment in the world, man. They have 5G. They have the worst atmospheric conditions in the world outside of India. So you understand the people that are dying in China that was dying of COVID-19, it was a toxic cocktail, man, that them people was dealing with. We don't have
they were vulnerable
here than they have in China, man. So this you gotta understand the geoengineering thing, that shit is real. And the reason why we're having climate change, because of privatization in the government and the atmosphere, there's no protection agency. The EPA doesn't protect the atmosphere. They protect your water and low-level breathing quality in your cities and your local municipalities. They don't do nothing high. So that HARP thing, I don't know if you heard of HARP.
And the Trump administration even further rolled back EPA protections.
I'll be right back.
Exactly. So they're trying to make it seem like the regular people are the reason why the climate change issue is happening. No, it's the governments and privatized businesses that are doing the cloud thing.
Let's bring the coal back.
But my point. Why? I just want to say this to Black Solo. Why the hell you try to come on the panel when it's my turn to talk?
I'm sorry, what?
Why the hell you try to come up on the panel when it's my turn to talk, B?
Hey, I've been trying to get back in the building.
He's been trying to talk for like 9 hours.
All right, so this is what I gotta say though. The address Bamboo, and I'm gonna hit on some of the shit with you. First of all, Bamboo, the argument that where do the numbers come from? We can't take the numbers because this is the biggest crazy shit about conspiracy theories, right? Only information we got to go by, the only information we can logically use. We can't use that information because that information could be false, and there's no guarantee that the numbers are right. So therefore, but you can use the numbers on the other side if it proves your point, because everything that you're naming, you saying, well, I did my research, I did my studying, and this is the information that I gathered, and you presenting it to me, and I'm supposed to take that as valid. But when I use numbers or information, and I'm not just only using numbers, you're using shit you read about. I'm telling you shit that I seen with my own 2 eyes from people personally.
Me too. So have I, man. I work in hospitals, man.
There you go, interrupting me.
Okay.
The people that I've been with personally, right, in China, who tell me, well, we got this policy, we got to wear masks, right? And I walked with them for months, maybe 2 months, a good 2 months before the shit was even here, right? Like we all knew that was coming to my station. We knew the shit was coming. Well, I didn't necessarily know it was coming here, but I knew it was a problem because I seen what the fuck was happening before my eyes. And the one,
we were like, "Why are you wearing a mask?" We were like, "Why?" She's like,
But can I ask you, what were you seeing?
I was seeing people having to wear masks, and I was seeing that it was starting to be. I was seeing that it was starting to be made mandatory there in Hong Kong, right? So
they've been wearing masks
fashion or culture.
But I'm just saying,
Yeah,
when we was dealing with Ludo and them, she wasn't wearing masks in Hong Kong, China. They didn't have a mandatory policy. The police.
That's just Ludo, though.
Okay,
you know Hong Kong just
Ludo in all of Hong Kong.
Yo, hold on. You know Hong Kong is a sovereign that they didn't even belong directly to China.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell this fool. But if I could finish talking,
I know, man. That has nothing to do with the masks, though.
You keep saying
it has nothing to do with masks.
You keep saying that it's Ludo. You keep saying, well, that's the numbers. Well, that's Ludo. But I'm just giving you the information and the facts as I got them, right? So yeah, this is Ludo.
Yeah.
She lives in Hong Kong. I'm telling you what was happening in Hong Kong, which was sovereign before China just came and took over. It was a sovereign country, right? It's part of China, but not really. So what I'm saying is, in Hong Kong, they weren't having to wear masks, right? Then they made it mandatory, like the police enforced it. Everybody who was outside the house started to have to wear masks, right? And as we went on and watched the shit happening, Hong Kong is way better. Like I say, we talked to Ludo. I think she came through the live yesterday. She was talking about she think 40 cases just popped back up in the whole in Hong Kong, like people in Hong Kong getting worried. Nigga, they talking about 40 cases.
40 only?
Yeah, 40. Yeah, oh my God.
How can you believe that number, though, man? You can't believe any of them.
Because she lives there, nigga. Just like if I tell her something about America.
Okay, but where's she getting her information from? Probably the government, right?
I guess.
And does the government tell the truth? No.
She's getting it from where she live at, B. Because where we get
but
out.
That doesn't mean that masks are still,
let me
good
go
for
back
you to wear. It makes any difference.
This is how I'm telling you. I know the masks work because again, when the shit first started, it was a big major issue in Hong Kong. And they got it under control. So unless they lying about, so they lied about the issue being a major issue. They lied about They lied about the issue being a major issue. Then they lied about it not being a major issue, I guess, too, and they got it under control. So they lied about both. So they're gonna lie to try to scare people, say, hey, we got this major issue going on. And then at the same time, also gonna lie and say, okay, we don't have this issue going on. But now they're lying again and saying, hey, we might have this issue going on again. You're gonna pick one of the. You can't lie both ways.
They don't care, man. They'll play all sides they want. Man. They'll lie as much as they need to. Doesn't matter.
We got to talk logically. Let me just finish because this is an argument that I ain't gonna have with you. I'm gonna just state my facts and people can listen to them just like you did yours. I can't have this argument about. We have to use science. We have to use numbers. We have to use the measures that we have. So I'm not saying if the COVID deaths are accurate and the COVID number of cases in America are accurate. I don't think they're accurate at all. But I'm not dumb. I think that they're more, right? I think we have way more people than 3 million people that's infected right now. I think that's just what they got because that's all we tested and what they know. But like all scientists say, and I truly believe this also, the number is probably 3 times that as people that's infected, right? So again, I feel that the numbers are skewed, but I think that they're just miscounting underneath, right? And the second thing I'm gonna say is we know that they say the disease is airborne. We also know that Dr. Anthony Fauci, who's an infectious disease doctor, right?
Piece of shit.
The head infectious disease doctor came out on TV and admitted that he lied about wearing masks in the first place. He admitted and said, we told you not to wear masks because we knew you should wear masks the whole time. Just like Portal, when we was going to Portal, we seen everybody in Hong Kong and different places wearing masks. He said that he told us not to wear masks because they had a shortage of masks in America and they wanted to make sure they had enough for the essential workers.
Yeah, can I interject? Can I interject right now, just real quick? You know, Fauci. Weasel Fauci has been in the government and in his position since the 80s. Okay, now we're talking about a corruption that dealing with you. No, hold on, bro. We talk about the flip-flop effect of Fauci and other people, right? So let's get,
I'm not giving him no pass though. My whole point of bringing Fauci up is because I believe what he was saying. I believe when he said that bullshit about he lied about us wearing masks, because it was a fact that they know we weren't prepared. Nobody had no goddamn mask, right? In Hong Kong, you could just go on the street and buy masks. They were everywhere. Even now,
because that's how it was in China even before this.
They've been wearing masks for the longest, man.
They might have, but they wasn't doing that. They weren't wearing masks in Hong Kong, China.
That's
how do you know that, man?
We talking about a small portion of China.
But I'm talking about that portion of the country, or that portion of a country that went through COVID and that got rid of it. It didn't have. So let me ask you this:
they got rid of it? How do we know they got rid of it? That's bullshit.
They got rid of it at one point. They got rid of it. I'm saying got rid of it on.
How do you know that? How does anybody know that? Nobody knows that for sure.
Getting rid of it today ain't a major problem. No. Where the fuck it is, like we got going on here. Right,
they don't know anything about it either.
They lied to them.
They got rid of it to the point that Ludo, the people that she worked for, the kids are back at school. No problem. They going back to school right now. She just be fixing their lunch and shit.
You know what's the new? What are the new?
Have to wear masks now that they're back in school?
Yeah. What are the new? What are the new rules? They have these kids wearing masks, doing all kind of crazy shit.
They still wear masks, but they back in school in Hong Kong. Yeah, she packed their lunches and shit. The daughter and son back in school. They wear masks. Right, because
they go through sanitation sprays up in that bitch now.
But also, let me finish. So my point is almost like America's a third world country, and we got a lot of people. If at this point, if we still having a debate on that, you should not. Let me ask you this: if people say he said some shit like the mask is actually killing people, well, why the fuck would
right?
Why the doctor's not dead? Doctors have masks.
Doctors not dead.
No. Listen. We're talking about the people wear the mask. The masks are for people who are sick and actually to prevent cross contamination. So if a doctor is in they're in their place of employment, their environment, their office. These people.
I'm not just saying that. You made a perfect point. So people are sick because we don't really know who the fuck is sick and who's not sick. That's why we say wear the mask. Because we don't know.
Now, but what I want to say, when we're talking about the mask issue, we're talking about information. All this now. Understand these models.
Also, I'm trying to ask you: do you believe we should wear masks?
The mask is only for people who are sick.
Okay, but when you don't know who the fuck is and ain't sick, that means
you already did the study, bro, that said asymptomatic cases spread like 1% of the time.
I'm not saying I'm not saying
you are parroting the same bullshit, man. They want us to.
So you don't believe D.L. Hughley was sick?
I don't know. I think a lot of those celebrities they put out there for an example.
Listen, do you know the creator, the inventor? He's a Nobel Peace Prize winner.
Right, so you think he lied about having COVID? Hold on. You think he lied about having COVID?
Who?
I'm just
you have to understand.
They make that as an example.
Let me ask you this. You think my uncle lied about having COVID? You think my uncle wasn't sick?
I'm not saying your uncle.
No, I didn't say nothing about your uncle.
But they use celebrities like that to pull everybody else in. It's like
you keep talking about you understand the science. You go with the scientists. Now, if the creator of the test that they use,
with the scientists, I'm going with logic. I think if it was an airborne disease, I think the disease is man-made also. So I'm going to see that point. I think the disease is man-made. It has a lot of attributes that regular normal viruses that's made in nature do not have. Like virus, sunlight kills the virus. Why would sunlight kill the virus? That seems like some shit that might have been made in the lab where, right, if it was made in nature, then the sun should be accounted for in nature. So certain things let me know that this virus to me is probably man-made. Some shit that was fucked up and they let loose out of a lab. So that's neither here nor there. But I also don't believe that this shit is airborne. I do also
PR test for testing if people have COVID-19. The creator, the inventor, he's a Nobel Peace Prize winner. He said that using this test is not accurate. So in the in March, the CDC sent out thousands of faulty tests, right? And then we know that Trump rolled back regulations on developing the tests. So we're already seeing that a lot of the tests are going to give you.
We also know that back in March when they rolled out the test and the CDC rolled out, it's
way up to now, the people that are getting tested, we've already known that it's going to give you false positives. So if you put the cold or a flu, it doesn't matter. They're still going to get you labeled as COVID-19. Somebody went and died from a car accident or terminal cancer, and it's an obvious other reason to die, man. They still label it as COVID-19.
Exactly.
It's a scam, bro. It's a scam.
I got you.
It's a big old scam.
Okay,
man.
so I'm gonna also tell you when you bring up these facts about what happened back in March with the CDC making this
April and May, it's still happening.
How about back in March when the CDC put together this faulty test and put them out there to the public? They also
Still happening.
They also had at their disposal a much superior German test that the Germans created that worked just fine. Right? The CDC seen that German test, decided that they didn't want to use the German test. They were going to scrap it, and they were going to add an extra layer to the test that they take now. It was a three-layer process the German test had. It was pretty efficient and worked fine. Finish, B. The CDC scrapped the German. I know all about this shit, B. The CDC scrapped the German test, decided they were going to go with their own test.
You don't know all about it, though. That's because you're repeating the talking points to the WHO, man. That's CCP talking points, man.
That's not CDC.
That's Communist Party China talking.
You just agreed that the CDC has a faulty test. I'm telling you, I know the CDC has a faulty test. They had the Germans had a superior test that the Germans were using that we could have used. The CDC dumbasses decided they're going to make their own goddamn test. Their test turned out to be inferior and faulty, and we got stuck with a bullshit test for the first few months of the pandemic. Right, because the CDC
people are still getting tested with that bullshit.
So my point is, the CDC was dumbasses, right? The CDC was dumbasses. They chose not
on
to
purpose.
I agree with you. I'm saying I know all about what you're talking about because I can talk to you about this because I also research. So I know all about the faulty testing the CDC used and made. And I'm not talking about the CDC testing with the false positive. And I also heard the narrative of even if somebody's in a car accident and people are dying.
It's not a narrative, it's the facts, man.
It's true, man.
My wife is a doctor, man. I know this for a fact. I'm not going here say I'm not talking. I talk to a doctor, man.
How many people you think are dying in car accidents?
Talking to doctors and physicians.
I know, but how many people you think are dying in car accidents around the country in the last few months? What are we talking about?
I don't know. More than probably died from this virus.
This will be a minute percentage.
People are dying from other things.
I know. People have always died from other reasons like heart attack.
Hey, the flu still kills more people than this virus ever did.
People haven't been labeling them as COVID-19. It's
Bamboo.
So
Bamboo, I'm looking at your avatar and I'm like, I really thought Bob Marley was smoking right now.
At the end of the day, what I'm saying is, that is a narrative, right? I know the narrative of where they're counting people that going for, if you're going for a car crash and you got COVID, they're gonna count you as a COVID death.
Portal, Farrah wants to know how many glasses of water have you drank this whole time?
Shit, about 8 bottles.
Wow. Cheers to that, man.
I drunk about a good 4 bottles for real.
He drank 5 gallons today.
Hey man, so what I'm saying is, at this point, I'm not arguing with the fact that maybe some of that. I'm even gonna concede the fact that some of that is true. Right,
it's a scam, man.
It is.
But I'm also going to concede the fact that to me it balances itself out because they got a faulty test and the tests are giving false positive and false negatives. That is a lot of damn people that ain't even getting detected for it that could be dying. So it kind of to me will balance itself out, right? You got a faulty test. Both ends are faulty, right? It could give you a false positive and it could give you false negatives. So you on one hand got people that you're counting that got COVID that probably don't got COVID, but then you got a whole host of people on the other hand that do got COVID that you counting as don't got the shit. Because obviously the test is faulty and it's a fucked up way to start from the get-go. So even if I grant you and concede the fact that because some of the tests are faulty, that is going to give the false positive, so we don't know if these people really actually died from COVID. And I can say, well, that kind of probably even itself out because then on the other side, there's probably a lot of people who got it that we don't even know have it because the test was faulty. And some people could have died.
I don't know.
Some people could have died from.
I'm just saying, have you listened to Deborah Burks, you listen to the head of public health, and what they tell you, they told us that America is taking the most liberal approach to cases and deaths of COVID. They just labeling everybody.
I don't have to listen to Deborah Burks. Nigga, I got an uncle who just made it out of the hospital a few weeks ago, was put in the hospital. He said, right, my uncle, and I got a cousin who got sent home on oxygen. Right? They both tell me they had before. I'm
gonna tell you right now, my wife got COVID-19, bro. Hold on. I'm in the house quarantine with this shit. Hold on, bro. I'm in the house quarantine with this shit right now. And I know, right, for the people who have health issues, underlying conditions that are older, it's more deadlier. For people that are younger,
my cousin 27 and my cousin 27 and he ain't got no health issues that nobody knows about. Right? He works in upstate New York. He's 27. He has a Caucasian girlfriend. He's healthy. No known medical conditions that we know about or he knows about. Clean bill of health, right? And they sent him home on an oxygen tank. He said, "Man, I've had flu before, and I've had colds and shit." He said, "This is something different, cuz this is something different." And then he said his wife, his fiance, the white chick, because he had to go to her hospital to get the test because the black hospital didn't test him. Right? When he said she had it, they both tested positive. She had a quarantine, and she was healthy as a bug. Really had no symptoms. Right? He's sitting there on oxygen. The doctors say, "Oh, we're not gonna send you home." They kept him for a night, and when they did send him home the next day, he said they sent him home with an oxygen tank. He had to stay on that. But again,
I think it's perfectly.
His fiance.
I think we all need to keep in mind that they might actually also. Well, I believe they're also infecting people on purpose.
His fiance was sitting there next to his fiance. Nah, nobody affected him on purpose. He got this shit before he went to the hospital. He got sick first, and then he had to go check on himself.
Sure though?
Yeah, I'm sure. Something made him have to go to the fucking hospital, nigga. He didn't just go to the hospital for nothing. Yeah, he went to the hospital.
I don't know.
Listen, my family,
I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm not saying it doesn't exist.
I know. Bamboo. I just feel like I'm talking against both of y'all because I'm just saying I'm still trying to tell this.
No, I mean
I'm still trying to tell the story of some shit that I know personally. This ain't gotta be I'm gonna read or know Dr. Fauci and shit. I'm just telling you that I have a cousin who had the shit that we kind of talk, we close. He said his fiance didn't have no symptoms. She got labeled with it too. She had a quarantine, but he was fucked up. Right? It took him a while to get off. He's still not totally recovered. Right? He still has breathing issues. This shit happened months ago. Maybe a month and a half ago, right? He still has breathing issues from this shit. So it's a real thing. And the doctor can give him the disease.
No. I know.
I'm not saying it's not real.
And all I'm saying is when different people, it reacts different for some reason. That's another
like a vaccine.
I don't think it's not. I just said that I believe it was man-made, but I don't give a fuck if it's man-made or if it's natural, nigga. Also, I'm saying is the shit do exist. Bamboo's trying to sit here and he don't really think the shit is real.
No, I never said that. I know it's probably out there for sure. I know it's probably sure out there. I'm just saying the numbers are fudged for sure.
Like when you say probably, it's like you saying that it may not. Then you say probably.
No, I never said that.
You just said
I know it's out there. People are getting sick of something, obviously.
Okay, so
I know that they're manipulating the numbers.
If you believe that it's out there, so I'm gonna tell you this: if you believe it's out there, like I believe that it's out there, do you believe that it's airborne? That it's some airborne type shit they made up?
I don't know. I don't know for sure. I know that they're lying a lot about it. I know this has been planned.
If a government was gonna make some devious shit up and some shit made in the lab type virus,
I just want to say, why do you want to believe any government? They have never.
I'm not trying to believe the
had any interest in us.
I don't.
So that's important to realize.
That is real because when it first happened, the government was saying it wasn't a problem, right? China tried to hide this shit. I believe that is real because these motherfuckers was lying about it. It's the opposite of what you're saying. They was lying about it, trying to hide the fact that it existed. Then they couldn't hide it no more.
I know that. So why is my point exactly? Why would you believe anything that Ludo says just because she heard it from a government source?
I'm not saying that I believe
China.
I don't
believe you can't believe anything about that.
I don't
we're forgetting about
what Ludo say because
Melinda Gates
found
that.
I see Ludo wearing masks. I see Ludo wearing face masks. B, what you talking about? I can see with my own.
Live. It was like live. Like
okay, live. I'm not saying you didn't see it, but I'm not. That doesn't mean that still proved it's safe. That doesn't mean what she knows is true.
It made it. What I'm saying is the reason they saying to wear the face mask is just like what Solo just said, nigga. Because people who are infected may not know they're infected, Just like I told you, my cousin was
preventative.
Sick and he got sent home on oxygen, and his girl was sick with it and didn't have no symptoms. Now, anybody who gave it to who, right? She could have gave it to him for all we know. Because what I'm saying now is they were saying, don't worry about it, don't wear a mask. It ain't no big deal. And Fauci and the CDC said these motherfuckers were saying it's unsafe to wear a mask. Wearing a mask gives you a false sense of security, right? Putting on a mask can make it worse.
Breathing your own CO2.
But isn't it kind of hard to breathe? Isn't it kind of hard to breathe with the mask because of some people have asthma?
Yeah, and we're not getting all of our oxygen.
Shit. I don't
We can get lightheaded and dizzy.
I'm doing
breathing our own carbon dioxide.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie, I do have asthma, so it's hard to breathe sometimes with that mask on.
Nigga, so you don't have
right. I got
saying
asthma too.
Nobody's saying that you have to wear the mask all the time. Nigga, keep the mask around your neck, keep the mask in your pocket. But when you walk around me and my motherfucking kids, all we saying is put it on. Right? So I get away from you at least. All we saying, if you go out in public, because it's old people in public and kids. And again, you might be in a situation where you healthy, nigga.
I got respect for that for sure.
No, I got no problem with that issue. I mean, I'm just talking about like in public wise, you know, like people just make it.
This is why you should wear a mask in public, nigga. Nobody think you should wear a mask in public. Like if you out jogging or if you working out, if you just walking by yourself. But if you going into a grocery, nobody's saying that. All the scientists are saying also.
Our governments are saying that.
Government
in California, you gotta wear it.
Yo, B, I don't care about the government. I'm telling you what the scientists are saying. Scientists are saying.
What scientists, though? That's another point. What scientists? You got to understand.
Let me say this, man.
There's a big group of scientists that are corrupted.
Yeah, there's a division. There's a divide within the science community right now.
Hey, man,
dude, the gym won't even let me go without a mask on. Like when I go to the gym, they tell me put the fucking mask on.
Because you can't be inside without a mask, man. That's an establishment in the business, and you got other people gonna be around you. So what the scientists saying? I don't know what the government's saying. The scientists that I hear about in America, this is what all the scientists saying. When you're in a position where when you're in a position and you cannot socially distance, if you're in an environment where socially distance becomes impossible for you, we're asking you to wear your mask. That makes perfect sense to me. If I'm in a position where I can't socially distance, again, like if I got to stand behind you in the goddamn grocery store and I got my kids with me, you and your kids might be fine, but my kids might have an underlying condition, or my kids might get sick from whatever this shit is, whatever you want to call it, and they might kill my son or daughter, and your son or daughter might stay healthy and fine. We're just saying wear the fucking mask. Again, the scientists say where it's not possible to.
Not all the scientists say that.
But all the scientists that I'm saying, Dr. Fauci, we're going to talk about Dr. Fauci, who I say is.
Why would you even listen to Fauci?
Because
he's a corrupt piece of shit.
I'm listening to him because he can keep corrupt people.
Don't believe anything he says, man. He's been in this game for decades, bro.
Piece of shit too,
he was part of the AIDS vaccine. He was part of AZT, which killed more people than AIDS.
I think Trump is a corrupt
forget
piece
that.
of shit, but I'm not going to disagree with everything Trump says. I don't disagree with everything.
I'm not saying Trump. I'm saying Fauci. Anything he says,
because somebody's
throw it away.
Just because somebody's corrupting a piece of shit, okay, I don't throw that away because
so it's not all scientists.
But I agree.
I mean, I'm fine with the 6 feet distance. That's no big deal to me.
I agree with that. I agree with that. That make what Dr. Fauci said makes sense. Hey, if you're not able to socially distance, then wear a mask. You don't have
wear a mask at least in that situation.
Yeah, that's all they saying. That's all the scientists I hear about saying. I'm talking about like CDC scientists. All these motherfuckers that's talking, they keep saying.
Yeah,
so we're gonna hold on, but real quick, I don't know if you've ever heard of Dr. William Thompson, right? So he was a director at the CDC, and he basically blew the whistle on the CDC fudging their numbers, knowing that they did a study showing that the Black children got the MMR vaccine. They were 300% more likely to have autism than the white kids. Do you know what they did with that information? They buried it. You don't trust the CDC worth of shit. Now, I understand what you're saying. I totally get it. If I go into somebody else, if I go to the store,
Black Solo, man. All I'm saying is I agree with you, bro. You can't trust everything, but you have to use common sense and logic when you hear certain shit. Right? I know. Hold on. I got
from the CDC.
I got homeboys. Let me finish. Yo, bamboo. Hey, Black Solo, just talk, B. Now let me finish, B. I got homeboys that are lying, habitual fucking liars. Right? I know personally, I got friends that I know a girl that's a habitual liar. This motherfucker lie for no goddamn reason. But that don't mean sometimes she say some shit and I know she telling the truth.
That is true.
Okay, yeah. So just because somebody's a liar or somebody doesn't tell the truth doesn't mean you have to discredit every fucking thing. If it hits my ears And it makes logical sense. Like, hey, man, if you put yourself in a position where you cannot socially distance, we're asking you to put on a mask, not just for your safe and healthy.
In this case, it does.
Not just for your health and safety, but for others. Because, again, what might not kill you or hurt you, you know, again, my grandmama might be behind you, or maybe she got an underlying condition, right? So for the sake of the other people around you, wear the fucking mask when you cannot socially distance. To me, that is just reasonable, B.
No, I get it. If I go into a store, go to an establishment, and you know what
that's what the science is saying right now. That's why I don't see what the dispute.
What science, though, man?
Saying a lot more than just.
It doesn't say that, man. That's what I'm saying.
I'll tell you
what scientists.
You want me to pull it up?
Well, I could try to find some too, man, and it'll refute everything you probably pull up too.
You can find it. I'm just saying, use your common sense. It's saying if you cannot socially,
I'm using mine. I know I can't trust anything the CDC says or Fauci.
Your common sense tell you that it makes sense that if you cannot socially distance, you should wear a mask. Does that sound reasonable to you?
More honestly, more and more I find out about this, not as much. No.
So that don't sound reasonable to you.
Well, to be considerate,
I would say that's why.
To be considerate to other people, it does.
Exactly, because I would say that's why I would say if we were in the store, we have a problem with you, B, and I wouldn't want you around.
But there's still no law. Where's the law? Also, I'd like for them to show me the
I'm
fucking
glad
law.
there's no law.
It's not even a law.
I hope it don't take. I don't want it to be a fucking law. I hope we don't have to get to the point where they gotta make it a law. In some places, they are making it law. I think
make it like a fine where you have to pay $1,000 fine for that shit.
Or go to a year in jail.
No, different violations, JR.
At this point, it's a civil law. It's a civil suit, right? You got to pay civilly, like a fine. But it's probably going to go to start locking motherfuckers up.
Oh yeah, that's where it's going. You know, it's going to that point where it's going to be mandatory. It's going to mandatory testing.
You either have to go social distance or you have to wear a mask. One of the laws. If you don't apply to one of them, they put that as a law.
Hey, man,
in a couple months, it's going to be mandatory testing. They're going to have groups going around every neighborhood, and you're going to have to get tested. Or you're going to go to jail.
In my hood, guess what?
I don't want to get tested.
In my hood, where I'm from, and in my areas, I keep saying my hood, but I got a lot of my family in the hood, right? And I don't live too far from the hood. My area of town, where I live at, even where I'm at, nigga, we can't even get tests still. They don't have. You only can get.
You don't want to get tested.
It's coming, man.
You only can get a test.
You're gonna get trace contact, man.
Yeah, man, my aunt, listen, man, my aunt is a fucking CEO at a prison, one of the harshest prisons in South Carolina, and she gets tested weekly, and she's been fine, right? So they test her all the time. Yeah, they test her all the time. The test is not the fucking problem. The test is not giving you shit, right?
The tests aren't all the same, so that's another thing.
That's to be debatable. They've already also found tainted tests with COVID-19 on them.
Tainted tests.
I don't know. Okay, but actually having a tainted test with COVID-19 on them ain't no different from being beside a tainted motherfucker without a mask.
That's not the same. Not the same. Based on the you can have somebody cough right in your face. If you got a strong immune system, that shit won't affect you.
That's true. That's true. But I can go home.
It goes beyond.
I could also go home and chill with my mother who got diabetes, and she could wind up fucking dying.
That's not even the same equivalency, my G.
You just said somebody could cough in my face with a good immune system, and they could cough in my face and it won't even give me a cold. And then I could take that shit home to my mother who's got diabetes, and it could kill her. What are you talking about?
I
could get. You cannot give me a cold. My immune. I always talk about my immune system.
It's coming though. Mandatory testing and then vaccines.
I got a daughter, right? I got a daughter. So let's say my daughter had diabetes or asthma. This is the problem why I don't want to send the kids to school, right? Because it makes sense.
I ain't sending my kids to school. Fuck that.
Hey, they don't even teach real stuff anymore. You should homeschool your kids, man.
There's no point of it.
Homeschool your kids.
Too much shit.
Right.
They don't teach them the truth anyway.
The only reason you went
social distance.
If you didn't believe COVID-19 was real or wasn't really transmissible as contagious as they say it was, then why don't you send your goddamn kid?
I've been homeschooling my children anyway, but I've been.
That's what I would do.
This is helps facilitate and speed up for me.
My point is this: Bamboo just said that's what I would do too. You would do that shit because we know it ain't safe to send the kids to school because
it has nothing to even do with the virus. It has everything to do with the truth and education. I would like to educate my kids. Sending them to schools, our public schools do not teach the truth.
Did you go to school? Did you go to school, Bamboo?
Yeah, I did.
I went to school and I loved it. Especially when I hit high
it was okay.
It wasn't
actually
just
hated
about
school,
the learning. I didn't just love school because of the learning. I just loved school because of the girlfriends I had, and my homeboys, all my homies was at school. I was on the football team, the basketball. I learned a lot of
that's important.
skills. Yeah, I went to my prom and shit like that. I love school. I would rather when I used to cut classes when I got older and I started playing hooky. I stopped doing that shit real quick because it was boring as fuck sitting at home all day by myself, waiting for everybody to get out of school.
But nowadays it's going to be bad because the schools are going to be used to start vaccinating all the kids.
Man, nobody can't nobody ain't vaccinating.
Just saying, anybody has kids out there, you gotta be aware of this.
Get vaccinated is if you allow them to, man. It's up to your discretion.
They're gonna make it mandatory eventually.
Listen, man, all vaccines ain't bad, B.
I don't agree with that.
This is where we come now. This is.
I don't agree with that. They're all bad, man. They're all poison. They make your brain swell. They have aluminum. They have lead. This is not good for your body.
Before we had vaccines, though, we had something called smallpox.
Stop it. You better check out the environment that we lived in when the smallpox came around. And people was living in their own shit and feces, man. When they start improving the system and the hygiene, that's when smallpox disappeared.
We got rid of polio. We got rid of polio. We got rid of polio.
Talking about
that polio vaccine was tainted, man, and actually wound up infecting more people than probably the virus.
Polio was an outbreak.
Polio is another man-made virus, most likely.
We got rid of polio.
Schooling before you start talking.
No, there's not much evidence of that, man. That's what that's the mainstream thing that they thought.
We just know that the flu kills many people. You say it kills more than COVID, but we got the flu vaccine. Yeah. Do you think the flu would be better or better without the vaccine?
I would not take any flu vaccine.
I understand what you're saying that you can take it. That's your choice. That's good. But I'm just saying, do you think the flu would be a pandemic right now that we'll be dealing with if people weren't vaccinated? You don't have to take
a vaccine for the flu.
Huh?
You don't need a vaccine for the flu. Now, we know the last few years, they have told us every year the flu vaccine has become less and less effective.
Because viruses change and they mutate. Right?
So what kind of flu shots do we need to get this?
I thought our science was getting better.
The best way to get a vaccine is just to get sick and have a healthy immune system.
I'm just saying viruses do mutate, but there have been certain vaccines in history that came out that made life better for us. Science has made life better for us.
That's only because the mainstream government blanketed that statement.
Move it.
It's not true. No vaccine has ever been proven to be safe.
Where's your side?
Corrupted.
Africa, those folk don't have vaccines, and they're suffering from some diseases.
You're talking about Africa.
Hey, you know what those vaccines do in Africa? They make them sterile.
Tell them, Bamboo. Tell them.
Dude, in Africa, Bill Gates, man, with the WHO, gave vaccines to many kids. And you know what it did to the ladies, the girls?
OG, this ain't your lane, man. This ain't your lane, bro.
India, man. Bill Gates, again, behind the WHO with their vaccine in India. I forgot what it was for, but it wound up making over 500,000 kids in India paralyzed.
How about you check the swine vaccine and
There's no argument to say any vaccine is good, man. You need to do your research on this. You're wrong. You're totally wrong.
Vaccines have eliminated polio.
You can't defend yourself on this.
Vaccines did not eliminate polio, man. Stop it. Go do some research with the epidemiologists.
You explain it eliminated. If it wasn't the vaccine, what did it?
It was a combination of things, and I think it was diet, and then eventually just died out because
Why did it die out? Why did it die out?
Because less people got intentionally infected.
Why did less people get infected?
Because they stopped infecting kids with vaccines.
With vaccines that had a live polio virus in it, man. The vaccine was making people sick. God, man, you got to do
all vaccines.
I'm saying
you just can't go to one.
You know that vaccines have traces of the virus in it because that's how vaccines work.
They gave them kids live viruses, man.
All vaccines have.
They were killing those children.
Solo. All vaccines.
They're all bad, man.
All vaccines have traces of virus in them. The COVID-19, they come out with a COVID-19 virus, they're gonna have traces of COVID-19 in it.
You know when a vaccine is proven to be fucked up or defective, you know what they do with that hold on, you know what they do with that vaccine? That company sells that vaccine to another country. Man, they don't destroy the bad patches of vaccines.
You do know that's how vaccines work, though, right? It's kind of you're gonna get infected with the actual.
Look, their vaccines. There's never been a vaccine proven to work in the history of virology, man. Come on, bro.
Never.
Hey, man.
It's been corrupted.
Yeah,
that
baby.
message has been so corrupted, man. Every study has been corrupted.
I know me and my I got 2 kids, right? So I know when my daughter was born, I was debating on not getting her vaccinated. And I looked at a lot of information back and forth, right? And how vaccines work. Actually, yeah, they're gonna be infecting you, like the HPA vaccine or whatever, that HIPAA vaccine.
HPV. Get it right. That shit happened.
All that HPV type shit, right? I was real skeptical on getting my kids vaccinated, right? But then, I weighed the odds of everybody I talk to in my family, right? So, like, I always go with also not just what scientists tell me. I try to go with my personal life. Everybody that I know, and I got a pretty big family, and I know a lot of motherfuckers. This is literally what I did because, I was nervous about getting my baby vaccinated because of all this vaccine shit. Everybody I know got vaccinated. Yeah, I got vaccinated. I had to go to school. My mama told me, yeah, you were vaccinated when you was young. I had to get you vaccinated. They ain't gonna let you in school if you didn't get vaccinated. Right? I talked to my grandmama. Yeah, shit. I had to vaccinate your daddy, all your uncles. My grandmama had 11 kids, 8 kids. I mean, right? And my other grandmother had about the same amount. Everybody, all through my generation, has been vaccinated, and they all live. My grandmother 85 right now, and everybody else that I talk to still alive. And the vaccine didn't kill them.
They all healthy?
As far as I know, I mean, we all have, all of them not healthy. I mean, we got some people that, I got some people that smoke. I got some people in my family who got diabetes because they got poor fucking diets.
Yeah, but that's just part of it.
But
You don't.
no. My uncle and my grandmamas and my mama and them got diabetes because she drank her whole damn life, and when she stopped, it was too late, and she eat bad foods.
What you're saying about the vaccine is that the vaccine is not a one size fits all. All the kids, somebody's biology may not react the same way as your children's
I'm not
biology.
saying it is. You're right about that. But I'm just saying, out of my own life that I've talked to with my daughter, and I had to make I had to make a pimp decision. Am I gonna get my baby vaccinated or not? Right? Because I was nervous. Obviously, this is my firstborn. Right. So I'm like reading all this shit, and I'm like, me and my girl arguing back and forth. We together at the time, and I'm looking at all the negatives about vaccines, how it causes autism in kids, and some of this shit linked back to autism. Right. You had a lot of some celebrities. They was like, rich people is a reason why rich people don't get their kids vaccinated.
That's right.
And they say, shit, I read all this shit. So I'm not like, this ain't my lane. I've been in this lane for over 13 years. My daughter's 14 now. Right. So this is when she was a baby. We can say 11 years I've covered this shit. With. Then my son is 5, so he just been born 5 years ago. I went through the same fucking problem because I'm annoyed. At the end, I get him vaccinated because, like I said, everybody I talk to, I know has been vaccinated, and everybody. And I'm pretty sure Bamboo Soldier, you probably was vaccinated. There's a good chance.
I think I got like a tetanus shot
at some
or
point in
whatever
time.
that
There's
is.
a good chance that you were vaccinated at some point in time.
Right.
Everybody I know been vaccinated, so we all went through it, and I weighed the options, and I said, whatever this shit's supposed to prevent. Right, I can't remember nothing unhealthy I went through. I didn't never get like no polio, no chicken pox, no mumps. I didn't get shit when I was a kid. I was always healthy, right? I get a cold.
You didn't get no chicken pox?
I never had chicken pox or nothing. So when I go through all this
I got both the chicken pox and the measles, and I got vaccinated though.
I didn't get no chicken pox. I didn't get no chicken pox or no measles or nothing. But I don't think the vaccine. I don't think the vaccine's supposed to actually stop that shit.
It is supposed to prevent it. That's what the vaccine is for.
If it don't prevent it, it's also supposed to minimize the effects of whatever you get. It's supposed to help minimize that shit. So instead of the shit making you cripple or killing you or making you blind, you're just gonna go through the outbreak and some shit, but you're gonna survive. Right? Whereas somebody who wasn't vaccinated may go through that same goddamn outbreak and their body is not gonna be able to handle it. Right, so and when you get infected with a vaccine, they are infecting you with portions of a virus. So this is how all vaccines work.
We know that, yeah.
So when you say when they give you a vaccine, they're actually putting the virus into you. That's all vaccines, right? This is how you build. This is how
we were talking about the polio virus back then.
there was dirty vaccines, dirty vaccines, bro.
I'm not saying that some shit. I'm not saying that some shit ain't dirty. I keep telling you, man. Just because one portion of some shit is corrupt and fucked up and dirty doesn't mean the whole shit is tainted and don't work.
Yes, it is.
No, it just means that some
pretty
people,
much does.
It just means that some people.
Government agencies.
It just means that some people are fucked up and corrupt type people. Like I think they got a cure for AIDS. Yeah, I think they got a cure for AIDS, and certain people get the shit. Like
AIDS is probably man-made too, man.
I don't
no
know
doubt it is.
whether it's man-made or not. What I'm saying is, I believe they got a cure. And if they gave a motherfucker like Magic Johnson the cure who don't got it no more,
I don't even think he really had it. To be honest with you,
he had that shit, B.
Yeah,
maybe he had it.
You don't believe
maybe
in shit.
he had
The
it,
point
but
is this,
they didn't give him
believe in
ACT.
numbers. You don't believe in numbers. You don't believe people were sick when they say they sick.
Why would you believe any government number?
Nigga, because this is what we have to go by. What else do I have? What other data do I have to go by? I have to do my research.
You
and go
have
by
non-government sources.
Even if the data, even okay, the data that comes from the amount of people
government has never been here to help.
Hold on, man. First of all, man, the data that comes from the amount of people around the world who have the coronavirus does not come from the government. That data comes from a switchboard that a young kid made up, right? And the government uses his switchboard. This is just a young kid.
WHO, man, that's who's compiling these numbers. They're using. It isn't no kid on no switchboard, bro. You know what that social distance came? The social distancing idea came from a kid.
No. The kid. If you go to right now, do it on YouTube and look at that little board that you see going on. That's how you can keep track of the numbers. A kid made that up in his damn basement, man. A young teenager. He made that. That's an app he made. He did an interview. He did an interview, right?
John Hopkins, John Hopkins University were compiling the data, man. Why are you trying?
John Hopkins can't believe anything they say.
Come on, man.
I'm not saying if John Hopkins ain't compiling data, but also
don't say that John Hopkins and the WHO is getting their numbers from kids.
I didn't say that John Hopkins and the WHO are getting their numbers from kids. I'm saying that scientific organizations are also using this app that this kid fucking made. Using science, right? He made a technology. He made an app that was able to compile the data from around the world and keep the numbers in real time running. You can see the shit running in real time.
Yeah, that's a real time law.
I don't think that's real because they told me
the kid that
all that.
The app that this belonged to, who channel this belonged to, is not part of the government, or not that I know of.
Well, he is now.
He
wasn't maybe at that
but
point.
before he was, he came up with this app to keep track of these numbers and compile this data.
And they probably funded it, took it over, and corrupted all.
All I'm saying is, if everything that we're gonna use to do our research, that means everything is fake. I can't believe shit. Right?
You shouldn't.
Right.
You're lying because
if everything is fake, and you can't have a conversation.
From the government, yeah, you shouldn't believe any of that shit.
You cannot have a conversation. I don't have to say. I just told you this is not the government. Nigga, I got people in my family who had the coronavirus and told me how it was. They lived through it, right? They told me their experience.
Living through it right now, so I hear you on that.
Yeah, this is not the government, Bamboo. I'm just telling you, this is everything I tell you. You say, well, how you know? Ludo, the government could have told her that. Well, how you know your uncle?
Seriously, how did you know that?
Maybe it wasn't
strong.
How you know he know? Maybe, you said maybe my
doesn't.
uncle and my cousin didn't have the coronavirus. Maybe the hospital just told them that.
I never said they did in Europe.
You said maybe they.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. How do you know for sure that they have it when they can't even identify the virus? Oh yeah.
This is what I'm saying.
They still haven't isolated it.
They can't even identify the virus 100%. Think about that, Portal.
Even
if they can't even identify the virus 100%, how do you know for sure they even had it?
Even if I tell you that my uncle and my cousin who just recovered from the coronavirus
told them they had the virus, how do you know for sure they had the virus?
You
can't even identify the
how
virus.
Can I say for sure?
Tell me that.
You know how they know they had the virus? Because they had all the symptoms. Let me tell you how they know they had the virus, Bamboo. They had all the symptoms that is labeled out there from science that says that you're gonna get. They was having
science. Who's science?
Let me finish.
You keep saying science, but there's another factor of science that does not agree with the mainstream science. You need to know that. You can't clump all scientists together.
This is
a flawed argument.
Hey, everybody who gets the coronavirus,
look into that.
Right? Everybody who gets the coronavirus from all around the world, different parts of the world, have certain type of symptoms. right? So whatever you want to call it. Okay, so everybody who gets this disease, everybody who gets this
people don't have any symptoms, and yet they still supposedly have the virus.
Everybody who gets this disease, that does have symptoms have these certain type of symptoms. And the symptoms that they have, the symptoms that they have are equivalent to the symptoms that the scientists say.
Ranging. It's almost like they're explaining the flu to the cold.
But it's not. I just gave you a personal example. My uncle, who is in his 50s, and my cousin, who was 27, had the flu before, had cold. They said this shit is different. They say they don't know what it. This is their word. They don't know what it is, but it's different. It ain't no damn flu, and it ain't no cold.
Okay, so but still, that doesn't mean that you know for sure that they had the virus or whatever they're calling this virus.
But they had.
I'm not saying there isn't a virus.
If you go down the checklist, hey, they go down the checklist and you say you're gonna have shortness of breath. You know, you're gonna have lack of.
When it's flawed at the top, when the people who brought this out there with those guidelines are corrupted and flawed at the beginning,
the corrupt people
none of that checklist.
The corrupt people that came out with the guidelines can't make my uncle have the symptoms.
How do you know those guidelines are even right?
Because my uncle had the symptoms.
But the symptoms that they created, that's what I'm talking about.
Even if they created the symptoms, they couldn't create it inside his goddamn body.
How do you know that?
Because before he went to the hospital,
before
he went to the hospital, nigga, he had the symptoms, and then he went to the hospital to see what the fuck was wrong, and they told him he had the virus. But he had
he had some
symptoms. Yeah, he had the symptoms, but he was sick with the shit. My grandmother was begging the nigga to go.
Magic made it.
Yeah, my grandma was begging the nigga to go to the hospital for like a week. He wouldn't go. He couldn't take it no more. He had to finally go. Because he was saying the same shit y'all saying. The hospital gonna kill me. I'm not going in. My grandmama fool go to the hospital.
Man, I know stories about that too.
Right? He didn't want to go to the hospital. But listen, everybody say that shit until you start getting on your deathbed and you start getting scary. Then your ass gonna go to the hospital. Thank God they didn't put him on a ventilator because he said the doctor told him. He said
that's when they died.
Right. The ventilator is the killer.
Yeah, but he said the doctor told him that. He said the doctor told him at the hospital that due to recent research, they didn't want to put him on a ventilator because it was not good to do it. But they actually found out that putting the person on a ventilator makes them weaker because the machine is breathing.
It stresses the body even more. Right. But they did that for almost 3 months before they decided to change their mind.
Yeah, but they didn't know, right? So, but I'm telling you,
yes, they did.
He said that these people.
It was doctors. It was doctors that was exposing that shit in April, man.
Bro, they know. We know that, right? When something new happens,
real or not.
When something new happens, right, and people die, and it's tragic because motherfuckers trashed it. So they were doing the wrong therapies, and they were going about it the wrong way. But I'm telling you that my uncle went to the doctor, and they told him they didn't put him on a ventilator because they said we're not gonna put you on a ventilator because that'll hinder you. Right?
When that's an honorable doctor, because a lot of them doctors was malpractice, man.
That's my uncle who lived in the Bronx, New York. My cousin lived in upstate New York. He went to the doctor. They did the same thing. Then they said we're not gonna put you on a ventilator. They put him on an oxygen tank. They sent him home. Right? They
didn't put him on a ventilator, man.
They didn't want to put him on a ventilator. They said they're not gonna put him on unless they had to. Right? That's a last resort option because the ventilators actually aren't good for you. They said, listen. He said they told him, listen. If we put you on a ventilator, there's a good chance you won't come off.
Wow, they told him that. That's amazing.
But just right, that's great information because you think about in April they was talking about 5,000 ventilators. You know, all this crazy shit, man.
Oh, that's what they thought. That's the technology they thought.
No, because it was doctors that were respiratory therapists that was saying this in March and April. Don't put people on the ventilators. But because you got Fauci, the CDC, and all these doctors and experts saying no, put them on the ventilator. That's what it was dying.
This Fauci and the CDC is also that for the symptoms and the shit that was happening, this is what the science was calling for. Like most of the time when people have these certain type of symptoms, they would put people on a ventilator. Because they say people was coming in with low oxygen levels. They couldn't understand why people walking.
You put them on a respirator and not a ventilator.
Well, my point is, what they were saying is this is what the symptoms and shit were calling for, and this is what they thought they should do. But what I'm telling you is I learned this from my uncle and my cousin when they got sick, because he said the doctor personally told them, like, it's a good chance that we put you on a ventilator. We're finding out that a lot of people ain't making it off, so we're not gonna put you on a ventilator. Because he was like, he couldn't breathe and worried and shit. So they was like, but I'm
glad they told him that, man.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So, and this is a hospital in Bronx, New York that treats thousands of people. Right? Everybody go to that same hospital. Right? They didn't want to do it. Actually, he said the hospital was trying to get him out the goddamn hospital because they were just trying to make room for the next patient. They really, he didn't want them to send him home, so they wound up sending them to a hotel, like some type of COVID hotel. They was really not even trying to keep him in the hospital, right? They was trying to get him out.
Man, I'm surprised to hear that.
Yeah,
I
but
really am,
not
because
just for him, but he said when he went to the hotel in New York, right, where the coronavirus had the biggest outbreak, it was packed. Hotels in New York were packed with COVID patients. This is where they were sending them to try to keep them out the hospitals. So many people was coming in the hospitals. They were trying to keep people on the ventilators and keep beds open, that they were sending fucking people like my uncle and different people to hotels. They were commandeering hotels in New York, making hotels put up coronavirus patients. This is like on ground level grassroots where I got people who's going through the shit, who lived in the hotel, who seen, other people. It's a COVID hotel. I'm like, a COVID hotel? You're like, yeah, they don't want to keep people in the hospital because the hospital is getting so overwhelmed. So if they don't have to keep you, like he wanted.
That must have been before. That must have been after they were sending all them sick people to elderly homes.
To the where?
Or sometime
they were sending a lot
after.
of the sick people to nursing homes.
They wasn't just sending them to nursing homes though. They were sending them to wherever the fuck they could be.
No. Cuomo clearly said they were sending the sick people to nursing
I'm not
homes.
saying they wasn't sending them to nursing homes, but they also were sending them to anywhere they could, not just nursing homes.
Oh no. I was saying no. That must have been after they did the whole nursing home fiasco.
It's all part of the same thing, right? Do you remember they brung the ship in and shit? They brung that military ship in.
Yeah, I seen that dog and pony show. I seen all.
Yeah, it was bullshit. They built
What's up?
They built them in Central Park. None of them were used.
Man, I'm about to go to damn bed.
Hey, Lucy, it's getting tired of us, man.
I'm not tired of you. I'm not tired of you, but I'm leaving.
All I'm saying is,
we'll have to go somewhere. I mean, I can keep you guys going like I did the twice times that I did today.
Who started this shit back up? How the fuck did we get off of racism to COVID-19?
It's all connected.
Also, I don't even. The last thing I remember is Solo coming on the scene saying, "Hold on, I need a piece of this action."
I needed to, man. I had to get my hands dirty too, man. Shit.
Yeah, but I'm just I think this was around the time. Like I also worked at the New York Convention Center, right? I used to make about $24 an hour there. My father retired from the Javits, and he was a journeyman carpenter. I made it the 3rd year apprenticeship program, right? So I worked there. They turned the Javits Center into a COVID ward. So that shit was real, right down in Manhattan, in the city of New York. The Javits Center also, they had coronavirus patients there, and there wasn't no ventilators in the Javits Center. What they were trying to do is, if they could get your ass out of the hospital, and some people were arguing, like my folks that work up there, because most of my family is up there, right? Still, they was like, I got an aunt who works like for the tunes in that type shit, the little jails and shit down there in Manhattan. And they were basically saying that, what they were saying, they wanted to keep as many people at the hospitals as possible, right? If you did, because they needed the hospital also for other shit, not just for coronavirus patients, right? So if they could keep you out the hospital actually sending people around different places, right? My uncle, when he told me the story of how he's saying it, like he didn't know where he was.
Like when I asked for a song,
like 4 days. Right, his cell phone died. He didn't have no charger. Nobody could call him. We just know he was leaving the hospital, and for about 3 days or so, nobody knew where the fuck he went. And then we finally got in touch with him, and he was like, they put him in a hotel. I was like, a hotel? He was like, yeah, man. They're trying to just keep people out of the hospitals if they can. So all this conspiracy shit about hospitals wanting to keep coronavirus patients, when you talk to people that actually been to the hospital, that want to even stay in the hospital, he's saying, nah, they got rid of me. They told me, if I had to, they'll keep me, but they didn't want to. They needed to make room.
That's not every hospital though. Like you just said earlier, just because we get a couple of good doctors, don't mean all of them have the same
in Bronx, New York, and it's not no John Q Medical Center type.
I'm saying we know that once you put somebody on a ventilator, that place was getting $39,000 per person put on a ventilator. For a COVID-19 diagnosis was $13,000.
Yeah, but all the science right now, this not no conspiracy. All the science right now says that we should not put people on a ventilator. It's bad. The reason you know it's bad The reason Bamboo know is bad and the reason I know is bad is because science says don't put people on ventilators. They figured
No, the reason why I know it was bad because the doctors, the respiratory specialists, were saying that shit at the same time. The other doctors were saying put them on a ventilator.
Okay, because you had one group of scientists or doctors.
Not one group, man. It was it's just like now. It's plenty. There, I can literally find hundreds of doctors
You had
right
a
now.
group of physicians. You had a group of physicians that believed the best route of action for their hospital plan was the ventilator. You had another group of physicians who are scientists who believe you shouldn't. They were at odds. Okay, the group that believed you shouldn't at the end of the day was fucking right, and now everybody concedes that point. Nobody's arguing that you should put the patient on the ventilator that I know about right now. This is the reason we're talking about this, and we know that you shouldn't. Right? The people who said, the scientists and the physicians that said you should not use a ventilator were right. That group of scientists were right. Okay, so that doesn't mean shit. That just means this group was wrong, that group was right, and now they're following that group.
That must mean something.
It means that now they're following that group. They're saying you're right. Oh shit, we was wrong.
So they established a track record of some type of trust that the other guys haven't done.
Okay, but my point is, it's a consensus that I know about it. It's not no secret that you don't want to go on a ventilator, and 85 to 90% of the patients that come on ventilators for COVID-19 do not come off. This shit is documented numbers. It's not like they're hiding anything. And now they do their best to keep people off the ventilator because, hey, this is what science is about. Hey, we believe this.
Because they made their money already, and because they got found out, man. If they could continue to trick people, they would have.
No, because if they could have just said, "Fuck it, we don't believe it in the ventilators," and not, they did it with the cigarettes. If they really wanted to be fucking assholes, like the government, let the tobacco companies do, they let them sell cigarettes for years.
It's just not the same thing as a cigarette.
They were killing people with cigarettes for years, saying it don't give you cancer. It is.
What about fluoride? What about fluoride? They still say fluoride's okay.
Fluoride is not similar. It is. Cigarettes give people cancer and cause a disease. And you got a group.
What about fluoride though? They still claim fluoride is good for your teeth, which is
they let them people get people addicted to cigarettes and smoke for years before they conceded that okay, yeah, this causes cancer. Right. So,
hey, it's a good discussion, guys. It was good to talk about. Lucia,
I'm just saying,
thank you for having me up.
It was
Portal, Black Sola. It was good to talk about this.
Everything is a conspiracy, bro.
It is.
Well,
everything is a conspiracy. People came together to conspire to get a desired result. That's what a conspiracy is.
You got some people who believe slavery is a conspiracy. Then where are we gonna ever get?
It was a conspiracy. Some old Dutch people came together and said, "Hey, we need to get some slaves."
You saying? I got people that think slavery is a conspiracy, like it didn't even exist.
Oh hell no, that's something else. That's you talking about a hoax.
People who don't even believe slavery really existed. It's some type of conspiracy.
No, man, I don't believe in that. But I'm saying conspiracy, just like Black Sola said, it only takes two people to conspire against the common good.
But what I'm saying is
this world is built on that to this day.
We live on Earth and we live in a reality where the only thing I do trust is numbers, right? Because women lie.
What numbers?
But if you go through
numbers,
the numbers like the deaths of people that were dying on ventilators. Eventually, those numbers turned out to be true. 85 to 90% of people were put on ventilators. We find out we're dying. So now we don't. The last option is to put a motherfucker on a ventilator. Those type numbers, right? 80. We find out that, and so we can say, hey, man, those numbers are conspiracy. You can't trust those numbers. The government made those up. Keep putting people on ventilators. Who the fuck? 85% of the people die. I don't believe that shit. So we can still be killing people. If I use your theory, what I'm saying, I could also use it to keep killing people because I'm saying there's no proof that 85% of the people on ventilators die. Who made those numbers up? But
you're right. You got a point there.
We all agree.
Who's telling these numbers? You know the track record of this government against us.
I think me and Solo here both agree that those numbers are accurate and ventilators were killing people.
Yeah. That's
So
what I've understood.
By your logic, Bamboo, we can't believe those numbers because you can't believe numbers.
No, it's certain numbers, man.
Okay, so what numbers?
The numbers about the ventilators, I most likely agree. I know they get money just for having to use a ventilator. I know they get money just for labeling somebody COVID. I mean, I know these things. So from that, I know that the main numbers they talk about how many people are infected, I know that's corrupted.
Okay,
I
so
mean,
you don't think that
can't believe all the numbers.
I think it's corrupted too because I think it's way more than 3 million people.
It could be right. It could be way undershot. We just
Well,
don't know for sure.
well, we know this is a money grab because every test costs money, right? And if you have a certain insurance, then the insurance is going to cover. Not yesterday, a couple of days ago, my homie went and took a COVID test. $150.
That's not true, Polo. We know right now that the Trump administration is trying to roll back testing. They trying to stop testing, man.
They need to stop testing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The Trump administration ain't about you. So you can't have it both ways. You just said it's conspiracy because they want to roll the test out because they're making money from the test. The damn administration is trying to stop the fucking testing because they want
But listen, if the administration is trying to stop the testing and you got Fauci and all these other people saying, no, we need more testing.
I believe the Trump administration wants to stop the test because if we keep exposing people that got the virus, it ain't gonna be looking too good for him for his re-election. Right? The country's falling apart. You got the virus hitting everybody. You got motherfucking protests every damn where. You got the economy going into collapse. So yeah, I believe, of course, Trump's trying to stop the bleeding, and so it would make sense that Trump would be on some devious, like he would be up to some shiesty shit. I would think Trump would have.
So the Trump is the only one, not the other people too. That is like the medical martial law, Gestapo.
You got one person like the Trump administration saying that the problem is with testing. He said, of course, if you test, you're going to find more cases. Right? Like, for instance, like if the tests are what's causing the cases. Of course, if you test, you're going to find. It's like if you don't test for AIDS, you won't find no cases. But if you start testing for AIDS, you're going to find more cases. Nigga. This is common sense, right? So Trump say we need to stop and slow down the testing. Everybody's getting worried. Right, we want to send the kids back to school. We need to open up the businesses. Send your kids back to school. Let's get shit back running normal. We need the economy moving. I got re-election to get. And then you got people like Dr. Fauci saying, we need more testing. We need more contact tracing. We need to really find out where the hot spots are, where this virus really is.
Yeah, we need to partner up with Bill and Melinda Gates and their.
Oh yeah, because they're such good experts. Even though they never went to medical school,
Nobody at that point yet. You're putting words in people's mouth, and that's not right to do. We could maybe if he starts getting to that point and he actually says that.
He already did, man. Come on, bro.
I heard him say, my words I heard him say is we probably won't be having no vaccine. He said, it usually takes
until next year. That's what he said.
No, that's not what he said.
Like, he said next year, bro. This nigga Fauci done flip-flopped and lied so much, man. You don't even know what he said. And I don't either, because he lied so much.
I know it. It's hard to keep track of it, man. I know that.
It ain't hard for me to keep track because I know what he said.
Well, if you want to know, like,
right, he said, listen, man, it usually takes, some vaccines are 20 years in development. Some vaccines take 10 years. Right? He said we never had a vaccine that could be done in a year. He said, so that's being optimistic. Mm-hmm. Trump started pushing back and saying, we're going to have a vaccine in a year. Soon as that nigga came out and started saying we're going to have a vaccine in a year, Dr. Fauci bitch ass came out and said, we probably have it at the end of the year. But
there's infighting and there's infighting in agendas.
Before the political pressure of the presidency, the presidential office was put on him, the nigga was saying it was highly unlikely we would have a vaccine by the end of the year because even if we did, he was also implying that it might not be safe, right? If they rushed it, he said it takes time to make a vaccine because if they rush it, right? This is his exact words. He says something like, "Well, you don't want to rush things like this. You don't want to just rush to do it, right? You have to make sure that it is safe for the general population," is what Fauci said. Right after that, about a couple of weeks later, Trump started talking about, hey, we're going to have a vaccine in a year. Right? We probably have it by January. Nigga, about a week later, Dr. Fauci starts saying, yeah, we probably can have it in a year. So I'm not saying that he's not put under political pressure, but I think there are nuggets of truth when you listen to people and if you know how the world works. If you got a goddamn tyrant over you, your boss, somebody who can fire you or end your career, this man that had, whether you agree with him or not, this man had a 30, 40 year, 50 year fucking career.
Right. That means you have to be a snake ass bitch to stay up in the government for 30-something years straight.
You also are not trying to get your career ended by no damn Donald Trump.
You gotta be a snake. You want it right. You under Reagan, Bush, Clinton, Bush, Obama. You snake.
Who says that?
My point is this though. I don't think it's got to just do with, even when Obama was in office, scientists were warning about an outbreak of pandemic.
Yeah, he is snake too.
They were warning about this shit could happen years before this happened.
Yeah, they're planning. They're planning on this, man.
Operation.
They're planning on this.
Hold on, before I say anything else, research Operation Lockstep with the Rockefeller.
Yep.
Look up that, man. Before we go.
Or Agenda 2021.
Yeah. Before I say anything else, look up Operation Lockstep from the Rockefeller Foundation, and it gives you 10 years ago they planned all this shit. But go ahead, you got it.
They planned all what shit?
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump off, but
I'm out too, man.
It's good to talk.
Hey, man.
Portal, man, it's good to talk. I know we got some differences in opinions, but that's fine, man.
As much
we
love
can talk about it.
Only thing I'm gonna tell you, you have to believe. I mean, you have to get data from.
Have to believe what?
You have to get data.
Yeah, that's true.
You have to get data from somewhere. That's the only way we.
But I don't think it should be from one place. I think it should be from everywhere you could possibly find it. Everything you can possibly find data-wise. Get all of it.
From the most thing,
read it, understand it, and then think for yourself.
Most of your data should come from your environment and what you're living. Just use your common some shit. Right.
Yeah,
so,
common sense is key.
Like I told you, I've been vaccinated.
Trust your gut.
Vaccinated. I got kids that's vaccinated. My uncle had coronavirus. My cousin had coronavirus. They recovered, but they said that shit was rough and it ain't no flu. And they don't know exactly what it is, but it ain't nothing like no flu or no shit. Say it's something different. They couldn't even really explain it to me, right? Just say it's something different.
Yeah.
So,
But
yeah, so this type of shit, you have to take all this shit into account. But just mainly,
right,
about what's around you. But you're gonna have to believe somebody, Bamboo.
Yeah, well, not necessarily. I don't know if that's true. My philosophy is take all the data you can possibly find from everywhere you can, from all sides. Filter it through your mind, your body, understand it.
You're not gonna
go with what you believe in.
Because you're right. Some data is corrupted, so you have to just be careful with your sources.
Damn right. Hey, it's good talk though, Portal, man. I think we grew stronger with this debate. I think it's a good, healthy thing to have. Everybody should be talking about these things right now.
Guess what I'm about to do, nigga?
Go to sleep.
I'm about to go watch some Fox News, nigga.
All right. Well, I probably won't see you there because I don't really watch Fox News that much.
I'm gonna be arguing your ass with some damn Fox News tomorrow. Y'all gonna be like, this motherfucker.
All right, man.
I'm gonna be arguing a whole different argument. I love you, boy.
Everybody in the chat, Black Solo, Shotgun, Stephanie, Lucia D, Siznak, everybody, man, that was in here. Bless up to you guys, Gorda.
Hold on, Bamboo.
Maybe I'll see you guys again soon.
I want to say this, man. Lucia D, we ain't never coming to your lives no more. This shit crazy.
Yeah, it's over, Lucia. Sorry. This is it.
I'm blackballed for a goddamn week at least. I need a week break. All right, Bamboo.
Hey, man, bless up, though. You guys have a good night. Talk to you guys soon. Thank you, Lucia. Peace.